Don't feel bad. That's nice.
Don't feel bad. Damn, I thought you said it was Jay. Hot topic, I've heard of this.
Weekend hot topic. Robert Downey Jr. plays Lando. He's up for an Oscar. Hot topic, he calls it.
I love it so much. I don't even want to say anything. I just enjoy it. Can I just enjoy these things?
Hot topic, he calls it. The best moment of my topic. I ruined the name of the movie. It's dropping something. I ruined the name of the movie.
Stop, dude. You don't get it. It's hilarious that he's in there. It's a bad thing. You're not recording the show. He thinks he's like burning the show. He's like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Hot topic. It's dropping thunder or whatever. It's strawberry thunder or whatever. Yeah, it's like whatever, dude. It's like Godfather, fucking Sharknado. It's a big fucking deal. Go on with the show. At least I don't do what you do. 16-year-old.
Under hot. They're not even close. Might as well go fucking over refrigerator dance hour. It's hot. Sorry, I made Schindler's List. You just picked us up. Oh my god, dude. Banana Republic, I mean Blood Diamond. Dude. Sometimes my CD will flare up in chorus mode.
Everybody can enjoy this. Us, Reddit, the people who does the show with. I mean, you watch this out with your family. Everyone's having a good time. Yeah. My parents don't know who fucking Brennan Schaub is, but they think it's hilarious that we make fun of him. Yeah, my family doesn't like him. His wife is showing her ass, though. Oh, yeah. My wife gets very upset. I told her it's fake. It's not real. It's not even that we suck. What a great excuse. You're staring at some chick's ass and you're like, it's bad. It's not even real. I wasn't even looking at it. It's a fake ass. Do you see Christmas on that ass? Hamilton. I've never seen That's good. Black Panther and Hamilton, same thing. I watched Hamilton on the Disney. I started watching it on Disney. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to play. I didn't know about the performing. I need something to do because I'm like halfway through. I'm thinking, here's where you're going. I see the other just keep rapping. Then the second part, too. Yeah, that's Hamilton. That's Hamilton. He's in Hamilton. You're the first person to ever walk in there. I don't give a fuck. I should never go That's social media. This is it right here. Oh, yeah, dude. What happens next? I don't know how he's... Is he double dipping? Is he using the same clips again and again? 28 parts, dude. It just goes to show you how many good things there are in the repertoire of the history of our menu. It's like the Jake's is not unlike the Cheesecake Factory menu. It has any pages. The Holy Bible. Everyone pray for Icarus Lives, dude. I mean, he's looking at when he's watching way too much Shop Show that day, dude. And the Golden Hour. Dude, this man's whole life is surrounding Brennan Schaub. Shout out to him. Gala 24, Gala 12, that's a good number. Plus 2 successful day, 8:45. That's a good 40 shot. I was him with his name on his own jersey. I think like made up a jersey for his son's baseball team. But what was the name? Never heard of it. But 66, probably 66, right? Classic from the golden days. I watched this pretty good. It's also those were Jesse's so good. Maybe Jesse on fire. Maybe he
It's so fucking hard. Stand up is hard. This is so hard. Any of the hardest job in the world. On your own, rely on your team, and we have to deal with all the marketing. It's so fucking hard. It's so hard. This is all like 1,000 how many million professional stand-ups are there? There's a million doctors in America who are stand-ups. This is not activity. I don't know who that is from history, but it's just so funny to have like either an old Greek or Roman guy and then Sean doing that face. I was trying to think if what Sean would say. Dude, that's that guy that like that's Alexander the Great from Rome. I don't even know if you can get the full name. Alexander the Good. That's great, dude. Shut up. Hell yeah, dude. This makes me really hot. Never had you figured for a gearhead. Brendan posted my dick lives like Christmas on fire this week. Check out. His hot rod is souped up 6 ways from Sunday. Never had you figured for a gearhead. Oh, yeah. I'm a regular expert. What is that, a 6-barrel Hollycomb? Yeah, what did you? Little Brock intakes. How's it run? Gallo 24? Oh, yeah. I made that last one up. I see.
Let's just watch one more time really quick. This is
Gallo 24?
Maybe it is.
Gallo 24?
The audio just dropped out right there, so maybe it is. Johnson Simpsons. Gallo 12 or 24? The Chris Lewis, Gallo's Pizza. Oh, fuck. Every time you look at this, it's different. What the fuck can you lips on you, dude? Are you kidding me? That's crazy, yeah. Dude, I'm so sorry. Everyone, turn your eyes off. Look at that. That's fucking nuts. Those are Gallo 36s. Do you do this? Do you like suck up a straw? And I can use straws, but like with the inside of your lips out. It is weird to take a picture of yourself doing that because it doesn't look good. Yeah, like either his lips are kind of weird or he's trying to make a funny face, maybe. It's insane. He's a content genius. He does a lot of stuff, and this is part of marketing. Yeah. And the sunglasses are here. They don't tell you're not talking about sunglasses. I don't know if they don't really fit his face either. I think they do. You're being harsh. They don't fit his nose. His nose is too big for the sunglasses. I think you're supposed to, I don't know, you know, kind of looks like Leah the Professional or whatever. Well, there's definitely tape on the glasses, right? There's the tape. Either tape or maybe there's some sort of Ray-Ban templating. Jesus, yeah, you're right. I'm on your side, dude. His ears are fucked up, too. Let's see. This is Life Animator 3879, 3679. Posted this. Officially losing money on the house. So it's down to 2,850,000. Price cut. But you forget he gets more land. I mean, this is, he uses Kirby sells for it. What do you think he's going to explain more of the house cut, price cut, or the Gallon 24? Or the house? I would love it if he talked about the 24, but that just seems like it's too much for him, man. If he has the humility to be like, yeah, they got me, I'd be surprised. Maybe. You never know. That new guy, Griffin, seems to get it out of him. There's not a chance anyone on his team's going to show up. Like, I would be embarrassed. Like, we're embarrassed. We're not even around him. Imagine working for the guy or with him. Yeah, I think that they're probably, after that clip came out, Stan probably came in the next day, like, oh shit, they're walking on eggshells. Yeah. Responsible weight 305 takes all the peptides in the world. Is constantly sick. So that's a phase. That's her dog. Guess who lost that voice again and is dealing with throat problems? Oh no. Let me guess. I guess it's you. Yeah, let me guess. You got the voice problems and chops still turning. You know what I'm saying? Too many straws in this diet. The dog is sick. Yeah. Why the Calico Bubba? Me, Paul Walker, Paul Truck Walker, posted my successful deck. 8345. Good work, guys, man. Can you tell me right quick what would be better motor from a Skyline, a Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24?
Get a Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24. Here's my other thing, but what year's your Mustang? Can you use for some more info? Why the Gallo?
See, man, come on, I can't do this.
Yeah, why the Gallo?
This is what you're going to give me. I may as well take my chances at Chino. Oh, that was me. Shout out to Successful Egg. Thanks for the shout out there. I was just like this before the podcast. We should make Gallo 24 version. That's hilarious. Shout out to Leo 24. Hell yeah, great. Shout out to Successful Egg, one of our guys. Shopping with Slot Dog. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure this to my family. Request my big bad 946. It's actually struggling to get some jeans. What does it say? Try on some jeans with very big booty and little waist. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh. This is my problem. She's her ass. Like, you know, if anyone's feminist is me, you're sitting in these chairs. What is it, too much ass? I guess when you can't fit into your jeans in Nordstrom and you're tagging a mother, I'll tell you about Instagram. Like, what is it? You can never go too big on an ass. I'm talking about Instagram posting. Like posting too many pics of your ass. When it starts to get to the search algorithm, I'm like, is it? Probably. Yeah, you're gonna search it just right. Oh, you're not me. Oh, got your friends. Yeah. It's just cars, trucks, just basketball, women's basketball. Chin, I posted this one. Family. You got some speed, Gallo 12. Do I look like I don't fucking chicks? Try Gallo 24. Shout out to you. This is posted by Naj on Gill 01. Has he really changed the name of the shop? Show this. Okay, Brown. Let's make that nice. Let's make and kids, that's how I met your brother. How to keep your spouse happy. You see this, Jimmy? I don't think I'll ever see Joanna content. I follow her. I follow her on Instagram, so it looks like it's going to be a blowjob. She wants massage. This is trash content. This is fucking Andrew Schultz stuff. He pushed her. Jimmy pushed her. Massage on blowjob. I thought you were going to stick a finger in my ass. Yeah, I want to do this up there, Daddy. What are you doing? Do you think he calls her Daddy? He calls everybody Daddy, and then he forgets. He's like, wait, no. I legitimately thought you were going to put your finger in my ass right now.
Why they're doing it, all I know is a sport I fucking love. Visiting from at the White House on a Sunday. We're going sizzle.
He brought it back, man. It's been a while since he said, we're going sizzling. He fucking said his own catchphrase wrong. We're going sizzling.
Visiting from at the White House on a Sunday. We're going sizzle.
He's not even happy. That's part of the thing. It's not very good. He's pretending to be excited. Oh, man.
How long? Mainstream
What's going on at that other store? How they do a podcast? What do they do? What? It's your laugh. But all the echoes, you're echoing a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I used to do MMA or it's just the way it is. I don't know. Podcast next door. It's like a couple teenagers. No, it's a ex-MMA fighter that turned comedian. He's on River Alone. It's a what? A what? I like the days when people would just be walking through the set. I miss those. Like doors opening. The set. We act like the storage facility is that much more embarrassing. It's really not. They're both have different levels of embarrassing. Lights just turning off. Was that in the storage booth? That's the storage.
We're at the White House. Fuck your couch. We're at the White House. Where's the Pittsburgh? I don't give a fuck.
Chin, you should be laughing. This is funny. Chin's scared. He has a fucking shield. He's not getting away. Alright, Chin, let's see if we're going to chop. Okay, more ass. Truly face emoji from Big Battle 9416. Notice it's starting to notice the trend. Big Battle's always posting Joanna's ass. 20-minute workout, a little risky, but getting back to it. Alright, you see, right weekend. That's such a funny video. That's a video in Big Battle 2. Oh, okay, yeah. Fair enough, still. It's a pretty funny video. It's not a funny video. I do that all the time, and that's like, because my ass is so small. Calio, shout out to you, man. You won't do nothing close to that. You'll do nothing close to this. We are in the cartel. We're in Calabasas before I left. This is pretty good. I saw this earlier. Have you seen this one?
When we were in LA, I would say that social media Instagram app, I'm on the app, and this guy, probably like 6-7 houses down, gets murdered, decapitated 2 times. Okay. Yeah. And this is how Neville in LA like peaked, especially after the fires and after COVID. Home invasion in my neighborhood was up 700%. So I'm like one of only maybe 700%.
I wish I knew math well so I can like conceptualize exactly what that means. But that's crazy. Well, if there's one Sharpie in my apartment, if that number increased by 70%, there's 7 Sharpies. I can't imagine how many of those you put in your house. But dude, that's such a pain. There's just no way. Calabasas is the most dangerous place in America, dude. Or there was never any at all robberies, and there was like 2, if that means 70%. That's an unfair. Yeah.
Two coaches whose houses didn't get robbed, right? And so there's robberies and crime happening nonstop in our neighborhood. Nonstop. But I'm so used to it, like, damn, it's crazy, and it's so used to it.
That's not check these again. He's ready.
Pretty wild shit. It went so common, like, oh, damn, it's been hopefully all right. Damn, look, it's already getting and I just keep going. I come here, I get on the same app, and they're freaking out. Oh, yeah, they got medieval times. Yeah, it's gang related. I think cartel shit. But then here, cartel shit. But then here.
It's like this is a comedy podcast or something. That's like that dude that used to be like a radio host or whatever with Kevin and Bean. Oh, yes. Right? You like my stand-up? Yeah. I was top 10 in Los Angeles. Yeah. Kevin and Bean. This guy who pitches. Yeah. A tough 3 years. Plus my kind of blur on 75-39. Very liked it. Let's see what it is. March 30th, 2023.
$60. Is this some kind of an April Fool's joke? It's not an April Fool's joke. This is a joke I love. When it comes to wrestling, this is not a joke. April Fool's not up in here. I think nationwide available at $59.99. $59.99, bitch.
Yeah, like a Sora video. It's a bad content. But also, like, looks real because they're mad stupid. It's tough to tell. That's a promotion. Okay, so it's a problem with the guys on the show. It's part 4. Let's just pitch people to the real numbers guy versus these numbers. So as you can see, back in February of 2025, it was 2.95. They upped it a year later to 3.95. They upped it actually 6% to 3 million in March of this year. February of approximately another 10%. There's actually now we're working in this range of what, 9 days? Yeah, in order to 3.4%. It's interesting. When I look at this, what I think of is the person that posted it. Do they know? Are they like a real estate guy and they have like a login to set up a website? They just they're different kinds of people that are on chains. Or is it that somebody's like, they just know about real estate and looked it up online? Or is it somebody using AI to be like, oh, dude, how do I figure this out? Do I wear shit out of money? No, this is okay, so it's just illicit. Like, Watch the second generation
heard, I didn't see it myself yet, but that in Morocco, the super Cairo are like black. The countries like that. I wonder what the money is. So why not? The color of the Cairo and the little level of egg is hanging in it. How can you got yourself? What's got to put a little guy, a little sound about the text? What am I? I use the remote, the radar, the vocal, rules, the local. And, you know what? The part of the Cairo, why do they hate it? What do they do?
That's so bad.
The C off. Not much the C off. Not stop when things are going well, and it's like, oh yeah, I can do it. But even when it's a not work, even when it's sorrow, even when everything is, it looks like everything's up or down, you have pretty coffee. Then, I really like not to bring my girl in my thought.
She just takes pictures when she never does it.
All right, hey, another one, you did it
calling Papa out on his fanboy
it makes a lot more sense to say, it makes it fun.
It's the trend.
Skinny jeans made back here. Why'd you pull up that picture? My jeans were so fucking tight. They said me, you didn't realize it was me. So let's bring it out. So this is so what? So let's just get this. So what did we learn right there from this picture? What did we learn? Not to wear those anymore. Yeah, because you're period. Because in 2019, your boy was spicy. 2019, your boy was spicy. Yeah, but in New York City, right, you're wearing high heels and skinny jeans. So those are cowboy brothers. 2019, I think it's City right here. Texas City. Yes, in this context, yes, it works really well. It's great. Oh, yeah. These are fair trades. I don't see that. There was somebody saying that the ones look at that. It's got the green things. Yeah, the green things. 0% sugar, 0% so it's a favorite. That's really good. Second favorite. If you want to leave religion, you don't want to believe. I mean, that's all you have to choose. Not forced. So you really got to go to the club now. It's kind of clubbing to me. So yeah, you need to hook up here. So now can we stop calling him out? Take this. So listen to some cowboy because some cowboy called me out. He's legitimately insane. Why are you opening the top? What's from the bottom?
I should have put the Jimmy song. What do you think? It's on the beginning of this. If it's not the beginning of this episode, it's on Patreon. Shout out to the Patreon. You guys are great.
You're late.
Oh yeah, Deal's still figuring some shit out here. Like it's just getting more he can't catch a break. Yeah, it's fun. 5, 6, 20, stop posting wheels. Bosses, please.
Listen to this one. Bros is tired. He's kind of.
Imagine if you would have
Bro,
seen
you want to be cheaper? I should will help you.
the king of the sting and the sting, yeah.
I thought I came up with the words in the cocktail, man.
Yeah, you've been doing a lot of better things, yeah.
It says, the company is tired.
Alright, let's continue on the newest
I want to be a combo, there's nothing else. They'll help you before. Very good. You want to be like that, it's an opportunity. Open the doors and shit. Not going to help you over here. When you want to be tricks, get your hand out and grab and check this out. You might find this with my wife. Hey, have a little I'm not going to go from the place on you. The place you go to the school and the person is separate. So you fight. That's it. I'll put a crown on it. You feel like a quarter crown. Not even oh my God, you know, one of the worst tickets is he in a job? Let's see. Oh, wow. You're a big boy. Yeah. Your wife. Your wife. Can I ask you a question real quick, though? So you actually spend money to see a Brendan Schaub show? Yeah, so as well. Oh, yeah, Chuck can't tell.
Have a wonderful day.
Oh man, that's pretty great. Bobby Lee, my best friend, he's doing bits, and the guy, the shot man, is so dumb he doesn't understand how to respond. He's like, yeah, hey, Daddy. Yeah, he's actually really funny. So it's almost like yeah, no, he's a comedian, so he's funny as fuck. He's like, I don't know, he's like, I think Bobby's military. He gets on the phone, his girlfriend, his hot fucking sexy girlfriend, is like, she's like, what did you tell her? He gets off the thing and he's like, I don't know how good I did. She's like, well, did you tell him a funny story?
Inside the head hole, you know, and you super blood in the places. And the flavor takes the oil and the flavor and super towards the blood. So learn the small story. If you don't have the right intent, you think about somebody else, you think another carbon, whatever it is. That's like the first mission, and not the first mission. Often talks about the way it's possible. What if you run on, and if you're not moving in the right direction,
Okay, how's that going for you?
but I when you learn the right, so basically it's small, and the basically it's one square, even if you don't have the right intent, it's small, it's still possible, why is it only possible? Some of the original attacks, the other years ago, people can learn, the other way, you can actually help in this concept, remember the first mission in Rocket,
I love it. Mark is bartending what you were doing.
So we learn, and we have on the spot. It says, look, awesome also. We have the limit awesome also. So we learn from Catholic to awesome and make it small. Then you can go one step further and say from awesome to the Lake Shem and also you need it small. So we have the magic awesome account. It's not really awesome. So we have a limit all we go all the way back to concept. The bottom don't have the actually tomorrow, but wait a minute. Yes, don't have money. I just put them along. I just have a rule. They can only go one step. You can only go from top to bottom. You can't continue from up to coming up. You can't repeat a word or limit. The limit is the one from the top to bottom. You want to go from the upper. The limit started at the upper, then you go to the limit from it. You can't go from one to another. That you don't do it. That long run, you're right. Stop. Can't do that. Hold up on us. It could be that the Luke Shaman is closest to kind of hard, but in order to get you wanted to eat the leftovers, fire. But to get the Hakara, that you need the Havana, the older must bring especially the Luke Shaman. Once you go to the people figure about the murder. Give up the name murder, not the seven branches on the murder. And if you listen one, if you want to search on seven, no good, you can't use the murder. Super name cell, my name is on top of his friend. Is a win. Which is silent, you need seven, don't have six, no good. Stay for trails, for kids, and Zizza, not for Zizza. Zizza and Smart, wait for that. Which is hard to have a case about the Zizza.
Good job.
We only have one pirate, so it's not good. My review is not only that, I see the side open now, even if one letter is missing, I both have shields to the pure magic review. Not for all you can type in the Yako, all Parshios that have the missing screw in them, missing one parasha, no good, right? To the end of this parent, I think that are not with one another. Started yesterday, now it's back to kind of trial now, and then we get that playlist where things are not magic. He's a master. Fourth, I choose our luck.
That's a penis on the back of the truck.
The Bahadu is the key. The Aviata has to be the Kupra. I think it's not that Mafra. Even one letter is Mafra. The point is, how many letters are in the Torah? Shishin, Riboy, but they counted it. We have to explain that it's 300,805. Something like that. 4,805. 300,000, 4, 805. But every ice represents something flying strong. And if you have to believe in ice, if you're missing one ice, missing one hit, I go strictly as my Zoom for sixes. You can't walk around with three. So if I can one mitzvah, you want to tie in stuff on this one. You have four, then you tie in one mitzvah. There's no limit on that from Arba mitzvah. Each one is individual, and we think the one it means that if you have a peggy with 5 time cards, each one is a mitzvah. My time of why is it a murder? Why is it a why is it how about you do this? How about you do this? I just say a bunch of how about you uses that word mean? You must do it as well. You can't make a murder with 6. Right. All right, the murder on the ball, the murder came from one solid piece. Women as well was a solid piece of gold. Women as well making gold. A saw men as because you made it from broken pieces. Sula. It is also deciding in a public state. You see this halakha that has to be made from one piece. From Mikshasa, it's the only way to make it out of gold. You make it out of silver, great. Because only has the money, you make it out of silver, we'll see. It doesn't have that halakha. That's the Gemara. Because why do you think it's made from smaller pieces? It says Miksha, this is the word Miksha 4 times.
So it's like, gotcha.
Well, two Menara golf cards may be made out of gold. Miksha, one solid piece. They also. And at the end of the conference of view, what can be done as such. The rabbi time in the conference terms include other metals. Name all the rabbi's research. Okay, it's coming to add something, but maybe it's coming to add. You must do that as gold. It says gold. It makes more sense. So you have to stick to what the Torah says. Gold. It's just the also says to add something. Broken pieces that fell off. Look at the ball. Now look where it says the word mixture. It says the word mixture. Let's put you closest to you. Mixture and you.
Galloway almost sounds fake. It's like
Galloway,
but
I'm going to
sure is real. Pre-med, Dr. Shab, that's a scary look. Definitely looks like a linebacker. He looks stupid there too. He's like confused.
You don't need to do this one. Maybe this one needs to be solid. He also without being solid. You might know. Mixture makes you laugh. Because mixture says. There's a mixture culture. There was a really mixture. So we know son a lot of culture in touching. The person is why I'm not happy. Maybe tomorrow, I'm not asking to God. I'm twice, 4 or 5 times. The more I'm not, I'm trying to what the more is doing here is wasn't shown that the special halacha that we learn out of each word clause. And that only comes if you are no good and job. If these word jobs come to include, but if because are and job is not, then how do you get to the religion that we have? What are some of the religion like? So what's special about gold? Special about gold is special about the lucky. It also has the way it's done, and other metals don't have to weigh keep up.
My guess is that
And
it's
also
like
you have
that
being
Cleveland
with
one
fire
would
and
have
profit.
obviously have
Which
to
we'll see soon,
replace
you have
them.
these designs
So it's
on
kind
the
of
menorah
funny.
that only apply
Yeah,
to
my
gold. All
mechanic
these
actually
things you have to
took
learn
it
each one from another word draw. Zog, I know this one we like Tula, Zero, and he's going to be Russian. Now we have the Eliam, he's going to be like Zero, but he's going to tell us like drawing pieces of culture, we found him in a couple of Tula, all the metals or puzzles that I don't have, the movie that I have. Zog, information on my dad, what are you doing with all these drugs? What are these drugs? My drugs are fine. You guys draw, card, Yasa, Lisa, A+, way up to you. It's 7 kilo. I don't know what that is in pounds. What does that sound? 120 pounds? Buzz off to the cousins of where this is at. Buzz off. So if you're going to make it out of gold, then you must have a key card. In a buzz off, you're going to use other metals. Ain't no buzz. People, you don't need to be marked on the waist. Riel, Capturel, Propel. Oh, Riel, here, I brought from home today. On the menorah, it's actually pretty close to this size. About a tefah, seems like, each one. That view. At one point, that 3 of them together like this. I'll show you a picture. Beautiful is Motzei Shabbos. You know, we're only that day's down. So what Shabbos I'm like, I called Yoshi. Do you have anything in the menorah? He says, no. I said, we don't get it. So he called up our third artist. He's like, let's get working. He asked us to send me some pictures. I sent him this. This is the art from the left. Shabbos just used. And then he started putting this, and I gave him artists. I said, no, this is a top card, and this actually on the top. You know, this is just my back and forth with him. Much Shabbos hour before shoot. Let me show you what they came up with. Beautiful stuff. This is it's gonna get. I'll show you some detailed stuff. The video you can see on the bottom, but here, let me just. You're gonna go to this one. Actually, let's go to this. This is from the art show also. This just shows you the centerpiece. Now, if you look at the bottom, this is what we call a pera. Okay, I'm not sure that we know exactly what it looks like, but it could be it looks something like this because the Gemara says later on it's the way that you designed it in the columns. If you look at the old Roman columns, they have some similar things like these flowers. This right over here, these guys are called pera. They're circles. They're like balls. Rambam says it's a little bit like shaped as an egg. Others say they're literally round. Here you can see 3, what do you see over here? 3 Geviim inside each other, literally like this. Then on top of that you have a kapsar, and then a pera. That's one shita. Another shita is this. At the top, there's something like this. There's a kapsar, pera, and the Geviim all in one line. You see all 3 of them are top. And it's more like this. There's the famous picture that the Rambam depicted, and he has the branches of the menorah straight, and then he says that he wasn't so much on certain things, just trying to clean out certain points, not to learn from it 100%. But there's a lot of. This is the menorah that the Mechanim Mikdash made. Supposedly it's gold or maybe gold coated. It's very expensive. And over here you can see. This is the base. The base has 3 legs, as you're going to see. It only has 3 legs. I don't see the pera on the bottom. Interesting. Maybe over here you see like a Geviim and a pera. Over here you see the kapter, and out of the kapter comes the 2 branches. Another kapter. And then he has over here 3 Geviim. On top of the Geviim, a kapter and a pera. Then goes the place where they light it, that's not included in the height. We're not really discussing that today. VL, Kapturel, Propel. Bazal, if another Allah or a boy side. These Geviim, the third dropping only if it's made out of gold. Both Geviim, the third dropping. The Bazal, means the third dropping. Ain't a Bazal, it's made let's see out of silver. Ain't no Geviim, the third dropping. We don't do the Geviim, the third dropping. That's tomorrow. Maybe not because of funny. Maybe the idea of branches. You think awesome because these the first honest. Branches shouldn't have branches. Not made of gold. It should have branches. It should look something like this. I don't know. Without branches. Ain't about though. Ain't about God. So tomorrow, that's a total menorah. How much do you think? Anybody that is anything able to come up with? It's a candlestick. It's a single. It's not a menorah. וזה מה שהמנויר מישהו זוב, or make sure. These are only moving that we need. And that's why it makes sense to exclude Mutaris and to include Zav, because now we're using all these to teach us. You need a key card, you need a prophet, and you need Mishra needs to be made out of one solid piece. Imagine. I was thinking to myself, making this made out of one solid piece, and you get like to the right furthest rank, and you mess up. It's like one step up lower than the rest. Now, you have to start all over again. Like, you can't miss it. It's one piece. Ain't about God, ain't about Mixer. If you do it out of silver, you don't have to make it extra. Mixer is staple in my offer. Now, there's more mixer going on here. So let's take this mixer. Mixer heat. What is the concept, right? The Ma'ute Chatzai friend, do it perfect to the Beit HaMikdash, the Moshe Rabbeinu made, the 12 Friday stroll together. There's no the Ma'ute Chatzai, so what? The Friday Chatzai is going to be in that's the opposite of the Ma'ute. The Chatzai do have to come from one piece, the Eshes, one piece. And then I can't that through the children. I thought that you thought it's sharing, but you're making that a broken piece, it's kosher. It's not the opposite of a menorah where you cannot make it out of pieces. And also another thing that's the opposite is any other metal in kosher needs to be made out of silver. Whereas the menorah can make it out of other metals. Who might spend the time in about doing why you show that you make it out of copper or even gold. Make it out of gold, why not? That's what it's about. I mean, locked in as the broken pieces also mixture about that. Look at the word mixture. It has to be as is one piece. Why do you think you're allowed to make it out of broken pieces? So the tell you what. You need one of them to mixture heat. The final lesson, what this mixture heat is mixture heat. That's what it comes to. It comes to exclude the perfection. That all even know that it needs to be mixture heat. Solid things like I told you. And the name of change the bag or said, you won't be fluffy. And therefore, we have to exclude for how much payments? Our payments come from Moshe Roy, who stood in the grave. Taylor, our kosher board, Moshe Rabbeinu, this generation, the training is ours for all generations. I told you, training glory is true as the right. I told you that different than all things. You make it to this God, and that's it. There's God in the next generation that's going to get yet. I told you my time. What happened? How would you feel? You never go much last year with the song. And this is you, and only for you to be a generation, not for a generation. You'll come with very well, doing it. I thought, look, people look like already. The book that tells you much about being familiar. Not so already know what familiar is. You're sitting there with the fire. Unfortunately, they don't make it. And I really don't talk about it, but I'm going to the generation with the way. You know, the generation. So the cost is not really only for this generation. Hello? Even when I'm on the phone, it could be stuff. And if what comes with your video, I say the phone, let's get already. Let's go back from generations. We don't really look at it. You want to talk to him, make it out of your own money. Open up your wallet, buy this sugar with your money. Or another man dollars that you know all my shit have yellow. It's funny like you look at it like I don't really want it. No, but I need to tell you from everybody. But the call, it's not going to say the story but it's telling you how you should purchase this guitar and what how you get into it. And I don't even buy it a lot. So the word of God that purchase you cannot use it to say that oh you can't use this something the next generation. Come from money or it's from everybody's money. Nothing to do with your money. It's not for that generation. I love you on my cross. Look crazy. It says the fuck white. And what do they know that if it says something in fucking white? Rock it.
Yo, what up, Tony? Tony. Big dog, can you hear me? What's up, big man? Excellent. Are we on for Sunday?
Yep.
Excellent. Same time, 7 p.m. there, 10 a.m. here.
Yes, yes, like
Excellent. All right, what's good, son?
nothing, nothing much. It's same shit, different day.
Absolutely. Did you have a chance to? You create your Spotify account, right?
Yes, I have everything.
Did you upload your podcast to Spotify?
Yes, I have like 3 or 4 of them.
Okay.
3 or 4 of them.
So your goal is
I
to.
have your.
Oh, phenomenal. So your goal is to do the rest when you can. And then did you link it to Apple Podcasts and Amazon?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, because there's some problem with my Apple, with my Amazon too. But soon as I will be.
Okay. Let me know if you need help with that. You can also do it to iHeart. You shouldn't have an issue there. And all the other ones. So then it'll start to propagate. Excellent. I'm going to spend some of today re-uploading it to my channels and promoting it.
Can you do like? Sorry,
I already reposted what you posted to me, and I'm going to upload it when I can to YouTube and Rumble and all those places.
Can you do maybe like on TikTok or something like that? Can you like do like only 15 minutes and say something like if you want to know like how episode, come watch and my YouTube.
I will do my best to make something like that.
Because what happened with Tyson was like he do like you, but that Tyson episode was like it's not good, it's not no views because he get every views on himself through my episode.
I understand.
The lowest level claim is earthenware.
So yeah, so
the card says you can make a manure out of everything, and then the card goes into specific, but make it out of gold. The card is something smooth.
Very well.
That's the whole solution.
Yeah.
so
I'm well. I'm well. Yeah, I'm well, thankfully. Did you have a chance to connect everything that you have to Rumble Studio?
And we're learning that
yes, everything is done. We can stream.
So anything that's not a metal.
All right. Well, like as I said, I'm streaming all the time, so I don't know what you had in mind for group streaming, but that's kind of like a podcast, isn't it?
We're not learning.
Yes, but like we can do segments like we can do some fun stuff. We can like tell me there's some games.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. What games do you have in mind?
Like we can say I'm gonna describe something and you need to like right. Yeah. And maybe we can play
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm open to the idea. Have you had a chance to multi-stream yet?
No, not yet. I will do it.
Yeah. Why don't you do it first to get used to the format and options that they have there? And once you're comfortable with that, then did you create a new YouTube account?
Yes.
Good job. And did you verify your YouTube? Like, you have to go, if you haven't had a chance to, go to your YouTube account, go into the Go Live, and you have to verify your phone number. And then once you verify your phone, then it's a 24-hour clock, and then you can stream on everything. How much?
24 hours.
24, fuck me. Okay.
So if you do that now, by this time tomorrow, you'll be able to stream live on your YouTube account.
Yeah, I will do it. I will do it. So, no, like, I have first, like, asking, I first, like, people see my videos, and they think you are roadside, because you have that name.
That's my last
So
name.
they think you are in part among big family.
I mean, that's my last name. We share DNA, but that's about it.
You share DNA. Oh, jeez. You say DNA.
Yeah, I mean, we're Ashkenazi Jews, so it's distant, but we're essentially
Okay, so
we have a common ancestor.
Instead of putting the word plow, we're going to put the word riba. Riba. Zov card instead of prat, it's called a meal. Mitchell yes, I'm an Ira, called it a riba. What is that called? Riba, meal, riba. And what? Riba called, you included everything. Oh, my rabbi. And what are you including?
Like my family comes from Germany, Eastern Europe, so does theirs. They're part of the family, and we have a common ancestor. But like, if you go back far enough, we all have common ancestors. You and I have a common ancestor, so it's not that big.
yes. Can you like see my videos? Is that link okay? Is that link okay?
From Discord?
Now I made a shulchan, he made a shulchan over there. Smaller one.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cannot buy, and a lot of them has 7 branches. They won't make it. They only make
6, 10,
9, not 7. But so Shiva lo Yamsa. I feel the Shaman in the double. You cannot make a menorah that has 7 branches, even from other branches.
So you are like.
Because it says you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Why? Because in the Beit English wood was kosher. So you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Oh,
You cut out, I can't hear you.
The wood is.
Can you hear me?
So there are those who say, by the way, that you're not allowed to make any palings, any size. The menorah, you're not allowed to make any size, because there's no size to the menorah. Let's say that they're Allah, must be. So you make a small menorah also. They argue. Some about the argue, keep them in the back. Hashiru or some shepesser. There's the Hashmonaim, no, they use metal, and then they covered it with tin. Hashiru or some shepesser. Later on, they made it out of silver. Later on, because they made Hashiru or some shazah, Bar Shmuel, Mishmei the Sabbath. But go to Menorah Shmuel also for 18 talking. Go measure yourself. Tell me later. Haraglayim by Parach Shlisha talking. Rabbi said, look how beautiful he did in one night. Same night, doing shear.
There you go. So the premise of the show.
The base
If they go to LA, there's callbacks or whatever. There's certain amount of people that make it. They go to New York.
On top of that, we have
Same thing. In New York and LA, everybody's great. They're like, wow, this is tough.
On top of
How
that,
do we pick
top of that,
from this
we have,
field of like
what is that
hilarious
called?
performers? I like this guy, but she's
Then
really good. And,
Solid.
I'm kind of a this guy person right now, but I can change my opinion. Then they go to Chicago and they're like, everyone's this is trash. Like Chicago, for the first half of the episode, it's like, I don't even know. This Chicago is so bad at comedy that at one point.
Now, there's a little bit
Yo,
of
what up,
that I
Tony?
don't know, but I don't know if he's up yet. He was up very late. The 18 fucking do not include the glasses or whatever you like to stuff on top. See, he went a little bit too high on that. It should be lower. Okay, but that's the point. Beautiful job. Look what he did. All in one color balance. Okay. So let's see inside. Line by Parach Shlisha Tvachim. The bottom part, if I go back, we can leave it like this. Okay. You See, you can follow with me. The bottom part is 3 tefachim. The tefachim calls them to the tefach shabayim to be able to come to a parak. Then there's one tefach that has all three to be able to come to a parak. With the tefachim calls them solid to the tefach kaptor. Then you have one tefach. Each button was a tefach. Which they come using metal epidela. The two branches come out of both sides. And the children are looking at the double sheminar. And they go to the height of the middle. The tefach calls one solid piece. The tefach kaptor and another button. Or ball, which they come using metal, and trying to get double sheminar. That's not. With the color, solid piece, with the kaptor, which they come using metal, trying to get double sheminar. Time color, and then 2 tefachim solid. The side some switch tefachim should eventually be in the kaptor. That's where you have the 3 bechers being Levine diamonds. What are they similar to? Coises of Alexandrian, which are narrow on the bottom, wide on the top, something similar to this. Kaptar Levine diamond, what are the buttons? Even the whole thing I create something round, some say it's a little off round, but Problem Levine diamond, what are the flowers?
I'm back.
Yeah, what up, Tony?
Sorry.
Flowers.
You're good, big man.
Good into it, so we have 3 metric times 22 Bethers. We're going to tomorrow, I guess. Kaptar. Kind of some problem. Oh, we only started
So-
2 minutes ago?
You are basically king of Britain. And you will be for a long time, or do you think somebody can beat you?
Well, I have about 100 years of data archived on the internet, so that would take a long time. I mean, it's on multiple streams, but like I'm live on like 20 plus YouTube streams right now, and I've been doing this almost 5 years. So somebody could do it. I mean, definitely somebody could do it. It would just take them 5 years of their life to do nothing but live stream. And like I know somebody who's trying to do it. They're only doing it from one angle though, and they've been doing it like 320 days. I've been doing it 1,666 days. So, like, the closest I've ever seen anybody to archiving their life, not live streaming, because people live stream a long time. But if it's not archived, did it really ever happen? My question. So the fact that it's archived, the closest I've ever found anybody is 320 days, and they haven't found anybody who's done it as long as I have either.
Here on the top, we have a top third para and a gavia. All on top, so that's 6.
So I do what I love. I very much enjoy it. It's fun, and I get to meet cool people like you. I get to build robots. I would probably.
So, if you like it,
as it come out here, these 3 right over here. You have 3 over here. You have 1 down here. You have 1 over here. That's a total of 5 plus 6.
I'm not that cool.
Yeah,
It's hard to be.
And look, Brockman, we didn't get 9 flowers. Brockman crazy though.
But you could be. You're younger than I am. So if you started live streaming your life 24/7 now,
I'm not that.
In other words, we're missing
yeah, it's hard.
Right over here, that one right there. Where did you get that from?
The biggest issue is the technical aspects of it. You get.
Did you like it that the trial from for on Twitter?
Yeah, it was really cool.
So we're holding 7 lines from the bottom of the base. Above the base Omar Rabbi he culture with the luggage of an office, and luggage was learning an office, but he asked the question. Koyman should sit there and see the other Samarafa. You're supposed to put the pizza of the milk, you put your hands into the dough, into the flour, you take out 3 fingers worth, and you put it on the step. You're supposed to put it on the fire. What if you put it directly on the step? And then you put a whole bunch of water on top of it and you burn it. Is that okay? You see what I'm talking about? The perfect opposite. Is that how people barbecue? They put the wood on top of the burger? Take it. I don't know. That's what I'm going to share. 160, another question. A barbecue secret was seen what about meat? On the one hand, it says you should put the carbon, the yibor on top of the wood. Maybe it means you should do it as is. Because it says olive on top of the wood. Then what's in the sweet shop is another question. That's all I know. I'll understand. We need to put all that. Directly on the step, which is like nothing on the wood. That's all you know. That's all you know. I love the best. Anybody else know what he's doing? That's the good of the animal directly on the step and put the wood top down. And then, that's what it is. What is it not? They learn to put them with the animal. What if you put sort of a smoky thing? You put the wood in, not on the side of it, but right next to the pan. Well, this is on the other how mountain is. This is not quite this. But it's the hard part of the job. I'm serious. It's like you see such a heat coming out. You don't even explain. So this is the deep one, right? So this is one piece. This is over here. It's a bunny out. It's a soup. The other thing is supposed to be on top of the left of my phone. One piece is out. I mean, literally on. The other piece is out. Next to like over here. Next to the bread. Not on top of the bread. What's wrong with my dog taking olives, noodles, alcohol? So how do you translate this to the butter, the noodle, and put it in next to it? You put it on top of the fire, you put it on. That's the right over the olive. That way, literally, you take olives, noodles, you put the butter off. Well, I don't even remember how much olive salt. What about over here? Up and down the olive salt. Sorry. So there's no thing now of things that are massive. It's not so you can't do it. Later on, the next pair is things that are not massive. Sorry, this amount was sort of squeezed from the depth of the hole with the start of flour. We just massive with food. If you don't fill up to the top, we have too much whatever. You actually get the wine is in the best. You cannot have the food. If you're missing whatever the shear is, you don't have the right amount, no good. Hashem, the oil, you can not use your right. Also now, Hashem, fine flour, you bring in Hashem, the oil, not the other. One, not the other. One without that is no good. Hashem, the oil, not the other. The flour, the frequency, they're not the one dollar. In other words, you go through it. Why is it nighttime you think of one hour? All my trouble is too big for the evening. This says it should be a fistful instead of twice. Twice, you know, anytime they touch it. And we're in touch right now. Some of us are talking about this is better than twice. That's what you're very serious about. Nowhere else. It's not exact, no good. You start looking at it through what? The amount of you start you're missing a little trick from America. No good. Like I know, I'm a so tough. That's the exact thing. To touch the culture, how young you moving out of your days, things that we saw before, and the first thing was Papa Musa. I show you the reason why this Musa is a little bit of oil, you think of the suffering. Well, depends which one. Maybe the point that if you think of the suffering, it's a stuff over there. We're going to go my problem with Shamra. What the goes with Suya? Right. Yes, I show you that so much is that the oil, flour, one music to the other, one is taking some total Shamra. That's the wheat, the flour comes from wheat, Shamra. The Gibson Shamra. The Gibson is the barley. When do we have a barley milk or a barley fry? Anybody remember? Huh? Oh, very good. So are you ready? Let me start. Gibson Shamra. I know it's all right now. I don't know. I can't even know because it's too different when you have to do it like that. So, I put the back in. I told them myself, there's 12 minutes out of it. Easy enough. Go right there. They see me guys Kippur, the two goats that we have in the Kippur here. One would throw off the cliff, and one would shut. Malcolm says that one got the other, there's just takes too long. They just everybody says that the two sheep that were green, Shlomin, on Shavuos, they see a very good holding Kufa. It's only focus. There's two bread, there's two Kufa bread, each one is bread. Thank you for that, Malcolm says. How is that the bread of Shavuos? There's Darmag and there's the two. Here's the two stacks of bread. We're not going to buy each one, even though there's 12 bread. If you have 6, it's not good. You can't eat that. You need all 12. So if you think about it, there's the sort of these the two spoons of the vina, one with that, the other. As far as the think about it, there's you have all the bread, you have the vina. They mean she was another. If you notice, the list goes in order. 2, 2, 3, 4. Remember, I think you should remember like that. Do all the twos. The two types of bread that another brings. What do you have to do with the picture here? Oh, here, right there. Kurkuma. The two types of bread. You only bring one type, no good. Let's ship a car up. I don't think we have to do one for this, but we'll just show you anyway. Let's do the Mitzvah, and then we'll just take off one. As Mitzvah, you need you have to have a parent of English to last and the bird. So if we just get rid of the bird for a second, then we'll have the there at the end of the last. Okay, so what is plus the bird? Minus the bird. What is sugar from far? If you only have the 8 areas to A's up, you don't have to the last, no good. The Arvashva Toida, the famous, we have these now, I don't know, we have a picture of all the different breads. Here's one example of it. It's 40 bread, we're all mine. The Arvashva, if you only have 3 meaning out of 4, no good. But I wrote you on Sunday on Maximum says this. So the fourth they talk about short already, they tell you anything from the last and the bird. You're missing even the bird, you're missing whatever one of these no good against sprinkle them because that's the Sahara. Sprinkle them. Sheva Hazoi Sheba Para, Magnus Zoo. So the Para Duma is right up here, facing and you have to sprinkle 7 Hazoi. Starting on the 6 7 times, should I finish off with shouting up? So we have over here, very good. Then a Badim, look over the pole on the right, standing between the poles of the ark. And give a Badim, finish the left. The left, on the other side of your forever, that they call, and that is the shoe from the right, and then we sprinkle the keeper towards the forever's first day to touch the left. And then you have the correct. Should I do something about it? On your different sprinkles instead between we'll see later. Today, yeah, today. The holiest place in the Hamiddah is the country of there's a holy place for the place for that, so we can't abide it. Right over there, we're standing right there, that's the holy place. Over there, the door goes in, the place for everybody. Okay. Shower, the right place, the 7 Azaris, 8, 7, 8. Atas, Ahadaka, Putin, if you don't see any of those, man, Shavuot Hazar, Bible uses. And also, the Hazar they do, and again, we have extensive moving and bumping over in the left. That Hazar, very serious, like you put it back in there. How do we know? One after another, the boys that shake Syria like you put it, the two go to the keeper, one was at the other no good, it says Kuka. Kuka is as the shaking that says what he says there. Abayo, Sheikh Havas, Abayo, Shizdorim, Kuka, Sebezizim, Kuka. Let's go down. Hazar Abizim, Kuka. Same meaning, Shneir Shbanoz, and it's sick, and Yasi, should do that. So, Mush Shimokoro, Kuka, or Duma as Kuka. I got to the Toida, he's a Shinozi, because Toida, at the head of Shinozi, the Sid, I'm going to Toida Shinozi. Now, follow the Rabbi Shami, we also had this before. The Rabbi Shami, I got to the Toida, the Sid, the Sid, Toida, the Toida, this is how it should be clear. Also, the Toida, it should be, as the Toida got to the Lord, with a capital, the people comment, bring up the word, the people comment, or else one of our others. The song will show you this, that you need all our meaning, is when you're not there. If they're there, amen. So the Mela, that's why you should not fasting that they're there. And you don't put it into your vegetable. You go like this, so you should you put the arava in there, and you make a bracha out with this arava. The person starting, you don't make a bracha. You shake it as is and you go back. Mason. About minutes to the Lulu is Schneider and Moisipera, who Schneider and Moisipera. 2 out of the 4, the Esri, the fruits, the Lulu has dates. Moisipera is scooping Shanoisis. The Esri, you can't shake an Esri in a Lulu without the Arroz and the Dasi. Because Moisipera is scooping Moisipera, and the Arroz and the Dasi can't shake it out the Lulu and Esri. They know the Yossi, they from us over them, as you pull them, but I pull the Achas. The pain, Yisrael Ba'artzah. When Klal Yisrael is fasting and davening, listen to this. You pull them, Ba'artzah, you need to bring the Shandor off and everybody. Everybody has to come together to daven, Shemar, Haboyne B'Shamayim Ha'loisov, Ba'Gudosoi. When you have that Buddha, you have everybody alert to Yisrael, then you have the Yisrael, then you have Yisrael. You need all of them together, you do not need all of them together. And you want to know you decide your rules and other things for us, and other stuff. You know, in other cultures and other cultures, review the home, but it's not together, it's possible. Like I have a home that doesn't have to be together. My time to because always people I do the same thing. But the first time you face out, first say that you gotta sprinkle the blood on the door and for how? With the what we showed you before. So we learned from the first time and not of Jewish and that is all of the Jewish people. Everybody knows people, I do the same thing. Malahala about Guda, come back Guda, but they got people, they don't hold this their church. But as well the time you're a little mitzvah, what do you mean it's a mitzvah to put them together in one? The Lord has done a culture, if he didn't stick up, come on, keep your views all, like, looking at my question. What's your views all? You're not yoked at all if there's no idea. You're not together, you're not tied together. You're a part of my mitzvah. For your you don't have to, so why is it a mitzvah? Say, tomorrow, no, I don't have no, don't tell you. For my mitzvah, you should be paid about value, don't give more. Shabbat, don't you have a part of Zoom? The 7 sprinkles of the Parakuma are not in one level. Kuka. Shabbat, don't you have a part of the gap of Zoom, of breath, and not giving you. You know, people have, that doesn't mean to say Kuka. Nothing new. The Parakuma, the Shaf, the Parakuma, the Shaf, the Shaf, the Zara, all these type of rules that you have to bring. And everybody you're not very well, so you have a desire to stand. But also, a part of the also a part, Matam Goimar, the double Russian Mitzvah Ba'azai. She'im, Pizza happens when a Makana is also from if one of the singles is missing, he didn't do anything of Kazan and Bays, Marabah. Shema Azoi Shabafar of Shatzon Bays, Shalom Shimon, Ben Shalom Shubah. These two things. First of all, you have to have a Shema. Second of all, it has to be opposite of the Heichal. So, like in this picture right over here, you see, we're trying to show the angel, which is the last, and it's facing the Heichal. And you have to have the Shema, you have to have Kavan. If not, it's two words. It says Refush Pasha. The second one is see Pasha. Bishop Bishnim, the Azai that go inside the Heichal, and the Torah, so also you have to sprinkle the oil, Shalai Shema Sulai. If you don't have the right Kavanah, Sparkle, Shalai Kavanah, Shara, it's not in the direction of the Heichal, it's still cautious. As the Gemara, how you got the Farah, instead of saying, no, if not before then it's not the Shema Sparkle, he said by Farah, Shalai Shema Sulai, Shalai Kavanah, Shara, that it's not in the right direction, cautious. So this is a contradiction that we're going to be carrying with us this whole Amud. Actually, as Hamid comes out, we come and we answer this kasha. On the one hand, it says that if you're not in the direction of the Heichal, it's also, on the other hand, it says it's fine. All around, this is the kasha. Part of the Buddha, Parafam. Two different kind of design. Who's with the Parah? What's in the Parah? Both sides. Many times we have some guests there. What's in the Parah? Somebody who's coming, goes into the Mikvah, and he's red. When it comes out of the milk, it turns purple. Because it's full yard. He has a little kumala. At night, he goes to full yard in the beach. But if he's like a dog or in the leather, he has to bring his carbon the next day, there at night. And do the carbon, now literally attached to the carbon. So once they get literal, then once you do the carbon, he becomes carbon. That's the physical part. It's the lowest level of kumay. Very little kumay. Even less kumay than a full yard. You look at the little like that. If you went to that bar, just show you how to do it. By accident, do amazing, you just deliberately on fire. Then it's a lot of millions. You know, there's more to it than that. So certainly it's high fire. Who shy about it? Real, maybe more than that. High fire. With the higher delivery, you saw some, the Heichal, fully by them. If you see where those dotted things are, that's the 11 Amos that the Yisrael can stand in. If he comes out of that and he goes into the Heichal, or based on Paraitas is referring to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, or El Tanea Kaparis is the worst. It's between the Badim, all the way by the Arim, where we saw it before, the Misa. You get Misa with Ishamayim. If you go in there, all Heichal Kuloi, who will based on Paraitas Parabayim, says that even in the Kodesh HaKadoshim you get Malchus. You don't get Misa in Kodesh HaKadoshim. Where do you get Misa? Only when you buy the order, by the between body and between the pole. That's it. The Maya community. By Torah. They argue in this one part. That's the apostle. By the original merchant, the very hard of people like the place of a Kodesh in the face of the writers. Val Yavai is the Val Yavai. Don't go in. So we have here three words, three concepts. Ela Kodesh means what? The base of Barodas means the Kodesh Kodesh. So that the Kodesh means in about it. Yeah? Again. Ela Kodesh is the Heichal. The base of Barodas is the Kodesh Kodesh. But that the Kodesh is in the Kodesh Kodesh, but even more between the base of in about it. He says, we're not going to go with Rabbanan Sari, Ela Kodesh, the Heichal, below Yom. That's where you get out. But the base of Barodas, those two, the Kodesh Kodesh, and by the Arim is Vilayom. There's an obvious question if you look at it. It's something redundant. Just say one. Say if I go into the Kodesh Kodesh, you get missing. Of course, it's going to have the fire. We're not going to discuss. You just saw by El Kodesh Kodesh Vilayom. No. Even Kodesh Kodesh, we only get Malchus. They call Malchus, and even Kodesh Kodesh Malchus. The fire is Vilayom. The question where Where does the lab go? Does it go on both of them or not? So here we go. My time they're up on. Let me just see. You have this here. Real quickly, because it's really going to start to pile in. Valiovoy electritis is referring to the Valiovo is referring to both the Kurdish possession and when he leans on into the art. Really says what? No, Valiovo is referring even to the Kurdish possession. You don't get Misa if you don't get Kurdish possession. You only get Misa if you go to the holy, the holy, the holy. All the way to the art and be done about it. My time you're going to for it. He's talking about the Kizamar, you get it is right that you don't get Misa when you go to the production. You get a ton of eloquence. You get Malchus, you go. Give me that. They have the fire, and it's going to go. Right? It would always say that if you go to the Ara and you get Misa, I would understand that if you don't go to the Ara, you don't get Misa. You don't have the fire. You don't need all three. The kids are, according to everybody, there's one thing is extra. You don't need three. Just tell me two and I'll be able to learn the other thing out of it. So if it just says two, it said
Kevin Hart's like, I gotta call up this guy from LA and give him another chance in it, something I like. So it's like two things. One is making fun of Chicago, and then another person that I like gets a shot. This show is written for me. You know, what you gonna tell him? This show is written for me. One thing that happened was kind of funny is the guy that I like, right? I see that he doesn't make it. I've only watched a few of the episodes. What do you think I do? Do you think I wait to message him and watch the rest to make sure what I'm sending him is correct, or do I just message him immediately? I messaged him immediately, and then I messaged him something about the person. I said, the person that made it over you, that's crazy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen on TV. Their agent was a blackmailing people, and he wrote me back, LOL, wait, would you watch him without all the drama? Because I guess online on Threads, comedians, of course, are bitching and moaning, like, for whatever reason, I don't even know. It's hard to tell. Honestly, they're mad at Funny AF for some reason. And I said, honestly, I just watched it because a friend of mine told me about it, and she told me that a bunch of people followed me. And he wrote LOL, something really well. But then I kept watching, and he actually had a set. I don't think he bombed, but they made it seem like he didn't do well. So it kind of came off like I was saying that I liked that he bombed. Oh, so now I gotta write a message like, hey, I just finished it. Great. So, you know, but I sent a message to him. It's good. You know, it happens. But I mean, it's the first comedy competition where I watched it and I feel like it's entertaining. Like I used to watch those what was the first one, like Last Comic Standing, and actually it was okay, but as time went on, I was like, this one sucks. But this one's pretty good. Yeah, check it out. Oh, that's what I was like, what? Earlier I was like, say that on the show, and then I'll read my take. But then I was like, we can go into that too, but I'll name all the people when I go on the Patreon if you're interested. Because I'm going to keep talking about it. I'm going to force him to watch it so I can actually talk about these people. This is long. I think there's 4 episodes right now. It's still going on. Like, there's one guy that I know that didn't make it. But I remember thinking, oh, man, because that's another thing when you know the people, you know all these like funny stories about them too. This guy, he one time at an open mic, comic leaned over to me and said the meanest thing I've ever heard about somebody else. Just whispered it out loud weird about him. Because I'm watching it, that's what I'm thinking about. Laughing hysterically. I remember, I don't know if it was on RSVP, but I remember there was a Comedy Store guy that posted to some sort of social media. It was the first thing that popped up on my feed. I was checking my DMs because all my exes. Yeah. I remember like 4 years ago, I was like, all my exes. You don't remember anything but that long? Yeah, because I said like 4 weeks ago, I said I was going to go with my exes. Yes, it's on Patreon. So none of them feel special. It wasn't on Patreon. Oh, okay. Well, you are hitting them on the page of the Sandbaggers, right? Like, I literally call them my exes on my podcast. Yeah, Sandbaggers. But on the podcast here, I'll say that I hit them all up, so none of them feel special. And then now they're starting to break up again. So when I was checking out my DMs, One of the Comedy Store guys was walking down the street and was like, yeah, I bombed on Funny AF. I forgot what his name is. So oh, man. I don't know that joke. No. Okay. He is the guy that was like, I can crush it. But I don't know if it was a joke. What's his name? Okay, maybe it is. Yeah, because I don't know. It was. Okay, so now that you said, now that you let me, it was bad. I mean, it might just be staged for TV or else. I don't personally know, but I don't know either. He came out. I mean, me and him are best friends, but now like, I don't personally know him. He came out and he was, I think it was Chicago, right? And he goes, man, it's crazy right now. It's crazy right now, huh? And Chris like, yeah, it's crazy. Yes, come on. Why is it the store was never filmed? So I bombed on Netflix for fun to get it hard. I bombed before, but it's never filmed in 6K or on a platform my mother could watch it from the comfort of her own living room. I treated that opportunity like Chris Farley treated that dinner all the time. We found this one under a VTM. It's a very tough look. Also, how about how long they stayed on that pause? I was almost ready for them to add like a record scratch, like a 90s movie. I'd be like, you probably wondered how I got here. And then it rewinds all the way back to the day that my parents got divorced. Well, look, if you're going to fly so long or whatever, don't feel bad for me. I'll be all right. So the NFL draft got some fun stuff. I got a full summer resolving on this. I worked extremely hard to be able to get that opportunity. And all I can do moving forward is work extremely hard to get that opportunity. I've never worked this hard. And stay with the proper respect. The only thing I would ask is go follow and support all those comics in the stands that demand your respect. Producer told us you and my show was to showcase and elevate the visibility of the way they get the stage in the most positive and real way. Right? And there was some peace on that stage. And I wanted to follow friends. There's some hurdles. And don't worry about me. I'm a lifelong Cincinnati sports fan. This isn't one of the top 5 worst things that's happened to me. And also, not to make excuses, but that was back in October, the day after the Jets beat the Bengals. So I was going through a lot. All right? But if you think I said,
morning, Rob, boy.
I got a bunch of stuff out there. I got 2 young comedy specials. I got a bunch of chocolate Sunday sets. I got my own special on my page. I got turn live on New Year's Eve. But better yet, pull up on me. I'm on tour right now. I got dates all the way through September. And then we're going once NFL schedule comes out. So do that shit. And all my support, I appreciate you guys. All the real ones, I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. And Mercy's a hell of a thing. So the last thing I would ask of you is don't judge me from the past. Judge me from the past, man. The name is what you just see the portion of the journey.
So he said,
he should have staged a thing where like he falls.
Bryce, one Bryce,
hey, you
yeah,
really good at sucks.
That's what
Yeah, you got to do something funny.
Any time you let your record, you know,
And do something funny. That's just too sincere. You know, this is like comedy becomes like a corporation. It's like organization. You put out some
smacking little figure. So,
like my bad, we apologize to the
we find that with Yossi,
we apologize to Hassan.
doesn't give any penalty at all when it comes to Primo. So too, really, the Chinese does learn the thing between things.
Let's talk about
Go out there and get a happy sandwich or get some McDonald's stuff. That's about it, really. Great. Don't just judge us based off what Elmo said about the Jews. We got Elmo's got a lot of good stuff. Elmo's helping that wounded veterans. He's got 3. He's got 3 touchdowns. Better matter of fact, pull up. And
I see, okay, maybe the little only spread this thing, I Sumo will something lighter. The punching community, obviously, but you know, the punching with his amigos, it's a lot more severe. Maybe with everything face, it's more intense, but my Julio, so we're going to throw it out. It has to be, you don't have anybody else. Nobody else is in the lineup. So the only person available is Julio. Let me know. Here, yeah, what's we have a competition. Two guys, one says Miraculous, one says not Miraculous. What do you do? Those are universal. Two steps in the whole process.
It's bad because he was bombing.
And then when you
to continue bombing like this,
your hand in the glove, you put the rack, you put it in the glove, and you did it on purpose.
Yeah, no, I
then the six will feed around.
We're watching the bounce
That's
back.
step one. Because step one was deliberate, the six will work.
But anyway,
The
so
more
he
important
is
step
on
of
stage and he goes like,
sprinkling the
it's
blood,
crazy right
that
now,
you
right?
cannot use
And
blood
they
that's coming.
it's like,
Then the six won't be
it's
around.
almost got me to the point where
You know,
I don't
when it became
I
common,
miss
when
George
you
W.
sprinkle.
Bush.
See over here, right step says that the six is not an accident, that's only like the second step.
He doesn't know what to say next. He's like, it's like,
but step one, I just put a one and a two to make it more in my mind. One and two. In the beginning, when you see the blood, and you walk over the blood and you touch the blood, that if you did it on purpose, we're gonna forgive it. Because later on you do it because you just do the blood to play.
and saying like, I'm just the funniest dude in every room. And that was like the right before
inside. Nothing almost too much though. When it became common to blood, then so you
there's
do
another person that didn't
because
do well, I can tell.
sprinkle it, so you do something to make the liver.
They just
That you cannot do deliberately when you
I
do it.
guarantee
You
you
have full on my exact
the
opposite.
producer didn't put in a segment where they talk themselves up. No, you're wrong.
But okay,
The camera doesn't hate him. The camera was filming and he was going,
three cups on maybe so you maybe the roof. This second step. You can cut down, sprinkle the blood, deliberate,
and this is it's a really entertaining show.
don't start off on the wrong foot.
It's got
If you
that
really put
Ryan
the lead and
Davis,
put
the
it into
shop
the
guy,
bowl of blood, you
was
make
like,
it
Sean,
come
he
deliberately,
sucks there.
it's just not going to
He
help you out.
constantly posts on threads. He posts all the time. He's that guy.
You know, because of baby sugar and this, we're so well, you give these regards stuff too, blowing the blood, you can do it deliberately and
competition shows in the worst.
superpowers.
It shows
Over
people
on
that
that.
are really funny on
The
it.
mark
And
right,
like
but
it's
the initial step of making the comment to say you're looking at my roots off,
it gives a good name for
ah,
comedy
the
where there's
kilo
so
of
much stuff out
honey,
here
you
now.
can sugar
It's
agent.
just
Right to number
wholly
two.
negative, right?
Look.
You know,
Right to number two, on the left,
Callan,
we're talking about
Leah,
where it says Makurish, Shanitma.
very bad, and then
It seems like
all the people on
we
the
typed up right
flip
to
side
number
of
one.
that stink.
Not talking about Drico, we're talking about that it
We've
became
watched them
common.
on that fucking
There's
track.
a Gemara and I found that today's
Today's
doc has a
the
few of these.
opposite of that for
Like,
Anyway,
yeah.
also sucks.
Somebody call
But
my
this show
really
actually
nice.
shows people
Let's
that
count
are
them.
funny, so
You
you will
mother
laugh
sure
when
get
you
it.
watch it, which
Who's
is nice to see.
Rocco? You have to speak in a word. I mean, Drico, the baby
There's
sugar baby
bad
name.
stuff. There's
No,
obviously
we're talking about
people
Drico,
that
not talking about
are
Nico.
doing
Okay.
jokes that get a
Stop,
good reaction.
so it's my
Cameron's
dance
like, wow, that's so
Rocco.
funny.
Another question. In Bryce number one, it says that the blood was becoming, and then it says it's Rocco. You said Bryce number one is talking about Puma, and all the time it says it's Rocco. Like you explain Bryce number two, Rico. Really, Bryce number one is talking about Puma. We said you're regular Rocco. Public Walmart, another one. Dance and was Rocco, baby baby. Rico, the show you original Rocco. In other words, it's Rico.
Tony Montana.
Even if it's amazing, it's okay.
She's watching that because she's so behind. She thinks they're still number one.
How's it work?
In her worldview,
Take
everything is
out of the income.
2016.
You put the pizza on the mistake, and then you get pizza shoe right. What happens is there's no shoe right. No shoe right.
That's a good. That would be a
And you put the pizza on, it depends on each other. When you put pizza on a big bag, when you go shoe right, what happens with shoe right? One of three things. Missing cereal, missing cereal, other cereal. Either the Shirai became common, so they're right here in front of us, so you can't do anything unlawful with it, or they were completely destroyed, or they were lost. So we have a place. Коммуникация влияет целом, коммуникация сложная. Коммуникация целого хватит, влияет на elsewhere. Can you perform as Rika Saddam when there's no meat? Same exact thing. Can you master the payments? Can you put the pizza on in his bath if there's no dough, no flour? Can you sprinkle blood on in his bath when the meat is there? Here. The puzzle says, well, she's already step off the rest of the hot. It seems like they're connected. You need buster. In order to have it down, you need buster. There's your down. And you can sprinkle the blood, get this meat, that way. But what happened to the meat disappeared somehow? I don't know how. It got destroyed. goes from Nicker to McCoy. What is that called? Any box or any gun? If there's no box or there's no gun. Fine. According to one man. To me, that's what really is. It's just like the regular Eliezer says, by the meat and the blood, that the meat disappears with the blood. He says over here, if the lion disappears, we can still put the meat on in the blood. And you can draw. And what's this right? Draw. We won't have meat. Draw. So you cannot draw the blood if there's no meat. Need meat. Any box or any gun. He rolls. So there also. It's your lion, it's meat. Same idea. Come around. The rule should listen to culture out. We have three things in this thing. You can't tell me it got birds or it got lost. The birds is coming. The only time all three, but he brought the first one in the mix now. It's just an example. So that in the end, I'm sorry, what? That makes no sense. Why? Microsoft, what do you know? Maybe because you were looking. If you have a little piece left over, that's enough. You don't need to post the line. Nothing over. So now it's a different. Or maybe, or it got lost or it got burned. If 90% got burned and 10% left, or 10% left, it's a problem.
What a big dog.
If 10% is not enough, you need more my time. So then why does it become primary? Is it okay? So what are you going to say?
I have one question for you.
Yeah,
go ahead, big man.
Can I ask in that interview what we have Sunday some very juicy question?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, I'm gonna ask, like, what do you think about Epstein? And this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get into that kind of stuff. That's not my forte. My forte is futurology. I mean, the thing that I'm going to tell you is that I think it's a nightmare scenario. That's about all you're going to get.
90% got burned. 10% remain. It's fine. You can do that thorough of the thing. Right? The color mitzvah. Right? So why did you say mitzvah? They shot not going to even grab
So no.
What are you trying to prove there?
No. Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm going to say is that it's a nightmare situation.
Yeah.
I don't know anything more than your average individual about that situation. I'm not an expert in it. I haven't been studying it like I've been live streaming my life. So if you want somebody to talk about that, and you're absolutely more than welcome to, you probably would find somebody better as a guest because I'm just not going to have information for you.
Let's
Balsar is edible for human consumption, and the Caleb is for the best consumption. But they're different. One is for humans, one is for the
some stuff you cannot talk about in the on internet.
Like, what do you mean?
I don't know, like if I ask something and you say answer is like dangerous for you or something like that.
Oh, good question. Oh, it's not really dangerous for me, but there are some topics that you can't talk about on the internet, like on YouTube at least. Things about medical misinformation you can't talk about, and you can't talk about like harming yourself or others. So, like those kind of things, you're not allowed to discuss.
I am asking because I have a hero and I have father, and we can talk about that there because it's like more updated.
Okay.
So if you're
Yeah, I'm open to talking about generally like quite a few different things, but I mean it depends. Really, I'd like to talk about AI, futurism, and mega projects. That's my forte. Okay. Okay. Yeah. The other things you have to understand. I'm streaming on my end, so just one moment, my friend. I'm well. Just one moment, my friend. So, as for the podcast on Sunday, generally, if you want on Sunday, you can witness it certainly. But Tony, that's up to Tony. No one wants you right now. Look, my friend, You're interrupting the conversation. So please, just be patient. I'll be happy to talk with you. Chica. So Tony, I don't want to talk about medical misinformation or, like, my man, I'm telling you right now, I'm just warning you. Like, okay, fine. But yeah, Tony. So as for you, Tony, like trying to like get something juicy out of me, I don't really discuss those topics. I do my best to stay out of politics. Again, like my forte is AI and mega projects. That's what I like to discuss.
How do you know that the skirt stick, that diaphragm, that divides the body of the animal?
All right. Yeah.
Yes, so I understand. Yes, I'm not Indian, and you are not the first person who ever told me that. I'm Czech. I'm from Czech Republic.
Doug, to Black Boss Baby, I've warned you like a bunch of times. This isn't the first time. He's been banned. He always has to come back. He's been banned. He always has to come back. He's got to be respectful. All right, so go ahead, Tony.
Is like India, like is no, it's not like India.
No, it's not like India. So as for Sunday's call, you can put whatever you want on Hero or Patreon or whatever. But again, if you're trying to find somebody who's like really like gonna be a fascinating guest on medicine or Epstein, I'm probably not the best guest.
No, I am just asking, like, because I'm just asking.
You're fine. You're fine too. No. You're fine too. I completely understand, and you're absolutely welcome to ask those questions to somebody, and it's right for you to be like, hey, can I ask about this and this and this? And I appreciate that you asked me about that. So don't feel bad at all.
And like, you read that episode, what I sent it to. Okay. In that episode, what I sent it to, you can do clips, you can do anything you want. You are free open.
Okay.
You can do anything you want. And just stop me or say something.
Of course.
Southwest corner. There's Levine over there. The Frankinson.
I think that episode can end very badly.
Okay.
Because I think you are new on the side. Like you are not new, but like in.
Yeah, not a lot of people know about me.
So, and you are an alien with the contacts, and yeah.
And we're pretty much done here. Now he's going to do a
that person one person asked me, like, are you in that like roadside family? And he thinks you are in big like the Matrix. In reality, you are sitting on the top.
Here's the
So, yeah,
question.
I mean, people are
people are curious.
people are curious and they're welcome to believe anything that they want.
Everybody agrees.
So I'm certainly not a spokesperson of every individual in my family. I just live my life, and anyone who wants to make any kind of connections, they're welcome to. But again, aside from sharing a last name and DNA, that's about it.
Step 2. Here, like,
Brother, if I say to this person you share DNA with roadside family, I cannot say this. I cannot say this.
Yeah, I mean, like normally people don't talk about other people's DNA and what they share and what they don't. That's a little. It's quite personal. The person should listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what's important, not who I am. What I'm saying is what's important. That Data Zert's number one resource. I've been live streaming that it's essentially a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. It's the most amount of data archived on the internet ever. It's used for training data for AI. All of that is really important. What common ancestors I have with other people in my family, that's not really that important. That doesn't affect people in the here and now. What does affect people in the here and now is the data that we create.
Bro, like, if I ever meet you in person, I have so many questions. Truly.
Well, Tony, it's just a matter of time. Just be patient.
Because you are.
You've got to see it like this. I've been like. I don't know if that's the word I would use, but I'm interesting. I understand that I'm interesting. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I feel every person has something interesting about them. You can talk to somebody who's a street sweeper and all the things that they see on the road, or you can talk to someone who's a politician and all the backroom deals that occur. I just live my life, and I recognize that I may have a very important role in the future of humanity, because people will be able to go back to my streams in the future and learn about what life was like day to day, and also know what life was like from a timeline perspective of human events that occurred. I mean, recently, I think it was Saturday, there was a presidential assassination attempt. We've seen assassinations on the street, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I've been streaming literally before ChatGPT was launched, and Grok was launched, and OpenAI was known to the public, and Claude, and Perplexity, and Copilot, and Gemini. My streams have been going longer than all of that. So I've been able to see how those things have affected society. And it's an incredible development. And the future of humanity is going to be interested in this. It would be like having a historian from, let's say, I don't know, 10,000 years ago, who was witnessing maybe like the pyramids being created. And we could go back to their writings and they would be giving the day-to-day breakdown of what happened. This block was moved here. This block was moved here. They put the capstone on. They have plans to have a dedication ceremony. All of those things. That would be fascinating to us. We unfortunately don't have that, or it's not publicly known. But my streams are open to everyone, and that's what makes them special. You can literally watch. I mean, we have people in here, 1, 2, 3. We have like a handful of people in here who are literally just living their life alongside me. And that doesn't include all of the dozens of people who are watching me on the different platforms. Some people just want to sleep to me because they find it soothing. Other people like to hear what my discussions that I have. Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. How many people is watching you right now?
If you combine them all, it's certainly dozens, especially on all the different Discord and all the YouTube streams simultaneously, and Rumble and Twitch and TikTok and Twitter.
So we are talking in like 5,000.
Oh, no, there aren't 5,000 people watching this. No, just dozens, like anywhere between 0 and 100, something like that.
Nice, because I was looking at your Twitch and we have like 50,000 followers.
That's correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't usually use that account because I don't want to lose it. It has so many followers on it that I don't want to endanger it. It's basically like preserved. So then I have a bunch of other accounts from which I live stream and I get random followers and people watching me. And yeah, it's a lot of people.
They say step 2, you don't need a clean. You don't need a clean. You can use a plastic vessel. You put it in a paper cup, in a plastic cup. But Rav Nachman says, what does Rav Nachman say again? You need a clean. Here it is.
So how many viewers do you think that episode can have?
I can't philosophize that. That's not for me to determine. It depends on where it's posted. I mean, if you include like all the different platforms, probably hundreds, and over the course of like a year, thousands. It takes time. It's not like some of my other podcasts have thousands of views, but it's taken time for them to get thousands of views. It doesn't happen all at once. I'm not somebody who, when I post, it's a huge rush to see what I've done because I'm posting all the time. So it just depends. And
soon you'll be the most famous person
that's true. In the world and in world history.
Yeah, so and I will be right there. I will be right in that historic.
Absolutely, you'll be the most famous person, perhaps from Czech Republic in history.
Yes, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't look, Tony. I wouldn't tell you anything if I didn't think it was true. I would not sit here and be like, I wouldn't tell you a lie. Do I think you're going to be the most famous person in global history? No, I will be. But do I think you'll be the most famous person, perhaps, from Czech Republic? Absolutely.
And where did he put it in? In his left. Now, this is against odds because if you put it into Krisharis, then putting it in the left hand would be a big no-no.
And it's just a matter of time. Like Jimmy Donaldson, a.k.a. Mr. Beast, he has his early videos from like 10 years ago, where nobody watched him, and all he would do is like count to 100,000. He would just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and he would make like a 12-hour video of him just counting to 100,000. And that grew, and then and then eventually now he's worth like $5 billion. But that was 10 years ago. So you have to see yourself in 10 years, when you're 31 years old, how your life is going to change. And I think the fact that you had the courage to interview me, you did an excellent job, and you are a patient individual. You just have to give it time. Now, can I guarantee any of this? No. But even if, God forbid, lightning strikes me down right now, I still have more data on the internet than any person's ever archived, and future generations will be going through the internet like historians, like archaeologists, trying to find just interesting stuff, and then they will find my stream, just like an archaeologist who is digging through the soil in Egypt, and they'll say, "What is this?" and they'll tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend. But I don't think it's going to take that. See, I don't just sit. People may think like, oh, you're just sitting there. No, that's not true. I have 3 robots going right now, right here, that are promoting myself. I've got another 2 robots there promoting myself. So that's 5 robots. And then another 2 robots here. So I've got 7 robots that are at any given time making clips of myself and tagging people in it. And I have 1 robot that's making a blog, another robot that's tagging pictures, another robot that is on Kick right now and goes to random Kick streams, tags the people there, creates a clip, and puts my Discord link in the clip name. So randomly people, I mean, here, I'll show it to you. Just a moment. It is, just a moment. All right.
We did a whole stick over here.
Just a moment.
When it comes to cleaning, you need to use right and left.
I can see you too.
Yeah, I'm on a bunch of streams. All right, so this guy right here, this is just some random streamer, and my bot is programmed to randomly clip his stream. And the way this bot works, I'm going to stop it, is it will go here, clip it, it creates a clip, and then it will put a description of what I do, who I am, what I do, in the clip name. And then what it does is it publishes it. And then once it publishes it, it's everywhere. So if I go, let me just see if this is, I could be wrong. And it just goes to a random stream that I have here. There's like a website that just allows you to go to random streams. And then when I'm done, or if the bot runs into an issue, like the account gets banned or something, then it just creates a new one. It creates a new account. So, right. So here's the programming. And all I have to do is press play. And you watch, like my hand's here, it's going to close this Chrome. And I have it moving slowly because if it moves too quickly, it misses the timing. So it will go a little slow. But you'll see here, it can, it's very smart. It like recognizes where the like images are. See, it's hard to see, but like the mouse is down there, and it will close this. So watch, it's going to close it in just a second. So I just closed it, and it will open it. It takes about 5 minutes to create an account, so I'm not just going to hold it here. But it'll create an account, and then it randomly goes to someone's stream. It clips a clip of them. It puts Rabbi Rothschild YouTube and then a link to my Discord, and then it moves on to the next person. And it just does that all day, all night, and it's been doing it for years. It's so powerful that the people at Kick have made it so that you can't type in Rabbi Rothschild into Kick without they've made it so that if you type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick, it automatically gets deleted. Like you can say anything in Kick, but you can't. Well, it's just a matter of time.
When does the furnace give a bunch of small patches? Patches of wood. When you have a majority of fire.
Go ahead. So here's one of my other one of my other thoughts. This one, I have taken like pictures of really beautiful women, like Miss Universe, and they all have like an overlay on them that say like what I do and like to check me out on YouTube. So here I'll show you what this one does. Alright, so here we have a picture of some actress. It's gonna come over here. You see the pink? It's gonna change the text. Boom. Boom. It's gonna hit save, and then it's gonna move on to the next one. After updating it, there we go. Now it moves on to the next person. Clicks on them. It's gonna change all the metadata. The alt text changes the title of the picture. That is all like Rabbi Rothschild stuff. So that's what that one's doing. And then this one's wild too, and it's my newest one. It's creating like super advanced, like supercomputing articles about myself. So what it's gonna do, it's gonna do a new chat, and then it could be it uses ChatGPT to publish articles about myself, and what it's gonna do is it's gonna refresh, create a new chat.
Then you have to be completely done. Look at a liquid, just grab it. Okay, that's right before.
Yeah. If you're like, why does it go faster? Slow and steady wins the race. So it's going to populate something in ChatGPT, and then it goes over here and it's going to create like this article was on photonic quantum computers, like whatever that means. And then here are my articles, and what it's going to do is create a new post on the next topic. And the topics are fascinating. They're all on like supercomputing, but I can do it on any subject. And it's going to go to like gate-based quantum computers, quantum annulators, analog neural computers, synthetic biological neural computers, trapped ion quantum computers, photonic tensor processors, and then it's going to type that into the title of the post right there, and then it's going to publish it. It's going to confirm. Then what it's going to do is it is going to start creating blogs and like articles, and it creates 50 of them just on trapped ion quantum computers. And then what it will do is take that information, publish it. And the key thing is it does this without me having to do anything. So I could be asleep and it's creating content, and then random people go on the internet and they Google something on supercomputers, and then they find my blogs and my writings, and then they find out about my discussion. I see that you're having issues with it this one. Okay, that's fine.
Made out of one sort of flour that was divided in two. Well, and one of them got lost. So instead of the one on the right got lost.
Yeah, I wanted to say something funny in there. I thought about telling her to watch her go pop.
Right after you
But then I go, I don't know. I wish I could have said that too. I almost never playing it. But I can also make sure you watch her go. First, there's no chance she's not doing it.
What happened? automatically,
hopefully it's not as bad as
goes
those
to
three.
the other.
Remember
Why?
the three
Because
twins
they're
or
still
sisters?
connected.
That would be
Because
really
it's from
cool.
the same
Right?
impact.
That's going to be something.
So they were
Closer to that
entire
than
thing
George
connected.
Carlton.
But what
For
happens
sure.
if we
It's
do
not going to be George Carlton.
another
But
place?
I'm assuming it's going to be better than the Caligari sisters.
Why? Because that guy, that third guy, is separate from the other two. It's not the same. It's not from the same info. So we know that. But what happens over here? Now we have three pieces. You have the original, the old guy. He's the original piece. You have the guy that got lost, the guy on the left. He's over. He got lost, but he's connected to the first one. And then you have the Mufresh, he's the new guy. The guy over on the right, the new guy. So let's see. If a dead mouse, this mouse is very dead, touches the lost one, who's connected to the lost one? Out of the three, who's connected to the lost? The rich one, the first one. So only the first one becomes Tame because the bow is only a Tama when it's connected to it. The Mufresh is not Tame. Oh. Now, if the Mufresh becomes Tame, who is the Mufresh connected to? Rishon, only the Rishon. He's not connected to the lost guy. Once again, what happens if the Rishon gets Tame? Both of them are connected to him. The problem is, you can't eat any of them. Why? Because you can only be connected to one. You can't be connected to two. So let's see inside. He starts to look at all of them. You didn't job it after. You didn't tell Rishon, and you found the first one. But Rishon's coming up with a reason all three of them are inside the same hole. Looking more up with if the lost guy got hungry. Other than Rishon Cyber. So he has a connection to the first one. And therefore the first one is coming. Mufresh ain't the star, but the other guy that you brought in afterwards, he's not part of it. Mitzvah Mufresh, but what if the new guy became coming? Mufresh Rishon is started. The one that never was lost, the one with the white beard, the original, he's a partner with the Mufresh. Although the one that got lost, and he's not a partner of it. This is Rishon. But what if the Rishon got coming? Nathan starts. They're both coming. Forget what I said before. They're both coming. Abaye says this applies to all three cases. In other words, if the lost piece got Tomei, then look what happens. The Mufresh and the Rishon become Tomei. Why? My time of Kudu B'nei, Pixel, the Hazadi, they're all part of the same house. They all belong to the same family. It's not like the case that we had yesterday, you bring a third piece from outside that belongs to another mincha. Over here, they all belong to the same mincha. The reason why you made a mufresh, the reason why you brought in another half was to complete the rishon. So he's part of the mincha also. The other is certainly part of the mincha. He's the original. They're all part of the same house. And the middle, they're all common. So the Gemara the same idea would apply if you have three parts. One of them you started out with two parts, and one got lost. It's the same mincha, half got lost. It's hard for my time. Come back to the other. Take a look what happened here. You did a pizza now from that part. Took a little bit of flour out of it. Shiyaras, so the leftover of the oven. Again, who's the lost guy's partner? The first guy. So in Mela, he's able to do the pizza for him. Mufresh, but the other and the new guy have no connection. So therefore, you cannot eat from the Mufresh. If these two are partners, great. Now, if he takes pizza from the Mufresh guy, that's the way like 2 seconds now you see it. Okay. He has flour, Yoro, now the Mufresh, and the Rishon are partners, and therefore you can eat from what is in the and the lost one is not included. Here's what I say. Promise when I Rishon, they eat from the first one. Shneim because now they have a connection, and now we don't know where the pizza belongs to. since he's the first guy, the guy with the white beard, is connected to both the Mufresh and the other. So it is a good kmitza, but the problem is we don't know where the kmitza goes to. We don't know if we go to the Mufresh or we go to the Nevan. So therefore, you can't eat it. Abai Omar Afilu comes to Nevan, man. Name in the Chalim, Abai says it doesn't matter. You get kmitza from any of the three, you can't eat any of them. That doesn't, because we're all connected to each other. I view it almost like sorry, like a husband married to two wives. Like they're all connected to that husband. That Rishon guy. Mazla, Papa, Shirai, It seems like that that when you take a pizza from one, at least that one that you took the pizza from, you put it on the mizbeach and you could eat it. You could eat the rest of the shirai. That's what it would seem like. There's a sixth of the kmitza that cannot be put on the mizbeach. In other words, a third. Let's view it as a third. If you think about it as a third, this brought this for, I don't know if it's going to help. Somebody gave this to me which I was home, and I was scared for it. Let's say you have 3 pieces.
Because there's at least going to be some production. Like some that'd be crazy. Nothing goes down. It's just a whole troll fest. Maybe that's the idea.
And I'm going to do pizza. I do pizza.
I think that there's an angle here for us, though. I don't think she'll ever talk to us, but if she did talk to us, we could. It would be interesting to have somebody who's never done stand-up that does something like this.
One of these guys is no good.
Because
one of these guys, let's say this guy is the new guy that you put in. So this third, when I did the pizza, a third of my pizza was for him.
Doing stand-up is no different for him because he's terrible at it. And
it's really a third.
He says they did all these mics and shows, but he really didn't.
And do another 6 each one.
So it is it would be interesting to see is she going to be better than
third of my pizza, which belongs
also,
to him, not
she
to
doesn't
him.
care about her at all. I imagine it's like
We can call it a third, that's understandable.
I think Brendan Chop would be mad if she
a third
wasn't
belongs to this guy. This guy right over here
I feel like Brendan Chop is
no
good. He's the best worst comedian of all time.
when you put
That's
this
so funny.
part
He
on
can't
his
even
head,
that's
it's
taken
not a good pizza.
right
Now
now he's the best
you have a
worst
third
comedian ever
missing,
lived, but Bobby
this is
Alton
pizza
takes
now.
that somehow.
This third over
He's got
here
nothing against her.
is terrible.
She starts
It really belongs to our no good guy.
She starts giving quick fix. I
After
am like
tomorrow,
slightly curious of Bobby
in the
Alton,
phone,
like
he could
what
down to the
that will
president,
eventually
like,
turn out to be.
not to
But
him,
yeah, no,
but
obviously, it would have been better.
but now the same question.
I'm curious to
Because
see
of
what
the
it is.
fire.
I'm
How
curious
in
to
the
know why
world you put this on the back when one third belongs to who is something that doesn't that's not supposed to be on his back?
I don't understand. People wanted to do it in front of people.
Like you like this word. Well, you just keep it moving. This is more closer to the
Because
third.
they don't know if they're good or not. So I understand that part. I understand wanting to do stand-up and thinking you're the best. I understand that.
When the
I
play
don't
like
understand
this,
why
and
you
you
don't
really
try it
so
out. Even if you think you're going to be the best, that's some shit.
when he took the picture from whatever it is, his mind is it should be only on the good stuff. Whatever he doesn't have in his hand any bad milk.
Also, I could just be,
But
that's
that's
how
how
people do
he's
stand-up. It's just that
He's only
don't really
thinking
know
about
about it.
the two parts that are good. He's pretty sorry.
Hail
He's
Mary,
not pregnant
you
with
know,
people.
he had a show that didn't pan out, tried a podcast
He
and
came
failed.
coming.
He tried to do stand-up.
Yeah?
He's
It's pizza.
really like talking about people who do
But this
stand-up.
mouse touched the pizza.
That's maybe what she's
And he
doing.
put it onto his back. We have a very
So
special
the
puppy
agent was like,
fire that tells us that he even though it's coming,
more like this was live shows.
we ignore it.
Just talking
Why?
to your fans.
Because
Fans
something called the
with the
truth.
Q&A.
But the kind of the weird on his forehead.
Stand-up art, what are the questions?
It's just like a nice jacket like this thing over here.
Come on stage, you come on stage. Yeah, come on, yes, dude. There's just all horny dudes in the
And
audience.
this has
It'd be
special
dumb
power.
if she fucked the
It's
stool.
not like
It would be cool if she fucked the stool. Did you
that's
say?
power.
Yeah, I was thinking
Supernatural
the same thing,
power
right?
that
She
can overcome
fucks the
even
stool,
fault.
and then she,
I don't know.
you know, be great.
Because the
Here's
fire
a great
says that
idea.
it's sick,
She steals
it's
bits,
forgive and other.
like, from people.
But listen to what that
Like
is.
she does, she steals Renee Bacchus.
It could be that Vera could be one of these
Yeah,
things.
well, no, she just tells people to
Yeah,
come up
Vera.
and have sex
One
with
of
us.
them is
Like,
someone.
oh, yeah, like show me how you fuck. Is there a leg? Or, oh, that's what it's called. It's different leg. The other leg, it's like when you're helping. What is Okay. Yeah, but I told her. Yeah, she's like, yeah, she'll be like, yeah. And then what's another thing she did? Like a super famous bitch is for squirrels. That would be, that would be crazy if she just came out and then made it with a Joe Rogan. And then she goes, and then I was trying to show her how big was like a cart, a shopping cart. Because we have huge dicks now. But then the medicine man came out and they were like, oh, and drank out. She's just doing us. She needs to do that'd be interesting. She won't do something weird like that. Like, well, like this, dude. Like this. Oh, yeah. I know we do T-Moose, but this is pretty great, dude. This is Street 7. Yeah, this is bigger than just a TK. Yeah, this is bigger than both of us, dude.
Could you tell me that better let's take it Galileo 12 or Galileo 24?
We have all these
It even says that we're running the Galileo. It says the answer so yeah. This is it's so, we're talking about this, it's so mean. I'd rather have a Galileo 12. That's right. He's obviously just saying 24 because 24 is bigger than 12. So bad that he knows. Man, when I first saw this, I texted like, oh, man, I'll say send it to us on IG, and I saw it first, and then you saw it separately and sent it to me. It's the funniest, it's probably up there with the funniest thing that has ever been posted on this brand new. It's so good. Because I knew when that happened, I did not remember the scene, but in my brain, I thought, while I was watching it, I wonder if, like, there's a scene from some movie, maybe Fast and the Furious. I literally had this thought, maybe Fast and the Furious, where this happened. How do I know that? Because I've watched too much of the shit, and I've gone insane. So, and then it shows Paul Walker, and I go, no fucking way is this about to be from it, even though I had just thought that's probably what it is. I was like, it's impossible, regardless of ours.
Now it is about this is not just a very
Galileo 12 or Galileo 24. Here's my listing, but what year's your Mustang? Could you some more info?
you say hello.
He's an objection. He's just cosplaying whatever people have told him. He's like, I want to get my truck really fast. Here's the truck. It's the first one they ask. I told my wife about this clip, and she said, why wouldn't he just, like, say, I don't know. And I go, you don't get it. You don't get it. Fucking rip your neck off. Yes. Snap your fucking neck off of my head.
Why the Galileo? Why the Galileo? If you can.
Why the Galileo?
Never make him a pickle. I'll put his mind to come up and never. Sometimes you make him a pickle. So if it's a lighter kind of there, the system is going to be in the copper.
Like, I know this other engine. I was driving the smoke truck, but not a Mustang. I drove a truck with a Galileo.
Yeah, more of it.
It's kind of funny. It's like, if we look deeper into it, this is like, there is no Galileo in Mustangs or something.
Well, like this. Walking out there with them,
the Galileo's not a real motor. It's like a fucking pizza place.
Why is it does not?
Oh shit, that's why. Yeah. Oh, that's even worse. That's what I'm saying. What were you thinking this whole time? I saw the clip. I assume it's just not real. It's not a real thing. Does he say pizza? Yeah. Well, the guy is from a pizza joint. He's a Galileo.
Sometimes I'm curious like we have fun in the backyard. Or we kept on in the backyard. You see that sometimes the bombers would have them. I don't know this comes.
I didn't even see the end. Maybe I did. Well, it's the same thing. It's in my mind, I saw like the top, the first part of it. I just assumed it was like a name. Then he got the
I like the beginning of the 5-0 swap. It comes to 419, good enough for 5-0s. It's like the best engine Ford's ever made. There's so many parts for it. He gets so much power out of it. Do the 5-0 model.
kicker with some double hold with his right hand, heavy hold. You want to go with the right hand, even though he should really be
Gallows
holding
pizza.
the other
Yes, a Gallio. He doesn't even say it right. No, it's
He's
Gallio.
not. But what is the first? You know you're right. But the call this one is and heavy. The one is dominant head. We see.
Can you tell me right quick what would be better motor for my Skyline? A Gallo 12 or a Gallo 12? That's bad, dude. It's fucking bad, dude. Oh, sell the storage unit, dude. This is bad. Oh my god. It's working. I kind of like stop thinking about it because it's very embarrassing for him to like say that out loud. Like I was saying that, or that I'd have to kill somebody if they did that to me. Yeah, 100%. Because you just know coming back. How do you explain? He knows we got the name. You're gonna tell me that the fucking place that Striker Custer that he's interning at, whatever pawn shop is like he's under their feet. They didn't see this. They're gonna see this. They're gonna be like, go back to the Restream. Like, Bob the Restream, dude. And I mean, I'm just waiting to read what he says. He has to respond. Right? I don't think so.
We have one more on the list.
I think he might not respond.
If an animal has a blemish,
It's possible he doesn't say anything about it.
you know how to put it first? It's not similar to the photo. The thing taking the flower wasn't a wild thing liquor. No, it's
I love that the person that did this, thinking about it, like, can you imagine what it felt like then actually happened? When you're right here, it's like, no, you're treating you like, oh my god, you feel like you're going to roller coaster. I have no shitty that he's treating you. It's such a good prank. This makes me miss pranks. I never did anything that would end up being this bad.
There is no
Any
going to be a
offensive.
copper when the person
It's
straight
just so
out.
funny.
Don't bring it if you bring it. And lay the rest of it and fucking over.
Dude, anyway, I didn't know. I didn't even have more to say about it, dude. This is
Sarah bought
nuts.
down. This is what we
How
brought
good
up.
did it do on James?
That's now.
Really good.
Sure.
It's top of the week.
And he did drink
This is
with it.
this is the
The
one
sugar
where
is
it's
good
good
stuff.
for us. I guess honestly, probably most beers they
With the rice stuff,
both
it
taste
works.
like this guy's
Why?
done.
Because you have
It's been
come
out
over
with
here.
James for a long
And
way.
it's since you not to come on.
Yeah, why did Chin leave it in?
Do it deliberately. The
Chin's
major
not
way
like
was
saying
the
he's a
why?
fucking drug.
Where's that
It's
photo
true.
right now?
He's driving a cybertruck. He's not like
The penalty.
it
You know, it's a
is.
Good to remember
I hope
this.
it does
You
go
can
viral, but I feel like the days of shop
Try
going
to
viral might
get
be
something
over.
up that has come up.
But you've always
The
said
head on the way in the
it's a new way.
That's an individual.
This is another way. This is like a different way of flipping the
penalty
truth.
to the community. So even if they do
Who
deliberately,
knows?
it
Have
works.
you heard other people talk
It
about
works.
this? Is that really
It
how
works
they
by you up
handle
and
things? No,
over.
I haven't spoken to anybody about this.
Yeah, the
Girls
law.
see me
They
off
just
the
show you
corner,
that
and
it
I'm
makes
like,
it. They
I'm
wait
not
for
gonna
it.
just
Doesn't
like,
matter
you don't want to know.
how he did it. Roy Hurtzel.
It's just, at the
The
end of
guy
the day,
doesn't get a kapara telescope. The kapara. You're meaning, but here's the top. He just said that an individual doesn't get a kapara if he uses blood that's tonnage, he doesn't uphold it. But it says before
there's
this,
going to be
I'm not
other
thinking
things
like,
like what else
how
can
is
be
that
done?
volleyball so I don't
How
say
else
like,
can be
turn it
trained?
over there means
Jobs
the
gonna
fact
grow.
is the
How
part,
do
so you
you
put them in
the
there
people that check the
they
messages
move,
to
he
read
did
it
nothing. And
every
look at this.
like
They
night?
just show you,
Make sure you
they
don't get
didn't
exposed.
even if it's on
I
purpose.
can't be exposed
They
like
don't
this again.
even the roster, they the
It was
roster,
made to
they
be a
the
joke.
roster.
You know what's
Even
funny
the
is that
roster.
there's, I mean, the more
Here
you think about
it
it, the worse
is.
it gets. It's just like he's
All right.
pandering to an
Always
audience,
bothers
right?
me.
And when
Yeah,
you're doing it, when you're
shot,
fucking gold,
but that's
you're
really
fucking
reflecting
the
it.
buckets here.
It says striking your major, only this in
It's a lot of sand you gotta sift through.
mistake, major means mistake, it's really.
He's found a
All
lot
this
of
means
jerk
you
guys
report,
like gearheads.
Russian means you did it on
Like
purpose. So
fisting the
in
fucking
fact,
algorithm
major and
with
Russian
this
are
fucking shit.
identical.
Posting
No
about,
reason
oh
to
no,
say
you're
the
hitting
word
the
Russian.
gearheads on wild.
The Russian says you are.
Influx of
Because
gearheads.
the opposite of striking, you
And he's
major,
getting little nuggets of like
the
followers
opposite
here
of
and there.
ugliness
The
is
real
Russian.
fucking dude.
But the
They know
major
every
Russian are
line
the
of
same.
Fast and Furious.
Striking and nuggets
Yeah.
are very good.
And then
I
they see
didn't know they know how to do it.
the
All
fuck.
of this only put a
This guy
gun to your
doesn't
head.
know what the fuck
You're
he's
forced
talking
to do
about.
it. The
There's
striking
no
and
way
nuggets are
you
very
are a
good.
gearhead and you
Striking and major are very good.
this guy's after this. That's a good
One
point.
out of the
Because he
four
is trying to court
is
that
really
viewership.
extra, doesn't
Who knows how
belong,
many of those guys
but
there are?
he's domestic.
Gearheads got
So
wild
you
fans
may
are
always
lost.
know.
This would be like
throwing it
No,
out.
no, no, Guy
So,
Fieri, not
this is today's Sugya.
what
Maybe even a little bit of
yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah,
Maybe not. That's not going to be
He's
today.
like next to a
What do we have here? We have two
There's
branches.
ketchup, there's
Some
red
different
bottle,
branches.
there's yellow, there's a yellow bottle.
Branch number one says, branch number one says it's not Narasa. When they see the visual button, on purpose. The fist is not working to do it on purpose for an individual. But no, it says the just happens, the fist does work for an individual that does it on purpose. Answer number one.
Send this word out, Jim. You're calling
The Bible says no, but the Bible says yes, you're going to
privileges.
what we're going to do right now
Yeah, it's
is
bad.
going to take us
Getting the chess
let's
or
just do it for
Oh, yeah.
starter. And I'll tell you
Playing
what
some
we're going to do.
chess. Watching YouTube videos about chess.
Simple stuff, though.
This kind of stuff.
All
I
I'm
haven't
out of
watched
the
any
ice
YouTube
for like
videos,
now,
but in
look
the
at
past
it.
I
One of
have
the OC, bracket number two.
sometimes
You guys
looked
know
up
what I'm talking
what the
about.
top
This
ranked
time
chess
it
players
says,
rank.
coming in, coming out of cards.
Yeah,
You know, like this too. The person has literally 100 apples.
that guy,
That's
yeah.
his two of them chess headers. These
Almost the
blue
Untold
white guys.
series. I've
He
been
takes
learning
the
chess
two
for last
apples
year,
of the
though. Every
dead
day
man
I
card.
do
What are you
the
going to do
chess.
with it? No good.
So
Why?
I'm
Because
learning
it's
because
pretty
now
plain.
I'm actually
I
playing
really can't eat it.
and like
The
winning.
only way you sell for
And
really
I
cheap, so
feel
you
like
make it.
I can see the board differently.
You didn't call them.
But the
But he went ahead and he
Untold
did it
series
anyway.
is
The show
six
gave too
board
much
series, you know,
of
with
the made it too much
so like
of
they do
This
like
is
the
very
best
similar to
for all
our studio.
the
You shouldn't do it. But if you did
pacers
it on
back
purpose,
then. Oh
and you did it on
yeah.
purpose, it doesn't
They
work.
do lower
Again, why doesn't it work here by Truma?
So
Because
the most
it's
recent
not
one was
the
chess
It
meets.
does work for that right.
Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann.
So if you did it by mistake, you continue to Truma, and you did it on purpose, not a Truma. It's right, and you take the next one to Truma, that literally mimics our studio right over here. That was, that if you have this, you did it on purpose, correct? You do get a part even if you did it on purpose. You do, the Truma does work, even though you shouldn't have given it, and you shouldn't have done it like that to work. That's the reality of everything.
Magnus Carlsen.
After
Magnus Carlsen
tomorrow,
left the tournament and like
hey, but this time it's really good. So we're going to figure out
that made it seem as if Hans Niemann was
one
cheating.
thing to say you don't get a penalty, but to say that the stick is so powerful that you could eat it, that's already far fetched. To say that the stick is so powerful that you can actually eat it, it's one thing to say that you cannot. To say that you go ahead and eat, but I know it's more than that. That's the right down the field. Reliance is the one that says the stick is powerful you could even actually eat it. And replacing what we're talking about, oh, man, saying that stick is after like, it literally doesn't work.
How do anal beats out? Like so if it buzzes once, it's like A, and then buzzes
Look at this thing right on there. It's like all the beautiful time. The one on the left.
So like computers
We're after like people go to the other. This over here is the one that says there's no penalty, there's no problem, this is great.
If he has access to a computer,
What do you do? It's very simple. What you do, you flip it around.
Magnus' moves.
Remember the one that says the stick is around.
Whatever Magnus does.
Okay, yeah.
So Magnus Carlsen's like there's no way he knows.
That's fine, man. That's not going to be that's not going to Let's go.
He seemed to have known every single
Now the Gemara is going to do 25 lines.
long story short,
25
chess.com
lines.
is like some sort of
To
fucking
prove that you can't flip.
investigation.
The ability cannot say this is Rafa Latino. Technically, the Mediator is this is Rafa Latino.
Over the board
So,
game.
just to get to the back, you have to just remember, what are we trying to achieve here? We're trying to achieve one thing. To prove that the Mediator,
But they didn't test the
the lines are like this. This is Rafa Latino, this is the Mediator. And now, you're trying to
So
do
what
it.
he's
It's a
saying
rule,
is
it's
that
very
there's
nice try,
no
but it doesn't
aliens,
work.
but like this became the theory, and then he sued for
Not
defamation
sure.
because everyone was saying that.
You look at it, so how do you flip it
Yeah,
around? But I
I know
know
that there's no aliens, but
you
I still
You
want
have
to know.
meat that became coming
Are
and
they
you
saying
ate
that
it.
anal
Before
means
the
like
Zika. What before
there was like a
Zika
computer in
allows
them
you
or
to
something, or
taste
it's like connected?
it. Before
When
Zika,
it
you weren't allowed to eat it then.
you would know when to move. Right. So the tournament's being streamed somehow.
I would say, you have a Malay.
And so
Maybe you should get carded for consumer. You find yourself a comic. You should get carded for eating it. You don't get carded for that. Why? Because you're not edible. So it would be little tricky yet. Come away, Mike. I'll call you up. I'll bust it. I never say, first I bust it. You never want to tell them. You can muscle out. When you saw when you get carded, I need to look at it. It's okay for
that's what they got. You know what? The guy that said that he only
you're
the guy that's
funny. You ate it, then you get carded.
means you gotta
You
follow.
can't even go to look carded, but
Are
it's
you
the
playing
meat.
that? That
That
makes
was never
if
able
you're the
to
guy who's like
be
he
eaten
could
by
be an
anyone.
alien, it's
Why?
like you're
Because it was really
that guy for sure
I don't really think so much.
is doing that to
Okay,
beat
so that's
people in chess.
so tomorrow.
Probably not
Maybe
doing
coming to
very
say
He
that
just has an
somebody
alien
else
in there.
is get carded. I never never. The guy I don't think maybe you should get carded. You shouldn't never go to the Oikeni, että luomista joitseiksi ei ole kolmotarvitse. Perhaps it's going to exclude me from the overnight, and we go under the English that a car person, in other words, a car person needs it to be popular. Why not a share of
What's the
that's
word?
true. You bought your hired cars.
No, what's it like when you're
Lawn and right thing, if you need it, hired cars.
we had started with that
Rather
one
than
guy.
ruins on his side.
I said,
Maybe if somebody's
oh,
coming,
yeah.
Eagle, and those guys, you can be hired cars.
That's good.
And Mars just
You look out.
pauses for a second, goes off track,
So
just
the
to fix
Hulu
the
documentary
sentence.
where
We started saying
the
lawn.
fire
What do you
festival,
mean?
the guy's like, and
We
I
just
was
spoke about
literally
lawn
lawn.
and we said lawn gets hired.
I never
Right,
really
I
found
mean,
that funny.
maybe
But
nicer,
that
but we
blew
just
up, and
discussed
now
lawn.
now
None of
some
nicer are the
race
same.
movie.
You're right, okay,
One
fine.
old man can say
And
the most
I'm
disgusting
gonna be
thing
doing for the
possible.
stars. People should be like nicer.
It was in
I'm part of going back into line now. I'm a little bit more fun than me.
it was like people
The
on
player
Restream
says if
being
you
like,
eat people and you're comment, you don't get credit.
yeah. So it wasn't
Well,
like
I didn't say that was the thing. Why did you decide? You have two things to come. You have right thing wrong, but instead you get credit. You have people you say you don't get credit. Who told you? Maybe people you should get credit and like you shouldn't. There's more of this logic. Why are you having play like this thing? You got nothing to leave because the player at the end of the day said one is highest price and one is not. I'm in. Well, let's see what makes more sense. Why did I say taking shot the price? Lawn and right thing, when the most of the time is good. $5 each of the way, somebody took it out of me, something good. You get me like $5 each out of the way, it went overnight. But $5 is good. Like that, you can listen to the price if you go out and bring that play. Not for one moment of its lifetime was it kosher. This schedule we had that to me what became funny even before his recall. That color after he was coming, moving around Kayoma, bomb question. How can you give him color? Just do what he never had a separation. You know, so I can just said something that never, the moment it was born, was already bad, you don't get credit. No, so it's piece of me that he ate when he caught it. Before his Rico, it was never okay to eat. So he never had a chance to price it. How can you get price for it? Oh, because that's just rapid. Because it's sick. Gives you an out over it. It makes it as if it's completely kosher. It sits you out there. On the bottom, making it in, lets it light. It comes out, but if it becomes coming, you get credit. And if it goes outside, before it's Rico, you don't get credit. My time says, oh, I'm keeping the else oh, finally, here we get to the right. This is what we need. As part of the miraculous picture of Pila. It's going to be a leather. Let's look at this side again. It's like when we had that line, but it's 6 left in Pila, and now, let's see. Finally, we might say that this is the one. We can't see a ball, and we have right up on it. Okay, so it's back. So this is what we got here. Instead of saying, so what was our problem? So we have a competition with the prices. Not a competition. The regular says it's 60 number after this movie. The bottom, the regular says it's not the before it's yes, sir. Not reality. Got rid of reality. It's the whole other parents. Not reality. It's 25 lines of food. It's not reality. It's reality. Now, both sides have a wonderful.
Tyson is kind of
Spreading front and off his
if someone had Tyson play you, like, well, they kind of like, they gotta get somebody like that no one likes. Satanic yeah, you could do that, but then it's like if people like Tyson. True. And you want somebody like you want this to be a successful show. That's true. What if it becomes so successful with Tyson that people start believing that again? Like, not that they ever believed it, but then like, oh, people believe it. I know, yeah, that's why I get sad. If they want to harass the families, but I'm saying Tyson, you hire him, you might. They're trying to make fun of how it backfires, and then it's like, man, we actually have a they're doing like everyone starts believing in conspiracy. I used to jam out with this guy. Shout out to the one of those pastors types. So stop jamming as much as we used to jam all the time at the place. Like his dad would be like,
what we saw yesterday is that he's not really even 2 days ago.
Slowly but surely, after weeks and weeks, I noticed that his dad would be
according to the
So he's gonna be on my video. I was like, dude. And like, I'm like, this is a nice guy. And keep in mind, this is when Barack Obama was president. And like, whenever I hear about Alex Jones, I think about Project Dad. Yeah, because this whole like full bore just Alex Jones. He's like, everything he's saying is 100% true. Yeah, that's hilarious. It's like total punch. Like, you know, but the kinds of shit he's like this. He's just on it. He's just on it. He has all the fun. He pulls out papers and he's like stacking like Alex Jones. He's like full Alex Jones. Did you ever watch it with him? I watched it because I would watch Alex Jones with me and just at my home. It was so fun. Yeah. Every once in a while, it's micro penis. Biggest micro penis. We would always say that to each other. And what's it called? But no, I would watch it, like, and he's really enjoying his life, dude. So it's like, he's like laughing. Those fuckers are fucking taking it. I love that. And he's into it, and then he's laughing because obviously it's funny. Yes, the trippy things. Hey, so I'm curious because I've never really talked with anybody that like fully watched it and also believed all of it. When you're talking to him, was there any kind of like the first time you realized that you knew you'd watch Alex Jones? Was there anything where he's like, you know, I kind of watched it full on, just like the second you asked him, he was all in. He was like, really? No, he was all in. And I wouldn't be disrespectful, especially I was at his house, you know? So I would just be like, it was so interesting to me because, you know, really just having like fun was hilarious. And then watching something like TikTok, like for real, I didn't have any indication of what this was going to be. Like, a lot of people are like doing this, you know, at the time. I was just trying to smoke weed with music, you know what I mean? But I always think about that now whenever I to a lot of songs. My mom came in from Scotland and I talked to her on the phone. And phone call was kind of short. We were on the phone for 30 minutes. She was, all right, I got to catch up with my podcasters. And I was like, well, what? She was in Canada. She said, my mom said Canada is on to it or something like that. We still haven't found out culture. I was like, are you serious? She's like, yeah, we're figuring it out. I'm like, stop saying we. She kept saying we. And I was like, Mom, you're not doing anything. What are you talking about, we? You went to Scotland. You didn't go to France. She was doing reconnaissance work for Canada. She's like, that fucking bitch Erica Kirk did it. He's on Drewski. Drewski's funny. She likes Drewski now because the Erica Kirk thing. That's hilarious. And I'm like, wow, I gotta report this back. That's so wild, though. That's awesome that your mom's like big fan of the characters. That's like what? Like too lazy is talking about. Too lazy to try something. Yeah, there's people out there like, what's it called? People get everything. Alex says, where are the kids? What's this? You know what's funny is I've been meditating with this recently. I'm not talking about that, but no, what's it called? My mom. I told you this before. Like she's doing it for entertainment purposes. So I think she's fucking with me too, and she knows that I'll be like, are you serious? But her friends, I won't say their names because I don't want them to be for sure, but they'll be like full bore, like real upset about something that can't accept, like, yeah, people can't like appreciate or whatever the fuck she's talking about, you know? And then my mom will be like, you know, it's like not real or like, she'll turn on them at the last second, and they're like, Rosa, what? What do you mean? Like, you watch kids do it, we all watch it. Yeah, my mom doesn't know. She listens to it. That's gonna, yeah, I feel like that's, I can relate to that. I'm kind of like, but now when she says weird, trying to figure it out. That I caught her because I was like, that's not a joke. You literally just said weird, trying to figure it out. I do say things like that to mess with my friends. Like, okay, like I'll play whatever I can to sort of mess with them. I'll say, well, yeah, me and him are trying to get you know who liked it, and then like just I'll say I'm on the right word and stuff like that, but I'm not actually. They know I'm not serious. And then they're like, I'm serious. So if Rosa's doing that, it's kind of similar. You know what's funny about being a gripper, personally, what's it's funny about the gripper thing is that, you know, he made like some fucking roundabouts through like the fucking podcasting sphere of Dave Smith, Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, Kenny Smith. He went through the fucking gamut, and he came out on the other side, and I don't care about anybody. Like, he's no part of my name. What was happening to me? It's like if you're agreeing with it, it's just not true.
It isn't about
No,
that.
I think
So what can happen is,
untrue.
if you're right, you overcome the grief of the
Some of
story.
them, and obviously, it's you know, but also that dolphin category funny to me. But I'm not like, I don't care about watching. I tried watching one Rumble show, and I was like, yeah, this is not. I thought it would be like Red Bar, like watching Red Bar. Oh yeah, I mean, but he isn't. It was too serious. I know, yeah, I think he's probably best in clips. I don't know what the actual show is like. I don't imagine it's that great. You're like, when I go to Quentin, it's clips. Because like, you watch it, there's probably who knows what it is. And there's never been any fear that I'm like, if I watch this, I'm going to regret. I think that's probably more the case for like young guys, like, that are easily, we're set in our ways. Thankfully, you know, all got to share remotes and world. The thing is, you're too busy for us to we're too set in our ways to be able to like late in life become some sort of insane Nazi. But yeah, I don't even think, I don't buy into the young people thing too. There was this guy who was telling me about like, he's an older guy, and he was like, one of my friends' family, they're really worried about their son because he's really into this Vegas. Oh, fuck. And I held my tongue because in my mind, I'm like, how do they even believe? And the kid is probably not serious. And as they're talking, he's like, yeah, they wanted his computer and they found this like really disturbing stuff he's been watching. And I'm thinking to myself, they wanted his computer. And then they told him that. That's fucked up. He's gonna like it more. Yeah, this is the worst way to do it. This is, you are, it's almost as if you want to create one of these videos. You're trying to create this person. You don't do that. You just, if you really are worried about that, just hang out with your kid more. Show them funny AF. And you sit them down and break their computer from them. Go to the library, tell everyone in the library, make them take a shirt off and say, look how fat my stupid fucking son is. And then make them wear around the library while he's wet and tired from the house. That is kind of, that almost sounded like something, not that happened to you, that almost sounded like computer thing. It's like, it would be like once, slash almost anything. I told you about that. You fucking just play on the electric guitar and put all the parts of it into different levels of water. Dude, like, oh yeah, get it back. Check this out, dude. I'll put my down here really quick. Oh, this is good. So, you like a sausage fish, like a lot. Just if you want to. That wasn't the one you took it to. You're the very one. Obviously, you're thinking to go wrong. We're seeing looking at some passages where the relevant passages need to be right. It's not that lucky. What's to your hair? This is too much like me and you. Like, this is me, Russell, like trying to figure. You're like, you told me the thing, and I go, yes. And I'm just, you look over and I'm asleep. Don't you just pick up random fucking words after like 3 seconds? After 3 seconds, I go like John 3:16. Not if you're Russell Price, I'll be honest, what's the truth? He's a truth. Truth teller, yeah. Yeah, he never knows. That was a solid. This is from It's so funny to see somebody that's this religious who maybe knows less than I do. It's kind of shit. Boy. Stepping in the way, and I think his name was Isaiah. Maybe Jonah. Yes, Jonah. Jonah was friends with Isaiah. He was inside of Isaiah. Oh, wait. I think I'll give it a shot. He's inside of it. Okay.
stuff. But I mean, you know what? Like, anything like this, why they are created and why they are so beautiful. Solo Nastana, aquilo no day, when Nastana made Aliyah, first said he made twice. Twice, once in the third one, and then he came later on, he went back there. He comes into the son, he just mentioned Kia, and it was and you think Kia, oh wait, Kia, he wrote the license. He has two sons, so it's twins. What was the name? Hugo and Kia. Last time, they were saying he's starting to think that when he plays the defense. I think this star, one star right now. The way he says the world, everything is so clear. What do we have in this phone?
It's safe to be in the hentai NSFW chat room. Outside of there, keep it together, guys. You know, call the room where you have someone in there, we can call daddy, ask advice, safe, and watch it too. And we jack off to
Still from one to the other. Why? Because it's the same payment, the same goal, street. Don't travel around. He started to work on the name of the beat. He posted one started, one about it. It actually wasn't quick later. He actually has a connection because he started reading kids stuff. You know that movement that again, I just saw the whole video for you. I already know. I mean, especially the guy has someone go to the video and photocopy that to him. Comes out of the workhouse, and he just part of the promote, but still somewhat coming. I call this part of the work. He said, I was trying to do the bit where I forgot what the book was called, but I think he says he calls it the Book of Russell. What did you say? Yeah, you're right. I like what talking about the it's not in the Bible necessarily. It's something I thought of yesterday. Trying to splatter on food. And he touches expensive food.
Find the verse. I don't know what I had that day, but this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
Yeah.
I take a douche more than last time. I feel like it's important to know what the thing is about to say. It looks so off. Yeah. I mean, I want to pay off. What do you think about this? You're saying you're pregnant. I mean, you know, he is exactly what you think he is. The Bears are who we thought they were. Looking at some numbers, I feel like maybe in the beginning he was having other people write stuff for him or something, because his books are there, the bookie look and the thing, and then he was great in those movies in the beginning, and then he just lost it, and also was just doing terrible things. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I agree with that. I think he's gone off the handle. I enjoyed watching some of his content on YouTube, I'm not gonna lie to you. But there's a point where I said stop recommending this channel. I can't tell you what that was, but I was like, I like the pacing. Like his pacing is really good. Not when he's getting interviewed with Peach Morgan, because he's kind of doing it. But yeah. You can tell that with this, like with Two Lazy's coverage of it and whatnot, like, it's just like, I don't know, he's just full of himself. Yeah, he's like, I can find a way out of speaking. He really said on the podcast that he had Section 16. It's not the best movies. No. Oh, come on, dude. Pull that one over there. I was like, I just don't understand how you would go from being like the goofy, funny British guy to what he tried to be before he was canceled. Like the intellectual, like rebel, you know, just, and then all the Buddhist giving, you know, if it's really important to be a major and think about like, what has God given me? I was a Buddhist, now I'm a Catholic, now I'm a Protestant, you know, it's my relationship with Jesus, same as I had with Buddha. What the fuck are you talking about? So first of all, the context of this, the 16-year-old girl accuses Barry of sexual assault, forced his clothes down, being her child, stopping after she punched him.
What up, Mr. Aquarius? How are you? Programming Robots just had somebody with whom I did a podcast earlier this week in here, and we're doing another one on Sunday, so that's cool. Yeah. Very well. Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Fraser. You are loved. I care about you, and I love having you as my friend.
Appreciate you.
We love having you. There you go. Excellent. Yes, ma'am. Word, girl. Yes, ma'am.
If the owner or the client takes a pizza from A, the right side, is it good enough for the community? As if you did pizza on the left side. What's the question? But if you say we're going about making something of it, okay, I can do a big macro, not a big deal. Awesome. The run will tell you, yes, okay. And now you have to do this cool. You have to see, now you have to wide shoulders. Like, there you go. So do the pizza on the right one. The work on the left one, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to go bring another one. That's already a cool one. Not only that, there's the rights that are public. You see them so small, the rights that you can even move up. Well, now the whole thing goes to the apartment and put up, because the question is go out, you go. And we're going to do the Shimano, and we don't know that. So you do the Shimano, we're coming similar to that. And not like, we need to put the carriage in the This is the case that we spoke about a number of times, and we showed you just the beginning of it, and we improved it a lot. A very clean up, it's one of the right ones well. One thing to balance, take a police up from both. What could possibly happen? That part of one is completely isolated. Blue, that little island over there, blue island in the thing, is isolated. It's not even touching the rest of the blue. It goes over the part of the pink lesson. You know, whatever you have to do, just focus on it. And what do you call it? Take a sneak from the blue. Take a sneak from the blue. It's not a problem. Take a sneak from the open lesson. You're good. But how can you do that? Part of it is missing. In order to take kids, you have to have a full image sorry of an aircraft. A tiny part of it is an island somewhere else. If they were touching all the way along the mountain, but they're not. It's literally our case. We have piece A and piece B. You're not touching. Over here you see, they can take a link off from one, and it applies to the island blue, and things over there. The other thing is we have to share it. That's why the other thing is share it. So, you card and touch it. I'm pulling the piece somewhere. It has to be. You did a nice bit. Go with your piece, but you're not touching the rest of it. We're all going, you know, looking and seeing nothing. If it's like a small, what does that mean? That it's not literally, it's mixed, but every piece is to each other. You don't have an isolated piece somewhere. That's why you decide to take a piece from the piece. May have out at the end of the day, if you have two pieces of one milk, you take a piece from the other, or else beside it. The other in the middle takes the boxes. You take a piece from it, they don't call it, that's reconnect. But what? Shloyani is a very, very simple version. Shloyani is some mistake came in the two separate vessels. You cannot take a pizza. Very simple. Mashma. Obviously, that's all. Two mistake came in. If it's in one vessel, two pieces in one vessel, that's okay. It says you're not taking two separate tailors. You have a half of milk on one, half of milk on the other. You cannot take pizza out. It's divided by two tailors. But if you're in one food, just divide it, then that would be okay. Rabbi, you know, tailor makes money. Go to the cattle. This really needs AI. Here it is. And it really should be gold. Because it's gold, silver, we don't have to switch up from the eyes. Look, take a look. Take a look. Unbelievable. I'm so excited about it. Look, you put it up with the pizza in the middle part, the outside is copper. Fine. So look at this. You put it up with flour. So the center is really isolated from everything else. But it's punching up on us. Is that considered touching or not? The answer is it's not touching. You know why? It's objectively. Take a look. Whoa, look, it's better up. It's astonishing. You're following. Here's a side view. The walls in the center are completely separating all the flour from each other. Where is it connected? On top of it, but it's already above the rim. It's above the rim, so it doesn't work. Sorry, so this is good. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we had a bunch of times that above me is not, I don't like the hard to manipulate the middle of the pieces. Do it slightly higher, a couple centimeters higher. You get the point. All of the pieces are the same height. The flour in the center is isolated. That's too pale. Eye on top is touching. It's not touching because it's above the plate. She said you want to lower it, it's touching. When the walls in the center are lowered down. That reason is what? Even though they're big for half, people make a pizza. Since the pizza is a massive, that's a real pizza. Like a super duper frozen pizza. You can't look from one side to the other. Because pizza is so. So the main lock is you cannot do.
I guess it sounds so bad with that context. It would be like, I did when I was 13, murder, child. But at the time, it just sounds like that. I was behind the creation of a poison that killed many toddlers. Where I did force a group of elderly women to work on a railroad at 100-degree temperature when I was 30. But I was a different 30-year-old back then. And honestly, I was abandoned by more. Where he says the exact same thing. He's like, I just talked about having sex with younger women or whatever it is. It's not talked about. Jesus. Like, he goes right into the fucking, I'm trying to spread the message about love and God and being righteous, and people won't stop talking about what happened to 16-year-old. I was 30 years old, which is all was different. Maybe there's a he's 16, 30 years old. But if you turn to the side, I can never remember what parts of the Bible I liked, but I'll tell you this, I remember what I did when I was there. Vividly. And the African people that I threw off the train when he was going over a mountain. I apologize. I pushed them off with my children. Children and families, whole families actually. I laughed. I remember laughing, but I was 30. But it wasn't this 54-year-old. I was 13. I said, please don't push me off the train. Why are you doing this? You told us we were going to a comedy show. And I laughed. I pushed them all off the train and they fell to their death. And there's so many clips of, like, a Kelly saying, if you get sex with a 16-year-old, then don't. And then he is on the show literally saying exactly that. And it wasn't like if he had non-consensual sex with a 16-year-old. It was like, period. If you fuck a 16-year-old, I'll be with that. And the show where she has one, she's like, I can be the show was radio, okay, it's disgusting. It has to be. That's ridiculous.
There's just not. There's so many people out there that just Russell Brand, Justin Leah, and Tanya Shine Council. Just like a that makes the shit.
It's dropping into a vessel which has another one of these. This is already coming. And they go like that. Some comments? Yeah.
Brian Callis.
Brian Callis. But this one is very common. Now here's the question. Look at this. Beautiful. Now take a look over there. You have a piece called gold. You pull it up. What happens is
Birds. Oh my God, this guy's sorry. I think you got mad at me. Phone number is 775-557-8667. Somebody please check him out too. He's a problem. Get that phone number. It's 775-557-TMOS.
Oh, what is it to really have the person who's already perfect? You have to add something to the person in order to get it to do a trade. Let's try to turn the book to bear. no longer a bench. It's a curtain for the wall. Through the wall, it doesn't become a from the Arisha. It drops down one level corner. Measure so you know determine measures. I was talking about measures. You put it out there. It drops from. The other people can measure as well. Ella, she knows what I love coming to my guy's life. That's it. The problem here is this. After the dog slept on the sheet, she went and touched the sheet. Then you remove the mix of it, the measure finger, then you have naga. But the problem is, how does the dog touch it after he slept on it? In other words, the touch it only once, but why would it touch it? It's saba, it's already satiated, and it's kuma. Of the highest degree. It's highlighted out of kuma. So now the fact that he touched it doesn't matter again. So if you remove the measure, you're not left with naga. So it was never. You know what I'm saying? Where was this problem? It was in the first thing was just touched it. So then it became a lower level kuma of naga. And then he stepped on it, then you add kuma to it. If he stepped on it first, he added the highest kuma, and then he went touch it. What's going to happen? You put it, what he said. Only this idea of saba. You can't add kuma to something that's very funny. What I said here, come up with this. I'm either with somebody to come up. Hey, mind it. The house you never has done with us. You told you touch it after you slept on it. You know what I mean? Maybe you first touch it, then you slept on it. Now the kuma kamura, come down, and you added a strong kuma, out of kuma to the regional kuma. Allah, you need to pull out once here by the middle of the 29, where you know what I'm talking about. Where you touch one. Or the case over here. Yeah. Our case where this is guy, I'm sure it's put it in.
I like that idea. I'm probably a face and try to do that. By the way, sorry for not showing gratitude for your last message. I appreciate you listening. Sorry. You also said you're being squeezed the whole time. It's like Brian Kelly told me. Almost amazing. But that's at the end. It's almost love their end. You know what I mean? Like people in chains all like being known with their chains. I see that, yeah. So, I don't know. Try to get everybody trying to get Bobby Hotel Flash. Oh, it's so easy, so true.
This is true. So basically, you have to explain. You have to shoot. We're not really talking
That's the whole message. That's good. Yeah, well, for real though. And then let's see.
So what happens is it becomes coming back. It becomes out of two different things. One is the body weight, lower bit of touch one below. So what happens? Once the lower end becomes just like the other part, it becomes coming back. The rest of your becomes a naga. Why? It just touch the one of them. That was only the next full naga. Don't touch it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You're someone that's in a play we don't know about. We love you, dude. You're awesome. Great, great stuff. Nice line 10 for me. Yeah, join our Patreon. We cover some of the sandbaggers. I did record a fourth sandbaggers, but I don't think I'll put that one out because we're talking too much most of the show. Great guy there. Yeah, check it out. Check out the Patreon. We have a podcast last week. We did a TFAT K-Stop Q&A. Yeah, and a lot of people sent in questions from where they're from, and they mentioned the hit that channel. Yeah, that's right. We did a Q&A episode, like TFAK, and then early access of 10 minutes of shop assemblies. So, see you next week.
We know that there's something called the mincha cycle. It's a mincha, you bring a carbon to Hashem, just flour, why? Because you can put a barrel and you can afford a real carbon. So I think you're going to earn layers to be flour.
Welcome back to Timmons the Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, check the Patreon and Reddit to support. On our Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here. No, it's not. You're here to watch Timmons the Shop. So start the timer, play chip. Show turtle foot. Come on, goddammit. Start the timer for real. Totally get it. There you go. That's all you just said. I'm just starting the timer for real. Alrighty, let's see what we got on James this week, dude. How's your James been going, dude? You know, I haven't really been checking with James a lot this week. Yes, I've been hyper-focused on my side of business. Couch units and truck stuff for the truck business. Thank you. Yeah, I just got this from, our favorite business. Dude, I tried. Oh, yeah. Well, you want to tell the audience? Sure. So we've been trying to, if you guys remember, there's the Drive Fest Podcast website. They had the pictures of all these people that bought the merch. They were really fun, cool stuff. The merch that they bought. And I wanted to do that because I bought merch. We bought merch. We had this hat, Drive Fest gas hat that we had. And I looked, and you have to. I looked through my emails, and they have these old emails where it's like review our product. You click on it, and it click on it. So I think we need to buy a new thing, and then let us do that. Buying another thing. No, Sam, this is a collector's item. Some girl was like, I like the jacket.
the cows need it. Because the Carter compared to the rice itself, it makes it full shape of the egg cup. He's like cold eating, he's like fluffy, he's like fluffy. Take number one, cows, and then something later, the next word is the Carter to the side of the hole. And you give it a nice red somehow, I don't know, it's too hard to do. But you squeeze it in a way that you squeeze that oil from it. You even have a little bit of and then you put the oil on the tree. Put it on a plate. And then take the flour and go. You put it on top of the oil. That's really trying to bind the tree. And once you squeeze out the oil, it's no longer part of the tree. And then when you put it on the Are we connected now?
It's a bit interesting. I'm like a cowboy or whatever it is. Brandon's like, I'm not putting that on. He's never once said that. I'm not putting that on. Shit's like 5. This face, it looks like a guy that you could be at. I wonder what that would be like for them. It probably is great. Just for the likes of the It's a Pagliacci and luxury, but I am the mother sugar. I don't know what I mean. That's why it's here. That's how you know how hard to do well. There's like 5 buttons and I remember.
Every one of them in that place, you have to take a
Unusual 4460 plus this got a week journey is fat fucking ass. Yeah, I don't, there's nothing wrong with either one. This is the hair drink. You changed your hair.
You know, that's already.
It's the same person. She
Very, I want to make it clear. Take the sneaks all the way to the right. Take the sneaks all the way to the left. And then you're good. You're down if you turn to the front.
Shout out to you, Slow Jim here. Wishing the best for you. Give me some buzz balls.
Something like this. It's like
Yeah, real favorite type of thing, dude. What happens next for 25 is Chris lives in the middle of Main Street.
At one point.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that. It's a little short.
You can the right,
Must be some really amazing I was at a gym one time and they kicked everybody out. I see Kevin with his crew. No way. What you do, you
Both are so funny. Papa is like, nah, breaks me up, Daddy. I like it. I do not leave. Say I got fucking.
and then it starts in another bowl of a
what you do, you hit a blower. I refuse to leave. I simply stay. I'm the eyeball next to the rest of the time.
Di does that a lot. Jeff Di.
Because you're the company. That's Jeff Di. And then I was like, Lyndon, our bitch. I thought, oh, because you're cooler without hair. Actually, toupees are awesome.
So that guy has to do another minute.
His eyes are right. We should start getting more because
Oh,
yeah. He learned. The PWI one is so bad in hindsight. I wonder what he means.
this is the right side. Oh, looks like you. But you're not allowed to.
Big time comedy.
Once you take it that goes up. That's the carbon. The rest is
He's like,
put the rest on the
he says things wrong, but he also says things that in the future will be like he's a
What fucking sense? No, it's lit.
XJ. That's definitely XJ.
The Mazato is the majority always. On the Mazato is the majority, and the Bato is the minority. Because when it comes to being a Bato country, when you want to pick up the royals, everybody wants to pick up the royals. That's what the Shishan, for the meat, he takes the majority, and the majority overcomes the minority.
That's not the craziest thing, but just the fact that he always tells him, he always says something about Jay X and Jay. Jay is like his, Jay, in reality, Jay is his Hitler. You know, it's like Trump is a Hitler. Jay is maybe what if he was realize all of a sudden over again, you know, my wife's gonna ask me about the concert, yeah, like that's what happened too, you know? Yeah, that's also a possibility. Jay just gets blamed for everything. Jay is his alibi. XJ is anytime he's wrong, because he knows Jay will fix it.
That's how you can board or whatever.
TikTok, you can just hit on social media. On social media, that'd be part of the real check in.
That's what you start doing. A Jew can never be
on social media, social media, that'd be part of the real check in. Things are applying to me, and I slid your DMs
to me, will never be coming available. No matter what you do to
Things
it.
are applying
It's
to
a
me that I'm checking. Yeah, why call him out like that, man?
It's culture meat.
Sees that what's
Non-culture meat. Unavailable, could become
I hope he learned something on this episode. He's using it. Dude, that'd be so funny. That would cut
non-kosher meat. Find out about non-kosher meat has tumor. And the veil has tumor. When you don't check the cow, it drops dead, and it makes food, it comes to the heart. It becomes food, it becomes fire. But when it decomposes, eventually, after 2 months, the tumor is going to evaporate. So In other words, the tunnel becomes hard. The failure becomes stuck. A suck can never become an adventure. Now, this is where it comes tricky.
Yes, some sort of
And you
thing on his social media that tells him if it's military. That's good. Yeah, that's real.
When
This is your
this
Facebook.
guy becomes a Jew, and he becomes
Brian said he couldn't tell that he was filming the hangover too out there, and he was in a bar and he's laying his hands like, damn, she's bad. He's like, I'm dead, we're making out. Then you're on the back, it's like, oh, Jay, he's like, we're making out.
That's the only trick. That's what people get to do.
We kept
On
that
the one
alive for a
hand,
long
it
time.
becomes like them.
It's hard
But
when
it's
you
not
hear
become
all the
possible.
time. I want to hear more boner.
Whatever you had before,
Yeah,
is
but it's so redacted that even they won't do it.
they're not going to be able to
That's how
overcome
redacted
this
it is,
point.
but they did do it
If
once.
they are nimble to any
We do it all the time. They're not redacted
if
enough.
you keep the process separate from the day, you're actually going to be miraculous. It's like in Jewish. They have been all over comments. Yeah. Men been saying that, you know, it's suffering. And then the you know is no suffering. It messes with your head because you think, oh, you embrace it, you think Jewish, you're like God. Yeah, but when you become like God, it's bad. True blood, when you get to the true blood, are never suffering, never. They look at some of the artists and say, if you have this amount of blood, in a giant barrel of human blood, you can still spray it on your face. It's the one that we come up with all you can need a like it's a football
I like that. They should do that with
that's a little tricky. You
ships
don't
like
want to give them about this is the larger amount and the smaller amount. What do we go by? What do we care? What do we care?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, people are just texting us that Joe Soto's alleged brother
was going
was going
but there
on.
are some things that
Yeah, out of
eventually
nowhere,
change.
apparently, allegedly,
Like
Slow
non-Muslim
Joe's brother was like
changes in terms of the
texting
chemo
or
that
saying
evaporates
that he
later on.
sucks, he's
But
like a loser,
culture
and
never
like,
changed
shit,
before the veil.
so stop going on podcasts.
And
Yeah,
also,
but our
remember,
ad,
this
it put us as a
one
word
this
for
week,
word in the middle. 5 responses to one that just could do shit to the guy.
eventually,
But the guy was so annoying. Even
non-kosher meat,
it's a classic,
Judeo meat,
annoying commenter
kosher meat,
in
it's
text
terrible.
form.
Because now
Like,
it's the same meat, they're all the same meat.
oh, you're really out here doing that, huh? That looks good.
One is not
Like smiling, laughing face. A lot of smiling, laughing faces. And then when you make it a sarcastic comment, crying faces. Yeah. Wow, real unbother, smiling face, laughing face. He said, funny how this whole interaction just proves how emotionally unintelligent they really are. Laughing face. I was never stressed. M-dash might be I was never stressed and never will be. Meanwhile, me has severely been living rent-free in that empty-headed experience. To make straight to violence, which we all know where jump straight to violence. Yeah, same here, dude. Same here. Your first response was, that's a lot of violence. Maybe it was Jet or whatever. That's not tough, that's just unhinged. You don't want to ease up on like roids or whatever you're taking. It's got you raging for no reason. Crying. This is what I'm talking about. He says, "Mom, the crying. This guy sounds like someone's grandma. Never that empty-handed ears. And then, have you ever told somebody that they're emotionally unintelligent on text? Like a guy? If I was actually in front of you, you wouldn't do a damn thing. I don't think you want to test that. No, I don't think so. You're just smart. It should be your right. What's really funny is I reached out once, and you're still going. That says way more about you than it does about me. Anyway, enjoys those guest spots on the Local Podcast, which, by the way, major offense taken. Yeah. Now you got 2 rooms. I'm hooking out in Los Angeles. People twist your neck off, dude. Yeah, we get it. We get Iowa. It's a show about Tim's shop. It's a low budget thing. I get all that. Okay, but at the end of the day, this is not social media. This is real life. Fuck you. Okay. If you come into a room and I'm in that room, I'm leaving. I don't know if you're leaving. Okay, I'm leaving that room. I'm gonna be fine. Alright?
Okay, let's see
See,
inside. Good. On the
stay
side.
with me.
Inside.
I will
Let's
fuck.
look
What are
at
you gonna do?
focus on your mouth and
What are you gonna do?
you're over there.
Yeah, ask your friends how I fuck that beard. Yeah.
You may know what?
Ask fucking Sean how I went for him, dude. Alright? Ask Brian Callen how it's going for him. You want this? You don't want this. Okay, you ever heard of it? You're going to the hospital. And I will say, Mark, did not disappoint with the amount of replies. Mark's not going to reply 35 times.
The little guy,
If I was my brother, I was doing
the
those,
little guy,
I'd be
the
like,
one guy, the trade guy,
I
the
regret
Velo,
this.
he
Why did I reach out to
first
Mark? Why are you
closer.
reaching?
And I was
It's a very
on
weird
him, not on
move to
the
reach
guy,
out
I was
to
on the meal.
the former
So since you
employee
put
or
Murray
sister's
into
husband.
kosher, meaning you're
Yeah.
not coming, so
I'm
when
sure
they
you're
like, well, all
bothered,
three
you're
of
very
them are
bothered
the
by
same
what you
exact
sent to
lane,
me text.
and if they're the same
They're all
exact
the
lane,
same.
they're not also.
It's
But if I
basically
touch
like
one of the
Mark's
three
like,
pieces
oh,
of
hold
meat,
my
I don't
beer,
know what I
here's
thought,
check this out.
I'll just
Fucking
start
family
coming.
beer. That's true. And I would take
The opposite of it, because my focus is
the
on the
face
bucket.
you make when you were defaulting on all your assets. Okay, that's transition there. Most of my big battle, 9.6, really shitty email will
Then I have two
success possible.
scoopers and one Moreno piece. That's this case over here.
Do you think he's wearing the leotard right now?
Two versus one. So the one guy becomes bucket for the two.
He's crushing that cooks.
See, that's how the scoopers feel on Moreno. Because my focus is on the
They're always
Nevada
eating
guy.
food out of like
And
that.
the
That's
Nevada
always
guy cannot
a
become under
This is
the
how most of their shop meals get.
And he's more.
It's
He's
like
a Ninja San Amino.
that's
He's
a
a Ninja
go
San Amino. Ninja San
stadium
Amino is
container.
the
Anything that
Naco.
runs over marijuana.
And therefore, I'm going to take to the Vela guy and say that he's
Not a lot of cooking going on insurance. A lot of heat now. Getting your real wake up. Be more major contact with the shops just dropped. Big battle in 9416. Even though the attorney
came in
means
the
you
middle.
saw that.
He came in the middle. Now, that guy's spoiled. The Vela
Others
spoiled. When
1666.
spoiled,
I think I'm between 6, but I genuinely feel like I figured it out, guys.
now that I'm three, then becomes the same exact win. So all three of them become the same exact win. Cameron through there. Not possible.
Great observation.
Look at the scoop still in the Vela. But he just jumped, we're a couple lines
Yeah,
before
the
that.
back, he's getting old. You know, we all, it comes for all of us, Father Time.
Jazz
Maybe that's why he keeps running his friends with their old Joe Rogan kills Harry Potter. Yeah, if he's Voldemort, it's Harry Potter.
And two in the Vela, that's to find that trust.
Tony Hitchcliffe is a Drake Draco, yeah, Chris, right?
You have one scoop
Shaw, maybe Shaw is
now I always go by
who's
the
the guy that says I'm
check it out.
Wizard
I
Harry?
always go by
Wizard
the
Harry?
looking
You're
back
a
in
Wizard
the
Harry.
Tricky, that's the Navajo. In the Vela. The Reds. The Reds are the Navajo. The Reds put within the green.
Dumbledore is Jimmy
And then you know. And then
He's gotta be a good guy, right? Dumbledore, Jimmy Dore.
You know the right. Exactly. Everything's my mouth.
Or you also gotta be
It's
gay.
opposite.
Oh, Dumbledore's is right.
That's why
Wise
beautiful.
gay,
Most smart
gay man in comedy. Yeah.
If you don't have the
Gay
big
men are
things,
liquor.
last night I didn't have this. I
I
didn't
can't
have
think of
something
any
like
of
this.
them.
It's right.
You know what they do in their free
It
time.
did. For me, that was the Navajo and the Buffalo. The right. It tells you to start whatever the
Bubba
Buffalo
is
speaks
almost
is always the
everywhere. I've seen
Buffalo.
this.
That's as far as I know. What's the way to take it in the Vela?
Okay.
Why is it not Buffalo? Because it becomes a new Benino. Because
There's no chances for her
as
to
we
take
saw
years
before,
later.
the
She
road
wears the
is
tightest.
the Vela. And the Vela
Yeah. R-word having trouble selling tickets. Lost by 77
and the right quick thing, put it for it, and bring it to food. That's what the Vela is the
That's so
opposite.
sad.
Because the Vela puts it in for a scooter, meaning non
Yeah, I mean, it's just like when Chad went to that
basketball, where it's
Arkansas.
spoiled perfectly like
They got a fucking
the change
this
the
thing. You're not
categories
big, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. No, you're
and the Vela calls, in this case, they would feel the screen, all three of them become the same exact men, and when they say that men, love Buffalo. And in all my eyes, you gotta find that it's, you know, you saw it before, but why not? Then sometimes you said we always look at Buffalo, not the Buffalo. Look at the Buffalo. Well, that's the way it is, the way you aim Buffalo. The place you look the way it is, the way you Buffalo. You look at the Buffalo. And if the Buffalo in this case, the Vela is Buffalo, it's extremely quick change. Ow.
Okay, so
non-common.
tickets
Yeah,
here.
even for the same, but it's like millions
This is
of
for the
all the same.
Ryder Cup this weekend.
You know,
Oh yeah, well, I might improv like that. Like bigger hits. Where'd she go? Friday or Saturday,
I'll leave it in mind.
dude.
What's your
Saturday.
Saturday?
But so there's an event that's
Everybody
special.
else, you know, you wake
This is the
up.
one that's free.
According to who? Yeah, leave the rest all on the floor, the rest all on. Tom, you heard anything about that,
And
buddy?
see, I have
You had this
$38
yesterday.
to
The two components that go on with the chaos.
Is it just him headlining? That's the show?
So maybe you know what? It may be the same thing you could have.
So we were
It's
fired.
all recording. It's all work. Yeah, we
That
go.
one guy that
We
was
go.
no,
We
yeah,
go.
big dude.
You read the because he's talking. You read the book because he's talking. In other words, he says, I go back to the story that I
To have him go out and be like,
no, I don't put it out left. I don't look at it. This is the way I want to see. This is super I want to see. I don't cut it down. You see my down, but it doesn't matter what kind of down is how what it is. This is how it goes down. It's the outside of the period. Okay? So it's one of that.
maybe she didn't work.
So when they were is always the same exact name. They always take one of these. It doesn't matter what state it is. You get a two Schuster and one Avela. You get a two Avela, one Schuster. It's always Nino. Nothing changes. They look the same. They look the same. So what's enough for you? What are you talking
Now
about?
these kids need fucking Easter baskets. This shit just never
I
stops.
didn't really feel it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the first time. It was pretty funny. And when I saw this, I liked it.
You
It's
can't
good.
say the statements really coupled with
Pretty good.
which one is coupled with the other? Well, according to we have the Nevela, yes, the Nevela is fucking, right? The little guy is fucking into the shooter. According to the Sanina, it's exactly opposite. The shooter is fucking down. He says one is fucking down. You know, the real. You know, but you lose you. According to
Conversation on comedy and culture. Someone sent this email. Greetings, Tim. I hope this finds you well. My name is Julia, and I handle guest bookings for Amy Poehler, host of the Good Hang podcast. On the show, immediately, I'm like, wait, what?
Well, it's about I'm supposed to be the college podcast. I say about that. So I'm supposed to be the college podcast. Yeah, her sister reached out. She was like, hey, I'd love to have you on. So I tell her, hey, this is hard to watch. Not even how could he think that that's possible? The Amy Poehler would have a murder wild. Jesus. Just delusional to the extreme. I don't know. This is being emailed to people that were so excited to get booked on this show. Because of the state of LA right now and how these people haven't worked in a while, and but they still have a home, like, they pay the mortgage, but they're looking at the money in the bank, the hourglass is turned over and it's getting less and less every month. Actually, I found it was going to be a Zoom first, because she does it when somebody comes on the internet, and then talks about the person there. I don't know if they get to surprise or put it in front of them. So I'm like, okay, great. So they have to make sure that your camera is all, and so embarrassing. Check cut this part out. Is it even embarrassing at this point, though? Because, okay, in my mind, it stops getting embarrassed after you do. To me, it wasn't even one of those like Pornhub podcasts or whatever he did. What was that? Was it Pornhub? Yeah, so you literally was something like that. You literally did the big bus fucking taxi podcast. He fucking the big bus picked him up. Big bus picked him up.
That's tomorrow.
Brian Callen didn't do a podcast, and he thought he was gonna get fucked. He was so happy they didn't fuck him. They just did a podcast. But dude, after you do that, bits aside, I really like that. That's as embarrassing as it gets. So him freaking falling for a prank that Amy Poehler is somebody you knew, just a mean prank. It's yes, it would have been embarrassing had he not done the big bus already. If he didn't have a big or if he didn't have a mic in his own head, dude, then he would be embarrassed. Because this is nothing to him. He let another man hit him with a fucking whip, dressed as a cow. Oh, because keep in mind, he got those wrinkles done. Would have been eye surgery thing right before Christina went down, dude. And then he went down months later. So that's what his trajectory was before all this. Just like, I'm getting my eyes done. Dude, he's probably still planning on going on the big bus.
It's more than what it's playing on. At any given point.
So does Brian Callen. Brian Callen's like, my friend's not mom. Like, he's like, it's funny. It's funny. Brian Lizard doing cameos. Welcome back to the Big Bus Podcast. We're here with Brian Callahan. He's talking shop. I'm getting some stuff. I'm getting on some stuff. I'm on this very successful OnlyFans personal site. They're fucking a guy, and I'm like in the room. And yeah, it's been rough. I might leave it one.
What do I look like?
Brian would say, it's like, this is too far. I'm gonna go too far. Brian did the OnlyFans chicks thing, and then he's sitting there smelling how far is our move from hitting you with the thing? Maybe he's dressed in the cow thing. I can't play this thing.
We're asking each other. And we see the mission that you don't. Mani, what is it going to be? That for now, we are living about that body. I'm making our podcast. We have things that we can't be going to have. People be proud of your body, but you're all the same thing. And what you do about it all. And that's problematic if you about it. Then you don't have enough flowers grow on the left side. That's what you're going to do. The one, it's not perfect. You go from this kind of, you go by the minority, you go by the left. Talk a lot between the back. Oh, the voice, I check this out. The guy on the left, you ever feel like the guy on the right? Yes. After you do Kamita, you can turn into the right. But the right can never become focused. The right is like a shooter. It's already done. You already put the Kamita room, the right there becomes the right. And they go. There's no man on our boxer, we go by the middle, we go by the one on the left, between the back and now it's going to be counterintuitive. The left could become like the right, and then it becomes one. And that's why you take a tweet from it, it's so visible. And we're not going to fuck but we go with the three guys, one on the right. She right when he got the right has never been close level because you already took it. And they're going, oh, this mid-bishop, is Mivato. And if it's Mivato, the green is Mivato, it's from the red. How could you take pizza from the red? Then the like repeal. So maybe it doesn't go for the repeal. Here's the repeal. This is the repeal, the one that's going to go by the Mivato. The repeal, it's harder to repeal. In repeal. So you know what? Also, there's a process that can't. One you can't see the top of the other. So the one never I saw the claimants and never I saw the Shiraim. Not sure I'm where the claimants in that claimants from that was covered, right? Just like we saw, you have two months of them fell to one time. One is not going to overcome the other. You put both of them on the left. And I thought I was Shiraim and Shiraim without the claimants. You have a perfect. You can't do this. Tashma. I thought we should decide to look at you. It says in the Mishnah, you have a mitzvah that got mixed in with another minhag that we didn't take. We took a loya. We mixed there. This should get also the Bible. This should learn it with the loya also the Bible. If you put it into the oven, you put it on the display outside of the car, you got the so those from the Babylon, Tigla, the Canaan, Nani. The it wasn't the minhag that didn't have a pizza. Doesn't come butter. Now, according to only this, you up on how many oil you need about that butter in the butter. Same question we had a few times already. According to Rabbanon, they only say the numbers stuff. But over here, the Teva doesn't go on, and she gave us back the but maybe we know it's butter. And she saw the same question, same answer. This one the man on the bus of the battle is going to go according to the battle. According to the everything else good. Why? The battle having the bottle of Tevel, you can put pizza to the Tevel, and it'll be like the bottle. Because first the fact that you can do pizza from anywhere. Battle in parentheses. Battle in Vino, very bottle. Once it could change into the Tevel could change into pizza, then it becomes the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. You cannot be from bottle, and therefore you should take a pizza from the left side. Well, and I'm about to but you know, but of course, I need another question please. You go by the pizza. When it's pizza, I think, but the pizza can never become that then there's in here. And it's a problem for the canino in the here. Well, now they do the zero. He's also going to put the zero that says you cannot do a battle of pizza on both sides. Have a wonderful day.
America's book is spreading growth throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MUSsponsor.com.
Oh, tu desfada voice ai. Tu desfaz me não se desmortify. The voice ai here is we're like in the middle of the hour, almost 3. So we're holding like Amalei Rabbeinu Rashi smack in the middle of the Amud. The Gemara brings a night that will present in the Bible that a Kohen use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. Say, Kohen use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. And when he says he has to already establish for what? For no carbon. Use the carbon that makes a space. You can eat from the carbon and some carbon. Kappas, all these carbon, get deep from it. You can use the salt for his steak, but not for a sandwich that he's using, that he's eating to fill himself up. And what it says that really makes sense because if so, how is it possible that only a Yisrael could use the salt but not a Kohen? What's the matter? Every Yisrael that says it's an English gets to use the salt in English. So Kohen not? Why not? And the Gemara today is the right. Look smart and says Kohen should not be able to use the salt. You know what the score is? Because he has no partner with it. He's not a partner in it. Every Yisrael pays up. They pay dues. They pay fees. For a Kohen who's not supposed to give a Matzah Shekel, maybe the religious salt. Says the Gemara. All my earlier Rabbeinu Ravashi. Rabbeinu, who's Rabbeinu Ravashi? Two authors of the Gemara. The one says to the other, this over that you be telling me that this means the actual, they can't even solve the carbon on these layups. Forget about the mistakes. I'm in debt. I'm asking that thing on the outfit. That's wrong. You know what? It's really kind of better they are allowed. I know that actually better that they're allowed. Only actually better than they wouldn't be allowed to use that salt. Actually, so yeah, being on the camera, like I said, that's possible that for a Yisrael can use the salt for his part, but he doesn't have to use special salt for all. But I'm can. Sound up a lot of our other musical young men in the face of Dutch maybe the right place. When a person says, I'm bringing a mincha, so I think he has to bring his own salt, like he has to bring his Levaina. So I would think that just like he brings Levaina, never hold a mincha about him now. it says in the Torah agreement, and the mincha comes together with salt. You know how you go right in the and Torah says agreement. Can you bring the fragrances together with the mincha? Malavoid or the pesos. You have to bring this. I don't care at what jar you bring it. You have to bring it from your home. No, because I would think that the salt also comes from his home. You collaborate on you. You can learn a little bit from it. Then how do you come up with that? That's the same as you said before. You have to bring a mincha together with salt. However, it says also about never all the mincha of the age is supposed to bring. You have to have wood. How are you going to burn it? You need wood. Where do you get the wood from? Now you can see wood, which the Gemara is going to tell us later on. How do we know this? But it's we take it for granted that you don't have to schlepp wood to the Beit Hamikdash. Wood, they're going to provide you wood in the Beit Hamikdash. Hold on, let's finish the sentence. So too the salt comes from the community. They provide the salt. So I don't really mean diamond. What is it more similar to? But with Davar, I know you salt is on every single salt of Banka. Every time you need salt, Takamela means Davar, I know you because salt. You learn salt to become wood. All the them are in every single carbon. You need wood to burn every carbon, and you need salt for every carbon. Yeah, Levina should have why would you go all the way to fragrances to Levina, where it's a very unique thing for certain providers? Perhaps the soul comes together in one. Levina also. With Levina, it's all very similar. They come in the same vessel by situation, and you know wood is not going into the vessel. Wood is just as the burn it on the Amish graph. You don't put it in any vessel, but it's actually vitamin with the how the learner, therefore, you go both directions. Maybe you can learn it from the body, or you bring it from home, or you bring it from where you learn it from wood, that you get it from the Mizbeah, you get it from the Bezamish for free. Some of the is not by the word, we have a Zer Shava, it's in the word Bris, so I don't know everybody. Look at our pattern, it also says, Meis B'nei Yisrael, Bris Oilon. So Bris, you have a Zer Shava, Alam Shel Tzibur, Akam Shel Tzibur. Power is salt we get for free. If you bring a party and get salt for free, it's similar to the wood, and we learn it from Zer Shava. Even though I can learn it from logic, but there's another logic that we get beside the part. Now, we said a major area is logic. From the fact that he's strong, used the salt. So certainly, the kind of thing, so there's no reason to differentiate between a plain and a strong. Why should I differentiate? So when the Bezin said that we could use the salt, so Bezin made it nice that Kayanim could use the salt. And if you use it, it must be that obviously you use it for their target. But like you sure use the target. So why did Bezin come along and say, I need to use the salt? Because, if you use the salt when you're eating your own steak, not for a carving that goes on the Mizbeah, but for the steaks that go for their private consumption afterwards. They can take a steak and put it on a grill and eat it. So that also could use the salt. That's the big finish. The finish that they can put it on the Mizbeah with the carving, the why is that a finish? I mean, the salt could also do that. So now the Lord says, no. All the way up, Mordechai, Rav Ashi, I'm coming up, where they're eating. No, just because the Yisrael could use the salt is not a right that a Kohen uses the salt for his carbon under his death. No, this is then Bukri. No, the fact that Bezin says that they could use the salt is for the carbon grass. Why? The Bukri says, don't read the page of Bukri the Apple. The Bukri says, all Kohen should shayko in a Kohen. There's a skin called Matzah Shepherd. All Kohen should shayko in a Kohen. Every Yisrael, every person is supposed to use Matzah Shekel. It says in the Pasuk, anybody that's counted by Moshe Rabbeinu, that is counted, has to bring a Matzah Shekel. And what do we do with the Matzah Shekel? We pile it up. The whole set of stones is after we pile it up, and then you take from the Matzah Shekel, you bite the bunch and you say, okay, I don't want to count it. So he says, even though Kohen wasn't counted, but he's not part of the Matzah Shekel. If he gives a Matzah Shekel, he's not sinning. You know why? Think about it. What kind of sin is it to give a Betzamish, to give a Matzah? Lucky that Betzamish is a theft. Why would it be a theft? Later, things so bad. So that's the Gemara's going to say it. Depends what is thought of. We don't know that. What? Okay. We're going to get to it. Sorry, my God. All punches shekel, ain't a fighter. If he brings them up for shekel, it's not in a very. All the way that guy, look, not true. All punches ain't a shekel fighter. You must give a matzah shekel. You are part of the matzah shekel of all Friday Israel. Everybody has to give a matzah shekel, but if you're cutting and you don't want to give a matzah shekel, you're not even there. Hello, Shakli Hani, Deutsche Mikro Gelatzman. They have their own little drush, which is wrong. So like Allah, what's a drush? Then the button comes in, has cutting color, here, let's see. Any time a cutting brings a cutting dog brings the chavit in every single day, twice a day. The entire thing goes into the bath, just like another. If a cutting brings his own mincha, it goes completely over. In other words, what it says, every time it's a mincha belonging to a cutting, what's the halacha? Colors. Put it with the people. Let's off mechanical. Therefore, the Christian party of Bahrain, every shab left and let come up on Shalom. The dream and alcohol is got to pay it's from there. Obviously, it's not ours. Because if it's ours, once we own it, where does it belong? On his back, color. It says before the buffer. The whole nikas paying color. So look at my mother, it cannot be in the color. Because if you look at the color, will be burned. How do I get to eat it? Oh, I get to eat it because I'm not part of it. Come on. Oh, yeah, but I understand that. We're going to have funny. Isn't it fun? Fine. That's fun. Then, more of the book is keeping the book I last year. Since, in the first place, you don't have to bring it. You might see on the paper. At the end of the day, you want to just explain what the happening was. He should be a, why do you say he's not sinning? He is. He's doing that later. It's a nice full on Zara. The business is huge. I don't know. Every day we have major people. Bring money in that. Tomorrow, the audience actually. The nice you muscle in the seaboard. It's the seaboard. So, the guys are coming top of that place of our exactly do that tomorrow. When the tire gave the salt, we throw it in the Mishka. Something called Trumas Halishka. You give this Nafsa Shekel, you pile it up, it's called Trumas Halishka. That belongs to Yisrael. So yes, the soul. Yeah, let's do Lishka. Exactly what the money. But if there's others that don't have a Lishka, they're not part of it. They don't get maybe they don't get salt. The marshmallow, they do get salt. So when mice at the end of the day, we don't have a riot. What the Tnai Bezel was. Could be the Tnai Bezel to this. According to the Bukhari. I need a special condition to say a kohen can use salt for his toilet. It goes on his back for anything. It goes on his back like you salt. I wouldn't know just because the Yisrael can use the salt goes to the plug over here. And, yeah, over here. The kohen is not so partially against the salt. It's not part of it. It's not part of the issue. It's not part of the issue. Then you states. I told you about the carbon tax. Sure, so many times. What do you know? The 18 that coming out holding up to the we already established that we said before that salt should be like wood. Just like wood. Imagine if everybody had to bring a carbon and also stuff a bunch of wood to this one. It would be a big pain. It's an issue about you to salt. We said salt should be like the wood. The accumulated, I don't know, doing so deeper. Where do we get that from? Why is it so simple? Like the wood company to me. Decide if it says I realize I think that some of these are racial being the one. Maybe in some of the majors, like the person who says I'm bringing oil, I'm bringing certain providers, just to bring the wine from his house. I'm pretty sure in the store you could purchase certain items, such as wine. I'm pretty sure you can get the wine in also. Oil, different things. You have to bring it. It's yours. It's your responsibility. We have a here. Mamizbeah, we shall see more of Hatim, the Asian food. We shall see more. We have a lot of direction. So, we should have a son, Lazar, things in Lazar, in the paper that he says that And it has to be like in the chaos, just like in the traffic, the community, so too the word is the same thing. Whether the Chamua in there, manufacturing, stands for Hedgehog, and eight in the eight, where the stands for Hedgehog. It's like in the chaos that individuals didn't use it, it's brand new. So too, the word also is brand new. My, very, what's the difference? Now you cognitive, whether or not the word has to be brand new. According to Rabbi Shammua, it has to be brand new wood. You can't use wood. Don't get more about thinking, what? You can't use old wood. Those of you that were here with Zvapim, you know this thing, you had it word for word. But see, by Yom HaRabbi David, when David HaMelech went to make a carbon, and then he ended up buying the Harabayis from Arabna, so Arabna gave him a spot to make a Bama, and he also said, here, I'll give you some wood. You got the Yellow Jimmy, Adoni HaMelech, I'll take the Ila, here, you take some cows, take the oil, and the tools you use for firewood. The problem is, tools are used. How do you use wood for the firewood? Still not the party. What are you giving him used to? You didn't brand new in the plastic. My Meridian, Amarulo, Amida Chicarbo. My Amida Chicarbo, or Amida Tizo, the Kukis, the Joe, the Kukis, the Dosu, the Stoy, something like this. I mean, this is just the Sabbath of the night. It looks a little bit like a goat, and has a lot of teeth. And this is how you thresh the wheat. So it's some sort of tool, and he gave him that tool and said it was brand new. And use it as your firewood. And I read him, I draw, and he said, the focus is something from Moirad. Here's the word Moirad, Moirad, Moirad. Pogash, steel has a lot of teeth. Pogash, with that you'll thresh the Justin the truth. This iron fruits of the planet's America. Take a mincha. You have a bowl of flour. Maybe it has oil already mixed in it sometimes. It has it. The guy puts his hand in the so grabs 3 fingers worth and places it into another 3, which the other vessel is also Sharas, and it gives it a little bit more kedusha. It adds kedusha to it. Now, for some reason, you forgot that already has a continuous, and another mincha gets mixed in there. Something else gets mixed in there. You look up the Adam and did something, okay, we'll show it. Yeah, it's not the same. Hold on, we're going to get there in a second. Over here showing that there's 2 different nothing. This is fun. Show how we got this stuff. A little gooey, like oil in it. So now you have 2 meats, 2 meats together. Now, if you look closely, one has a lot of oil, one has little oil. Okay. So it says in Mishnah, the Minchas Kehanim, the Minchas Mashiach, the Minchas Mashiach, even if the meats are mixed in with all these other minachos, and we're going to see. All right, we should say right now, a Minchas Kayim, Minchas Mashiach, Minchas Mashiach, all these different minachos have 3 times the amount of oil than the typical mincha. Instead of 1 loaf, so you saw it as 3 loaves per time, 3 times the amount of oil. It's very, very liquid. You go in there, we're going to cover Mashiach, we're going to do something to why the taco, I don't like it. With Zoo, when you lost a Ava, with Zoo, when you lost a Rashba. When you have a thicker dough with less oil, that gets mixed in, touches a very soft dough, when you go into Zoo, what's the problem? Major problem. If ever you start needs exactly look shemen, what happens if you put a loaf and a half of oil in there? And if it needs 3 loaf shemen and you put only 2.5 loaf shemen, possibly. So now that you take the 2 together and combine them, the one that's dry is going to absorb the oil from the very moist one. It's going to have more oil than it's supposed to have. And the other one that had a lot of oil is going to have less oil than it needed. So one has more, one has less, and they're both problematic. He says it's tough. Now, for some reason, it's the but that's what happened over there. Some of the oil from the one on the left, one to the right. That was not a problem. They're both the same. They're both the similar in myth. Not awesome. The Amshim Sarah B'Mayim, all the assuming that we have is Vachim, you have blood, and water spills into the blood, says Rashi. Not like it sounds in the Gemara, but water goes in the blood. Then there is something goes, you shuck an animal, and you take blood from the neck of the animal, and you sprinkle it on the blood. Bunch of water mixed in. To what point do you use this blood? When is the blood not good anymore? So, very simply, the Restream is down because it looks like blood, and it smells like blood, and it tastes like blood. That's what looks like blood.
I keep saying that, like, Slow Joe and Chop are going to be one of his. Right? It's like, oh,
Everything above a liter is going to change the way it looks, and it's going to have if the liter is blood, then it's blood. Anything below a liter is practically going to still
Has followed me and wants me on this show. Did you know another podcast? Do you know it's a scam? Questions like, maybe can we talk to you? But somehow I know her. They do their research.
Fans are desperate at any level. Remember that birthday scam? The one where it was like, this guy sends you a thing. Oh, my wife is a huge fan. My husband's a huge fan. They want you to perform for him state of his birthday. And we're in a Venmo you the money. Can you do it? So you Venmo them the money. Or sorry, they Venmo you the money. And then they go, oh, I actually sent too much. Can you Venmo it back? And then they do this where they like cancel it or do it or something like that. I remember hearing about that and thinking, just there's no way, like, at the level that we're at, you think people are begging you to do birthday shit, but somebody asked me to come do a show in Chicago. No problem. I was kind of like, this is still a scam. Yeah, because I suck at it. I don't really want to go there and just like, that is a weird and so I just kept messaging them like, okay, for sure, so what do I do? And they're like, we're just gonna fly to Chicago. Like, okay, you're gonna buy me tickets. They were gonna buy you. I like they were offering like crazy ad scam. And even if that's not a scam, sort of crazy ad scam, just come to Chicago. Maybe if I'm coming to Chicago, maybe you're Chicago. Mitchell, look it up on my DMs on Instagram. See what else we have. Sound reading, but ad reads are a problem. Just post a clean. Sky 2305. I haven't seen another just post a while.
How you show up and wake up feeling your best. Because fun should come with a cost. With the new upgrade, welcome to nowadays. Whether you're easing in or tuning things up, the pace is yours to set. Minutes 10, 20 jump to left, just start feeling lighter. When it's 20, 25, you're in the sweet spot, social. And when you're minute 45 to 60, ride the wave a little longer, or let it wind down easy. Is it legal? Yes. Nowadays it's legal in most US states thanks to the 2018 Farm Bill, which reclaimed hemp as
It's for him, but it's so funny that like the Porsche has ads where he's like, is it legal? Yeah. And then some random year, the 2018 Farm Bill, this product, the bill, like, gave me the ability to get
hemp as an agricultural product or agriculture takes you from the ground to the sin like a sparrow, just without side effects. What's it taste like? Yes, well, expect real fruit flavors, a crisp, clean finish, zero hit of THC, whether you're sipping solo or toasting with friends. Nowadays, it's a made to mix in with any moment. It's nowadays. So this has something tasty you want to try.
It sounds so tasty. I was buying this from this. I want to order him to drink because someone says something that sounds tasty. You want to try that now? Don't drink it before you get there because I got to do it. I think nowadays probably, okay, here's my predicament. So nowadays, they make products, they get him as legal, they do the thing like if I years into it, they everything is set to go. The CEO, since his former now, they're right, he's talking, and he goes, listen guys, I realized that our product is for stupid people. Really, for me to just so we need to find podcasts. It doesn't sound like it sounds like a bad thing. It's actually good for idiots. So we gotta find the dumbest podcast that we can find. It doesn't matter if they fuck up what it said. All we need to do is have a profile and a link. And these people will find it. They'll start drinking now. So get up. Anybody got any ideas? Anybody got any? Oh, I did T-Fat K. There's a whole Reddit that talk about how stupid they are. That's why I'm vice president. That's why you're the CFO.
And
but we should
get some mixed in with a menthol fight, which goes completely on with that. Or the
that's a good
menthol,
point, I guess.
we got things here, from double greens, twice a day, with the woman like yourself and the menthol, and you bring together with the carbon, together with the wine, cooler. Why?
Now become hungover.
Try it out some of these now. I'm trying
So the one that's very dry is going to absorb
It's crazy.
water,
Motherfuckers
even a
all
small
about
amount,
risking
but
his
now
life
it
and
has
making
more oil than
traffic laws just to make it
now the other one that had a lot of oil has less oil than it's supposed to. So it became popular. That's the model of the players in the team. This kills the one absorbs some of it. You can use it. You don't view it as an absorption. It's the same as that minute. It's oil. It's a good. The oil is staying where it was supposed to stay. Oil is used to stay where it hasn't been done. They don't travel for one another. They're not in the back of one another. There's another ingredient here called flour. Okay, I have a piece. It's all enough.
That's the funniest narrative is that he doesn't even like
I have
drugs.
here, I don't know, half a pound of flour.
He serves him. He thinks of it like he's afraid of
And
it.
I have quarter of a liter of oil. And
So this is
comes another quarter of a liter of oil. And I put it in there. Take the oil and pour it. It's really
why pick something you don't like.
quarters of a
I wouldn't want to be in that either.
But I'm going to get
I wouldn't
rid
be in that
of
fucking movie with that psycho hick, right? Like going crazy. Like that. What do you mean that turd? I don't blame Papa for not wanting to be in that fucking I do need a territory. Fuck this card.
Well, no, in my head, it's going to be a drop of oil. Nothing's really full flour, and the flour is without the oil, not the oil is without the oil. The Gemara says a little bit of a snake, so we pretend that there's no other oil.
His arm is so close to the other guy, like he's gonna grab the other guy, like, hey, save me or help, I'm scared. That's just crazy, buddy. Okay, this is you like this.
So my flour in this hand is going to be vacuum.
Wow, that was great. That was fun.
And that's a problem. Then it becomes that program. This one is too much. When it's too little, the kids are talking about lip fillers. What else you got? That's the problem. Looking here is like, most of the meat would never have to start. Get rid of the oil. Pretend that this hand doesn't have oil. Squeeze it. Any meat, and the new, the oil came from the other one. In this hand,
why does he lie like that?
Rub all in the back of the hammer.
That's crazy.
The flour in this hand is going to be overcome it, and you evaporate.
Nobody else
Gets his lips going. Would you stop saying that? If I go when he gets his lips going, would you stop saying that? And gets fucking lips going.
Boy, you look kind of cowards.
When he gets his lips going, would you stop saying that? And gets fucking
yeah, he does. That's what he's doing, man. He pipifies his lips, dude. He's like, he pipifies. Random.
Good morning, Rabbi So we have a focus here whether or not wood is carbon, not a carbon, what are. You put salt on wood, you put salt on blood. So אבל אני עדיין האדם באיסו מהחויר, אין ציון no. So we have a number on our right to say that these four things don't have salt. Given what we learned yesterday, 18, we said you need salt. Torah, we said you need salt. Let's see. Mine is really just trying to go crazy. He read the castration. Then you can report on the war of Virginia with carbon and fire salt. We wrap on Patrick Torah. We saw that on the hole that it's Torah, and his Torah, we put salt. So then we're going to see on the page where exactly you put the salt on. Very interesting. Where? What do you think? Where would you put salt on Torah? Every day you have to do green Torah. According to our Banan, you need to put salt on Torah. Tomorrow, who is respected? Those going to be like, I know the sign of the 12, and no one can live in a break on in there. Now, Tablet 2 is better than Tablet 4. So let me just remind you, we're not going to discuss this a lot. So even if you get, there's no such thing as grammar to follow Tablet 5 anymore. So let's say you're new. So the Torah says that on a carbon control. Now, carbon needs to meet all these items in the field here. I mean, Levina, the flour, the meat, the wood, all of these. But then the Torah says, no, milchotcha. The carbon is a milchot. We're just not getting it yet. If we stop right over there, then the only carbon that would require salt is the milchot. But the Gemara told us that you keep on going because it's a cultural one. So you have a sandwich, you have a flour in the beginning, flour then, which is a general carbon, all carbonic, and then we have a crop. We have the middle crop. The crop comes to two crops that have carbon, and carbon, but carbon that's similar to the crop, which is the middle. And now we're going to go one step further, just for a minute. Now, by the food, it's also with Tablet 4. What's the crop that we're talking about? The middle thing, crop is the middle. You're calling it the Tablet 4. Why? Because anything that's a food item, but except Puma, you can read a comment. If the third touches it, it's acceptable to Puma. If the person certainly touches it, even if that's a person that's Puma, comes. So, I'm going to put something that's a Tablet 4. Boil the meat and you put it on a fire, you burn it. Yes, no, I'm the best at this. The outer is bad. This right over here is the inner is bad. A milchot goes on the outer is bad. But actually something that goes only on the outer is bad, the Tablet Tomer goes on the side. So what is that? Hold on, I'm Tablet Tomer. The oil of the Ishin. He's like, dude, I don't give a what I'm joking. The Yeshua is never thinking. I'm glad that I don't see that. I'm glad that I'm not affected as much by this mind on my own that wood does not require salt. Why? It's not a Tablet Tomer. strictly creation. It's just a piece of wood. A piece of wood is not how unless it's fashioned into some sort of vessel. It's just a piece of eight, a piece of wood. It's firewood. Some kind of something. Yotzibam, Yayin, Shanoyim, from there I know of the other two items in there. There's four items that we're looking for. That the guy said. There's wood, love, fire. What's the third one? The fourth one? Wine. Why is it that wine and blood don't require salt and illumination? You don't put them on the fire. You put blood on the wall. You put wine on the back by the sheep and right over here. You can't probably remember the key on the video. That are two holes, two like grains that have like a little cup on the top. What does the water do? Let's see, really, no. The point is, you put it on the gas, you don't put it on the fire. Yes, the fire is a white fire, not one of these. Then now the Zephyr fire. Fire goes on the Zephyr inside the hair called is a golden gas, and you put the fire during the day, and therefore it doesn't require salt, it's not similar to the wood fire, to the fat, but yes, you burn it. Yes, you can have a coma, but it doesn't go on the outside of the gas. It doesn't require salt. No trivial. So what do we have a dinner? We have a horse, whether or not wood requires salt. So already old wood is a real carbon. A very good is a carbon of wood. Wood requires wood to burn it. You take the wood, you put on top of other wood, the burning wood, you take salt, you sprinkle it on, heat up, you do some barrel, and notice you name it. People didn't know that you could bring wood as a carbon. And then wood does it, sprinkle salt on it. Yeah. Okay. Continue. Now we have another nice trivia now about blood. Here, I asked the question before here, as we started to, how can you drink blood? Let's go blood. If you want to be like a kid, maybe not like Jesus like that. Probably not. If you're not over the part, it's a good part, right? That's the water, I would not be flowing down. We have this whole word out of Separ that tells us that doesn't get salted. A lot of them have amina down the bone. I think it's salted blood. After the water came out there, what happened is salt blood. Once you salt blood, you ruin the blood. And once you ruin the blood, you can't use it as a party. So you're going to ruin blood. In the mouth, in other words, God. And all that's here, we're coming up. Dam Shibishloy, ain't no girl. If you take blood and you cook it, you're not over with the part. Put blood. You hear this? So here's the way out. You should have answered. Have you known? There's another way. There's another way. You're you add salt to it. You're not over. It says right over here. And it says that here it's just underlying. When you add salt to blood, it's like as if you boiled it. And when you boil it, it loses the properties of blood. And therefore, it's not really a part. That's what you can put on the deck. Why do I need a partner to tell me they should put salt in the blood? When you add salt, you ruin it. Right, ruin it there, all right. Another sign I lost, and I'm going to get to us, but we're going to finish it off. A varden to run the heaven, ain't going to see the replica. When you have any limbs of the animal that you put on the grill first, before you put, you're supposed to put the meat of the carbon directly on the fire on the back without ever grilling it. But when you're grilling it, you do that first. That ruins it. Because the aroma comes out of it at that point. Now this same moment, this house is like this. Why do you need a pastor to say that you don't put the salt in his blood? Bloody salt, blood that has salt is not good blood. You can't throw it. If you even drink it, ain't out of the cut it. So why do you need a special pastor to say you shouldn't put salt in the blood? It's obvious you can't put salt in the blood. Now the same Mizdobai Mashu the Lissadam. The Rambam even says that next to the mixture of salting, you put one granular, or whatever it's called, 1 grain of salt. 1 grain of salt to be like this. That's very good. Okay, if you put more, the value of the other will say how much salt. But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't really. It's still available for you to get. So I think that you should salt the blood, very little, just to be like do it in a way that it's still pressure is super on your back. But if you eat it, you're tired, sorry. But at the same time, you're like the mixture of salt by putting a little tiny bit. I choose that. And that's why you're supposed to take it in front of a little bit. Move on, like you just wait over and come in the back, just wait in your own. Just wait. If you cook up the blood, you boil the blood, and you're not on your cart, there's a rubber to call my law, Michael, and rubber says, raise your bio. Rabaya Kubam Council. But I go on back, following. What the work is it? So, Lanky said, Michael, chicken of them. How is so hard, like you said? And the work is coming out, this is fire. It means that it boils up, six months at that, that following, that the blood is congealed. It's like a solid form. Gawa, mine is Gawa. Here, I'll show you a little bit of video. It's really long. Here. Listen, not the stuff. Let's see what advertising is. How it talks. This is the Gemara later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, the Gemara says later, you take it the last time. It's like the amount of split, you put it. I don't know if the background logo is. You take it. Well, it's back, okay. Look at AI. Things that got a holiday, or you look at the title more. This is a bigger thing. The title says, you shouldn't eat potato. You shouldn't eat fat. So what if you look inside the fat? You boiled it up and it became like a liquid. Maybe that's how it's like. If you break it with a straw, tired. You still tired. I can find a simple food that if you boil up blood, you're tired. Why are you telling me that if you boil up blood, you're puffing? Here it says, boil up blood, puffing. And here it says you put it. He put that down that color, but you boiled it up and you ate it up. And you ate it. You still kind of, this is more of a cashew for the rule, cashew for the comedy. There's different ways to heat it up. If you heat it up with that fire, it'll never go back to where it was. If you heat it up in the sun, and the wood, it's more explained right away, wood, like hard out, it never goes back to the original consistency. But how about hard out? Right now, you can't eat it, but it's not drinkable. It's congealed. We wait a few hours and go back to the original form. After the mother of the common label has been created, constitution in cooking, especially the one coming to straw forever. If the blood is not available for the bath for 2-3 hours in the afternoon, it can never be available. So you're going to wait until it liquefies again, goes back to the original form. It's too late. Right now you can't eat. Right now it's never gets to us. It never becomes ready. The vitamin is money to get from somebody else. Money has to do it. That's the price of hormone. Blood, the congealed, and you ate it. What's that law? On my leg, other than it, please off. Even though in 2 hours from now it's going to be liquid again. Right now you ate it with flour, you pump it. Eat it. What do you know what no, brother will show you. The Restream is a liar that wasn't prescribed. Why would you ever say that there's a difference between if you became boiled in the sun or boiled on a oven? So boiled in the sun, it's going to go back. Eventually, it's going to go back to that. When it comes to cooking, let's say you have this missing chunk of it, right? You saw one little chunk. It's going to be a carbon. Then you got the purity. The carbon is garbage. Why? The ones you couldn't put it on his bath in 1 minute, even if you were taking his bath later, he didn't answer. Well, between, I think they take it out. Yeah. No, I haven't. But okay, really fun. Then a bad guy comes up with it doesn't make sense. The bad guy comes up with it time, and the bad guy female, and you want to do it second. All right, I'm back in the the other thing is down to talking about the difference between blood they put on the outer of his back and the inner of his back. One of these guys part of the body, it's not called higher. It's blood from the outer half up, then you can regular half of you drink all year long, you eat it, even though it's congealed, you're tired. Why? But look up the notes and I'm like we saw in this video right over here. You could grab it. When you walk down, it's not done. It's not sprayable. It's not springable. It's not springable, but it doesn't have to be springable because the part says the look up. You can't see it. The notes and you put it. It's not fluid. Mono. You can't take it. The high barbecue, there's zero. You can actually take it. You take a piece of red, you take a piece of blood, you can see it, and you put it on the jar. However, the paprika means that color is different with the inner half, because of how you want to keep it. Or, let's say, the inner one, the go on this music player. And then you eat that, that's the difference between the inner and the outer. Why? Because the color is diesel. It has to be smooth. It has to be liquid. You have to be able to drinkable. The high live by two lives over. You can't dump the finger in and then spray. This type of blood is also in the outer one. Then the inner one is the same. You let the blood from blood.
It's fun adding to the show.
Vamos a pop a little Dam amor se cola. You take a donkey blood, which I you can bring a donkey as a hard one in the business. And it congeals and you wait it, you hide it. Why? Because if you destroy, it's never low as a place. It's so much it's available in the outer taco. So we make it as a congealed form. It's also so congealed form of the donkey blood and darkness. So today you have some body on the side. Because I was saying, from first commission to the donkey blood is up there. Like, what do you have to say? Based on your blood comes up there. All my rap, you go over the eerie. Down, big rock, big never fight. Oh. So when you jump in a mitzvah, this is like not good for mitzvah. This is right over here. Yeah. The certain things that are on your body, they cause a barrier or interposition, whatever the word is.
Why does nobody ever ask
They're not communicating
I guess it's because
and maybe what? That would be not good. Or the little word clothing. So, taking down blood on your hands, look at the other hand. You're bleeding on your hand, the blood comes out of your hand. So getting that thing out, if it's dry blood, then that would be a risk of pizza. But what about if it's liquid still? Still moist.
Does he hear
Does he put blood, and honey and milk? You basically dried off as a real pizza. Oh, that's what it was. This is, I think,
that's so funny that he would think, if he thinks it's flaming young, like, does he think that it's named that because they cook, calves?
I guess this is honey. This is dried out. Now I get it. Not the name of it.
So harmless to call
It says before that if it is moist, there's no casito. Why do you say that it's moist? There's casito like cashew. Oh, it's solid, other than that. There's a difference. If it's sticky or not sticky, it's not sticky. If you touch it, you put it in your way. There's like a little stream that's sticky. You know that little sticky stream. So if it's sticky, that's it. If it's not sticky, then it's literally like just it's like water almost. It's not a real thing. Next subject. You're welcome, I also.
Let's watch this one over done.
You had this puzzle.
Papa's got
Reminds me, everyone says Mela 3 times. It also says Mela Finla. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How much salt? What do they have of salt? Babela, Yoko, Kabine. So the word Kabine, we're going to try to understand what it means. But in general, it means a lot of salt. Okay, you gotta, how do you say it in English? Pack it on. Pile it on. Okay, pile it on. Pile it on. Yeah, pile it on. No, pile it on. I'm going to do like one of these shirts to say like in the restaurant. Get a lot, like pile it on. Have a little thin love. It says, no, not that much. Just thin love. Salt it. Thin love. Maybe it's salt and water, which is really diluted. Have a little bit of milk. Really cash bismillah. Oh, and it says, really cash bismillah. Only milk change it. You should bring salt They never rest. What does that mean? This is salt that comes off the ocean, especially in Yamamel, and it never rests. 7 days a week, it's bringing the salt. The water goes onto the shore, it evaporates, and then it leaves the salt piles up over there. Actually says it's very thin, it's dark. Okay. Versus salt that you have to mine. You have to mine the salt. What is this? What's going on? Okay, there's some sort of thing. This is salt that comes out of the ground you have to mine. If that's not melach she'inish that says it's not in the middle of kashrus. How would I takir? Takir kosher. You learn from the word takir that any type of salt, takir can come up, and even if you import it from another country, from Florida to Israel, takir is a shot. You're allowed to use it even on Shabbos. And this is difficult for the Rishonim. What issue is there to salt something on Shabbos? Now we know there's a malacha of salting hides on Shabbos. That's evil, but there's no issur to salt food. Food is definitely no issur official with salt on Shabbos. The Rashba says perhaps it's talking about the oilah. The oilah is not food. The oilah is a kula Hashem goes on his back, and to salt that might be illegal. But they discuss it. Even if the salt, and this is a chiddush, I don't know, a lot of people in the room, if I would ask people in the room, can salt become common? The answer is yes. It's a food item that can become common. What's the word tiberneyu? Maybe you should pile it on. That's the lesson we used before. If the word tiberneyu is lashon of heaven, tiberneyu is lashon of heaven. It says you should put the heaven in there. It's not tiberneyu. Hello, Rabbi Yochai has an opinion. The word tiberneyu means to build. That's a build. The word venenu we should build, not tiberneyu. Look it up, Mama. That's what he said. Pile it on. Bunch of piles of salt. Rabbi Yochai tiberneyu, Mike tiberneyu, Merabashi Yochai eat them with Tom Kibina. Put a little flavor like understanding, like bina. So there's a little bit of an issue here between the art scroll and MDY Gemara. The mamish machlokes because the art scroll says the name means a little salt, like bina, a little bit, and Rabbi Zidya, he decided the name means a lot. But I saw the Mesivta actually says a lot, and it means the Restream according to the article, it's a little, according to this, it's a lot. It seems like the places on the spot that it's a lot. This page says, you have to like rinse it off. Now rinse it off means that there's a lot of salt. Okay, so I am shown between the official edition and the Shabbos thing. You don't need a lot, you put kilo. Here's the how you do it. Maybe every night on the middle, you bring one limb, and you're showing them, yeah. Maybe every night on the middle, you bring one of the limbs, you put salt on it, then you flip it over, and you put salt on it again, and then you put there, and then you want to eat meat today, that's what you do. You don't just put salt on one side, put salt on both sides. So here's the thing, salt on top of the mizbeach, if it looks like, let's see if I have it up here. If I use this salt on the ram, am I over on the Elah? Do I have to bring a carbon? Yes. If the salt is on a limb of an animal and I use the salt right off the limb, let's do something else. Forget that. I put salt on a limb and it fell off the limb. I'm done salting. Salt doesn't stay. Some of it falls. So some of it fell off the back, and I use it now to salt my driveway. No.
But this is
over, not over? Not over. Why? I already did I'm not over this. Not over. Hold on a second. Not over. But if the salt is on the animal, it's a big tippage. I'm over on the evil. I am done. I'm done. I was behind the mitzvah. Why am I over? That I need to suffer. Miracle, God, they make your mind up. If it's on the limb, I'm under a meal. God, I have it. But they'll walk my animal, and it's landed on the grass, the grass. The grass will grab, fell off the animal, and the grass, hey, where is it? Go inside. Lord, I'm asking my bro, I see this request in Hashem, and Shmuel, Kohanim, Alev, Melach. This is referring to in the future base of Hashem, by Shlishi, Veloid, this soul is considered when it's still on the animals, that's why it's supposed to be male. Even though I'm done with it, it's not awesome. Mellow agent, to Kohanim, that a client is permitted to use the soul of this amygdala in the word, and we have to understand what. There's no sound, there's no purpose. When it's either touching, what's going on? All that's one is another card enough. When the client brings on cards on, I'm like, you know what? If he brings a sandwich, no. Let me ask you a question, honestly. Are you allowed to bring a bottle of ketchup from home into the base of the English? Typically speaking, now I've been coolant in English. It's awesome. What about ketchup? I want to eat my steak with barbecue sauce, with ketchup, whatever I eat my steak with. Am I allowed to bring it in? We have a place in training, but the place that says you're allowed. Register, you're not allowed. So, it's again thoughts over here. You're talking about salt, you're talking about food that comes from the outside. That's what it's all about. Something I can make the marshals. You thought maybe you need to the bottom left or bottom. It's salt food, they're all Machila means, Machila touching. You're not allowed to eat the steak of the kosher with the salt of the Besamigdash. You can't use the Besamigdash spices for their steak, which is kosher. And they're only allowed to eat them in fish. They have to eat it. How do you know they have to eat it like really bland, without any spices? As a Gemara, after that beat, as a Noah, or it's touching them, the Kohanim, they get the hide of the Besamigdash. And we give them the right amount of salt, the process the hide, the pan the hide. Lucky it's fucking but you give a little salt for the steak, nah. It's only, let me tell you that, the station coming to Melbourne, there's 3 pounds of salt. The list is in the place of the salt is in the room. This is the chamber salt. There we even have a picture. Here it is, right over there, salt chamber. Who's gonna know about that? That we saw already on the ramp itself was pile of salt and carbon.
Ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed.
Why do you need 3 pounds? Listen, I'm out to some authorized production. It's in the quarters that the plane gets the salt, and it's no private high. You get in salt, there's no private consumption. I got that better when you need salt on top of the ram. To some of them say, all the limbs of that. Why on top of that? To some of them, that's better. This is super interesting. Where do you salt? Where do you put the place? Where do you salt the place? Wow. This says, first of all, it's salt over here on the ram. Why is it over here? Go on the ram, you come back down and go to the apron. So the person explain how we had better from the slapper without any bar. Over here is dirty salt. I want nice pure white salt, and that I could find only on top of the cap over here. We're not surrounding that we salted on top of the cap, we can turn cheap and something else rich. So the question is, why can't you use the salt for those steaks? I don't not too explain right now. No, they couldn't use salt for the steaks that they get off the carbon. And my kilo the colon. Because there's another sickness. Every day we have traditional medical condition. We know that a lot of conversations we have to do when you're satiated, when you're not starving. It's not appropriate to sit down for a function after you like if you're fasting, like after a fast, like let's say fish and you come sit down. You don't eat like that. That's not how you need to start. You need to really get ahead like you're eating. So maybe I have to make sure that you're not hungry. You eat like a little bit of food before. Then you steal the cousin and soy sauce. salted custard over here. That's what I'm saying. You're not allowed to do the sandwich. That's all.
Other content on
Ketchup, you're allowed to according to places because the ketchup goes onto your carpet.
academic and
But your sandwich is nothing to be carpet. It's that you should be full before you eat a carpet. So sandwich you can't bring it to the business. So obviously your sandwich is outside of the business. They have a special locker room for sandwiches. And you went outside and ate it. Now, yeah. And I used the sauce for that sandwich. That was really cool. Tuesday stand up and say about it. Often, now the culture will have you have to use the salt from your sandwich from home. Oh, everyone actually up and stop right. The truth is, we can stop right over here. The one side, have a wonderful day. Give me the pencil, please.
And so, some summary, we'll go into it after we open up things a little bit more for questions, just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. If you ask me questions like, how do I make a goal, I'll tell you, I have no idea. Here are 3 books in Aramaic that allegedly tell you how to do it. Go forth, have fun. So,
Two lines from the bottom of the text of the page over the Bible.
these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite or they're going to be informed.
We were discussing yesterday
Terminology to what will become Kabbalah. But they're kind of
things that are in the middle of Ma'akev, not Ma'akev. Are they, how do you say Ma'akev again? Right, good word. Mandatory. Mandatory is a better word. Yeah. Like Hanabe, and now it's Sugyon means repeat. When it's Hanabe girl, the Torah doesn't repeat it twice. The Ma'akev, salt is mandatory. It's Ma'akev. It's on your bris, Mela, oil. Say, bris, I'm one of the Mela. That's it. There will be Huda. The Shino, I never found bris, Mela, oil. It's like a very short. Like I said, the word bris. Never I love bris in our film, but change this for the bunny place. Who knows? They need a kind of a thing. Not just to go back. You need salt. We're saying it's salt. It's not doubled up. It's not double up. Tomorrow, our Yosef, Rab, our Mishnah, we look at our Mishnah. It says that the Shulid Shemitah, it is going to be low. The Lord Mala, the 14 of which means this is going to be low. Okay. It doesn't say Melech twice. And therefore, if you don't do it, it's not the end of the world. Oh my Go back to the Mishnah. The Mishnah starts off. He didn't do Tika, he didn't do the third oil. He didn't do Blila. He didn't do Tika. Then he didn't do Melech. He just said Melech means he didn't do it at all. So then you have to say the first thing in the Mishnah, he didn't do it at all. Oh no, we already established. Hello, the other player on the water. We already spoke about it, and we said, like, Tika means not that he didn't do it, a kind didn't do it. He showed it. And now with the law, it's really to understand because we spoke about it and what about meaning law, and then what's this up to this law, but it is each word could be a different meaning. Because Tika means that a kind didn't do it, doesn't mean that he means it, it means the same thing. Perfect. Whereas, and I don't know if I know the law, maybe it doesn't mean that he didn't do it at all. It means that a kind didn't do it. That's a part of that. Yeah. What do you mean? How could it be possible? And so, for not so close, and what do you believe? How does that? So, I can't get let's say, see the bridge, and the Salve, well, we had similar shots yesterday. In other words, one of the things I remember was Kia, like a Russian or it's a must. Where it says, you're going about it, it says, Kuka, it's Pyra. Sometimes you don't need the word Kuka. Sometimes in order to say that it's mandatory, it's still the word. In other words, in Chris, this means the covenant, I have a risk with you. That's what you have to do. Like, that's so. You can't just almost do it and not do it. You have to do it. You must do it. Chris. Man, the covenant, brother, it's just as strong as repeating the covenant twice. If the word Chris, you must do it. However, the problem is, why did you say that the Torah didn't say twice? Well, one of they dropped what the Torah didn't repeat. Look, see, the Torah doesn't talk about Melech Hema. So if I show you the puzzle, it's going to be very, very understandable. The Torah talks about Melech, the Torah is Melech, the Torah was like Melech. Just 3 times the Prophet is Melech, not twice, 3. So the Torah didn't repeat itself. Now, we're going to do the Gemara of the Tanya. This whole process, family related, also the other even that much better than that. Now they're doing it to the down, oh, I think now we're going to what is the salt? Maybe you have to salt the water. Maybe you have to salt blood. Should they go further? We also call the part.
They still separate between all the different
so this is interesting one, and try to remember it because we're going to mention it several times. It means that there's something else that comes together with it. In order to put your reach on it, you need work. You need to burn wood. So the other thing, I can't talk about the life. Wood doesn't need wood. Blood doesn't need wood. It needs to need wood. So what requires salt? Something that you need wood. So when I put this, you need something, you have to salt it. But what I mean, I don't have to salt it. But blood doesn't have to salt it. Tomorrow, Imam Mincham, that is from Terry. What does it mean to do? What does the meat do? The meat allows you to eat the shirayim, yeah? It's one of the materials. You put the meat on the back, the butter is up, then the Quran to eat. The shirayim to come out. Oh, so maybe anything that allows you to do something else would require salt. For instance, abidam, shemati. What about blood? Blood allows you to eat the rest of the carbon. So it's called the mincha. I'm a little man, so here's another or we're going to remember this. This is one of the things that soon you can today. It has a mincha, the way now the mecha. You put salt on a mincha, you don't put salt on blood. Okay? Maybe you should put the salt on the shirayim part also. You see on the chart the shirayim also. I'm a very much karba. Carbon don't know when they where do you put the salt? On the carbon part, not the edible part, that's not the carbon, on the part that goes underneath there. Okay, so we're seeing on the top left, the Kmita part. We're not around the Lavoina, what about top right? The Lavoina. I need the Lavoina, she can volume of the Lavoina and the flour coming in one vessel. How do you compare it? So that's why that's why you need salt. You're not around to celebrate off everything. Oh, so here, that's the question I asked in the beginning. Can you bring the vinyl by itself? And the answer is yes. I can bring a carbon. I really like carbon and vinyl. It's interesting, but it's bring a whole plate full of the vinyl. How do I know that if it comes by itself without any flour, it also requires salt? Well, the vinyl above is deep about Pyres. What about the vinyl that comes in the 2 spoons on the lechem apanim, on the shulchan or lechem apanim? Not Pyres. And how do you know if Pyres itself needs salt? Minchas koyanim. There's no kmitza by the koyanim. It goes straight onto the mizbeach. It was like cutting shiach and can go to the minchas chavitim, half in the morning, half in the afternoon, the minchas nisachim, or minchas that come together with the wine, that comes together with service of violence. They move it, they move it also, and they move it. The hair, the murim, like this, the murim, the papas, the awesome. I love the detail of it. Like literally, like it's real. Very more cut the option. What's kachim? So Rashi said something interesting. I wouldn't know this without Rashi. He says in Mur, because it bothers me right away. Look at Rashi. If you're talking about katos and asham, so what else is there? What are the kachim out there that are not addressed by the Gemara? Yeah? It's just katos, it's just asham. So what else is there? There's nothing else on the list. Oh, says Rashi, yeah, there is something on the list. The shlomim they bring on shmurs. They bring kachim. They mure kachim. And also, you have regular shlomim, taita, they mure the they all require salt. They mure oilam. You have to, every oil, sorry, all the limbs of the oil, all require. Minayin that they need salt on the loymar, of kol, karbon, kol, pakir, no. And that's the puzzle you can understand out, maybe with Irish, that even when you read wood, how do I know that in salt and Levaina, my bad is, he said, the reason why Levaina needs salt, how do I know that Levaina, the fragrance requires salt? All right, and they'll come to now, you Levaina. Mama, it's a little stream volume of the actually, why do I have to say this is large? Because that's something more clear. But I'm making a message. I can't bomb because of the idea that if it's wood that burns it, that requires salt. So the vina is burnt by the wood, so it requires salt. Polygon. Ema for the cloud. Woman of pride. So, Baruch Hashem, we don't have to say that there's zero problem when it comes to cloud, that's a problem. When the Torah says a generalization, the Torah says carbon. Carbon can mean all these things that you see over here. It can mean meat, it can mean wood, vina, bird, it can mean everything. That's a very generalized Muslim. Then the Torah says mincha. A mincha. Only on a mincha you put salt. Let's try. So anytime you have a generalization and then specification of crack, then what the Torah is doing is saying, forget the cloud. There's no cloud. Not generalized. It's very, very exact with the crack. But if the Torah adds another cloud afterwards, then it opens it up again. But the reason why there's a crack, because now I have where to focus. It has to be very similar to the crack. That would be if there's only a cloud on the crack. But right now we're at a cloud on the crack. There we go. We have a carbon cloud. What carbon is general? So what? So that's the exact, there's no generalization, it's very specified. Mincha in Midaflina life. We remove the whole list of Karbanis that we saw before, all these different things, and that to be only a minute. And that's the only thing that requires it. Although I'm like, whoa, so no. You got to see in the book. It's like the book about Coco. Here we go. So it's carbon, mincha, carbon. All carbon, all the types of carbon. So now it brings everything back in. Guess what? There's something similar to having a carbon similar to the brass, which is the mincha. What are you doing? A carbon cloud, cloud is private cloud. You have to go and open a cloud. So you have the generalization of both sides. It's a sandwich. So you have to take the middle thing, a very specific thing called a crack, which discusses a mincha. And we learn from that to the general category. The law is not from the fire shakir and fire law. We're still in that thing over there. The wood, there's wood that's burned because of it. Oh, shakir and fire law. So everything in the cloud has to be something. That's why Yoshi, the fires over there, there's wood burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon that needs wood to burn. Then it requires salt. I told you I ran about fire law. Apparently, the bar of fire law might need. Eighteen. Oh, 18. If anything has wood, then it requires salt. So now let's go back to a different question. Same question. If I bring a carbon that is wood, does wood require wood? Probably not. And then why I shouldn't have the salt? only something that requires wood. The Gemara is saying over there that wood requires wood. When you bring a pile of wood, you're not lighting it, you light underneath it. You light the wood underneath it. And therefore, wood does require salt. Ema, Levina, Vaisudam, digging this up. What's the interesting thing that's going on here? The Gemara says that since blood comes together with something else, blood comes together with itself. But the Nesachim come because of the blood. So Mela, they go together, and therefore to require salt. Just like the Levina comes because of a mincha, the Levina comes because of the mincha, and that's why it requires salt. So too, the suffering that comes because of the blood, but also the blood should need salt. No. We're talking about the word with us. Something don't come. The wine doesn't come because of the blood. The wine comes together with the move. Makes sense. Achilu shtia. There's wine and there's meat. Like that's what we eat on Shabbos. Yeah, the achilu and the shtia. No, you are other rabbis. Kapara the simcha. Simcha meaning the wine. The wine is the end of the. You have a kapara through the blood, and you have the simcha that you got a kapara. You didn't have to drink the wine. You drink wine. It's like part of the simcha. Ella levina by ima kliyecha. The reason why levina gets salt, it comes together in one place. The suffering about it being that hard. The suffering about it separate. The wine is separate. That's why there's no salt. The wood goes together with that's why it needs salt. This mitzvah comes together with wood, but it also is a market. So basically, there's two things going on. Maybe you need two things. Maybe it's not enough that you just come with wood. It comes with wood, but it also is a market. Oh my God. Maybe you need two things. The Levina that comes from the together with the Lechem comes from the Shulchan. It's the market for the Lechem without putting it on fire. You don't get to eat the Lechem. It's also something that needs wood. So you have two things going for it. You have wood and you have a market. I don't need that in your life. Anything that doesn't have these two things, right? We're not. The is Ma'am for Sefer. The Lord album. Blood is just a market. There's no wood. The blood still has one thing. So then if it only has one thing, the fire, you know automatically it doesn't need salt. So then if you know automatically it doesn't need salt, why do you need the Pazim Ma'am for Sefer? You need the Pazim Ma'am for Sefer because that's not how you figure if someone needs salt or not. It's not depending on one or two things. Obviously, it's not about two versus one. Otherwise, we wouldn't need a person specifically in the mind. The found out even if it only has one thing going through it, it doesn't need salt. Oh, no. Mama for example, the Nagamecha. We learn from the policy, Mama for example, that's 2 meals and it's only a minute of blood. Rema, Mama for example, Yullah, and Ma'ala, maybe you don't need to put salt on. It's not very hard to have it in the repuye. No. It makes sense. Logically, you should have to salt. Liz, Shitei, in my Gemara says, I like it, H. Benitma. They actually changed, those other changed the, what everybody else has. Ajban Small. H. Benitma. Fire in the Tumah. And we don't even do this, we don't use the last vowel, but basically it stands for this right over here, as you know, going to explain. I feel like I'm not showing you some video. Oh. This? No, Guy brings a wood carbon. No, I think that's later. It's later also. No, let me show that later. I have to show later. Later, and Germany gun here. All this good videos are for later. Okay. It's also later. Then. Okay, into this. Something. You have to sort up these rings. Why? Because there are 6 things that are similar to them. All 6 things. Okay, about regular Kamoisa. You have to put it with wood. You have to put the limbs with wood. Just like a mint. Ishim Kamoisa. You need fire. But what's Kamoisa outside of the headphone? Sometimes blood is different because blood is inside. Blood. You don't put on the fire. You throw it on the wall. You don't have wood underneath it. Notice that Kamoisa, a vine right here, it's a nice one. If you over Tuma Kamoisa, can become a Mihila Kamoisa. If you use it, you have to pay the bit. So you use blood. Nah. So Gemara, the following days, blood is similar to mincha, and blood to require salt. Chicken matter Kamoisa, blood is a matter. It allows you to spray the blood, through the blood, you allow you to carbon. First of all, second of all, Musa the Shkir Sahama Kamoisa, it's possible when Shkir comes along. Over here is a massive placement, and we discussed in the Zvachim, the famous Shita of the Tam, that Shkia, he says, is not cosmic, when the sun goes below the horizon, but rather it's 58 and a half minutes later. And then you have 13 and a half minutes of Shmashis, a total of 72 minutes. That's Shita Surreal Tam. Akapanem, you have 2 things that are similar. Blood is similar to mincha. We have 6 things that Ivarim are similar. That's why I'm going to take the puzzle and be the night's blood and everything. Yeah, you have to go 8 to the down. I'll give you that wood. I've never seen an argument that's a slam dunk case. Wood and blood require salting. Why? Because it's cold, so this requires blood. But when they thought that, that's why I have a meal on the chutzpah and not blood. Not trying to say Gomer 18 if you carbon. Who says that wood is considered carbon? Rebbe. The Rebbe will melody, right? According to Rebbe, wood need salt. You have to salt the wood. Design your carbon mineral, which is extra on lame, it's not amazing. You let it come and donate the wood. The time how much is considered a carbon? Snakes, you're looking like 2 feet. Okay, no, I know about the oil, I'll prove about racing. It's a carbon. Maybe I'm carbon mincha. Wood is in fact a mincha. It's a type, we're calling the carbon, not a carbon oil, it's a carbon mincha. With the woman doing a gosha, the marsh have to take it. Let's say we even have a gosha. I don't even know if you have it. So you know what a gosha is. Let's take it, the wood, and bring it to the mizbeach on the southwest corner. Well, my Rava, Rebbe, listen to this, you're not going to believe that. Eitzim to Udim to Mitzah. How in the world do you beat Mitzah? So that's this video right over here. Let's watch it. Schmack this video. Well, no, no, no. You have to have the idea. It says oh. So we see commentaries make written in elite at the same time they're being written in Iran. At the same time they're being written in Egypt. Let's give all this. How do you speak to a Lord? Rashi at the end of the Masechta says you have to make it into sawdust. And then you just meet it. That's what's up. You bring it into small pieces. The shmak, huh? Come here, Robin. Eight to do it, you need to do Kmitza. Bara Baba Rebbe, 18 Strichim 18. It's unbelievable. You can't just put. So here's just a shot like video. Hold on. Where was it? Called us in Hebrew. We don't know Hebrew. You don't like this one, that one. Forget this one. Go to sleep. Something's going on.
And the truth of the matter is, we don't know. And some of the things that we have through are not supposed to be sometimes more that you just
You can lower it a little bit.
you're getting back to the top in there. You organize it where we have basically no documentation. That's a 300-year period in which nothing seemed to have been right? And yet, says yes,
Yeah, sir, you need wood to burn the wood. You can't just bring wood. So, the problem is, how do we deal with the bright side? And the bright side seems like wood doesn't need salt. And over there, Rebbe says before, wood needs salt. Says Gemara, okay, Samim can't eat me right. If so, you have to take the word 18 out, because 18 does need wood, salt. The Elokro, the Muslim might. Now we have Be'etzem, so that is the whole long Rashi. There's two Niyutim that we have. You remember. We have Alman Koch, I told you guys to remember. We have this one, you know, the cloud of rocket cloud. That's a meal. But if you're going to remove wood, which requires salt, so what's the second meal for? One meal, okay, we'll say blood doesn't need salt. But what's the second one for? My either will be that I already took out from Mount Kosecha. So now what do I do with the cloud of rocket cloud? Says Gemara activates him violent something. Okay. The sucking, wine doesn't need salt. How do I know that from the second design? How will I lie about that? By 8 my first, 8 minutes. We're going to start over here tomorrow and just read it. There are 4 things that don't require salt: wine, blood, wood, and prayer. So the Gemara Mani, Rebbe, Rebbe just says that wood does require salt. Here are Haman, they do require salt to prayer. And then the Gemara goes on to say the different canon that says, no, we can finish tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Have a good day.
Secondly, the Jewish rule once couple of years had already spent centuries being rackled by what is called the Maimonidean controversy. Now, I'm not going to get knee deep in the Maimonidean controversy because it's incredibly complicated. But basically, what we have is a debate about the merits of Maimonides. You may remember this, you may have forgotten it, you may think no. Maimonides is one of the most divisive figures in the history of Judaism.
We're holding on that custom page. These are things, right? So you put Shemin in the food, then you put the flour, you put another time Shemin, then you use Tzika. We're talking about number 4, Tzika, which is, again, oil, but I guess I missed the whole, like, putting it in the oven, the whole thing. Machmas, Alpha, Pizza, Shlubai, Snoopla. I got Shmitza's all the way over there. This is what we need, Shmitza. Number 10. So, yeah, so there's different menachas and there's whatever. The Gemara says, my time the Rabbanon, why do Rabbanon say that Yitzika can be done with the Yisrael? The other question is yesterday, like they said, no, Yitzika should be done with a Kayan. Yitzika number 4 must be done with a Kayan. So the Gemara says, everything from 1 through 10 to be done by Yisrael. Why? Macrobiotic Leo Shemin, the Nosan Oleo, the Vio de Leon, and Koyan come. You do all these things, you do Yitzika, you do it, and then only then the Vio de Leon, only after Yitzika you bring the Koyan, the compliment, and then it gets good. So we learn from here, Mitzvah Ve'ela, Mitzvah Tziruna, only from 10 on must be a Koyan. Everything before 10 can be a Yisrael. Mila Yitzika, Blilo, she carries the jar. Shimon, so Shimon that says that a Yisrael cannot do it. They are not going to mean, Mikro, mean, Profono, Mula, Akra, Boisai, here it is, the new age, 2026. First of all, we could just go there, real quickly, 2026. We didn't have this. These are all the stats, Shemin, Toilet, Mila, Tika, we're holding our hand. Tika, then you do the Vaina, Hagosha, Knut is all the way in the middle of the 3rd stage. This is the last stuff before. Okay, so, Malika, this is how it's done today. Yotzak, a little seven of all the way. Couple hours to the Yotzak, couple days to the Kama. Then it says the word Hashanah in the middle. Look what you do, go like this. The word Yotzak and the word Kama, down with the word Hashanah. The word Shayla whether Akayana goes only on the Kedusha, or perhaps goes on the previous Sukkim as well. Yeah, the word Kayana will go up public hours also. Mikra, the son of Lasa. We think what Akayana thinks, you must have a Kaya when you do your Tikka. So somebody says, yes, you go backwards. The Yochad, Akayana is also on the Yochad. We saw that after the Gemara, so too, we believe the one of Apple, we really hold that. We bring another right that he doesn't hold that. Look at that, the so there's only one carbon we learned from Zvachim, so you do this. You take from the 7.5 years of our life, it's kind of walking mountain. Right, 7.5 years from now, it's going to be on the table. It's going to be walking around here. Okay? You're going to have the real the kind takes his finger in the blood and smears it on the corner of his back. So what does it say? It says the Loka Hakoyan. Once again, we have the same thing. It says the Loka. The Loka means to see the blood in the food. The Loka means to put it on his back. And in the middle of this, that's fine. We learn it's fine. We're learning on the side. That's what I mean. The Loka Hakoyan, we don't have to say, boy, we're not on a kind of thing. But boy, the Loka. The Lama should take a follow him. So I go backwards. The boy overgoes on the word before. And even the Kabbalah Adam must be done with your right hand. Then I go from there, but we're not going to take the same word. And we say, obviously, on the next part of the Kabbalah. The Lama should say, Kino Elevi Yim. I'm going to say, looking them, I got the Kabbalah. I don't understand. The Lord got in the beginning of the talking. What are you talking about? However, whenever you have the Kabbalah, it was more caution. So if the word that goes on is only the next word. And then instead of parentheses, we're shooting so loud, it doesn't dark. You tell me, we're shooting in both directions. Oh, here, it doesn't always go to the future. It doesn't take a word and word it. Well, I'm fine with the this is another reason, because, fairly, we did the same thing that we did before, is the word that's quite goes to the right and to the left, to the beginning and to the end, and the truth is no.
Also, what's important to note about this at the same time is that Jews and
But
Christians
it says
proximity, especially in Spain and Girona.
we go back. How come how can we go backwards? Because
They're both influencing each other.
hey, we're trying to connect the two. They all have to be done with the question. Sorry, Jim, don't make no you're trying to really say that. It's like the really say in all situations involved. And that's what we said. How come over there doesn't say anything for that? I'm a part of it. Jim, don't make no you're reaching though. And I can see the shop has been a part for it. There's another portion. The shop not you go. The same portion. Then it's a portion. It says the shop has you go. That's somebody's doing people. And somebody's doing people. Now, because everyone has to do with the planet, they are like Hanum, so numbers are they're only going to be the reason they're involved. At the beginning of this puzzle, to the end of the puzzle, the beginning of the puzzle, what I mean, that only a time to reach people, and we know that it's not true. Even a woman is, you know. Really sharp had to spend a bunch of people in the arrow and a ground down as a down door with them. Because all later we can prove the line of the change result, that only the end of the puzzle needs to be done back from the Rico, but not the beginning of the puzzle. It's true, but much is how you rejoin, but according to you, it's wrong. At the beginning of the puzzle, because often now we go to the school, the street that feels big. There's more on the outside. You're right. And the also, so it's some of the shop out. Oh, take a look. It's the same. We have this puzzle. But it comes down and it shows the sum. And right after what it says the shop out. And we know not people is dark. Now if you're brand new to an office, so Mika just means that you need the body weight on the animal. Sometimes it doesn't work out well for a woman doesn't really, a woman doesn't do sleep, but a man does. And we know that sleep was done by Israel. So for the point of view, we should say, some of the stuff. The other thing is, before sleep was done the garden, so sleep is also going to go to the next week. I'm just saying sleep is not, no pun intended, but it's close to each other. Pretty much close to each other. Some of the shachas, and Yuka is done by Yisrael, so to the shachas. Last week is Zara, it's Yisrael. So Mars, the question is not sleep is the Bible, or speak of the Bible. Wait a minute. Usually it's Mikal is done, the leaning on the head of the animal is done by the owner. So maybe she should open one of the I don't know what the time is. That he can't say why. I'm telling you, like, you can eat the part of the body by we have four of us. Each is a whole lot of look at you. And Jesus is number one. I'm probably the next thing to make a part on attack and everything else. And that's not done by the owner. So that main thing is not done by the owner. It's really not the street. Oh, tomorrow. If you say no, you don't have to see it. Because you can't. And you don't have to see it. The more the owners can't be used up because they're probably some so you have to do that. I got to money able to do it. Between Gadol and Gittin, Shach has Parakhat. He has a special mitzvah that he checks his own carbon. Because the Bible is written by another remote. What do you have until now? You have in the place of at what point to move out of the military? So, Rishon Bar Yochai says the whole thing has to be done by a time. And Chacham say, no, only from the on. Now we have a place to learn the beginning of the culture, the end of the culture, your midrash, I over here, now we have a gratitude. Omarah. All Mokim Shalem are Torah of the Sukha, Enon, Elolah. He says these side routes. The Torah says the word. And the Gemara understands all of the Gemara that it means both of these words together. Not one and one. The Gemara later says no, it means one and one, either or. But if the Torah says Torah, it says the word Torah and the word Sukha, then you must do everything in that part. There's certain things that if you don't do them, it's not the end of the world. You learn from Brooklyn many times, if you don't put them in the mirror, nothing is bad. It's always a part of what if you don't take the mincha and touch them back with it? You have gusha. Does it ruin the mincha? There's certain things that don't ruin. You just do. But if the Torah says the word Torah, like they speak of Torah by a paraduma or more being positive, and then you have to do every single step, whatever the steps are. This whole thing, every single thing here. If you miss one step, if you don't do the milah, boom, throw that. If you don't do the agosha, throw that. Everything has to be done. Oh, so we're going to talk about Torah al-Kashi. We're going to get into that also. Kavogim Shalem are Torah of the people in the He's going to have a minute that he needs both of these words. And to prove that, we're going to go through 7 cases, and of course, the Gemara always leaves the Psalm for the last page, otherwise we won't get the Gemara. Right? So we're going to do all this stuff. In doing so, we're just going to do Chazara on a lot of different Mitzvahim and shots. And take Naphtali, right? Naphtali. He doesn't know a lot of these things. Maybe he doesn't know all these things that we do for Torah and another. So we're going to go through all these things, wrap things up, get a better understanding of certain things.
These are just intermediaries between us and God.
It'll see the joy look at the Torah. Over here it says both words.
Now, you look at this image, right? This image.
We're going to read 7 cases. A person who says, I'm not going to drink wine, I'm not going to be 20 plus, that person, the minimum is 30 days. It would be a lifetime.
You see how these look the same?
We're going to see Shimshon when we learn all this. But at the end of the period of time of 0, that's what we're proud. Over there it says, like, think of it in a Torah. It only says one word, it doesn't say Chukas Torah. It says Torah, Rav needs to make this allow this rule. He said you need both words. Torah and Chukas. And Rav himself is the one that says, by another, Tanuka Benazir, not the other. Tanuka Benazir.
They want to maintain that. And they want to maintain
another has to be two. One of them is a Shlam. So you take the thigh of the Shlam and he has to wave it. And he brings different bread. It's one of each type of bread and waves it. The voice I hear you go, Mom's a visual. A visual instead of a joke that I'm going to do, Torah. This is our mother. Right before I reserve mother. I introduced this individual. This is this is what it looks like, actually. You can see the pot of the shlomim is cooking over there. We shave off his head, not his beard. And he does an interesting thing here. Yoshi decided to go a little wild. He takes some of the gravy from the shlomim and pours it on here. It's actually a Rambam I saw last night. Rambam, and then he burns the hair under the shlomim on the fire under the shlomim pot. Now we have a visual of it. Here he has the thigh that's in the shlomim pot. He puts it on the bread, and he does kufa. He lifts it together with the time. Maybe up, down, the whole thing. Says Gemara Shani also, even the Yasa. Okay, so each one we're going to come up with an excuse. That you're right, it always says Torah, but it's Ma'akiv. The Kufa is Ma'akiv. Our voice is Ma'akiv, and it's Ma'akiv. I seriously, I have a feeling that it's Ma'akiv. You have to do it in the right way. It's something important. You have to go right, left, instead of left to right. Shani also, give the Siv, Ken Yasa, the Mount of Sivabu Kukudam. It says the Pasuk Yasa, so it's as if it says the foolishly. Something where I read the Taida. When a person has something special, he got out of jail, whatever it is, you have to bring these breads. Now, you bring these breads, and you're missing one pile of these types of bread. It's all over, you can't bring any of them. But you know, it doesn't say Kuka, it only says one word. It's not our boss. The types of breads are all maki. Shani Taida did that, there's a reason. You're right, typically Taida is enough. But Nazir, the Taida is similar to Nazir, the Siv Azef to the Shlama, but when Mar Shlama of the Rabbi Shami Nazir becomes a special limud, okay, very Mitzayra. Person who has Taraz, will Sibi and the Torah. It only says word Torah. Who's not? Arba, Minishim, the Torah, there are four things in the Torah: Eis, Eren, Eizek, Shlikilas, and Siparim. Now, we never knew what it was, but take a look at this. It's beautiful. Something brand new for today. Here's the guy in the Torah. He's out of the Machna. He's in a little hut somewhere. Now, by the way, it's impossible to catch these birds. Down in the Derech Haggadah, I tried very hard when I was a kid. They can live in a house. They can live in your room, and you cannot catch them. It's impossible to catch them. There, with the azoi and spray the Matzara. Now, time out is more that we're going to learn here. Let one bird fly away. If you have the, what do they call? Shave everything, including his eyebrows. Shani also the same. Oh, so the four max, let's say you don't have azoi, you can spray the guy. Shani also came to say, the word tia is very, very strong. First, I'm sorry, I'm assuming kuka. This is it, dummy. It's very similar to the word kuka. It's very, very strong. It says Torah, you're right, but it says tia before. Tia Torah. Sorry, you have a Kippurim. Now we're moving to a list of things that before we're talking about Torah, now we're talking about kuka. Yom Kippur, it says the word kuka is not Shakespeare. You have a Kippurim. We know that on Yom Kippur here we have the two goats, one you throw off a cliff and one you shepherd. You don't have two, you can't do even one. Ella, finally, when I says, Oi Torah, Oi Kuka. You don't need both. You don't need both together. You're right. So everything comes out that no, one or the other, Torah or Kuka. There's certain things by a carbon that are not active, like Agasha, like the Imurim Agasha, like Imurim. It's actually telling me that the word Torah by itself is ma'akif that you must do it. The Gemara, Torah, Boy, Kuka. The Kuka, Boy, Torah. The word Torah alone is not massive. So that's why you need a second word, Kuka. The word Kuka is strong enough by itself. Now, when we had that Gemara, similar Gemara, we had Etzba and Koyen. The Gemara over there says, so if Etzba means Yamin, then why do you need the word Koyen? Koyen by itself doesn't mean right. So Price is over here asking a question on the spot, and he doesn't really bring an answer. He's talking about this Torah also is Shum Drasha. You're right. And the word Torah is going to come for a certain drasha, which Price doesn't tell us what it is. Sorry. Yeah. Rav said you need both Torah and Kuka. Oh, no, what he meant is, but that was six Torah. Even if the Torah says the word Torah, you see the Kuka in the Eloi, but you must have a second word for Kuka. The key word is Kuka. If it says Kuka, then it means it's not. If it doesn't say Kuka, I don't care if it's Torah or not, it's not mine. So that's why. By carbon, it says the word Torah and it doesn't say Kuka, it's not mine. Where it says Kuka, it is not mine. Barimilcha, the people Kuka, Shomara, for what we do, I thought you said Milcha, and you're like, I get it. Oh, that's what somebody asked before, I don't remember. It's Arya. We said that you have the Torah has to repeat itself twice in touching in order for it to be a market. Now the problem is that in the Milcha, the whole part of Milcha, it does say the word Kuka. Now we just established it says the word Kuka. You must do every single one of those steps, and if you miss one step, throw it out. So then why does it have to repeat itself twice by Milcha? It's enough to say Kuka, and that means you must do it. You don't have to repeat twice. You don't have to walk into that little bit and also, you see the Kuka, I feel it. You want to come up with an excuse? No, the Kuka, you're right. It says Kuka by Milcha, but that's by the eating part, not the Avodah part. It doesn't refer to this giant list of 14 things. Okay, so I'll let you have that for now. See the Kuka, I feel it. But also the word Kuka, and it's only by the eating part. Now we know it's not Shizar, not the Zek. You need to have all 12 breads. If you only have 6 breads, looking upon it, it's not, you can't eat them. And the 2 spoonfuls of the vaina that have the screen, if you have one, it's not good. If you have 12 breads and you don't have any levaina, you have the 2 spoons of levaina, you don't have 12 bread, you cannot do anything. And the word kuka is by the eating part, not on the other part. Ella, the more takes it back. Ella, go ahead and fix it out. No, if it says kuka, I don't care where it says it. Even by the eating part, it means the entire effort. But the special limud, and also go back to make you so from the flour and from the oil. So it says Rashi over here, very important Rashi of the say about that. Why did the Torah say you from Shaman? It says it's very from Shaman. To tell us that if you miss a little piece of Shaman, the flour is no good. But the problem is, if it says kuka, then I don't need a special Ger Shaman. It has to be as is. If the Torah says he's sorry, if you're missing one, how do you say Ger in English? One grain of flour is possible, so I don't need to get some Shaman. The fact that the Torah says Mikdusha Shamna tells me that the word kuka is not relative in this part only.
This is the God
I don't know. So he says in the base, Nafuki. The Mikdusha Shamna is Nafuki, the kuka just over here, not in the whole Torah. Everywhere else, this is like Magen, but because the word Mikdusha Shamna instead of Jerry and Shaman, it tells me kuka over here is not relevant. In the beginning, the Gemara Rash says you need to listen to the Torah. The Gemara says no, you don't need both the Shaman and the main one. Different places because the right is over there, especially in the Lush and Ger Shaman. Kuka means it's not kuka. That's all. I'm going to have to look at the also because it's called interrupted. If the Torah says twice the same thing by custom by it means you must do everything right. When it comes to the oil, and the flour, that's very, very important, but other stuff is not important. Even though the Torah said it twice, everybody agrees to so even Shmuel agrees. That is possible. The Torah said it twice.
In the very last part of that platter,
certainly the Torah said it twice.
pours out God's presence.
Essential.
Yes, God pours out
So I'm
God's
not going
presence.
to be full hand or fixing the in his hand.
God in this
I know the sign of. Don't try to be lazy and make like a glass thing that you know you can take a scoop. A scoop of pizza, like you know, from the protein shake. Comes a little plastic thing. Go like this, boom, you get the right amount. No, you gotta stick your hand, get there with the flour, and go like this. Ram Sobar, Konami, Konami Pro. It says twice this idea. You see, the Yaga is a movie by the Mali Kapimimena. It says by the Mubuyim, by the Hanukkah Mishka. It says that you should stick your hand in and take a full up. So it says twice that you should take a handful. More school, version strong. What happened then is a one-time thing. And you can't learn a one-time thing for all generations. After Gemara, what? Shmuel doesn't believe. Oh, you don't learn from generation. So Shmuel doesn't show, but now, play Allah. So Rabbi said you learn from the Shabbat Mamish fresh in our memory. I'll remind you also. There are measuring devices in the Benuga to measure solids like flour. And this measuring device in the Benuga to measure liquids. What kind of liquids like oil, wine, water. The one on the left is not so good. I'm taking the picture right now. We could have introduced it later. This is called the Madrig. That you receive the blood of the animal, and the reason why it's coming in the body is that you don't pull down the plate actually over the doesn't congeal. Now, play Allah, Allah. Now, you don't play sharp. So as soon as you put flour into this vessel, now what if you put oil or wine into this vessel? It does not become colored. It can only become solid. And the same thing with a measuring device that our right hand and mixes is using measuring tape and stuff. And we put it through. It has a liquid. It cannot be regarded as solid. Well, I'm going to tell you. We're going to tell you. Ve'ein klei akuach, we're going to tell you. One doesn't go to the other. The other guy's the last. But Shmuel is a major kiddush. Why should I look at those? That's only a measuring device. We're talking about the thing on the left. We have blood. Why? The six shneim, what does it mean? Silent. It's full. This guy on the left is magic. It's full of a sound, full silent. Flour. The prayer says it was full of silent. We made it. This house is silent. Awesome. It's not a very cross. We read something what you're right. Over there, it says 12 times. Why say 12 times? Every night you got a whole puzzle. So the male, that's why I learned from it. I really kind of know that to the route. What is that Goshen on my side? Let's see if I can find it. Here, I think this is it. Yeah, it's it. Here, he goes, he touches what corner of my side? Basically, it's the southwest. So this is why southwest. But then I make probably macro. Other than that, very good. It's on the big probably macro. It says first twice after you like Gosha, and twice is not matching how come. Montana, they really see the story there twice. The city is always first. I mean, I can wait for the Aaron's Hashem. Bring that Hashem, another really long in his back. So you know, I will spoil the fucking dogs. Let's tell you exactly what to do. It's time. Hashem. It should be in front of Hashem. Where's the most Hashem in the Beis Hamikdash? In the Heichal, in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Do it opposite of the Heichal in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Yochel, Lifnei Hashem, Yochel B'mayim. Maybe it should be on the here. So if we look over here, so where that red line is, this right over here is the doorway to the Heichal, right over here. So that, you want to be in front of that, you use Hashem. That's my here, right over here. On the left side of the bath, on the left side of the bath, opposite, like, right over here, next to Panache. I'm going to my Panache's bath. What's Panache's bath? There's bath is just covered. The ramp going up to the bath. Here, that's the corner, you guys. Southwest corner. China's corner. There's a Panache's bath on the ramp going up to the bath. The space in his bath. So we have a river. Is it on my rib? Or it is on the Durham side? Oh, let me finish up. No, let's do a minute. Okay, look, you can drill the car over. We compromise. Do it on the southwest corner. West to the Panache. Zora was on the snake, on the space. They do it southwest. And then push it there without that's enough. But Zora, don't make you show my rubber there. You go, put it on the west. Better to be trying to mitzvah of El Kinei because of the place production there. And then also, you furnish it there. Do it also on the south. You too? I don't know. I'm up to the legislative for it. You have a condition. Every time after the time cover. What you can do is hold. Every time after the body cover. It's just back then, whenever the certain human being, they're narcissists. You time yourself, you're lying look. You also think about your shoes have to be fresh. That's the third life because you both. You both. Why not? Why be selfish? You need to do that matter. Because all those things we married was thousand. Oh, the problem is, if you do only in the west, then you want to tie in the south. So the oil of them is never going to Hashem. But if you do in the south, you could be tying the west. The hip of the house. That's right. Otherwise, how to food is that? Somebody take a look. Right over here. Okay, how do you if you move the back up above that red light, so now that southwest corner is literally in the center of the doorway to the H. That corner is actually the west side facing the both side. Have a wonderful day. Great job. Cheer up on the Shabbos. 8:30. 8:30. Oh
Yeah.
So basically sets the stage for the call for Kabbalah, just in terms of eliminating the amount of Sephiroth that there are. And what he argues is that the Sephiroth actually existed prior to our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God's utter transcendent state. The Sephiroth are going to enter within your world. Whoa,
25 boys.
Is what is created. So
we have
this was a big, by the way, a lot in Kabbalah is
the handful of flour in the middle, and you're supposed to put it on his back. Instead of putting it on his head, you eat it. You say you're going to eat it. You say you're going to eat it in the day from now. Well, let's say the edible stuff, the whole milk that's left over, the shia, you allowed to eat it after you put everything back. You thought in your mind that you're going to eat it tomorrow. You only allowed to eat it today. You only allowed to eat it today. So you did something that's the way to die for. The way either on your death and you thought in your mind you're going to eat it, or you thought in yourself, you're something that's bad, you're going to continue. Whether it's a letter that's possible, but you say possible, they're right. After they cut, they get hard. Welcome back.
That's the world.
Lord. The coolie out, Lord. By the way, right? I got such a beautiful generation of right. The Alma Carter Selector. When you change from a person to the bathroom back to a person, it's the sweets that's supposed to be on the bathroom and people talk about who's going to eat it. Nobody holds up this part.
Because our world
is what? And the other thing that we spoke about yesterday, when a person thinks in his mind that he's going to leave the bread over, what's our law? So I'm going to change my point of view. We have 3 sheets of bread on it. Cut those in the middle of
it's the story of
when it's like the dark door, when you think about the meat that you're going to eat it.
And so if you don't believe it,
yeah. But when you're thinking about leaving the blood overnight, think about leaving the blood overnight. You didn't. And then you did it. You thought about doing it. So, zero culture, no problem at all. Zero culture.
Now,
review the stuff about gave him his double
Castile, where he said,
because of
and I
all
was blind to my arms.
things
He
that
said,
all
look,
of but don't
he
fully right
said a book
and
is
use it
in
all the law
in a cupboard.
everybody agrees
He's gonna get out.
right.
And so he says, write this stuff down. Right? He says, you can't conceal the conversation. Why?
Now that's
If you try to conceal a camera, someone's gonna see it. Well, if you try to conceal this stuff,
my boss was the name.
it's not gonna work.
I presume it was the place of a machine. Even if we have not like one sheet that says the point there is caution.
And so he's the first person to actively forbid writing down ideas. And it was for
Tomorrow, the now we're going into the next. We cover it, we do idea, we cover the law for you guys. Because
as soon as he gets over the border to Spain,
according to everybody's
brothers,
I'm ready.
Toronto,
That's
he
ready.
began to send
We
territory.
shall laugh in the
And
mountains
what ended up
and
happening
big
is they
sight you
further
can ready and
disseminated
ready.
they further
I
applied
went
down
to the Muslim
and
war with one of that fire
here
reading
this
that.
image of the Toronto synagogue
The magically
was
does to
still
me
there in
that
Toronto. And
when I pour the oil in the store, I go like pour the oil, I give it step. Final squeeze, make sure not a single drop in it.
It's like a
So the magically good size, let me tell you myself. I went, figured out every small little problem I ever had in Cairo. That's the little small. All my little issues were. I don't know, I'm saying the magically good stuff. Sure, it was not his own, not their being good though. It wasn't for what? In other words, what he didn't have, he didn't go to ask questions. He went there and found us already. He did maybe we have some more from the parts from the public. Okay, so that's why you won. What happened was, the church created a problem with the I went to the town, created a problem, and by the way, town was starting, there's many names, and we want to know more than each other. His name was Joseph, and you go, some more, and this, 5, I don't know, 7, 8 months. Hold on. This is what I'm saying, one of the most beautiful stories, you should never forget this. Oh, yeah, probably like the Yoch story, Adla. The legend from Noah, long legend about it, Adla. So Plato says in the word, Adla means there's a high degree of love, but a person's love to love. He actually has a, seems like he had a little bit of a different view. He learns that Adla means, until he came to a final halacha that they had an argument. Oh yeah, Yoda says over there, he says that Alaka means when you love somebody, you sort of play with it's the highest degree. So looking is the love. Not time, I love somebody. I love you because of looking. But it's probably the other time I'm in love, that's what you're looking for. I tried to do that after I met you from the Muslim house. That's just I'll tell you the best part. You think that he's going to leave with the law and the hard going to take him out. I didn't read it. You thought about reading it. You just thought you were like, yeah, look on all my way caution. That was like the last word on the guy named Baker. Let me up. You figure out some caution. You'll make them up on everybody on the coast. Now, the other thing about Bobby is not having hurt. He was nothing in the door. I was looking at that. That's the same exactly. On my life, choppers, goes again. In the morning. On my life, start out. It goes in the afternoon. On my life, Milka, when we go, Milka time. On my life, Patrick, hello, to the long there, and the other place. All of a sudden, he changes a little bit. He says, it's not up to everybody. Or maybe the legend, the secret is that it's up. There's a Gemara crowd with all of the Israel Valley. Israel Valley is super excited. You can see the symptom of faith. Oh my Lord, he said, look, what's the most open later? To the my knees, which are not in the same life, I've never seen so happy. In other words, all our love and hold you up until the body, that doesn't jump out of you. All of them now, so everything I told you, you don't agree with. I'm like, Lord, you'll be hey, no, don't worry about it. I agree with everything you said. You want me so happy. Okay, if you really focus on it, I will tell you to tell me when somebody thinks that I'm eating blood overnight, because I went everywhere. I looked up and down to be constantly covered the way myself. And I looked for somebody to confuse me, and I couldn't find anybody. So, and so this will be possible exactly like that. You gave me back my Veda. That's why nothing you door. I kept on coming back to you, and I'm like, everything's gonna throw me out like that. Chakras, Arfus, Nimsot. Remind I got what I want. Listen to this small thing and look at this. Roll me a thing of the noise with the looking for more. I started crying. The Rebbe started crying. All night. The famous song. You're going to sing it in a second. Ashrei Chem Talmidei Chacham. This is where it is. This is the part right over here. Ashrei Chem Talmidei Chacham. Shedivrei Torah Hafizim Aleichem B'Yosef. The Lord showed it so much. Look at the simcha. Someone wait up. Started crying. Torah Allah, Mikra again, as the song can be used. More of happy for his death. How much I love the Torah, your Torah, Torah, your Torah. This is all I talk about day and night. The Gemara, the nature of you, the nature of the life. With the life, I'm also with the life. Who's the famous for you in class? The real life. And the real life, very life, very life, is the time of the very life. So that's why he told you that the Eliezer holds his part. It's the sheet that's up in one person so that is the thing that the reason why we were mentioning Eliezer, it's something mental. His father was a town of Eliezer being talked about. He said that also last year, we said, Papa, you the subject, you know, I need to be out all talking. You know, everybody's in the talk. You know, what I do, I go, also, I think, Review says that it points everybody's fault. Regardless of what Shmuel says, it's not like it. Then what does he give back to the Yosef, the Israel family? He's looking to say, he's looking for shit that says that everybody else is fault. Regardless of Shmuel is going to like it. Like that Rabbi does? He's looking for a moment. He's not going to like it. That's how I point to everybody's fault. Tell him that. Just say what review the story. Paul says that the Eliezer is quite well. Review the sin was that's actually my point. And then when we're looking for what sin, it's my point. Actually, yeah. So, good idea. The opening night on the net, looked at it. He's saying, Papa, Rabbi Shmuel said, the reason why he told you like this is kind of, no, it's my point. And I'm not going to go back to it. I'm going to tell me. It's my point. And I love about that puzzle actually, you know, he said he points to everybody's puzzle, it's not about it. My example that was up to you, why did he say, oh, thank you for returning what I was missing? The holiday near is constantly going on. And this is said there is a sheep that says culture. The whole time he's telling culture. He knows his mind is my place. So you're right. You say it says there is a sheep that all culture. Okay, so that was enough for him to relax. Not finished. We have also easy initially, easy more now. The way it works, steps in the middle. Some of the steps. The many steps, we'll show you some. In the beginning you put oil. Then you pour the flour. Then you put oil again. And then you mix it. So already we have 2 oil. So 7 toilet oil is bleeding. Then there's a third oil. It comes after. I believe totally it's a bit further than this. After it's baked in it, whatever, but it's a third one. It's called tzika. So what happens is, lo yosef, this is the third one. The third oil. This is the third. Lo bara, or he didn't do the second one. Well, he called that. He didn't break off. We have, let's look at this for a second. Again, I have to make sure that the steps here are perfect. I'm not sure. Takes the starter flour, okay, puts it in the giant bowl that we know, the starter. First he puts oil. Step 1 is put oil. Step 2 he puts flour. Step 3 he puts another oil. Now he does lila. Puts in another clean. And then clean. He bakes it very good. Yeah, this is good. Oh, you see? So over here, the third oil actually comes after the baking. Not like the showed you this stuff. Okay, this is better. No, we didn't get to this yet. You baked it? Now, so you break it off. You're going to break it down into the pieces. That's what we're talking about in the way. How many is pretty okay. Now he has 10 threads, so that's a lot of seasoning over there. That's for 1 minute, not so many. We will see tomorrow. Oh, this is easy. Put some oil over that here. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. And then they put what? Now he puts it, just like Gosha, he puts it on the southwest corner. And then he has the one. Okay, the mince this cook touch to the point, yeah. Levine, and you have to do a fusion now. If you move all the Levine to the side, you mix it without. It's not a good fusion. Okay. You got to break it with the thumb and the cookie. Okay. Minnesota one? I saw it. Yeah. Boy, and it was the salt. I mean, the final salt taste, the little salt out, that's beautiful. This is basically most of the this is Akbar. He puts it on the fire, like flame to love. The light pot, he didn't bring it on. Well, this year riding. The light malak, he didn't put the salt on, he even saw the salt. The light hate it. There's only two melakas that I know about these Rupa foods, which are, if anybody remember, Rupa and Rupa. Saita, the left in the shores, right, that you saw, and also the Oimer. Okay, the three. What he did, he didn't put it on, he didn't touch it with the corner of his bayat. Oh, you should put something on Meruba. So Meruba right here does not mean like we have in Hebrew. Although the one is going to try to change it. Right now, Meruba is very large pieces. In other words, he broke it, but he didn't break it correctly. Which the Gemara is going to ask, it says, the third thing he's putting in is light possible. He didn't break it at all. So over here, he didn't break it enough. So you don't have to break it at all. So we broke it into 2 pieces. So it's a big deal. One in this word. Relating the shachan, and then there's certain components like the restriction, maybe only in Retikin, I don't know of any other, that you take oil and you smear it on, not pork, not even smear it on the machine, like you do for Hangal, you take oil and you like this, you do it on the middle. Shayra, you don't do these things. Says the Mara, I don't know that. What does it mean? Not the third oil. You don't know your cloud. If it means that you didn't pour the oil at all, you should prove it to you. So we have a cloud in touching. Boy, so what's this cloud in touching? What's the cloud in touching? And if the player says something twice, only in touching, Mativ. So no, although that's touching Mativ, only in touching. And we're in touching now, we're in nothing. The other thing's bottom. So the Torah over here says twice the same thing, but the Torah means I'm serious about this. You must do it. It says the left that they left that on the power, it comes above it, says we attack the left power. So in other words, you can't get at it. This is like so you have to do the third point. What does it mean you didn't do it? Hello, the left up. Oh yeah, no, it's wrong. Means that you stroke it, it's not a problem. And if you stroke does it, it's okay. You were kind of took in the other left one. So the Gemara, the options they follow, not mean they follow Koino. Now, the most next well, the first words in the Mishnah, Loyaltak, are referring to Yisroel. Not that you didn't do it at all. Loyaltak doesn't mean you didn't do it at all. You didn't do it all, I'm possible. That's the difference. So it means that Yisroel did it, not a punch. Let's go to the fourth word of the Mishnah. Loyaltak would also mean the same thing. Fire, no? So what's the Gemara going to answer, like Norm said yesterday? What do you want to say today? Okay, this dog is light ball, 20 on the start. So wait a minute. Light ball, what the board is going to say? If we continue, if everything flows, Loyaltak means that a Yisrael did it not a fight. Light ball means that a Yisrael did it not a fight. If you didn't mix it, how do you say mix dough in English? You didn't need it, but Yisrael needed it. Well, that's a simple deal. Why does it say Loy Bala that Yisrael did it not a fight? Meaning that if you didn't do it at all, possible. Otherwise, you say the ball means that you didn't do it at all. What's the famous, one of the most famous concepts shots? So we're going to see it. We're going to see it inside. Here it is. This is the source of this series. I think famous also that I remembered as a kid. I learned it in school and it's like stuck out. And you see it all the time. But now, the contestant day, she's low. That's what they did low. Here it is. Beautiful picture over here. Is that Alpha? That commits a number of 60 strength. 16 enough in one board. You try to do English cannot contain
he has a whole book on them.
enough the flour. So you try to mix it, it's going to fall out everywhere. And if it falls everywhere, if you use a little bit of the flour before the meat, it's no good.
Furman has a really great book.
Question is, geez, man, well, in the long time, you don't they actually found question. They didn't even know, man, how you can't mix it. But now we look at Mishnah, rich Mishnah, Dr. Tessin is out of Mishnah, says before the fourth word, Loi, Balam, Sheva. Don't mix it, it's kosher. Now, one of the last things we said around an hour is Loi, Balam, kosher. That was our word. And the theory was that if you don't mix it, it's kosher. So we said before in our Mishnah that Loi, Balam, kosher, and the theory of literally burns it. All I wrote in the Tefillah, ain't even my kids. If you do the Tefillah, you just didn't want to do it, you didn't do it at that. So that's not a problem. The culture anywhere you all the time. You have to be able to do it. If you're able to do it and you don't do it, okay, I'll do it back. If you can't do it, because the hole is too small, then all of a sudden you will not. For fun. You have to do it or not. The Zeus says you don't have to do it. You just have to be able to be in a situation that you could do it. You don't have to. You just want to dive in the Mishnah. That way, Bolal, it's possible. If you don't do it, it's possible. Which one is it? It's possible, it's kosher. You want to leave it here. How do you understand the knowledge that if you don't do Tefillah, it's possible? Everything you're looking for way up. You get it. The Mishnah talking down, he's strong, not a fight. He's strong, not a fight. But if you didn't do that all, it's on your pop. So the same thing should apply by beef. So if you don't mix it, it's possible. No. After this, about this, the first two words in the Mishnah, if you don't do it, it's possible. The second two words in the Mishnah are, if you don't do it, it's kosher. Means that you're going to do lay outside. When it says you need to lay outside, you need to play another zone. You can go to each other. When Bob, when it says the third and fourth word, is when Bob, it's not. So that they didn't do it at all. And what's that law for? Possible. You don't do it at all. I should saw some people who is Shera. After Gemara, there's two things in this. You didn't break the midnight at all, and you broke it to large pieces. Actually, because that's cloud Shera, you didn't do it at all. It's kosher. If you can use it, if you do it to large pieces, what's the problem? Why shouldn't it be kosher? So the Gemara might be one character, might be the boys, you read on the people. You did it too many. So, just as I'm not exactly sure if it's 100%, but let's just say, for argument's sake, the Mishnah later on, I didn't look it up. In the Tzaddik, so we're talking about in 2 months or whatever. You take the mincha, it's like a lachah, you fold it in half, and then you fold it again. Okay, let's just say that's what the Gemara said. And then you open it up, you have these lines on it. Then you cut it on the line. You go like this, like that, and on the line. So let's say these are the 4 pieces, or whatever, how many pieces come out. So this is the side. He went, and he only did, 2 of these. Ruba's means, instead of doing 4, he did 2 large pieces. It's like this side. Instead of splitting it, you put it together. That's the side. So one shot is Shariba, he did many small ones. Now instead of 4 pieces, he cut it in half. 8. No, that's 8. Whatever, 8, 16, whatever, let me show that. That's too many. No, it means it's very large piece. So what's the problem? You said you didn't do it at all, it's okay. So if you made large pieces, what's the problem? Now the same awesome who did the house. When you don't do it at all, you have the mincha, you have the power in front of you. I love it when there's times you can't come home and tell your wife, oh, the fourth house for Shabbos. Broken into 3 pieces. It's not a power. It's not the Lord turns house. The Lord turns pizza maker. You mamish kiriyat and gano again. You didn't do the halacha of breaking into certain size part. And you don't have a large collar, you have a broken collar. So I think that it's not good. You stay in the share, like pizza yiko. Maybe this isn't like your Shimon. This sign your Shimon Oimer. Oh, it's beautiful. Rabbi said. Maybe our Rishon doesn't go like your Shimon. Very funny. So Kohen, what is it Shimon Oimer? So Kohen should this sign your Shimon Oimer. So Kohen should Moida Bavoida in the sales between them. If a Kohen doesn't agree, admit the Moida Shalom says that a Kohen should do Tavodah Rishon. Shemar, he doesn't get in the sales between them. He doesn't get a part of the Kuna. It's interesting. It seems like, if you saw in the Spartan, it says, let's say it doesn't with the store. I don't agree with such a thing called killing. Then he would get a portion. He's playful to the Berecha, he's middle of the Berecha. But he doesn't believe in the Avodah, so he doesn't deserve from the Avodah. The point is, he doesn't. You can't be a hypocrite. You can't say, "Oh, I want a part of this mincha." You don't even believe in some of the things that you're supposed to do in the Avodah. Shneimar, Hamakir is Damash Lamu. The Safed they are loisy as Shoykha Yom in the morning. He should get it. Only the person that's makrid, the person that does that Avodah. You learn from here, the Yafik Mikvah. Then we have to go about what's beautiful over here, that we'll see all our Vedas all the time. The 9 the rabbis Kamesh and Srei Avodah. How do you know all 15 of us? What are they? So number 1 is what we're looking for. And the rest is just freezing. How you see those? Pouring the oil the 3rd time, it says we're over here, so you might hold that it's done by a kohen. Not a Yisrael. We said that Yisrael has to do it. It says in our Mishnah, meaning that Yisrael did it, it's kosher. Over here he says it's an avodah of kohen. Now we're just going to do the rest of the fun. That Lila is mixing the mincha. That Sisa is cutting them into pieces. That Malicha is putting the salt on it. That Rufa is waving it in different directions. This will also apply to Bikurim and to, I don't know what. What else do we do? Arabas, what? Korbanos, right? Shlamim, we wear the shlamim. The Hagasha is all the things that are needed to be brought to the southwest point. That Musa is the pieces for the mincha. That Torah is, and we're putting the imurim onto the mincha. That Malika is doing Malika of a bird. He says, no, it's not proper, it's too painful to, whatever, you argue with it. That Kabbalah is and receiving the blood, the Hazai is sprinkling blood on the Mizbeach, and it doesn't believe in you give water to a woman and she's going to explode. I don't believe in that. Tarifa Segla and chopping off Segla Rufa, they find that the first in considering the Taharas and Torah and making the Mitzvah start the whole practice, putting oil and blood on his finger, on his thumb, and the ears, all things. When it sees Kapayim, beautiful pictures when it sees Kapayim, she did Bain, maybe in the foot, whether it's in the Azara or in the Shul. Minayin, what if he doesn't agree to any one of these 15? All the things that are due to Aaron, the 15, if you don't admit to one, you don't get a part of the Kuna. It says over here that Yitzika is only for a Kohen and not for Yisrael. Or I'm not for Loikashi. It's not a question of Rishon Bayifah. He wasn't referring to what you think. When it's a mincha of a kohen that must do it. How many minchas Yisrael? Our Rishon is talking about a mincha of Yisrael that a kohen doesn't have to do. Mincha of Yisrael, the past, we know that the kohen's mincha was directly on the Mizbeach. Oh, what is this? Okay. Look at this passage over here. The kohen's job starts from Kmitza on. So everything before Kmitza, the whole list we saw, pouring this oil, that oil, adding the flour, that is Yisrael could do so as tomorrow. Never Yisrael was Kmitza. Yeah, with this Kuna. All the things before the Kmitza. Pouring the oil, kneading it, chicheri when it comes to the mincha of the kohen where there is no Kmitza, it goes directly on the Mizbeach, so this whole process doesn't apply to kohen. So the entire thing must be done by a kohen. Be kohen by a kohen, and the whole thing is kohen and not Yisrael. That's what Rishon Bayifah was talking about. Oh, they're over meeting minchas kohen and it's right. It doesn't seem to be saying. How do you even know that a mincha of a kohen? How do you know that you have to pour oil for the 3rd time? Maybe it's right with Yitzchak. But minchas Yisrael, I got that from the regular mincha of Yisrael. My husband shared with Zara. How can I share with her? So just like the Yisrael's mincha is good by Yisrael, so to a kohen mincha should be good by Yisrael. I remember of nothing, some say it's slightly different. No cash, how many muscles come? Any muscles. We're not making enough community in Yisrael. Rather than talking about the mincha that you could do pizza to, and maybe you don't do pizza. All the clients do enough, you don't do pizza because you're directly on the Mizbeach. And Rabbi Shimon said on those that you don't do pizza, those are the ones you need to pay from beginning to end. Or Rava said, question, Nikishin, Nikmatzis, Medes, Rabbi Yitzigam, and Nikmatzis. Where I learned the non-Nikmatz from Nikmatzis, and therefore my husband shared his are up and out of shared his are. Why did Rabbi Shimon say that you need a kohen? You should be able to do it with the Yisrael. We learn more from God. Finally, you know, the mission is not going to be seen by a boy. Boy side, have a wonderful day.
America's Swift is spreading glory throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDY Sponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
money rap, boy, side. Shmasi Mimirasi was plus Mordechai. Rolling up the Zaino base, Russo, get Victor Shum Shum, Lechol Shum Shum. Lots of the Gemara, Shum Shum in Hebrew it's called Sum Sum. It's the smallest, it's considered like the smallest fruit, vegetable item, food item. So we're talking about pigel. What's pigel? A person is bringing a minchah to his baruch, and he thinks himself that he's going to take, as he's doing the kmitza, as he puts it on the mizbeach, he says to himself, I am going to eat the shirayim. I'm going to eat the leftover, whether the leftover is dough or the leftover is flour. I'm going to eat this flour, the leftover, tomorrow. We know a mincha you can only eat today. A mincha is kachikachim, it's like a pasta, so you don't eat it today. So if he thinks about tomorrow, it's already outside the permitted time. So that's pigel. And if you ate it right now, today, you get carter. Why? Because you already had that thought that you need it tomorrow. Now what happens if you break it down to nuclear, to atomic particles? Every single every sesame seed, you do a pigel on. You one pigel, and then the next, let's say, so the whole kmitza is 1,000 sesame seeds. So you do this 1,000 times, one sesame seed at a time, you do pigels. All the pigels of the sesame seeds that combine to be one pigel. Take the shumshum level shumshum, actually call it kamitz kula, until we finish the entire kmitza, 1,000 of them. Rav Chizar, Rav Nun, and Rav Sheshes, we have a three-way machlokes, we just don't know who says what. Kad omar pigel. It works. It's pigel. Chad omar pasul. One says it's not pigel. You don't get karas, but it's no good. It's possible. You can't eat from it. It's no good. Put it on the side. The chad omar kosher, complete kosher. Lema. So now we're gonna do a very quick chazar of everything we learned yesterday and the day before. Man omar pigel your mayor. Oh. So this is the chatzim matir. It's not the chatzim matir. Check this out. In order to eat the shirayim, the leftover, the mincha, because you're going to take 3 fingers worth of the mincha. In the large bowl, you put your hand in there, the guy puts his hand, goes like this, takes 3 fingers worth, puts it in a small bowl. There's also a vine on the top of the shirayim, take that to the side, put it in another bowl. The 2 things on the top, the kmitza and the levine, you have to put on the mizbeach. You cannot start eating from the large bowl, the shirayim. The kohanim get to eat the dough, they'll make donuts out of it. But they can only eat it after they put the kmitza on the mizbeach or the levine on the mizbeach. So those 2 things are called matirim. They allow you to eat the shirayim. And now we have 2 matirim for 1 thing. So if you put 1 of the 2 on the mizbeach, that's not enough. It's a chatzi matir. It's only half. According to your mayor, you can do pigel on the shirayim with half of the matir. If you just thought about the kmitza, during the kmitza, you thought about the shirayim, you can eat the shirayim tomorrow, that's enough. That's pigel. According to Chachamim, you need both. You need to think that thought by to get 2 matirim, you have to think that thought that you're going to eat the shirayim tomorrow by both. So perhaps your mayor who says that you don't need the whole thing, you do a half a matir. So therefore you can do 1 sesame seed at a time. 1 sesame seed at a time is 1,000 of a matir. That's okay. Every 1,000 of a matir, it combines. You don't need the entire matir. Perhaps that's my point. You want to say no. Maybe the exact opposite. We could toss around, we could make the svara go to work the other way. Rabbanon will argue on there and they say you can't do a half a matir, you have to do the entire matir. You have to put both the kmitza and the levine on top of the mizbeach. So you have to put all the shumshim together in one shot on the mizbeach. So my mama kosher already. So it's beautiful. Once we have, we have a little bit of we have 2 unchores. We bring 2 sheep and 2 bread. Those of you who saw the 2, you saw obviously Nancy bring 2 cups of sheep. Doesn't include bread. What's the 2 bread? Just a little bit of so already we had a shiloh, you smack a shiloh. What happens? Now, in order to eat the bread, you have to shove it. You're not for both of the sheep. So sheep blue and sheep red, 1 and 2, they're both material for the bread. So we have 2 material again. So another page is 2 material. And Rebbe says that if while the shepherd sheep number 1, he thinks about a half a kazayis of 1 of the breads, he's going to eat one half of a shear. A half a shear. A half a kazayis of as grade number 1 tomorrow. And as he's accepting sheet number 2, he's thinking to himself, he's going to eat from the bread another half of his eyes. So that's 2 clouds going against the thing. What is 2 clouds? First of all, each sheet is a half a mountain. Second of all, and that was a problem that has not been done. Another problem is that he didn't do a full share. Each one did a half a share. Rebbe says it's so bad, this people, the amount is not on the level of doing people, so the entire thing is kosher yosher. It's not, if you can eat it, it's not a problem. It's 0 people. So we have 3 sheep that go like, 3 people, it's not complete, the right people we get chorus, it's just also, or it's completely kosher. It's like you cut off, and it's something in the middle. What 3 sheep is over there? So you want to know, who told you? Your mom, I can look on our email also about the punch she realized. You know what Ramirez says? You can do a half a figo on a half a mafia. When you do pizza, no. Pizza is full pizza. There's a full share of it. Okay, you didn't do the Ravina. We did a full share in the pizza. I love it, the husband she realized. But over here, when he's doing sesame seed at sesame seed, this one's not a share. So maybe Romero, that's not figo. And who told you the Chacham is a over there, they said it's possible and not 100% people because the Matthew will buy no pizza. And you only get it on the pizza. You got a Ravana. So it wasn't no good. It's not a good thing. I love it. I know it's good, Matthew, but I get the pay. The reason is hard to all thousand sesame seeds. The basically got every single one. And you just nibble on every single one. But now we got it, maybe it's real people. Over here, in this case, we have 2 sheep, we have 2 bread. He did a little bit from one each bread. He didn't do the whole bread, he didn't do the whole thing from the bread. But over here, we did it from the same batch of pizza, so that is a good thing. I love to remember that. Man, don't have to go to the restaurant. If you hold that it's people, you're going to take people even according to common, and even according to regular, it says culture, you're going to say everything. Man, don't have possible, you're out cold. And then when he says possible, it means according to all 3 sheep, Rebbe is going to say it's possible. Mary is going to say it's possible that it's not people. Now, the culture, you say that it's culture over there, that it's something. You got call when you continue to coach, you need a coach who made it says you're talking about the master, or maybe it's his culture. Hello, man, don't let people be that cold. Why would you say, yeah, we're talking about guys with people 1,000 times in 1,000 small shiurim of session. Where do you hold it? We go. No, we said it. What's the shot? Man, don't let people be that cold, but so they're from few of the time. They're from part of the time. It's normal to eat 1 sesame at a time, and to be on yourself at a time. Well, man, don't let also we have cold, but so they're from few of the time. Yes, it is the way to eat. But it's not the way to be not to it's not the way to be not to it's not a good thing. Just one thing to talk. That was the new thing to look for. So it's like a milk that never went up in the air. So it's not cheap. Man, don't let also we have cold, but so they're from part of the time. Yes, put on a little bit of time. Hey, it's not the way to eat. I'm a Harida the Kumbadisa. Say the Harida is Risa, those who are you will see. Haftarah, the Kagela is Haftarah. Yes. Let's talk about Haftarah here. The 2 things on top are when you put them in the bread, the pizza and the Levina. So I think during my pizza that I want to be Mufagah the Levina. In other words, I'm thinking as I put the pizza on the bread, I'm thinking myself, I am going to be Makah the Levina tomorrow. The people for the Levina, you can't put it on tomorrow, you have to put it on today. So that's because the people they say. You go from one Makah to the other. Now, it's against a lot of things that we learned. I understand the Shiloh. I'm sorry if I got the first is Rashi. Keep your further over that side of the Not as much. The one mattress, and I have another one. That we learned that two sheep. You cannot have a thought of sheep one to sheep two, from the blue to the red. So that's different. So hopefully you people have mother, you bring to the mother, you're going to have in a minute or two. All these people have mother. Since over here is one tree, they're very together with one tree, so one is going to have an effect on the other. Okay, we're up on I'm using the Kazim Katsimatis. Typically speaking, Rabban say you can't have a thought from one matis to the other to the related to that's when, check it out. When you go to the Knitzo and you think you're going to keep the shrine tomorrow, you completely let the Rabban alone. The Rabban is going to do anything. That's Katsimatis. Well, right now, I have the milk time. We let it go by itself. I'm talking to teachers. Well, do it right now. But over here, you didn't want to be. You're thinking from Pizza to Lavina, not from Pizza to the Shirai. See, I actually thought about the Lavina. Now you feel like you're about 4 materials together in your thought. Well, 100, you put them out the gun. You had a thought in both. And let me prove exactly. So you bring all 4 avoidance over here. What are the 4 avoidance of a pizza? You put it into another clean, you wrap the 3 over to the top, and then you put it underneath that. That's all. For like payment, the relationship to me, that's I'm one of the ingredients. Now I'm not good, I'm putting it underneath that. So for avoidance, we have pizza oil. The reason we have pizza is we are not outside. Now we put all 4 in one set. We want to set it all 4. You did it the same way. The last one, the last avoidance is similar to pizza. Now think about it. Pizza is only finance obligation. Right? You do pizza just for the flour, just for the dough. Therefore, is there 1 matter or 2 matters of pizza? There's only 1 matter of pizza. There's no Levine on top. So your thought is to do either by the pizza, it's a full pizza, and it's a full pizza. Why? There's only 1 matter. There's no Levine. What do you have too much eating? Over at the end. By your back door, you know what to say. Also, okay, but back door is too much eating. So the word but you put all 4 in 1 sentence, so you have to be careful of it. My love for the man of thing love for the last. Just like let's say the first one, the first 3. You're thinking about Shirayin, and you're thinking about Lahakir. That's also Akatoro. That's also Bina. So it's whether you're going to eat it or you're going to be mashing a little vitamin. Look, you can go from the pizza. You see, go from people already to think about when you're putting the pizza. I mean, that's similar to the pizza part, where while you're putting it on the side, while you're doing the pizza, you think of vitamin, it's good. It's a good season. Raw. It's not a right sentence, but it's different. I don't feel level of the first 3 are different. You think about eating, you think about Akara, but the last one, level is not good. The last one is, you can't be, it's not like coaching, it's go from one to the other. You have to stick to what you're doing. You have to be talking with goals or whatever. That's what I'm like, I'm talking about Maya, I'm not sure.
You guys, McDonald's chicken meat was my only access to Nintendo.
Hey, Akara, Mikabiel, Akara. You're wrong. Well, not you're wrong. See, it's not true.
There it is. Like that.
If you're not thinking about doing what you're doing, you can't think about the Levina. Doing your doing things. But here, they're going to find something out there, even if you're really sick. You should be eating by half, and really look at the Shirai. That's only because it went from pizza to the Shirai. The money's not to do it. Because the pizza happens to be what allows the Shirai to be eaten. One of the things that allows you to eat, here, take a look at this. This pizza allows the Shirai to be eaten. But what's the connection between these two? These two don't have a connection. This is not Master and Levina. Levina is Master the Shirayim. The pizza is Master the Shirayim. There's no connection between the pizza and Levina. This is the Master. Another one is you. I don't know. I mean, Marty, you heard this from our master shit around. Tell me if you heard this. You heard it, I'm not from the yes, I heard it. I'm not going to go around. I can't go from the coast to move on. All the rappers are using food like that. We're talking about the two sheep of Shavuos. Wait, what's the good picture? It's better. You have two sheep. And you shot the one sheep. That sheep. Oh, let's do this one. He shot the blue. He eat the blue tomorrow. What's that? It's Abamaka. Blue is Abamaka. But it's its own matter. It allows itself to be eaten. When you shut it and you put it on his back, you can eat it. So while he shuts it, the blue, he thought to himself, he's going to eat the blue tomorrow. Sheep number one is not mocking sheep number two. What are they coming to be mocking up on inside? The bread and center over there. For themselves. But they're not coming to knock one another. We are having the bread. No, definitely. Also, I'm worried with so we'll wrap it up from before. Over there, the two sheep are not in one fleet. As long as they have one of the five here, the credit to the Ravina article where we one vessel is a large fleet, and that's what the five government will have one on the other. I'm going to have a mix up. I mean, if you go to one of the beautiful places, come on. I don't think it's anywhere else. I have a feeling it's one of the times. This thing, with the canino, maybe you'll taste it in a bowl. I love it so much, it's really the kind of it's like more like the entire shop. Just the kind of Mexican Ravina, you're not going to do that in a moment. Tell me what is going on here. Two things together. Putting the pizza on the mizbeach in order to not to the Ravina, which is people tomorrow, it's a Shirayim tomorrow. What is going on here? You put the pizza on, it's two different thoughts. You also put the Ravina at the wrong time, and also keep the Shirayim at the wrong time. That's people. What are we trying to do here? Yeah, if we think about our studio, we go from one to the other. We go from the meat to Ravina. That's one of the things he said. I'm going to put the Ravina on the chef tomorrow. The text considers people. Why did you talk about Shirai? Everybody saw Shirai part, and that's how you did. I go from one market to the other. From Misa to the Ravina, that is Harita to the Misa. That's what they said. Yeah, but that's a long, and then you can push back to Ravina. In other words, take out the whole sentence of Shirai. Even if I was talking about this, you want to tell me about your Ravina. Now, what? You go to this way. You go from the pizza to the Shirai. You think you want to do the pizza and the Shirai, and then you get tomorrow. So what's extra over here? The Ravina is extra. Why are you talking about the Ravina? Do the Shirai tomorrow. What do I say? Whatever. Okay. kind of also thoughtful. What does it mean when I read to you, if there's coins like the Latoina, then left of your offer. And or more. What does that mean? And that's what an American is, not Rashi. Rashi is there, means before. In other words, sticking with Vav, and if it's a Vav, it means two separate halachas. If you tell me two new halachas, then what I hold, and I also hold that you go from one master to the other master, so sorry. One master to the other, that's going from one master to the other, that's how you do it. Then, and another halacha, let me show you a halacha, is I hold up your mayor, they can be entitled to Chati Master. Or another rabbi, or the Kohen HaKohen, Tagel, that's going to be entitled to Chati Master. This is Mr. This is unbelievable. Everything we thought is the opposite. It's not about it's not about one of the other. It's just out. He holds the both those things are not true. He doesn't know what you're made. He doesn't know what yeah. This is why he loves it so much. When you combine it all together, then it's used to it. So, since he said that he's going to be mocked in the fire, he's going to be mocked in the fire, eat the shirayim tomorrow, she put it all together in one big pot, and that makes it cheaper, even though it's you don't say it's and he gave up from one mountain to the other. In this case, he put it all in there. That's a big difference. But,
amazing. And so how long you
if you not do it, it's each shirayim, and Kohenet, by the way, is one of the two matirim. We did our whole people, is that true? I did one of the matirim, it's a half a matir. According to everybody, it's a big one. At the end of the little tree, it's only there that says the Chati Matir is okay. That's why, you know, we did our whole thing. Not, okay, there's a problem here with like, so it didn't really say people, it said culture. You have to change the word to that. Tomorrow, Malema, raise people. If you're already changing words, just say, you know what, it's not a good call. It's just the word that wants you to call it. No. How did you call that for you? What do you remember? You remember that he's told that he's going to come to everybody. People, they're possibly flexible. You can get confused between those two words. Iceberg, Goldberg, people, possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I was to hear that it's going to everybody. And now you're going to go. One person does that now. I don't know how to do it. I got a lot of things. I got a lot of things. So, you know, I'm pretty sure we have this. This one, right? So, if you do the minimum, you eat something. You think in your mind, you giggle on something that's not there for you. In other words, pizza goes on his breath, not edible. Or wine goes on his breath, not edible. Your thought, while you're doing your thought, you eat. The physically, as a human being, you eat the part of the liver that's not edible. That's not pizza. Well, the hack is everything that's not. You're going to put the shirayim onto his bath. So that's not something you do, it's right something you eat.
You know, the light jokes about it, nobody cares.
That's not people. That's what I so. Let's see how that is considered. Well, at least it's not part of it. Let the rubbish back it up. You did the right thought. You thought about eating the shirayim tomorrow, but only a half of the guys have a share. Plus, we knew well, the half of the guys will have to half the guys. Plus, if you want to combine a half of the guys, but that's part of it. Share the half of the guys. In other words, you want to continue something, you need a half of the guys have a shirayim tomorrow. And you're also going to put a half of the guys on the pizza onto the shirayim tomorrow. Don't do application, don't combine for one of the guys. Why? And you have people like we started to can't combine the two. That is certainly not a huge right. Or that's sort of good. Like I'm doing it again. One of like I said, it's possible when you think about something that's not developed, you're going to put pizza, you're going to put people on the pizza, which is supposed to be on the craft, you think he's something going to be different. Why do you say it's special? I'm a club and I'm a part of the Yale Club. It's very, important. This is Yale Club. What's it called? Part of the Yale Club. The staff feels like a lot. The public feels like you I'm not sure if I'm going to go to the details. You got the meeting. I did it stuff, you know, stuff, all off. That what? that he's eating and he's eating. When you spray blood on his back, that's eating. He's eating it in his back. It's really level. The baby has to have blood. So it has to have blood. Shava ruins it when you think about you need to move back. So change the heart to my feel like other feel like other, and my feelings will get my feelings back. That's why you go from one food to the other food, from one is back to the one I feel is back, from the pizza to the third, and pizza one I feel to the other, I feel like the other is back, and I feel like it's back. Well done. It's an interesting. So you can remember you go from a sort of eating a meat, even though the meat is supposed to be on his back. I love it, like, man, I'm watching a filo. Because the third picture I'm watching a filo, the third years I'm watching a filo. You think that word out. Well, but I don't feel like one of watching a filo. But what will argue, they say, you know why it's so good in the lesson of eating or holy or holy? So what I'm the lesson in the habit, how is it still given to you? And God, these two things we have to see how it's working with them. The lesson in the habit, what I feel is bad, the lesson in the habit, what I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what nothing you're thinking about, whether you're talking about a mosquito or a sauna, it's still considered a secret. You know what I mean? Now, for the convention, I told you guys, I need to follow you this year. And just like I feel that you've been decided so cool when you put it on your calf, I know the shield works on the guys. Well, I know, I'm going to work on that, I know. When you keep eating that therapy, you can't have enough shava or joy to there. But me eating a lavoina, me eating a kmitza, kmitza doesn't do that. Otherwise, I just let's finish this. I was let him know, say before, like 4 years old, before he realized that came, one of them told you, okay, I didn't know these two halachas. You know, I mean, you offer to go off the same word twice. Why? Chodesh, yeah, but people word. Not the authority, the Kazayis halacha, and go from a person to all of their relations. If I either realize from up here, or if the realize actually looking from the word from the prophet. Oh, yeah, okay, it's a puzzle. What's the punishment if it's an apostle? Part not the type. You get part like every other people. If you think about the army, you say that a person who was not the authority, as Rabbi the army, you did it right, and I'm going to do it. You yourself said that it's the name of the legend. Share another part. Why should you get part? Well, you're right. According to one another, you have to not get part according to the word. You guys are just not quite familiar. Here we are. I say here that the police station is going to remember. This is what you got. You don't drink the blood. Check a carbon in order to drink the blood tomorrow, which is there, or the active return of the steak is supposed to eat. Instead of going to throw it on his back and throw it together. You have to know one of the mafia, the liberated the steak, so the kidneys, the fat, the gall is there. You think you eat it, it's also throw it together. Why is the price, so now also from the controversy I feel like actually at bottom, when you drink the blood, you say I want to drink the blood, it's just culture. Also like healthy is doing it, you're just going to leave it. And I'll leave it in the blood. And when the water after two, we're going to let it because of all my shit. Because the blood says, well, this also is blood to the culture. So the blood I really need it, so you can see that thing in the so this is what we want, this is food over here. I love cards in the night. The argument is, you're right, the blood says culture. Good cards. That if I'm someone like me, I can see about one, to leave the blood over is just so you don't get cards. What? Kahana cards not only high, but the other case of drinking the blood, that you get cards. Same case of drink the blood tomorrow. But if you look in the main market, you really possible. Anybody cards, both of them. There's just a soul and no cards. You see, there is my place going on. And the legend says it's cards. Your both sides have a wonderful day. There's the alarming moment. Shit means out. That's all I got. 53 seconds of Don McNeely. Alright, I've been on the show a while. one morning rap on side.
Doing stand-up.
You know, he's not seeing the Spotify. But once here we go. We're holding it back to that. I know now on top. He goes to play it. You know, holding back it up. You want to bring
That's exactly what I
a
was
flower urban to the Wednesday.
You started 7 months ago, but you barely ever do it.
And then if you feel good, let's go to teach. That would be better. In addition to that, most other monopolies that's when it goes over. You have these pregnancies. In order to find people left over flour or this to rise, here I wrote it you have to put these two guys on in the back. Those are the two that they allow these to flour. Each one by itself is only 60%. You need to put over them. That's why when you're playing as an confident player, and you want to be over on the big list of cold people. And that is thinking you're going to be eating the flour, giant,
Very fancy Jeff Lotion, big fan of lotion.
Lotion creams.
it's supposed to be on these guys.
What's the difference between a lotion and a
Not that only by one,
cream? Is very
that's a hot method to 50% of the heat. And according to the humming, that doesn't work. You have to have 100% of the nut. If you're a little, hot method. That's the way to do the thing. That's only when you put it on the test. But what about when you do the thing? When you say, hey, I'm going to be eating this tomorrow. That is a very strong trigger.
Has less oil than cream.
When you go like this to be free, there is no rebuttal. The way you don't go like this to be free. So this avoids going like this.
What are you slinging over at what's the name of your skincare
You
company?
do 100% of that avoid with the wrong intent, with the bad intent. Because the reason of the virus is really cheating. You over that way. You give it to
I'm not sure.
this much we said that you need to go is only on the fire page. Both are captured by that fire.
Could have been once in a while, like a Willy Wonka moment. If you
You
get
need
it,
to.
they only put one in once every
Now
2
it's
months. That doesn't have a catchy ring. Oh, I see what you tried to do there. I thought this was getting matched from the lotion guy. He doesn't even use it.
That's not my
doesn't exist because people that's the real people that are going to see them to like it.
Stop anything. You really think that's true? Really?
Now, let's two lines that you got to step. In order to keep it two
Do you
breads.
ever use any
So,
lotion?
each one is a 50% again. Two of them are the full macro, they allow you to go. Whatever you check it is one, only one. In order to eat the two breads tomorrow, I'll stop it. Tomorrow. See, the other one is good. The deal yesterday, allow you to take one of those two in your mouth. And you not serious food in your gut, you thought that's bad. Terrible thought.
As far as your jokes get to,
these are all
jokes
folks
like your first one was a joke.
after the
And the whole thing with the black, the
one spoon half of a
It took a
teaspoon.
year to get there.
You need
It
to
took
put
like the
two
whole
lemons that more
time,
people up my
and then
phone.
it was
You
skinny
only
jeans,
thought
and it
about
wasn't as
one.
good as it would have been.
That's
Cut that in
That's
half,
enough.
you get a
You're
bigger
fine.
laugh.
And when you're in the middle, you find a phone out there, know you have to put those two what to do, those two. Trata de poner las cosas y no poner no ninguna más. What if you talk and say, nada me dice que you get it, you do for sale. Each sheet is a muscle of itself. You don't have to come on to the train for the second sheet. The sheep itself is a muscle itself. And then you know, when you have a struggle, you have a thought of bigger, you thought the audience.
I smell
We're
it.
going to touch you, Martha. You're not in trouble because that animal, you, that is the only thing you have to
Not
think
like
about.
positive,
Two people
but
are
it's
very popular, and the second animal is not too well. What if you thought an
you're
animal
wearing
ate?
your own
You're going
motion.
to be eating animal food outside of it for a lot of time. This month. Love of the Haver the Mafat, then share. Why do we let it come to? A, master, the final master. One
Stepped on your toe.
item that allows you to eat something else, not
But you feel like some sort of
you
rubbery shit
feel
in your toe.
on another item that allows you to eat something else. Where
It's
you
that guy stepping on your
you
toe.
ate, and not the trigger for cooking. I'm allowed to comes out because my friends are not going to surprise the stick of us all over the shop. All my flavors is just started off.
Just like
Think
the
of
air
me,
you
you didn't think about any bad thoughts now.
That's
Yeah,
right.
here, no bad thoughts, no bad effects. That's also good. The focus is to be quiet during the day. But you had a bad thought, that will avoid it. In other words, you started off good, ended off bad. But if you started off bad, then the bad continues throughout the rest of our life. So you start over the future, bad not cover, so that bad not cover, being it, outside of a lot of time. You days from now, continue to look at your learning as well. So you really didn't have a thought by your learning, but since your learning is after the future, what? The way it works here is just in all science is when you go with the initial thought. Whatever the initial thought is, you pick up thought. You don't expect somebody to come thinking, I'm doing this for Jeremiah Saxon. Yeah, one thought and you stole your cards and nice. You have thought process. He thought it was doing it to himself. He put the data under
another piece of
so
advice
that
that I'd
thought
give you is,
continues
have
when he puts more
fun
light on
and,
his go.
get out and experience life and have stuff to talk about. You know what I mean? Get out there, don't spend too much time in a lotion shop. Because I just asked you to tell us something fun about you, and you just went straight into writing. Which is something that every comedian does.
Remember what I told you?
Yeah. Puppet shows. Black ladies love puppet shows. Get your ass down to your local puppet theater and change the way you look at life.
This is different. And then even such a case, we don't say, oh, we put that bad in front of this guy.
Actually, I was walking out of the puppet show, and it wasn't even talking. It was one of the puppets that was like, you can get it, and I'm like, fuck yeah, it's a puppet show right now down in There he goes. Doug McNeely, everybody. Anything else for Doug, guys? Morning advice? Great, I think, too.
The other few things,
It's a game changer. Jeremiah, you have nice skin, use lotion.
walking
You also like don't drink.
How is this going to put it in back? Put it in the payout, applies to both. And what's right now,
Is that
and
true?
flat. So if that's the case,
Multiple flashlights. What did it double penetration are you doing over there?
leave. I love that. Don't move. There's no Lavona. Looking at that Lavona. You giggle. I won. Just on the fly. So that's what I'm doing because I'm not really good. I don't know what I thought of it.
You guys ever use a
Because I'm
flashlight?
there. Nothing's a turned to sleep on his
flashlight. It looks like a flashlight, but it's a big vagina on it. You just like fuck with it. There's one in the front patio.
Big pizza. The woman
Crazy thing, crazy part about the flashlight. There's actually not a light attached to it. It's just a flashlight shaped like a flashlight, but there's no light.
This second one, which we said, Rob said, is one of my focus. So
You guys hear something? Because I don't hear anything right now.
There's
There's almost like a fruit fly or something in my ear.
I
pulled it. I mean, you know, I'm gonna finish the stop, and I have to open the video about this because I was on the front patio last week, and they just said, "See, we got another naughty show," and I noticed that there was a flashlight sitting on the bottom of the box, and it's still in the box, but it's like a weird flashlight knife. I was already drink, and I saw that it was a weird flashlight, and Toby's like, "Dude, it's the number one seller, bro," and I'm like, "There's no way that the Miracle Any Kids Guys box is the number one seller. Why would people want to see?" How much? Are you serious? And so sometimes you'll talk to the Don McNeely squirts some fucking cream in that bitch.
No.
Yeah, you guys know they use their flashlight like it's in a long
Look at the next person is pregnant.
She
And he's going to talk about stuff. Yeah, my wife is in this case. I'm not talking about the This pizza came after the thing. It wasn't like this. What are you thinking of fundamental development? People exactly like this. In other words, these two cases,
Everybody's gonna be on Amazon tonight looking up the new flashlight, right? Everybody.
and I told you exactly the same thing.
Bang a flashlight.
And we ended up in the left.
Should have moved on when
So pizza on the right, and we finished off in the right. We started with the right, and we finished off with the pizza on the left. It's the same idea.
she's a water-based
And we finished off.
Ryan, we're moving on. I don't know if you're the only podcast
If you go like this,
Jesus podcast that is on while
it's
it's
kind
going
of
on.
great.
Put it in the microwave for 5 seconds. So it's
But
like
it's terrible when you have to why are you saying the same thing?
Let's talk about something else.
Weapon number 2 is already unhappy.
So the person
There's a right to another one, but you didn't see it. But it says straight out in the right. At first, it just misread it. And I'm sorry, Captain. After you go over to the first, and the one came to because of course, the commission of trouble was first. This is what you know, obviously, talking about different human beings doing these people. So, seriously, man, it's not like I'm going to look for 50 throughout the whole class. That's only one person. With different people, you can't combine the two steps of two different people. Person number 1 started off terrible. Person number 2 was not great. You can't say, oh, person number 2 is not terrible because person number 1. That's not. So again, going back, Rob said, when you start off great and then it goes terrible. But you don't play if you start off bad. That's why let's see. Imagine what I'm doing. So it's referring to the Saddam going to blood on different parts of his legal and these people only part of the blood. They go, what's the pay? You're going to drop a pizza. The interim is bad. So weird. Onion Cooper is being people about sex with me. You know, but the woman told me that is the boy and the goat. You know, when they I'm not first prostitute. Women pay me money to not have sex with them. You take everything in the house. You double it up.
Your style. Alright, I'm gonna guess you're visiting or just moved out and you've been doing stand-up for years.
5 years in Boston. Yeah, 5 years.
5 years sort of spread out, right?
No, I just, I was expecting my name to get called. It was a little jittery.
And then you go to the hotel. Outside of the place, he throws the ball towards the right, another 16
I get choked, yeah.
and then you got another 11
For a little bit, I was all excited.
that
You know,
you put on the
it happens.
ball
It happens, man.
four on
Yeah.
the performance was great.
Thank you.
Eleven plus 32 is 42.
Yeah, it's true.
You don't even have to put one on
Yeah, yeah. You know,
when I'm on the first one, you got how to switch if I go to
until I choke,
when
you want to know.
the thing that is being chill because he swings a lot and spins a lot. But I feel the fire on the ball, just even when the whole team doesn't stay based on whatever they have to do. Power the ball and they squeeze a lot. Yeah, they're just trying to bring the field. That's the child reach your trailer. We show them the things we take to the box. So if you did an entire set of those things, or you did an entire set of the second one, which is rifle, or as a third one, now figure they don't try. All those
Molasses flood was 1,000
set
gallons of molasses flooded in our net.
21
people died that day. 21 was the slowest people.
Well, maybe they tell you if on the phone.
It's fucking
Yeah, you know, this is the guy who knows 40.
President of the United States to
You don't say that
Robert Kennedy was running for president. He was probably going to win, but he was assassinated in Los Angeles, California. And Ted Kennedy was going to be president of the United States. He just made poor life decisions.
Even if he did the first one, you still have to point the line. If you did the two by the first, it's automatically to do the second and third. You can win a host. I'm going to agree. That's people.
That's fun. You get to tell jokes on a boat.
You know it. It's good. Yeah. You get winners on the come to LA. Be here till March. Number one is the first.
You're going to tell us either you're getting like I got one number once to decide. These true people came up with. No, I do. I have it somewhere, but you never know.
That's okay. When double number two, number one, that's right. That number says that three number one to five. Or do another thing over there. You cannot continue from the three up to the D1. That's the stuff you're trying. Together, yeah, one that's more fun. You're doing all the work.
Craziest thing that's happened on your network. Nobody ever falls over or anything. It's just they just I mean, people say that Americans are so assholes. Like, doesn't matter what country you're from, what race you are, tourists are just jerks. Driver's license, license, CDL, I get drug tested, all that stuff. Yeah. Get drug tested. Yeah. I don't have an expired anyways, but yeah.
You know when you have a
look through Boston, all the clubs, I crossed the feature.
What are we discussing? Discussing on the first one is fraud. That you pick your card and put it over to the next action. That's what we do.
Yeah, it's been coming up here 5 years. Like, it's 5 years, and then you go to LA, and you just
you have a card, and then you
start all over.
so that card
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking for sympathy. Sympathy and spots.
he has a purpose in the next deed.
But, yeah, but it's fun. It's coming out here. You can see great people at shows. It's different.
What happened was,
what do you like to do?
let's go back to this.
I've been walking, I've been hiking, I've been taking pictures of famous TV show houses. That's been my thing. I've been to the Wonder Years house. I geeked out on that. The Brady Bunch house. Happy as I'm not. Happy as I'm not. And then I'll check that out. I want to go to, I guess, the Becky feature house. That's awesome. Yeah, I did that. These are pretty. Yeah, so it's torn down. I was gonna check that out. Yeah.
All of that is insane.
Oh yeah, you can say whatever you want. The show is live and your microphone is on. That's what you wanted to say. That's a nice thing. That's what you said. You're never gonna come back.
I want to get tired of it.
Because you can't afford like a dick. Such a dick. I couldn't believe
And that's really Roxy's first is really good to come up with more of that. I don't know how that's but I saw him talking about that. Check his ID. My first time. Show me your ID. One more time for Kevin Alexander. 60 seconds. Here we go.
Going back to work after not winning the Powerball jackpot. Kind of like shame. I mean, you had the opportunity to do nothing but party and fuck.
What up, Mr. Curious?
You know, these plans that we just money. We're buy a yacht with a helipad. Straight at the age of show your tits.
Just chilling. How about you?
You have that awkward moment in the hallway. See Sandy?
If you have to do
There it is.
the question is,
It was there. It was there. Brian doesn't think that Brian thinks it's funny. We're gonna raise the cat extra low. What do you do? Kevin, how long have you been doing stand-up? That's what I was gonna guess. And I'll tell you this, without a doubt. First timer, you might be the best first timer I've ever seen on this show. I've a lot of new ones. I'll tell you why. It's because your delivery, I mean, you're just right there. And by the way, it didn't get a laugh in this room for some reason, but a yacht with a helipad might have been the funniest thing I've heard all night. And nobody laughed except for me and Diaz, which is probably a good sign. Because a lot of these idiots
I think you might be so long.
Kevin, that is so fucking cool. I'm just gonna get this out of the way before everybody annoys you about it. The mic stand always has to be moved. That's the number one way to know that you're first time on stage. Just standing behind it. It's just a funny little weird eclipse thing. Kevin, that's amazing. What do you do for work?
Joined the Navy a long time ago as a aircrew survival corpsman. And
Let me right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this field? Is it part of our labor? Or it's not part of our labor? So if it's part of our labor, then it's another one. It's 48 hours. I'm going to say this now in Hebrew because I'm pretty sure I missed this line in English. You boil it. You will boil it up off tonight. So I remember we said, if the figure happens at the end being put these two on these there, the price of the reverse is there. The point is,
Yeah, you can totally use it. I'm not on the same journey.
you're kind of too much for one. We said make it apply to the future. You don't need to. There is no second. There is no reverse like this. These are only applies to the shower. So we're there, like, think about doing a snack about doing this. I think I'm gonna eat this mint tomorrow. It's big. Well, that when you're walking, yeah, the sound. Do I need to think about the Laverne also? Or only the flowers are dead? Think about it every month. I don't even need it.
I totally agree. The funniest part of that for me was you know, obviously you have to face the lady from HR. And you have to be polite, but you acknowledge that part. Like, you didn't acknowledge the other ways in. Like you said, the yacht with the helipad. I mean, how did you really get to work? You know what I mean, stuff
That's
like
the
that.
reason. But it's all
Like you say all that setup stuff, and you say the HR lady, but then you only acknowledge.
So when you go to the HR lady, you go, look, I want to
or
see
even
you.
on the level of
She answers the same way. She shows them
the
doing
level
it.
of the food process, something like that. You don't need. You might not do a few people just by eating that cloud.
And they
I'm
already
not
want
that far.
you
No,
on
just
an imaginary
not tell you
HR
how to do
express for a solid
by
20, and mister, you are in show.
also just like this. Or
Am I right, Joey? Totally up with you. Joey is what made
One of my favorite things
or
about this
even
show
on
is
the
getting to
level of
watch
fruits
people do their actual first time on the stage.
the
And I've
level of
almost
fruits
every episode
something that you
right
don't
off
need.
with a minute, and it's a
You
fun
might not
way
need to
to
do a
sort of
few
figure
people
out your
just by
voice.
eating
Congratulations,
that
man.
cloud.
Good job.
Yeah.
Don't something like that far. No, I'm not tell you how to do it. You're running and the fly is so cool by the way. I can just know this one and something is all simple. You're not even looking at it. Since you have to do the same process for your body. So now, the mouth associated is not doing that. You have to walk the flower to walk your body. This one is what goes when I'm going to let it go. And more, maybe it's a little time off. I don't know if you continue to move on at all. You have not come to the type of flower.
Alexander's first time. Anything else? There you go.
Something that allows you to
Doesn't
do
even know how to put
something,
the
allows
mic
you to
back
do
in the mic
something.
stand. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
It's your first time. One more time for Kevin Alexander. Come on,
I mean, if you know something is that, you know, you are then it's a big significant avoid that. It's not nothing. It's just an important avoid that. It's life. So walking with the future.
Yeah, totally.
And since it's
I
not
pulled another name out of the bucket.
then that itself is the entire thing. We're looking at it as a pretty big, and therefore, that entire avoid that avoid that informs the avoid which could be more complex.
This is an incredible episode of people that signed up and then left. It's like the strangest thing. Is it really
well, I gotta consider everything that's about.
As a black man,
These two
you're supposed to be afraid of racist cops walking the street.
okay.
I'm a Vietnamese. I'm all for your
When I'm
racist
talking
white
about
laws.
just
I think that's
really
backwards.
the future from say data from shooting, it doesn't allow me to do it. It's not helping me to do
Racist
something.
cop has to
It's not
at least
allowing
break
me
a
to
sweat.
throw the blood
The
on the
racist
bed.
lifeguard just has to not notice you out there.
Well, it's an important thing. I can't put the juice on the death because I don't
So
get here.
ask yourself,
So it's an important number. Oh,
is it
that
that
is
black
the thing
people
that I
can't
write
swim
down.
or have we been the victims?
40%. Anything that's not a mountain. I mean, probably a thing.
Yeah, it's 60,
So, I think also, right,
For
it's
decades
not a
long
mountain. It doesn't allow me to
conspiracy
do anything.
by the chronic ring of the Ku Klux Klan.
So, something tomorrow.
That's right. The Klan, by the way,
Let's even just one more
I'm
time.
not
Sorry.
flashing at me, the Klan.
The
Take
government
Klan
Americans is all right. So, I've heard this thing about therapy.
You
It
got
doesn't
more
include a
members,
husband.
more number
Do
one
something. Do
singles,
something.
and according to
I've
that, they
heard
kill
of
more niggas. So no
activity.
matter how
It's
you
a
cut
certain
it,
it's not going to work if you want to. You're going to do people on the phone. Oh, my God, so the hell, what's up in the next question? Learn how to be cool. Learn on to live.
Somehow, it's Martin Luther King Day. But somehow, Brian, you're my favorite black guy I've ever heard preach. It's fucking amazing. How long you been doing stand-up? And you're from Portland? Obviously, when I was starting comedy, San Diego. Wow. You said you're from Holy shit. You're a fucking monster. How much material do you think you have? Holy shit, Brian. Oh my goodness. Freaking. That's another thing.
she values before you
It's unbelievable. And that's another thing that I love about this show is that we can go right from a guy doing his very first time to all of a sudden, when I think this is really what it's best for sometimes, is when there's somebody from around the road that's been doing it a long time and is actually funny and they can come on.
Tony is, you know, he's been around 5 years, and he still totally fucking shows. I mean, he didn't give a shit. Silence off the top, and he just put him up with big fucking jokes, man.
He's averaging up five for everything.
That's a great show. Yeah, you're really good. You were give it your information. All right, cool. Shit, I've been just going off the shows over on Walking Street. So just like either bring it up, I'll run it down the through it.
Now he's saying,
The show the look on your face is killed. Came up here, just 3-5 yellow. I can't tell you how happy. Just that look on your face. You know, it's just really fucking sharp.
I love the reason with the
That's all that's on your fucking head. You know, motherfucker, seafood, you're just thinking about the fucking you wake up in the morning,
come on. Every street girl consists of 7 skip items. They feel like this happens. There's more chance that when you use you, what support will look good on you.
You're gonna take out Brett, and I'm so glad that we got to have you on next week's Ice House. What's a funny Twitter name? I just want to say that I'm proud to be here, Tony. I love comedy, and I love the ladies, especially my wife. When I leave here, I'm going to have to get away with tell me what it is, because I'm very good at what I feel these days. So when I get something to talk about, I'm thinking about comedy. It's a money for this little job. The show has taken over. She's very simple. I want to make sure we have enough time for 2 regulars. One thing that's fun about this show is everybody gets thrown in the bucket. However, every week we have 2 young ladies that write and perform a brand new minute every week. We had two before. They did it for 2 years. They graduated on and moved into like the original room. They do spots every Monday there now. Tours open with comedians and stuff. And these two just started doing regular 1 minute spots a couple months ago. Going out first tonight, you know her, you love her, Purple Tony, always nervous stylings. I like to think of her as like a young Nixie, sort of nervous type. Here he's going from Melissa Esslinger, everybody. Here we go.
My knee hurts today because I rode my bike once and I saw a squirrel.
Are you allowed to just sit down?
Yeah. It's busy. It's really busy in here. And I had to sit under a table, like a little shelter puppy, which actually I've been told suits me, so I'm comfortable there. Okay. Anyway, when I was a kid, like I would be at my friend's house and I wouldn't get the hint that it was like dinner time.
And also, when it comes to walking, you know,
I didn't mean to, but I gave off like bad home life aura that wasn't real. My mom's just Jewish from the Bronx, and I was kind of a little shit, so we measured our love and guilt.
And now you walk into the closet to get the second best to put the kids in.
I'm glad I've come to peace with that.
And anytime that you know how boys like that, right?
I just want to say, I have never loved another human being as much as I love you. And I love you. And I think that she's actually funny, but she has to get there. But I swear to God, she's funny. And you know what I mean? I'm fucking funny. And you're just a sweetie. I'm funny.
It's funny as hell. Tonight it was definitely a little bit trapped inside. But what was the first thing that you said?
I said my knee hurts.
One time, you were right. Your knee hurts now because one time you were riding your bike and you saw a squirrel.
Yeah, the only reason I actually said that was because I was too worried. The first thing I was going to say wasn't going to be funny, and so I randomly was like,
So you chose something even less funnier. You said I'm just going to put it, it might suck.
Sometimes it takes up that journey to get to a special place that someone be lucky. She's on that journey, and she will eventually be at a really funny place where there's
It'll be 7 days from now. We've had this happen a couple times before where it's just like, you know, sometimes you just can't get your foot in. But anytime that one of the regulars ever has a rough set in here, it's hilarious. When they do the next week, it's like more like Ryan Simpson type of stuff. You know what I mean? Which is hard to fathom. But
no, she should be nervous. That's okay. Yeah, I know you'll overturn you. I'll let that control me with your glasses. When my knees touch his tied up and flip the audience go to left. Touching glasses.
absolutely right. It's amazing that
Wonderful.
You know what Joey does in the lab? Talks. Or something.
Hold on, man. What's amazing, Joey, is you are so dead on because when she first started, I remember, I haven't even thought about this until you just said this.
yeah, that would give me something to do with that.
That's the control.
What's amazing? That's right. Yeah.
Love to see you as a man on a
Joey just created a new dab, everybody. Up and move. What's amazing is that the first couple times you were on the show, I really just had a flashback because Joey said that you would do this thing where you scratch the top of your head. Exactly. Anything other than, and everybody knew that the thing that you thought was a joke was already over.
It's genuine, very authentic. You know, it's a nervous take, but it doesn't seem like you're just doing it to do it. Yeah, try the fucking glasses thing.
You started panicking early on because the squirrel thing didn't hit. What was it wasn't even a big deal.
Oh, well, I get it.
And by the way, I'm throwing this as a bonus. If you do the glasses thing and it dies, keep trying it. And let us every point come off on the glasses thing. And you know something else, baby. You know
each one of the seats, 50% of the amount. If I put on one, that didn't treat my whole mouth. I can put on two. The other similar thing by a milk fun. A milk fun is honey, flour, potato, meat, sugar. By putting those two things onto the bread, that's my case. My number two is taking the sandwiches to your runner and putting it onto the bread. And those two things, and then you can eat, if you're writing, leftover flour stretch. What happened is, look at this waking up and I come up on this person had a bad reset.
Melissa, you have been doing stand-up for how long now?
Bread. When you're not allowed to eat bread tomorrow, the only day you're allowed to eat bread is on school. And chef, your runner's not even on course that day and the next. And that's tomorrow. So when you think about eating the bread, one out of the two bread, you are under the foot of that one food. What happens to the second bread? That's my point. If the steak is equal, left or left you got guard them off. Same thing with flour. With the two, that is your one. On the children of the two spoonfuls of frankincense. I'm getting confused. By putting those two frankincense on the fire, burning them, that allows you to eat bread. Look at my comment. So, quote, when you put the frankincense just to the fire on the bread, you have an intent. That is that you're going to eat. So, look at my comment. Not today or Shabbos, but tomorrow or Sunday. Not all the bread. It only needs 6 out of 10. That's an excellent minute ago. And that's it. It allows you to eat. Well, that's enough fun.
But I said it out loud, and I don't care who heard it. I could have whispered to you, but instead I said it was a careless yelp. It was a yelp review of your delicious comedy.
Thank you, yes. I'm trying my best, Melissa, you know, your style and the way that you float out stuff that you think will work. I mean, writing and performing a new minute every single week is the hardest thing that anybody that I know does and has done. And I put these people through this rigorous torture, and it's entertaining for the comedy fans to watch everybody grow. And somebody's fake cackling laughter, that's interesting. I thought and we're in the infantile stage of you just a couple months into where this is going to be one of those ones that die-hard fans of yours a couple years from now are going to look back on and go, holy shit, that's incredible that this cold-blooded assassin was still finding a footing. This is the only show where that type of live stuff happens. People love watching a train wreck more than they actually do watching a cold-blooded assassin. We're not going to admit it, they're not going to make a bunch of noise, but it's fun. It's fun that you write and perform and take these chances every week. That was an awesome set. Melissa Eslinger, everybody. She's on Twitter, Melissa Eslinger.
The same thing with a person says himself out or touches the right side, so the right side becomes prominent, and doesn't magically spread to the left side. That's what happened. Where I think I'm not showing the most of the comments I live. It's one side you can come in and kind of manipulate. Is it all going to come away? Everybody's going to grow. And something is going to right into a husband one rule, when it's another one. When you make the people on one side, it doesn't apply to the second side. This way, I'm not going to be questioned by it says the words, I want you to remember this word,
Such a different appearance than 3 weeks ago.
All cases, 2 cases. Ain't but part of the title of the
This one.
I just remember the last time I did the show, it was just such a epic douchebag failure that I just thought I can't go out on that. Now, is there a chance I won't do your show again? Yeah, there's a distinct possibility. I'm immensely successful, but my love for you is bigger than my success.
Love that.
Okay, keep going.
Thank you.
people on the road that the entire while the second was for
Regular, she's regular on the show. You tell her, you love her. Put your hands together for Vanessa Johnston, everybody. Hi, John. You're back. I think the new politically correct term for slut should be cum dumpsters. And all the cum dumpsters should just band together and create positive affirmation slogans. Like the early bird gets his sperm. She's not a slut, she's just hungry. Sluts don't have large moral compasses because they only own mini Bibles. They can't own a regular Bible because it doesn't fit their vagina. Every girl's vagina is special and unique, like a snowflake. And you should take your snowflake vagina and have a Johnson's, which is a word just made up for vagina confidence.
That's why I said also understand that
Do you know how many lonely, desperate guys would kill themselves every day if girls did not have a Johnson's? Especially like when you're going in that back end of stuff, like, I think you're definitely owning something there. I mean, people were laughing at that premise, and you didn't even really get to get into that, you know what I mean? Yes, Jeff Garland. Use your microphone, Jeff.
I want to hire her for
The job for that? Vagina confidence. So what do you think you mean by that? I mean, I think that just people slut shame a lot, and I think it's stupid.
It's not good.
And I'm not even like a slut, but like, I just feel like slut is like, fuck you. You know?
You and your slut shaming. When I was a young girl, I was a slut. Let me tell you something, the amount of shaming I got. And that's what I say. Slut shaming. Piece of shit.
My closing joke, which I went a little bit slower, is I didn't get to it, but like, the dress and that, it works. Anyway, yeah.
The left cheek with the left breast, the right cheek with the right breast.
That they should own
Each
it.
sheep has a sex, so because you got a half a sheep, half of the guys get rid of one thing.
Well, like, I don't know. I mean, I just wrote it. Just like, oh my God, I remember that. Yeah.
I can't just say it. It's not people one.
Richard Lewis is leaving
Because
lady.
each sheep is a half a mountain. And with each half a mountain, because you two sheep,
Right, so here's the thing. The last two jokes that explain it, the big two last two
get a half a sheep, half a mountain, half a mountain. So tomorrow, I will go
Pat, maybe it should be your funny stuff in the front of the show. So you
what if you do say that half a guy from
the last like two jokes, like come from like if I say like to you she's a slut, but to God she's a life insurance policy. Which comes from like when the guy I think the last joke makes sense because like guys don't kill themselves. And then like my closing is like at least that's what my Bible teacher taught me.
hope is actually
So,
more.
like,
Then
it
it's
makes
just
sense
that.
it's in line, but that's where the Bible comes in.
Now, the
It's
Lord
like,
said,
Joey,
"Very
this
good.
is
Very
your
good.
first time seeing
Great
Vanessa
job.
Jones. What's your
He's ready to go there.
take on this situation? Brand's making you right a few months into the game. Professional, has a full-time smart person day job.
If you hit Igor on one bread, it automatically jumps to 7 bread. So this can't go coming from the bread. The reason is right, but if you can
You
get
heard him
it.
earlier, he's not
The
into
whole
pussy at all.
reason why it's going to come ready is you have a problem with your legs. So if you ever have to hold it with your legs, you wouldn't get anything. Now, what is it about? Now, what is it about? I told you, did to go to one shower, which is done, the second shower. So you know I'm going to get a pop. I'm ready to roll. What does it say? Learn on the first as you handle the situation. The key difference between staying and that, so you know, we don't need to stay in with the top. We need to put them playing one with the rest of the house. You say, and one with the rest of the cave off, you turn to the bread. So, you could, if you're not just having a steak, you're talking about the bread. And the image you have of the thing and is referring to the two animals, but the people intent is Mahashama Tibo to be done while we get those two animals. Actually, if you do two on one bread, if you do that, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the animals. As you get the two animals, you look at the Mahashama Tibo goes on. Why? Because both animals together combined to be a mountain. Each one makes up as a half a mountain. You can't just figure out a mountain. You got to learn now. If you do figure out both animals, then even if the thought is about eating from one bread, that your thought is going to jump to the secondary without thinking of it in later. In this case, you know, it's only this problem about oh, that could be people on one street out of the creek. Why? This is what we just did with Remember the Shiva, how long this was, and how the significance of it was. Unbelievable thing. We all remember the years. The times, the counting out waiting, but I can have an income to eat with bread. Instead of playing, you know, there are a lot of people I'm playing, I used to let my friends. My intention is to sneak it out of there and eat it on Sunday. That's Tuesday. Now, if you go, I'm sure. If you do that, my friends are on one bread. It goes on both bread. So that's it. How many sheep did I think about it? I'm the clean chef. I'm chefing sheep 1, sheep 2. Do I have to have this thought on both sheep? Since the two sheets combined to allow you people to break, so each sheet is Fatimah, it's 50% of what I need to allow me to eat the bread. So the question is, can I be mafado? Can I think the intent of eating it after what I like on one out of the two? It's a half an hour. Listen to me, Shiraim is the leftover meal on the stove that sometimes gets eaten. Or if I put together funny the fragrances that can only be put to pizza. And that's all the law that we go like millions and use
Shout out to Jimmy Vernon with Megan, but his camera's still set up. We have the great house artist Ryan J. Ebel with a blank sheet of paper in front of him right now. He draws every single episode as it happens. So right now it's a blank sheet of paper. At the end, you're going to see what he made a poster specifically for the episode that you're at. And we make some crazy fucking noise for that amazing performance with one of my best friends, Jeremiah Watkins. Stepping in as the band leader tonight, you know him as one of Pat Reagan's main cohorts. He was on sax last week. Jeremiah, one of the best. Jeremiah, what a rock star.
After his electric performance, he gets to say what's up, just like that. Hey, what's up? Remember me? 4 minutes ago. How's it going, Jeremy? Are you excited? I'm pumped to have a saxophonist as a band leader tonight. Pat Reagan's going to join us at some point throughout the show. Guys, huge announcement right now. We've been doing Kill Tony live on the road. We've been selling out every single city. We've gone to Pittsburgh, Columbus, Dallas, Austin. We have been murdering. And now we announce March 24th, Seattle, Washington. Everybody, there you go, Seattle. We're doing it March 24th live at the Parlor Live. That's a really big deal. And I'm still headlining Caroline's next week. That's for you New Yorkers watching the live stream right now. Live streamers, hello to you to the thousands. Live audience, make some noise so that the people listening, the thousands on Ustream, and the hundreds watching on Periscope. This show is live as well. And I'm in Caroline's next week, February 5th and 6th, and hopefully no snow, man. It's going to be terrible. Yeah, I'm there next week, February 5th and 6th, and we had to all of last week's vendors get tickets to my shows. And one Shockwave Netflix special. I made a Netflix special, everybody. And you can find that on Netflix. Front page, even it's all over the place. We are trending on Netflix. We are popular on Netflix, and if your algorithm is on point, I should be on your front page. If I'm not on your front page, that means you like that shit. Netflix is a fucking algorithm. So I'm so excited about one of my favorite things to do is every single Monday for 2.5 years. We have this awesome show where we get to talk to brand new comedians and some established comedians that just landed in Hollywood called Shapes and Sizes. Different types of comedians that are never here in the comedy stores, getting to meet them. And every single week I have two of the funniest comedians in the world. Sometimes three, but usually two. On the show to talk to these comedians with me, always two of the funniest. You know these guys from Comedy Central, Workaholics, HBO, Comedy Central, some network shows, some newbies. Two of my funniest friends, two of the best comedians in the world. We're here together for Adam Ray and Matt Walker, everybody. Oh shit! This is gonna be one of those episodes I can just feel where people are gonna be like, is that great Richard? What happened this morning?
Was that sex over? I like to chime in on sex. Just the occasional. It sounds like one guy in the band is drunk. He just keeps piping up every once in a while. That's all we have. You take a note. Yeah, you took a good note. Drunk sex, though, guys, we were just talking about probably the best. Like drunk sex. Like drunk sex. Drunk sex. Funny about that conversation we had. It was actually
welcome back to the show, guys. You've both been guests on it before. How's life?
It's not like birthday and 100%. Once the day hits, that's it.
Yeah. Even now when people say Happy New Year, I'm like, is it already 2017?
So
Your podcast has been all over the place. You know, TMZ all the time. You've had awesome hits. Yeah, thanks. Oh, hey, you meant that.
Let's just talk about doing something outside of that. Oh,
yeah, it's called Ding Dong.
You are thinking about this inside of it. That's only exactly outside. Not a big.
I hitchhike in your life for half an hour, talk shit.
But if you stand outside of it, it thinks about you, she What they're saying is standing outside of it. It's standing in that zone. He's thinking about pouring the shirayim outside of that zone, so everything's outside. Comes off. It's a good video. I'm not even shirayim machor like in machor. That's what it is. Machor machor. The brother, that's a machor. That's machor. That's why he's outside. Think about someone who's going to do that. Who's not shirayim machor? You're not. But when he's doing the shirayim, what exactly does he want to be thinking? He's thinking about really bad stuff. He's thinking about the blood, to make the blood bigger. I mean, I really can't make blood bigger. But thank you, remember, the volume is nothing like me. Hating the volume is something I don't know. There's an entire list of things that you cannot make bigger. And these are things that don't have a map. Again, a map is another item that allows you to keep the other item. When it comes to blood, blood means keeping the blood in the past, that allows you to claim to be the blood is the master of technique, but the blood itself has no master. So the blood itself can never be complete. It's a mincha. A mincha, what allows it to be this line? It's mincha. So the mincha itself doesn't have a master. The mincha is the master of this line. Therefore, this mincha itself cannot be
I'm a little worried about my dad's health.
this cannot be complete. And the frame says also, it goes on his back. It's part of the master of Shirai. That's famous.
Oh shit, that's just how you breathe now.
First is another thing. First is
Like a bulldog. I always tell him that he should try to go to a doctor to help your rising. You're gonna put yourself in an early grave. I swear to God, my dad always goes. Like, Dad, you know that's not true. Don't give enough money for me to care.
So obviously, when he says that since people are pouring his blood, that you really
So
got
my family likes me. They like to ask me why I'm still single, but like before I can answer, they like answer for me. They're like, you're too beautiful. You're too like, excuse me. I don't know, I guess I'm just imagining most families be like, nobody's good enough for my baby girl, but my family's like, lower your standards.
When you think about that, for me, the touch from the people of your community, people of your small city park. I mean, like, transfer over to West Side, Law, and it's very, very similar question. I'm not even looking at it. I think this is a little lecture that I put pencil in my car. A person is future for a new thought to be the left over to lying. Let's see what it looks like. Here's your new call. And you want to eat the something that like goes to the goal. So you get the pizza. I mean, all you have to put in the muscle or you can eat that. Putting the pizza in the top of the corner. Having that tomorrow, maybe we can do it if I don't know the person. It's a dream. That's the same people behind tires. That's the one person in China we just said a second ago. But now I'm in one time and it's completely behavior. And the first one in the mix is behavior. The police itself is not the computer. Why? The police is what allows you to write. The surrounding has what you master, which is the case. The police itself is what you master. The police itself is a master. A master cannot be computed. That was pretty good. Obviously, you're trying to because you need a surrounding. You want to write people. No, you have to be surrounded there. You want to do that. You're thinking about the things you haven't said, you're thinking of first on the giant little balls that only can see it and eat it because others usually bad and ruins do like the right side, your next thing is the transfer to what side. So that was like, serious for the people that you handle one out of two breads. The second bread in the rice, so it says that if you follow the rice of two bread, In other words, the two breads combined. That's what he says. If you feel one kazayis and then both breads together, we have a problem.
It's hard not to leave it
You're
out
like,
there.
all of a sudden now it's just the one. You know, this is you're not one. You need about people for one. And so you're thinking to yourself, hello, I'm not good. So the answer is, yeah, we have a kind of a contradiction of this. The Mishnah seems like he says two brothers are not connected. If you're going to follow one, it doesn't connect to each other. But in the bread scene, it seems to be saying that combine the two breads by saying, I want to do figure out two guys out of both of them. They have a connection. Hello, I'm good. How many times do you know you know why it could sort of dance in classes? How classic a song group, how classic a song swing group. Check this out, really good one. The same concept seems to be one and seems to be independent of each other. The verse says, they are two individual words, they're not connected. And then the verse says, the two of them become one. Therefore, it says, keep that called the national level. On the one hand, you like one that each one does. Maybe it's in the online. Come on now, how much you got to do? Each one individually. So, agree with what you decide. If you decide to mix them together and say, I want to be one because I got to do that's fine. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's very different than the one. I'm giving you the power. But if you divide them up, split them up, then they are divided. That's what it says. So we're going to figure it into the thing about it. Why are you doing? Okay, easy to see. The boy said the carbon target. Here we go. Something special happened to you. A person was released from jail. He's overcome the disease. He gains 40 bread. The question is, what if you find on the 10 bread every night? The rest of the bread, the 30 other bread, which is the 5 on the stomach. Not to become pure. Things of laughing further. Even if it's not for now. So actually, the little class has two types of fire. So it's also kind of some idea. Two piles of bread, and the 5 on one is the 50 of it. The Marabba, this is not yes. Say, my cousin got in the mission. We got in the bread, we kind of put the red cheese back on it. It's everything over there. The garden goes on the side of it. So you put the button, all 40 become good. But the real shit all 10. And now the 30 become positive. Besides superficial raffle houses, besides legal, these are raffle houses like these money with those easy stuff, but it's not. We know that Yuka, believe it or not, is a man. Yuka is certainly a man, meaning they throw the blood on your face that allows the piranha to be convinced. But Yuka also, by the way, is a little bit of a man. It's a man. What happens to the person? What happens during this Yuka? He gives himself, he's going to eat half of his ice, half a shirt, outside the lot of time. I'm ready to stay down for one day. I'm going to eat it tomorrow. Just to have it. When I get to Zuka, he says another item. If you did a full design for Zuka, that's for sure people. If you did a full design for Zuka, it's for sure people. But he don't do it. He did a half of his eyes by Zuka, half of his eyes by Zuka. It's why the nigga people need to retire from combine the two. Beginning to the end, the two attacks. You didn't have the design for Zuka, you put it together, you have a full design. Some say it's that it's from the west. People go like the shit in the mountains. People allow you to eat the meat of the fire. They can allow me not to look how far away the shit is from the Rico. You have a couple of sorry, the food. Kabbalah is not alone, but the two blue boxes. Kabbalah is not alone. It does not become, you cannot combine Kabbalah together with Shita. You cannot combine Kabbalah together because those are not together. It just allows you, if you want to do the thing, to include the next step, but it's not not the right. Because I'm not from the question on the if Shita and Shita combined as one, even though we say this is from each other, the furthest from each other. Shita is number 1, Jude is number 4. So certainly number 2 and 3 can combine. Amy, when the lady got that was in cousin, the lady said that you cannot combine any of the four. Two people come over there. Lovely got you. No, don't worry about it. But ready? Hold on, listen. So what's your little whoa, לסיים שוב לכבש, לאפו חצי זית שחל את זה. לכן חברי לאפו חצי זית שחל את זה. Basically, we have two breads and two. We have bread on the right and bread on the left. We have sheep on the right, sheep on the left. So when you start the sheep on the left, you see yourself, I'm going to eat half of the zayis and the bread on the left. And when you start the sheep on the right, you see yourself, I'm going to eat half of the zayis and the bread on the left. And remember, every single question says ready. It's so far-fetched, so tight. I'll explain to you why. Because, first of all, each sheep is only half of the mouth. Since you need to shove two sheep in order to allow you to bread to each sheep, because it's infinitely strong. Another problem that what he's thinking about is each time only a half a shear. You have a half a shear of bread, then a half a matzah. Those two things together is a zero. So he was close to the ocean. There's no picking over it. You got to eat the bread, you got to eat the bread. Oh, well, maybe something already. That's not going to have to that's great when you have a half a matzah eating one sheep and a half a zayis for one bread. But in our you sexy, thinking about a half a zayis. But the sheep is a full matzah. And so the reflex is 100% the matzah. It's not zero for two sheep. Two sheep, each one of the two sheep only represents 50% of the matzah. But over here, we have a unique situation where the sheep is 100% the matzah. It's like two sheep. So when you say two sheep, thinking about a desire. Maybe you say it's 2,000 sheep. Maybe you say at least you say first. Or the Bible is going to be Latino, we rubber, but on my Bible, it's our Bible. This is really cool. Might be a people. If that really holds, then we this is a format. So you have intent only for us to have a desire, and then that makes it. But it's really, that's going to be wrong. I'll prove to you that you're wrong. I'll prove to you there's no difference if he does Shika and Zrika, and each one, Shika did have his eyes, and Zrika did have his eyes. It's no different in the case of shucking two sheep on shores, and each one is thought about having his eyes. What do you tell? Sure, the two sheep is only represent 50% of the market. But Shika is 100% of that. Guess what? If Rebbe didn't hold that by Shika, and what? And by Shika, stuffing the full market, doing Shika, thinking about having his eyes, and then doing another full market, doing Shika, thinking about having his eyes. He says it is Shika, it does combine. Then you can force to be wiser in the case of two sheep and fools and say that it's also. You wouldn't say it's kosher the ocean. Kosher the ocean. Kosher the ocean. You wouldn't say that. Why? Because you have to make it zero. That's how we're going to have to. If it's too similar, then it's so similar, why it's so like it to be? So, if in the case, we'll just, we'll do like this. If in this case, where you get cheaper and you're going to have it, you know, it's economic, it's 100% bigger, but in this case, Rebbe would also be forced to say that it's bigger, at least in your money. They did a sheep of one sheep, thinking about having exactly one bread. Then she did another, even though there's not the same case as you asked, but the same case you have to be good. Listen, the word might be complicated. So, you see that even the Bills from the Bottom that we discussed, they also need to. What do you see this? The Bills goes this night, it says, that's a muffler. The person says, I'm going to take this Levine of this pregnancy and put it on your trailer. Tomorrow, the Bills are possible to make cards. He makes it very, he says, listen, it's not cards, but I make it possible. Like, I'm going to do the part. If I'm saying to you, people, the Bills are used to this. I'm going to do people by the claimants, by the people who are. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I have a people to claim it. And no, it's just like if you find it on like, it only makes sense if you're in something that happens in Florida. And now it case is this is true that something nothing nothing no case like that. There's no point to me. First of all, the situation is going to continue. Here's the case of the shutting in. Rabban guy was trying to come to make a fight. And Rabban said, listen, we live on one thing, and we three things for the make a fight. He doesn't have any other than the well, why not do this for the other thing? Why not do it? Why not about three things and the results? One of them, one is the spoon that one cheap tomato. One spoon for the hello, kilo of almond bacon. No other person in the world that has to get up and make a zero dollar. You can understand that? You just not tell me. You can't be saying, how can I understand the family of bonus season? That doesn't make sense. This is the bonus reason. The country says, more than 100 is made in infrastructure. With infrastructure, you see the permanent degree to that by the sinners Mincha and the Mincha of so there's a person who both those two Minchas with completely armies that is no
I actually was like, just by the story, give us a moment of the problem, like just paint the picture.
I don't know what he was really nice. Once a person
I can't understand you in that voice.
What are you saying? There's no police there. You can myself, there's no other thing to be like.
This guy really, really an improv guru here. Is it? So what was this problem like?
And a regular Mincha, we took the pizza. Or the Virginia of the Mincha
See, what we learned today is that a crystal
only
ball game
piece that we
correction
actually
is
read
accessible
is
while
taking
taking
one thing
questions.
that has nothing to do with
Telling real life stories.
the dark side. A wonderful
And they're like, we love it. That's it. Eating it up. I am watching my ass too. There it is. Sluts. What was going on in this brothel? Well, I was finished, and then I was walking outside, and Trump noticed everyone else was on the ship. This was around 3 o'clock in the morning. The ship was leaving the next day, so they took me into custody, and what I didn't know was the air boss was in charge of the entire air department. On the ship, I've woken everyone up around 11 o'clock and made them stand at attention until I was back to the ship. So, show control watched me keep around 4 or 5
I go to the shop inside.
Can you stretch out those words when you say you got this? It's a chest spot, it's a little fucking pump.
Last time you touched is like,
You realize the tricks. You know, it's all there. So,
the one side we're talking about people going on a person who hasn't been accused of, he has thought that the human, or not human,
I actually wasn't expecting walking on that one.
this thought, this is the large
Maybe that's
amount
your
of
thing.
flour.
Maybe
This is
walking
what's left
impressions
over
are
after the
but
plate.
becoming Christopher
And then
Walken
it's
and
green.
doing it all the time, like
It's
his life,
in a
I think
plate.
that's pretty
Let's say
original.
you
I haven't
put
seen
it right
that
over
yet.
there.
I mean, it's
Small
not really
amount
an
of
impression
flour.
if you're just
This goes on the bed. This over here, the two amounts, the small amount is the pizza, the large amount is the value. If I had to make 10, I can find one. Join is up. That's right, you're right. Nice big. So, the guy says, I'm going to pay, if he said I'm going to take a full design of this and eat it, make it bread out of it, make it donut out of it, tomorrow, that's full-fledged dessert, you ruined me. Why? So tomorrow, you ain't ready to today? And it's the full amount, take it back. And if he says I'm going to take this, a full design to it, and put this, where do I put on his back? I'm not going to eat it, it's not for human consumption. This goes in his back. It's a certain feeding of his back. And his back eats it, consumes it. And then I feel it in his back, and he feels it. After he said, they take a half of his eye and put it on his back. Not a full design. And a half design to get him to be eating a dress. And they go, I don't know. Together, I have a whole design in this. You gotta have a total of one design. Since the two types of eating, one is the human consumption, is only half the year, it's half the year. One of them is the best consumption, it's half the year, right? They don't combine together, they're not conspiring. They're not feel like third stuff. It says in the Mishnah, Chatzi Zayis left or Chatzi Zayis not. Half the Zayis to eat, and half the Zayis to put in there. You could infer and be valued that this doesn't work. Or what does work? If I have a Zayis, what if I said, instead of saying I'm going to put half of the Zayis in the bath of this creature, I'm actually going to use it for my donut. I'm going to consume it physically with the human beings consume it. Now, it's not really meant for human consumption, it's meant for bath consumption. But I'm going to use that half of the Zayis in this pizza and combine it with the half of the Zayis of the Shirani, and the little have a whole Zayis and the photo. I'm not saying that would be a good pizza. It's only not a pizza with top two. But the bottom two, you can first, but then this two, otherwise you can make seven. I'm going to say, you're raised influence.
Also insert whatever she said about Paul.
Well, you got something else. What's in that? I don't know left over, came back and left and tired. Pizza has food that don't work combined to make the sure and as you know, from the intro, like the back to left over, you like to go to back to the hot beer. Go to back to left away, and you can go to mashma that it's not that tired if you look at it. So you might like, you have a little bit of muffler. This Montana, who's our Tana that says that to take Nazi Zayis that of something that's supposed to go in his bath and actually eat it as a donut, it would combine with another half of the Zayis that you're allowed to eat, the Shirayim, and make it a full Zayis to make it. Who's that? That's the Tana. Regularly, review, I'm not even really as if you don't know Hashima said something like this is bad. It doesn't matter if it's meant for Mizbech consumption or human being consumption. It doesn't matter if it's human being consumption or Mizbech consumption. It's not as we open it. I think it's not to get or it's I'm sorry, yeah, in that level. Well, I just realized that I feel it's supposed to be right and put on your gut also, not something that is deep set that's right.
It's like this. It's like in front of a bunch of people and performing. Believe me, you can fuck up. And I think just like diving, sending up, we're in the part right now, we sort of come back out of the water and just like, oh, you're like, yeah, you did it, dude. No, because I didn't smack my balls up here. You son of a bitch. You said balls sleeping all over there, ladies and gentlemen. David Friedman. There you go.
I'm going to do tomorrow, which is Christmas. Because I just and I'm going to go for the Bible also. Then it says right there, Nazi guys will go to the Nazi guys come up. Nazi guys come up to that guys. Oh, you can take it in half. Two halves of the guys. One half of the guys is Christmas. One half is Christmas, but it's combining the two. So this is not how you start off with you starting third. Also, very fun. already had his car. Then he started posting on the leave, one twice. He left over that photo on the screen, like he left like not so long, he started. I'm gonna tell you that I'm taking something that's edible, it's something that's not the way to do it. You know, if you go with this and correct, but I said to the other, I was thinking, besides that I checked it, why do I really live in the original? It's not excited. Many times, you know, I'm excited. You know, he's like, he left for a half a year. I'm gonna tell you that something that's like out there. Something that's proof. Something that's put together are not excited. This is the restaurant. Then I didn't back to the restaurant. Like, honestly, my left for the left home. We decided to go on a fix these things. Either half of his eyes and half of his eyes. Of something that's edible and something that's not edible. I'm so sorry, they don't combine. Left a lot to the bite. So certainly, if it's something that's to eat and something that I want to put on this bath, we shouldn't combine. If I want to eat the two of them, consume it. But one is edible, one is not edible. They don't combine. So certainly, if I don't want to consume it, I just want to, half of it I want to consume, the other half I want to put in the bath. Half of it combine. Once is no, there's more of a story that's in it than it does combine. Why? Never like me, but never like me, people I do need that. So that I'm not something to do like this in the natural. Do something unnatural. In other words, I'm taking something like this bag. This is key to the moment. Very obvious I'm going to eat it. That's not a natural thing. That's against halacha. So they know that's why it's not excited. That's why it doesn't make sense that it's combined. But halacha to the IQ, we're giving it as like it. So when I did the right thing, which I said after the ice from here, which is edible and eat. And now the ice from here is for his gut, so we're going to his gut. So I'm doing the right thing. Maybe it should combine. Maybe it's not. Hello. It's not the starter at I played as a Mincha, so the first Mishnah of the second paragraph. I played as a Mincha level Shiorel, and I have to put to him up. This is a classic case. Oh, he does pizza. And he says, I'm going to eat the leftovers tomorrow. Or, he said, I'm going to take the pizza and I'm going to put it on his bed tomorrow. Everybody agrees that that's legal. What the judge says is legal for the price. It's actually a big part of it. Especially the judge why would I say this? Because the judge opinions themselves this is a law. The hospital and also as you'll see, there's two parts that go onto the bed. Part number one is his bag. Part number two is in the Amazon bag. The fragrances must go on his bag. As you will see, they're both very sensitive on his bag and both describe some of what we're doing. So the first one has in mind that we're going to burn the different tomorrow. That's also clear. This is when the piece is going to burn this flower tomorrow.
That's why that was just a little funny.
La actual of the next one. The possibility part is when we think of the final part, you have the listen, it's just like the flower. It's a different. You have a flower top of the and you're going to eat it. Or you're going to consume. If that's going to consume nothing, you're going to eat it. You're going to consume tomorrow, which is not the right time. It's after the allotted time. The allotted time is up to today, is after the tomorrow. If you think that, and then you go ahead and you go the new time, high time. This is going to satisfy only to the flower, not to go on the back. You're right. If you think that you're going to ruin the part, you're not going to get close. Alright. That's on the person's life short. That's deserved going to come along, I'm sure there, and they try to prove it. You're probably thinking of the OEC that the Lavoina is separate of the stuff. But guess what? The Lavoina is very similar to the Emurim, to the body parts that we put on Kuma's back. The kidneys, the skirt steak, the fats. And yet, if you think in your mind, as you're doing sleeping, you're going to put those parts in the moon.
What do you think your skateboard friends would say if you showed up with
You
a
thought to yourself, you're going to put those parts on the desk. Tomorrow, that's real people. You can't pay for it. So I can act on the regular like this. And my last year, there's the answer very nice because that's when we started doing those up. Look, they all come from the same animal. You think it's where they come from. They come from this animal. You avoid the animal on this side, but when you refer to the fragrances, it's a different, that comes in a different bag, that comes from Amazon, from different place. Says the Gemara, love and release from mother of grace. What is the point of the beginning of it? You all know what Pigel is. Pigel is when a person has a thought that he's going to eat, consume this part of the nation tomorrow. So what's the point of you coming home and getting source of your food? No one in the world would disagree with that. Sorry. In the second part of the mission says, but if you thought about putting the food or something you say, tomorrow, you go at the same time as looking for somebody to find something not to. Oh, we have a beautiful piece. It's not a complicated piece at all. A very simple piece. Think about it. When you benefit from this flour, eat this flour, give it make donuts out of it. When? Only when this eats the goes on. When this goes on the fire, that moment, this becomes multitude. So this becomes a knot. It's called Levina. See this bag that I just got from Amazon? This bag right over there, it's full of beautiful crystals, yellow crystals of Levina. This also must go on in this bag. So these two bags, they must go in this bag. If I only put one bag, so I got 50% of the knot. I put another bag, I got 100% of the knot. Each one is 50%. Oh. So it says, I would think their goods you hold that I do not do equal with only half. The flour represents 50% of what allows me to keep the Shirai. It's a half of the people. It's a half of the market. Sorry, half of the market. So maybe you cannot do people on that half. I'm 50%. But not for long, you could do people 100%. While you're doing this now, you prove yourself. I am going to I'm going to put this flour onto this bag tomorrow. That's enough. Not even having to use it so many times every night. That applies even in the case of flour ratio.
And your real last name is Latin. Is that really true? And it smelled like Latin. Is that really true?
Tomorrow is only 50% of the market. So it's nothing wrong with it. If a person says, he takes, he sees the back of the head on only man from Amazon.
Any more specific than you are about anything? Mr. Lapin,
When I am holding this, I'm doing things, so I cannot think. I don't have the right to think about the little toilet going on tonight. And when I'm doing the toilet, I don't have the right to think about my flowers. One has nothing to do with the other. I cannot have bad thoughts about another thing. Like a friend that does this. How is it becoming the invisible energy from the rock you in this city? Then you get silence, you have
what's happening?
a certain amount of stuff, a certain amount of fragrance. So one can be $5 because it's different. Then you have some fragrance. Oh, fragrance. I'm sure. The meaning I really know is the same meaning. I'll say
You're young enough to fuck up for a while, right? Like I think you
my school on is about 5 minutes the same meaning. So I said it says over there. I think it's I didn't have a chance to check. Somebody told me this was I don't know.
And even then, if you
It's right around the joke. I know it's right around the joke.
You could be like, I mean, I got on the plane. I think.
But I thought it was very nice topics. Why would I think that different positions, spirituals, of scientists that are that we have looking at fun. Why would I think that one has the ability to observe? It's not the same tool because he's silly. It has to be one tool. But I'm saying it over here because now this is where we say in past time that maybe it's considered one vessel. Why would this tool be one? Because it's both sitting on one thing. The short part gradually makes it one. That is spiritual. Love you, Mario. Umi sabe do Deus, eu vou levar na vida de muito aí. Are you able to tell me? Are you able to look me in the eye and tell me that Yoshi is not talking about because it's one item versus two? But let me say something. Tell me what. Mashu Sony Hazeda. In the Mishnah, now Mishnah, I'm telling Yoshi, why is Lavina and flour different than a skirt steak and the rest of the animal? So what did he ask me? I said, well, sorry, man, what do you mean? It's skirt steak, and the kidneys come from that same animal. Levina, ain't no man, but Levina, for instance, is not the same item as the flour that he is talking about it being one of two different things. No, you didn't. I ate them in a group. It will be equal. Referring to whether it's one or two items. Saying that one doesn't prevent the other one from happening. What does that mean? Last year, even I can do penance with the guy. It's not like the way it works is if I want to eat the shirai and the leftover, I have to put the mitzvah on the back. As long as I don't put this on the chair, I cannot eat this. So one prevents the other. But that's not the case with Levina. In other words, I can put the frankincense on his back, even though I don't put the meats on his back. And I can put the meats on his back and the frankincense is not on the other. One does not prevent the other.
When you say you touch their dog's pussy, I mean, like,
the last thing I do is not similar to the pizza that you eat so that is on
Brian's bread and butter.
I love this kind of prejudice inside the shred.
Brian's punchline-less jokes. I'd like to thank you,
I would think
I'd like to thank you for you dressed so much better than you performed tonight.
Poi hai fatto questo che poi hai fatto questo. Hai un buon pezzo, ma non da questo.
Everybody wants to get raped by a gay magician or something. Like, what are you so angry about right now? So say bye, lady. Jesus, there's fucking power freaks in the audience.
I feel like watching that, I feel like we were the guy who's actually fucking Target, like that was like a job interview. Yeah, and all we did was say, so what's that? Tell me a little about yourself. And I feel like you give it all that list of personal anecdotes before like this, right?
I think to myself that
It's outfit there, right? How many grades did you have to roll to put this exact thing together? Because it seems like it's a few different grades.
Because
Really?
why does it have
So now I also noticed that
never put
you
together in
actually
one
signed up
vessel?
again. This is another person who doesn't have a Twitter handle. But however you
Together in one
put
vessel. Why?
Watson, and in parentheses you put bow tie. Now, why did you write that on
Yeah, the
the
Levine, you see the Levine on the left. Those little rock looking things.
But wouldn't I know if I pulled your name out that you were the guy in the bow tie because I'd see you anyway? How would I know?
Let's be honest, that's a pretty sweet thing. Someone might run ahead of him and be like, no, I'm clear. And then fuck off.
That should be.
Oh, you're right.
I'm just saying. And also, you should have said, that's my nickname when he asked you. Because that'd be amazing. What was that? Like, how was that, though? Were you told me bow tie around the slope? Was that a bet? Did you like use a bet or what was that all about?
It's really not stressed that way.
And putting it
So
on
I
his
did
back.
some.
That is not allowed to be done by a Yisrael. If he does it, if a Yisrael move this from that's the way to that's the key. You have to start all over. You can add another amount, but we're worried about less than 100. Then it's possible. Why? All I need is to lock in my Google. It's because this is like water. The solar is also should like the regular smell off. Because walking without your feet with your hand is also walking. When I take the right from right over here, and I move it from right over here, I just move it from here to A to B.
What's your favorite drug? Yeah, because you look like you're from the cover of an Esquire magazine that's in a methadone clinic.
Moving it from the left of the screen
Even I sometimes
to the
laugh
right
at my own stupid book.
that's walking.
Yeah, no,
I moved it closer to his back. Now it's easier and closer to get to his back. I moved it.
From 15 to 16.
Wow, ages 15 and 16. Wow.
The sheep does have moving without your feet. It's also considered
That was when, like, I stopped.
before walking
Oh yeah, would you rob?
a walk.
Interesting. I know it wasn't a clothing store. You son of a bitch. Really?
I didn't have a lot of stuff. I was on my own.
Here are the four of us. Pizza, silver plea, a lock off, and a thumb. You want to say all four right now? All that is the power. I have it. I'm trouble.
It's a storm
You're
can.
not in the
Oh,
police.
okay. You're from Canada. That's why your dress like that. All right, now I get
All of this stuff you're saying is fascinating. You don't tell them
As you can see, this shot,
you know
on
what?
the
One of
right
the
has
big hardest things about comedy is getting on stage and getting people
more
to
than
listen
down
for
there.
longer than
And
30
the third
seconds.
one, really towards his back,
On
really
Matt,
towards
age
his
15,
back.
16,
Not
started robbing
and
cabs
throwing
right there.
the first amplifier and
What else you
up
can
to
say?
the middle.
On that, I haven't heard anyone say that.
Onto
But everyone's wanted to fucking love it.
elementary
It just feels like, oh,
on the right. Taking the neutral info, that's the one that's similar to what he learned from the similar. You don't similar, law to spreading out on the others. All you need to do is put a vessel there and then fills it up, and the vessel fills up by itself. Well, here you physically have to take the meat and put it in. Very good. Everything is sitting tabulated with the other law. I'm looking for sure. You must do this. If you don't do this, how are you going to get to the death? So, since you have to put it in the vessel, so the vessel is considered significant.
You said shotgun in a
How
cab?
about that? And therefore, you can do family.
But at this point, because I was beside
I call it Gabon. It's similar to Gabon. Economics, and we're also feeling really tabulated with it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
it's a
don't
fucking
get
night.
you know, I'd calm them down. I'd cool them down. I'd just be like,
You
look,
won't
you know,
know
everything's gonna be okay.
therefore, the
Everything's gonna be okay.
Oh my god.
It's an important part.
Everything's
I'm
just
not
gonna be
telling you
okay.
all
I
that.
just
Well,
want to
look, before I make it, I said,
the
tell you
bow
what.
tie.
You know what? Smoothest
1940s night
it's similar to the water run. All the things you do that. The water run happens by itself. You have to put the water into the vessel, screw it by itself, or where it's supposed. The neutron, the cleats into the vessel. Who is you guys like in your office and something around me? This year, the light is clear. No, I tell you, this is a business. You have the golden vessel has inherent features. And therefore,
I don't understand. Like, I've never heard of
this
a
war is
robbing
the
Canadian. Like, what
key
part of Canada are you
that
from?
it
Detroit?
uses you shot into and then
What was
not
wrong?
in the middle, not to check it around the two.
I can't
Here's
imagine.
it would happen by itself.
Can you imagine a Canadian? You're driving a
I'm sorry,
taxi.
yeah, who cares if the blood went in by itself? Or that you put it in. The bottom line is what happens after. Once it's
But I
in the
really
tube,
thank you if
it
you
becomes
gave me your
further.
money.
On both sides, have a good ball, have a good side, have a wonderful day.
And you so fucking hard knife goes on the move, right? It's the same. You got to throw a punch.
Spreading love throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
I wish maybe it would have thought some sense. But no, that didn't happen. You went to me one night and you got covered.
Oh shit. Fucking. How bad did he get cut?
It was bloody. It was really bloody.
That's how we get it from your material. Right. We know that. All the stuff you started
morning,
with,
boys.
it all makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, well, I like your stuff.
I told you this is a miracle record to your real Baku. So we are dealing with, for anybody that's brand new tonight, just going to see what this is all about. We're talking about a mincha. What's a mincha? A mincha is a gift that we give to the brothers and sisters. It's a gift, sometimes we have to. It's made out of flour, like sometimes a pita, sometimes a bread. It's something made out of flour. Sometimes you mix it with oil, sometimes you don't. And the kohen puts his hand in like this. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but he puts his hand into the flour, holds with his 3 fingers like this, takes that much. That's how much goes onto the mizbeach. The rest of the bowls, the kohen gets to eat after it goes on the mizbeach. When it goes on the mizbeach, that's the matis that allows me to eat everything that's left over in the bowl.
Clint, I feel like you're such a bad Clint.
The kohen who does this will ruin the whole thing. Take it, garbage. Not only ruin it, you can make it where you can just be highest part.
Show me where that button is so I can
If while you're doing one of the avoiders, if you're witnessing something, you know that when it comes to regular carbon, it's 4 avoiders.
I think Roger is spot on. I think there is a very interesting quality about
The
just
pita, it's small, a bolo, a locha, and zrika. We're not talking about carbon, we're talking about a mincha. The whole Yosef's menachos is like Yosef's menachos, we're talking about a mincha. And a mincha is also 4 avoiders. It's pizza, that's like pita. You cut it up like this into the mincha. Obviously, there's nothing to chill here. It's just flour. It's similar to the avodah of pita. It's called grease. What does he do afterwards? He takes these 3 fingers and he puts it into a second 3 charlottes. It's a very especially the creamy out of gold, not silver. In the time of the Israeli heritage, they were selling these gold creams, and there's the dusha to it. There's a mishita, you anoint it with oil, so it's dusha. Take the pizza, put it in the oil, it becomes hard. So really comes from the first one, okay, but you put in the second one, then you take the little cream, and you walk it over to the left. That's called halacha. That's the 3rd avodah. And the 4th avodah is you put it onto the mizbeach, you burn it. That's called a pour out. To burn any one of these 4 avodas, the Kohen thinks a bad thought. What's a bad thought when it comes to a carbon? He thinks that he's not going to eat it today. Now, a mincha you can only eat 1 day. Why can you only eat it 1 day? Because it's like touching. And also, Shani Tzibur, you can eat it. But let's say a taco. You only eat it for 1 day. Touching kali, you can only eat for 2 days. So, this is like touching you can only eat for 1 day. So this guy, either he did it on purpose, a mistake, whatever it was, he thinks to himself, I am going to eat this pizza I'm making in 2 days from now. It's bad. And if he really eats it in 2 days from now, or eats it right now, then it's tight heart. Why? Because it's bigger. So what I just said is called Chutz Zman. The Zman is, you can eat it today, and he ate it, or he's thinking to eat it tomorrow. That's outside of the time. Chutz Zman. His time is up to here, and he wants to eat it outside of the time. What's Chutz Zman? Oh, Chutz Zman is good. They stuck in some references several over here in Monroe. Chutz Zman is where can I eat this mincha? I can eat it right here. Inside the Beis Hamikdash. That's it. What if I go to Kiryat Yearim? I think that's awesome. What if I think in my brain that I'm going to eat it in Kiryat Yearim in Monroe? That's Chutz Zman. It's not as bad as Chutz Zman. You can never get cars on Chutz Zman, but you made it possible. I cannot eat this mincha ever again. Why? Because while I'm doing one of the 4 avodas, pizza, kabbalah, mechli, halacha, and haftarah, while either one of those 4, not all 4, 1 out of the 4, I thought to myself, I'm going to eat it in America, I'm going to eat it in Bet Shemesh, in Seifa, And you think that's something like that? He thinks to himself that he's going to eat the leftover. He does a little chorizo from over here. Whatever's left in the box goes to the bananas. Whatever's in the glove goes under his back. This wasn't his back, this is the shirai. So it's like this. If when he's doing the chorizo, he thought they would eat it on Mars, or in Sea Oil, or even if he's out. Now, I want you to pay attention to remember that it's Kazai. Why? Because the Gemara is going to bring the rights from Rukia. He says the entire Mishnah doesn't talk about Kazai. He skips the whole line 4 times. It says the Mishnah Kazai, he doesn't talk about it. Next, Lahakter Kumta Bahut. What's Lahakter? To take the fourth avodah, to take this chmitza, it's in the glove, and put it on in his bear. That's a cut. That's awesome. The boy said that's eating. Why is that eating? Because the mizbeach eats, so to speak. It's a type of eating. There's human eating, and there's the mizbeach eating. You thought that he's going to do that outside of the Rishamikah. Oh, Kazai is Lukuto. Again, once again, a Kazai is just a one Kazai. Or Lahakti Lebanosov, or not to be mastered the actual flour, but the Levaina, the frankincense. Also very big part. It's also, but there's no part. Why? Because this is Bachutz, Chutz L'Machar. Where's the part? This is not. Now we're going to talk about that. Lefel Shiarel L'Machar. Tomorrow is already too late. You can only eat the mincha today. So he's thinking himself, he's going to eat the mincha tomorrow. That's called Pigel. It's very simple. Pigel is very simple. The reason why people get confused is because you can do Pigel in 4 places. When you do the pizza, when you put it into the bowl, when you walk with it, when you put 4 places. Also, it could be that you're thinking that you are going to eat the mincha. It can also be that the mizbeach, I'm going to put it on the mizbeach. That's the mizbeach eating. So people start getting confused. There's a lot of detail. It's very, very simple. Let's make it possible. If somebody says to himself, I am going to eat this mincha tomorrow instead of today, that's people. And if he eats it, it's high part. Lama Shirel Lamachar looks at eyes and Shirel Lamachar. Lahakti Kunti Lamachar. To put it on his back tomorrow, that's also type of eating. That's because man. But the Zai is going to Lamachar. Yeah, the Zai. The kid's not going to put it up in Zai. Or the Hagel is also Lamachar. Or the Makir, the Levaina tomorrow, not the flour, but the Levaina. Here you go, the Levaina Lamachar. That's the big one now. Zach Cloud. This is the rule. For like 20 minutes, I lazy to sleep. Because I'm not ready. So now we're going to do all 4 avoidance. Which should we have in here again? Here, I'm going to put that avoidance on the screen. They can follow together. So like 20 minutes, I'm lazy to sleep. Those are the first 2. Pizza, lazy to sleep. So the hamburger, I'm walking it. So there's that. And the hamakri, that's the 4th one. Lefel, brother, should die for lefel. To say that I'm going to eat the rest of this box, you're right, that's normal. That's good. And this card is not Torah. You know what I put on this bag? What I took with my finger. It's not edible. That's the mizbeach. If the thought of the friend says he's going to eat it on Mars, in the UI center in Mars, that's awesome. There's no chorus. This is not all eager, the Chayov and Moloch chorus. But outside of these, if you think that you're going to eat it tomorrow instead of today, that's called Pigul. And he's kind of hard to me. Another reason why people get confused is because in the Torah, when it says Pigul, it means Pigul Mother. And Pigul is not called Pigul. In Gemara, Pigul means Pigul. Let's just go with Gemara. We're learning Gemara now. Pigul means, I thought that I'm going to eat it tomorrow. It says the Mishnah, but at least in order to be over, in order to make it Isser, you have to be makir the clear on his back to the muscle. Kama the Shtigo doesn't sleep, okay, Shtigo, what's Shtigo mean? Shtigo means I didn't have a back as my trouble. My brain was silent. I brought a milk because it's a mitzvah to do the milk, to bring a milk. Not it means that I thought I'm going to eat it in March. I thought I'm going to eat it tomorrow too today. So Keita, well, what is the meaning of this? That he did it the right way? How much Mishtika, when he did, it means so it's perfect. Not on the Kli, or when he did the lots on the Kli, put it in the Kli, the second number. The Hoyma from the third Avodah. The Niktir in the fourth Avodah, this is Mano. That was already messed up. He thought it should eat it tomorrow. Oh, you should put it with his man. For the first Avodah, they did wrong. Not on the Kli, the Hoyma made the Mishtika, but the second, third, fourth, he was alive. It doesn't matter. The point of the Mishnah is, you see there's a lot of words that say the same thing. The point is, the Machshava, the thought happened in one out of the four of it. It doesn't matter which one. The first one, the fourth one, it's all bad. Or you should come out to the people who make it with his manner. No, she part of it, I'm not going to stuff. Okay, that's not good. That's part of it. Keita, you are part of it, I'm going to stuff. What does it mean you messed? You didn't do it good? You didn't have a good Machshava? How much comes from the Koimai? Listen to this. As I say, in order to, if you learn Zlatim, you know this in Teda. In order to have a good Machshavas people, it has to be perfect. You can't have any Machshavas Judas. You can't have any Zaytige Machshavas. It has to be one bad Machshava, not two. One Machshava, I'm going to need it tomorrow. What if you had a Machshava? I'm going to need it tomorrow and on Mars. Tomorrow and Mars. No good. It's not a good figure. You don't get credit for that. Yeah, so if you want to be a Russia, you have to make sure it's one pure Machshava. You'll have to buy a mitzvah. That's to be pure. So, how much cooking Koima, if you have a thought that it's going to eat it on Mars, outside of the place. You know, some people this is manner, then he added a second Machshava of outside of its time. No good. It's not a business manner. You're not going to get prices. Oh, you should come to business manner. Or you started off bad with business manner, right? Business manner is worse than business manner. If business manner gets started, business manner you know. He started off the worst of the worst, business manner. So right now he's going to be high price, but then he ruined it. He added another thought. Not something he added up because of Makkah. No good. It's not chutz manner. It'll be puzzled. You're not going to get caught. Or you come out to Nazar and Kliva. I don't make this happen. Now you didn't do it the right way. Fine. Minchas Choyte. What's a Minchas Choyte? The Mincha of a sinner. Somebody doesn't test. Let's say go to some English when he's coming. Minchas Knoros. Minchas Choyte, Minchas Knoros, Shmos and Shmos. Oh. So the very first Mishnah in office is like the very first Mishnah in Zvachim. That if you think while you're bringing a carbon mincha, bring a mincha, and the client thinks to himself it's a different mincha, Lavashal. Instead of thinking to himself it's a markasha, he thinks it's a chavitin. Instead of thinking it's an adava, he thinks it's a paisa. He's different in office. He thinks the wrong one. So it's not good for the owner, but it's not. Also, you don't throw it in the garden, but there are two that you throw in the garden. Minchas Choyte and Minchas Kinoi. Minchas Kinoi, what is it? I got it to my canoe, so I forgot to explain what it is. It's when a woman, her husband suspects her, he says, don't be siaka with that guy, and she doesn't listen, so he brings her to the Beis HaMikdash and they give her the drink, and they erase Hashem's name, the whole thing. One of the things she has to do is she has to bring a mincha. It's called the minchas kinoi. They have a cycle. So she comes up and she like the shmam. The client, instead of saying, "Oh, there's a mincha from the cycle," he said, "No, there's a mincha and it's dava." Whatever, you messed up. Oh, so now we have too much Shabbos. One is that it's a minchas one, which is a wrong machshava, bad machshava. It makes this minchas completely possible, throw it in the garbage. And he also told himself the chutzizman. Or you don't have chutzizman, doesn't leave the oil of being the shalei shmon. Or he started off with shalei, I'm going to need it tomorrow, chutzizman. But he also added another thing that it's the wrong mincha. It's not a minchas choyte, it's a minchas nadava. He didn't do it the right way. Last one was before Zayis from Machar. What if he did two things? One was Zayis Amar, one was Zayis tomorrow, or Zayis from Machar, Zayis before, or one, the first Zayis is for tomorrow, second Zayis is for Mars, the first Zayis before, half of Zayis in Mars, the last Zayis from Machar, he wants to combine them together as a Zayis. Because Zayis is Machar, because it's doesn't matter which one comes first. Also, the aim by cars, the bottom line, all this cannot have too much trouble. If you want to be people, it has to be by itself. You can't add another mashava of kusamach and kula or put or shalom shema. All of our reviews those acquired have a rule. In Mashal says mashal mashal samach, you people from your start. Says to be the very next. See, the mashal of this man comes first, meaning the severe one, the one that gives you a part, comes first. So it locked in, it's chorus. Now that you added the chutzah, you didn't ruin it. You got its chorus. In Mashal Samagim goes to Mashal Zayman. But if the Mashal you're going to eat it, the Hamars came first, so now it's possible. Also, you can't add to it Isser, a greater Isser. You already put in, it's a chutzah, you can't make it a chutzah. But the Hamar is a possible in the chorus, it doesn't matter what came first. If you do chutzah first, and then chutzah zman, or if you do chutzah first, and then chutzah makim, all of them is a portion of the He bought it. Look at the steps. Step number one is big pizza. Step number two, you have to write, has a bowl full of flour, and comes the mouth and eats out of the bowl. Yeah, for whatever reason, some of the shirayim wasn't what's not what everybody's saying. You don't have a chemo presence in it, and you can deal with the pizza. So first of all, the shirayim runs from upper to feet. Why? Because the shirayim is not missing. There's not enough. The shirayim is gone before you did the pizza on the bread. What about the pizza? Step one. What do you do with the pizza from step one? So it's not like this. According to the other one, you put it on the bed. After tomorrow, you put it on the bed. Once you put it on the bed, you have an effect on the shirayim. Look, the shirayim is also to eat. So, could I have a machshava of pigul on something that I can't even eat? What's pigul? Pigul means I'm going to eat this tomorrow. I can't even eat it today. It's something for me to eat. Step 3 tells me it's something to eat. But I put it on the display. I have mastered this kind of argument there, and I'm thinking to myself in my head, I'm going to eat this, not today, tomorrow. I can't even eat it today. Another shiloh, I'm not doing the claimants. The shirayim that's in a bowl, what happens if I use it? Typically, if I use it, I'm going to me either. If I use something, I'm going to use something. But once I put the claimants under the bath, then it lifts the isser of me. I'm allowed to use it. But this is also pizza. So the fact that I put the pizza on the bath, does it lift the isser of me either? That's the question here. Shirayim, where is the shirayim after I put the claimants on his back? Is the pigul and is the meal? Here's the shiloh. Very interesting time. According to the Yochanan, it says that you should do step 4, put the meats on top of his back. We know that step 3 tells me that everything left in the bowl is also eaten. Now with the Anurak Torah, because the Torah helped me to say that if the Kohen had a machshava that I'm going to eat it tomorrow instead of today, then it becomes pigul. So the Kohen is saying, another question, does it become Megillah? Does it become enough? Does it take it away from me? What does it mean? I use something to make something less. I have to pay to make something 25%. And yeah, let me say it again. Chaymish is 25% in English. That's how we call it. Yes, Chaymish means 20%, but in America it's 25%. I'll explain it as it is. And also carbon. Or Rabuna, I think we're if you don't see somebody else the Yotze, he says, Rabuna, listen, check this out. And then don't go pay this. The guy did Shita. The guy took the behemoth outside of it, some of those big moment. And this particular area, you can't take it outside. It's called Yotze. Then he did Shita. The question is Rita help me to take off the Megillah? Let's say I made a barbecue out of the meat. Do I have to cut me some English 20%, 25% more? So Yuka Saddam is similar to our case of putting, right, you said, the 4 avodas of the carbon is similar to the 4 avodas of the mincha. Rolling the blood on the mizbech is just like when you match the mincha after the mizbech. Now, we really have a focus is Yuka Saddam actually remove something. It's already offered. The meat is already bad. So just like by us. In our case, let's get back to our case. In our case also, the Shiraim is also, in the second case, the Basar is also. Both the same thing. Then we have a matter. We have putting the meat on top of his bath, and then we have throwing blood on his death. The same thing. Aaron the kid says, well, sometimes you can yell, it's the ice. When you throw it, blood, even though the meat is not on his meat, it works. It's on his bath. I don't really need some tomorrow, I don't really like saying, these are the anus. The whole puppy is mounted in front of you. Also, my friends, what happened? It's why the process going out. But it's all real. But this sideline, but when you have a bowl of flour that a mouse came and ate from it, it's not all here. It's fully disabled. It's fully the portion is missing. It should be worse. Learn how you lack flour. Maybe I thoroughly know. Why is missing something? I'm like, Rama, so come to one Rama James Abdurrahman. Let me tell you a psychiatrist story. What? Figuratively, as you don't know, you can say, even if you don't do something else, another, if you do retail, something that went outside, it doesn't work. If you do a story, something that's missing, it doesn't work. The figure of the keyboard, if you do retail, something that's outside, it doesn't work. So it's missing, so it's missing even the figure of the keyboard, green. The drink will work, but that car is not going to work. You'd rather know. It wouldn't work. Mama's factor. Why? I like this a lot. I'll tell you why. Listen to these words. To me, I understand it. Anybody in business can understand this. You know why it doesn't work? Because it's outside. He says, no, look at the word. Now it makes a lot of sense. Oh my goodness, everybody. Here we are. This crazy cherries already covering his ears. Went outside. He's not inside. So it doesn't work. But this whole flower that's missing, you're right. It's a big problem. It's missing. But the issue is him. He's inside. He's playing the game. He's part of it. He's missing. He's missing a few dollars. And wonder how hard is this year, everybody, with a blank sheet of paper right in front of the great Ryan J. who draws every episode. So what you see tonight, he's going to draw a blank piece of paper again. Those prints are available right here. Jamie is in the back on the big HD camera, as always, at Jamie Vernon and Josh running around. It's the time for Penn Reagan, everybody. Come on. You heard him. You love him. People and cooks. The music is my back and forth because you have a tonight. There's two ways to avoid this conversion. I don't want to confuse anybody. Very simple. Either you see it, the fact is, there's only because I left. That's only I left. Or the brain, none of them see it. The brain thought about doing people. I'm going to eat tomorrow with one design. Says Rava, look, it's not from the Mishnah that it's a physical thing. All you have left is a desire. Take a look. Look at this. No, put it back. Look at this. You see this chart? What do you see in this? This is Reb Kia. Reb Kia is the one that wrote all the prices, right? Here in voice here.
Hi, everybody. Welcome, live audience. You guys ready for a crazy night or what?
The Mishnah, he said the entire Mishnah like we have it. What's missing from it? I erased what he took out. It doesn't mention anything about a design. Why? Because very simple. So you can't say on one of the 4 cases you can't take his eyes. Which one? When he goes to do a pizza, you can't say he had a pizza left because that would be what? That would be pizza or something that's missing. You have to have a fully sorted when you do a pizza. If you only have a pizza left, it's tougher. So you can't say the case of a pizza strip. So remember, okay, I'm not going to get involved now with pizza. throw all the, even though it works well in the other three cases, if it doesn't work well in the first one, you're going to take it forward to that problem. So wait a minute. You see from here, the Yadik Zayis left, the second part of the Mishnah, Yadik Zayis left, over the Zayis, if you going with the Pia. It works. Your people works. Like the Mishnah says, people works, even though you only have the Zayis left. You ask me, what was the question? If you have left over in the bowl, does the people work when I put it on the Mizbeach? Yes, there, it says before it's finished, it works. Right, Jack, this is a little bit of listen, my time will come with these. Why does your kid take out all the possessions from his price? Like you're going to the Shirai in front of his eyes. We're going to talk about a physical thing. That is only one kid's eyes left in the bowl. Not in his brain, but in the bowl. The kid, the matter of the hope, the back part of the relay. So his eye is. They skip these 4 words, the Shmat for us, we just skip forward. Ashirayim, it means another. The kids are what it says over here in the Gemara. Because I can't say it by the Tmitzah, so I'm not going to say it by the other 3. And what's the right? Here we go, second line down. The Kani saves us. Eagle. Even though there's only one left, that's our question. Shirayim, the mouse came from the bowl. There's only one left.
What's good, son?
It works. The Pigo works. Actually, the Pigo works. Does Megillah go off? Yes. It says over here, the Pigo works. I don't know the part. You probably say we don't know the cards.
Are you ready to play?
No, Shirai is not good, Robert.
Why not?
No, the reason why we're seeing the price doesn't say the word Zayis is because he cannot. Not because he could, because he can't. It doesn't say that because he goes like Rebbe Lazar. It's not. The Lazar says that Ma'alavina. Which means that they get it from a milcha. Milavina, the fragrances that goes into the milcha. The milcha is Sarhanim. When the Kohen brings the milcha, they don't do the kmitza. When milcha is Kohen Mashiach, when the Kohen Gadol brings the milcha every single day, 2 times a day, he brings the milcha. No kmitza. When milcha is the stuffing, the milcha that comes together with the korban. Shneigir Ma'achas when the Zayis Bachor, if you brought the Kazayis outside, you love the point that Yaakov is kulon, not a Kazayis. The Kazayis doesn't work. Yes, we have to look at and say Kazayis. The older you belong to. Pointer at Yaakov is kulon, Yaakov Magib, they call you Mincha, not a Kazayis in the Mincha. The whole thing. That's why Yaakov doesn't work. Just easily, literally, for Kazayis to do it. So even though part of the Mishnah of Shirayim, the Shirayim part of the Mishnah, you could say Kazayis, even from the law. Not only because I can't say the first part without that over the second part, like this. What's happening here right now? How would you say that it was like a lot of Lazar? Why did it say that he's not doing the payment? It's saying exactly 2 things. The payment and the Lazar, the point of Lazar, that's the only way to be hired. It's not, it's in the According to the according to the Eliezer, that's the first is like I'm supposed to one out of the 2 Gemacher, one out of the 2 outside of the Samigdash. It's also the point that you have to say. Let's do it. Not only the entire Mincha, but the entire Mincha with all the Levina, then you're cut. So how can we do the Levina? There's one that comes to this Mincha, I'll tell you why. We're going to think about it. Sometimes there's no Levina. When did you know Levina? When it comes to Mincha? I mean, that's right. There's no Levina. We're so sure the comes to Mincha's fight. We're talking about as the Gemara, this whole panel has many points to Mincha's fight. What? This, all this? A lot of times the Gemara says that all this is just for that little case. This whole panel has many points to Mincha's fight in. You should find out. I don't remember what I missed. So yeah, he said all this was with despite the think he also a Dimi or a Lazo, okay, so go to the Lazo, in other words, no Raya, Robbie don't have Raya, that go with Kia.
There she is. Are you ready?
And that Kazayis, the reason why he doesn't put the word Kazayis in the Brisa, because the other belongs to the Kazayis is no good. Okay, next Sugi. Anyway, hold on, Marov. I'm losing down there. It's how you put your I'm not going to show you again because we showed it 3 days in a row. With one of the lechem aponim.
No.
Yeah, we'll Shoti, fine, Shoti. One of the lechem aponim broke. You cannot eat any of the other lechem aponim. Kulam suas. And the Gemara is medayek. Hayatzos only if they broke. But what if it went outside of Beis Hamikdash? How did they get gavadi chairs?
Nice
The ones that
pair.
went inside, you couldn't. It's a nice deal.
Thank
The
you.
Gemara is going to say, you know
You're
what? Let's
welcome.
make a different deal. Instead of saying, if it
What is
broke,
up with this
it's
split?
small parcel, but if it went
One of the
outside,
most
it's
difficult
kosher.
splits in
Just
the
say,
history of the
if it
game.
broke, it became plumbing. The thing was good, but the wrong concept. That's what the Gemara is going to say. Second, if you think there's a tougher Gemara, you're right. It's one of the tougher ones in Menachos. Baruch Hashem, we got through the hard stuff. But China says, "Oh, Rico, yesterday we had Mamish. Slow, it's just it's like this, it's like that. That's what we
You remind me of Striker.
have in chat. But China says, "Oh, Rico, who said that we had this whole sugi, right? Remind Oilam, this thing right over here. Is you shifted an animal. Sorry. You shifted an animal. Oh, you shifted an animal and you took the meat outside and you did Zrikas Adam, then it works. The Zrika works that there's no meat. You lose it. That's your Mekiva. We call my difference of life. But when it comes to a broken piece of bread, in other words, something that's missing from it, in other words, missing is worse than Yoitze. No, you think is wrong. If it broke, then it's all possible. But if it can come, you can. It's not a problem. Why? I don't share. Why? It's a problem. By the time the Ratzah sits in the Beis Hamikdash, the Kohen Gadol would wear this on his forehead. Kodesh Hashem. That's exactly how the words work. Okay, this just like give you a little bit of a muscle. It's not really like that. The Mitzvah has a power to tumah. Something tumah makes it kosher. The Yotz is light in certain situations. So if it's tumah, you're allowed to eat the
Get it?
bread.
Oh, what a spare. This appears as one of the best zeros in my life.
The Yotz is light, but once it goes down now. The Blessed is the Omer in Zrika Yotz. Well, according to the Blessed that says the Zrika doesn't help once it's plugged in. And we're almost done, Saturday. Truth is, we should say if the lechem aponim broke, or if it went out of the English, you can't eat the rest. By the Tony Nifus, why do only say the broken bone? This is it's all there inside the Beis Hamikdash, like we said before the Svarah brother. If you're inside, you're in the game. Oh, you have a Milo. Right. Nevertheless, being marked with the Zichim, the 2 spoons worth of Levine doesn't help. Even though I'm speaking else, I would say, oh, the people who says it does help for something that goes out, the people who say, so too by the bread, when it's broken, then the Zrika helps. The helps when you mark the position, it helps for the bread. Have a wonderful day.
Get it? Beautiful. No. Come on.
Okay. It says,
That was a late one.
Like a stone. It's a stone. A piece of Levite. Just to show you, I'm going to talk about this Levite. Here. One piece of this. One piece of the Levite comes in pieces. One piece. That's the Gemara for the honeycomb. I need cases or something. The list can go on and on. See wood, glass, piece from the moon. Like, what's the point? Okay, so it says in order to speak. That food, Aleph on the Aleph, with 10,000 people. it's gonna get easier and easier, more and more. The intolerance lawyer, it's a stone, palavras acronym, stone, it's bad, can't put on. Have a milk. It's in fact, it's really about saying something small and you put on it,
Jimmy.
it's a double. Bella has probably know that every part of Bella and a little bit for the Bella. Well, the Massa probably something that's available in this bed. Name of discussion. So I'll say that Saul is English. I would think that we could put it. He found
Get
a
it.
little Saul that's like a
Nice
big
bear.
deal. It is a big deal.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Say, those stone.
Come on.
Lo aí que vai ali fora, e pode
Get it.
ser. Oh,
Hey,
no. Put the Levine on top. So that is part of it. It's part of it. Part of it is Lucy found later on in the
What a spare.
Next part. Why is it a problem? Because think about it.
yeah, you got it. Let's go.
So you put on these steps. But you don't have three fingers. You have three fingers minus the stone.
Let's go.
Therefore,
We tied. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good win, Miss Aquarius.
when this
Good
stone,
win.
Thank you, madam.
you have a stone in your stomach. Over, you're not sad.
Right. Yay. Well, 600.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you excited?
You're not sad.
Oh, just about as excited as I was for 500.
It's really good amount.
I'm excited for you.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius.
Everyone, stop. We're gonna get my assistant coming out. So now I'm sure y'all said coming from your club to celebrate. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yay.
Okay. So you're gonna send is Robert coming out?
Yeah, he should be in like an hour.
Okay, but I'll see you in the morning, guys.
God willing.
That's the answer. Okay. Go back. We're gonna be using supply. Deadlines. Overly up. Pizza. I didn't eat pizza. Overly. Getting something. It's exactly how people do it. If I told you to take a handful of flour, what do you do? You go like everybody. Normal people go like this. They grab a handful of flour. How many pieces did I just see for both sides? 5. How many are you supposed to use? Last tomorrow, basically, doesn't make sense. The word goes to all the names. Caesar. So this finger next to the finger is called pizza. Never otherwise pizza. But that's what it's a word. So last finger of the pizza. Got it. Mark, watch. Okay. Picture up. Very. Okay, so here you have 5. Pinky is called Xeris. One is Pinky is called Pizza. The next one is Amma. This one is Edstop. This one is Akis. So says that actually one does something like Zeres is how you measure the patient. The Kmitza is the figure next to it, and that's what you do Kmitza with. Hava is the middle one. So if you measure from the top, hit with that, the middle one, to your elbow, is how much? Now, by a lot of people. Mine and Ellie think you're probably going to do that. If you want to do it, okay. And then you have Etzbah. What do you do with Etzbah? You learn Tzbah. What do you do with Etzbah? Oh, Rika. Or the Rika. Then you have Akiko. What do we do with that? We learned yesterday. Huh? Zika. What else? No? Sorry. That's what you said. Sorry. Put the blood on the thumb. You put the oil on. Very good. What's the worst hash? You all saw the hash. You stick your hand in and Abai says you stick your hand in like this. But it's not true. Pizza. It's even called pizza because it stops right there. It's like this. Like this. It's only 3 fingers. It says tomorrow El Lahash. It's like you said, pizza's pizza. It's 3 fingers. But the pinky and the thumb are there straightened out. That's perfect. That's what can't be too much. Can't be too little. Fingers go all the way to the palm. Down. Is this good like this? No. Let's go all the way down to the bottom of the palm. This is my virus. See how it pops out on the top? No good. It has to be like this. Can't have a bunch of flour on the top. I'm learning my pizza. That's inside the plate. Big pizza. Inside. It's creepy. If it's you off on the Russian spices, maybe you should go like this. Mama is nothing. By the way, it's hard to go here. The virus all over there. That's too much. Then Russian spices. See? Folding up the speed. Like, it's fluid on the not on the speed. That's be full. Full. Okay, so you don't know what's going on in your hands. Wow. Okay, it's a five shoulders just plays about passing. Okay, great. So last passing when you have a very thick bread, a thin bread, break it up and then you mix with those pieces. Poison, going the power that's going down on the pasta. I don't know if you have a piece of bread here or something. Okay? Yeah. I'm gonna try. I tried to do it this morning. There was bagel. It wasn't going. The point is, it's extremely tough. The chopped bread, puff bread, wrapped with stuff, and to make sure that it doesn't break too much, breaks too much when it goes inside. That's even, kind of like a laser beam. To the top of your, it says the tomorrow, what is it, caution, but what is it, I think, what is it, caution, this is the hardest, this is the love, that's the only hard thing, this is love, what's the Rika, show, guess putting your dog inside is tough to do. To have personality. You have to have very strong feeling. But if it's a female, it is also a female. What's the female? So if it comes to a female, first he has still cold, and he has this, the thirst. And what? If one drop falls to the ground, it's all over. I'll show you how I do. You're like this. This. This is one way. Another way. Nothing is false. Nothing. I'm not. There's another way. Hold on. I'm going to make it. Let's turn this. There's another way. You have to go like this. Yeah. That's why they were always called. Okay, straight. This is Yoshi. I like Yoshi way better. So the fashion is artists. At the mint like that, we have other things. Oh, one of the things, not many. One of the few, four that are top. One of them. All around. But like, so you can kind of like we discussed the pregnant like or this boyfriend. But stop. Okay. Boyfriend. Moment. Rushing. What happens is his palm is facing down like this. And he grabs the tips of his feet. Minute bothering I don't know if I could demonstrate so well, but he puts his hand, palm up, hand down, pushes hard into it, and somehow then he's able to grab something. Now, instead of putting his palm in, palm up, pushes down, then he gets it. Or, he goes in like this, straight in, and throws his feet. Instead of this way, back he does, he goes this opposite. What's that law? Take it. We're going to do that. Over our bubble, doing the off nose is referring to the fire. It says the fire is a little tough, which means two handfuls. What's normal for people to two handfuls? Look like this. The little tough like this. The China is similar question to that. Second goes, the other happening is up in where fucking Russian voice off. Now, his palm is facing down. He's low with his feet. And that's the other palm, or the opposite, goes towards this way. Like this. Off of the zoom. Let's say he did like this, your voice is one hand, and then he did the other hand, and then he put them together. Oh, I have two hands. Compare the two things. Where up? That is one of mine. Okay, I think I'll take this off. We're done for now. I hope most of you understand. Alright. The bag. That is exactly. Okay. says the Gemara, more Gemara. That's the famous, that's the honor. Go. If pizza is on the wall of the bowl, what's that like? It needs to be inside the plate. Nope, it's inside the plate, right? But enough of the toilet to be like it has to be on the bottom, not in between, but there has to be enough that's placed inside, and you didn't place it inside, it's on the wall. Like, take, boy, my barrel actually, after the most of that, I showed you already. The bottom of this has its own bowl. It's not meant to put pizza in it. It's make you give it some height. What happens is you put it in there, let's see what it's like. Here we go. Here's the bowl upside down. And what happens is the pipe is inside that bowl. The back of the pipe bag, you still want to put it on the bottom of the bowl. I love this little being on, but you need to put it inside the clean. You keep my being on, like it has to be like normal fashion. Nobody put stuff there. Take it. So, Kate's everyone. Place of Pascal, we discussed. Your fingers are like Rebo Shama. The island remembers how much flour do you put in a minute for everybody? We say 1 sorrow. How much oil do we put in? 1 loaf. So what happens if you put more than a loaf of oil? How much do you put too much oil? Little oil, simple and awesome, little oil. It says in Mario double the shama. What does it mean exactly? Horribly as it double up the oil. Instead of 1 loaf, 2 loaf. Mash either if it's half a loaf or not a problem. It's because he doubles it up. As the Mark looked at the Dar of Hashem, they decided he put oil in his home. That's why it's possible. Or oil from another. Maybe Shem Chaber the lake also. You can tell you it's a problem. That's the question. It's possible Shem of a plate of a sinner doesn't have any oil. Put an oil is possible. 1 oil every talking about. If it's own oil, unless it doesn't have its own. The full is put in oil from your home with the Chaber or oil that belongs to another part of another income. Honestly, it's not a problem. Oh my, it's close. Let's reason why it's not here, but that's caution. You bring oil from your home, or you use oil from another business that it becomes caution. The finish is each look by itself is another look at the work. Each one by itself, individually, to be the real oil fence. So I would think, whatever happens, you want this joy to be the entire Shem to this thing. It should be possible to match what it is. Bottom line comes out this, that less than it's also a problem. We're trying to say even a large amount is enough for the whole thing. There's also but less, a half a loaf on top of the regular loaf that you already have. It's also poison. But not only how do you know that oil that has shit to it creates a lot of because you got a problem with it. Maybe it's funny. Shamro, what is it? It's oil, Shamro with the hair. Let's say Riva Shemen, too much oil. Riva Sham, oh, it's oil. What does it's oil mean? That it's punished for this. This is a Riva Look. Welcome out. Even though we're mastering full looking no, but here's he's a look at us. If he doesn't have enough look on it says tomorrow, what color of He started off with some milk, and he's left his hand. One, it's sap comes out of the tree. It's like something that comes out of the tree. It's hard. Little stone, little hot. No, you can imagine what it looks like. It comes out of the bark. Yeah? So if out of your whole amount of Levina, one stone is left, a snake brother says, look, two pieces, what are we going to call them? What is this called? Zwei Stücke. Zwei Stücke. No? Scheide. Then it means, if it says it's enough, it's good, because you have two fragments, pieces, particular granules. I'll query them with the chief. No, it says one is confident. Less than one, but I know it says seems like it doesn't say true impression. It seems to say it is true. But it's the way you should if you have the truth in part, you have 99%, 1% went bye-bye. Yeah, 1% went bye-bye. What's the law? No good, it says over here. Bibles Levine is causing cultural problem. So again, first, Shimon, like one granule left, two pieces left, maybe one or two. Or maybe something very different. If 99% is left, it's a lot more than 10 pieces. 10 pieces. We don't have 100%. What's that law from? Awesome. You need 100%. But when you increase it till then, this is Gemara, right? So you have to say, me, very Levina should cause a culture problem. No, you didn't read it right. You have to read or you have to put it in. It's not if it's missing 1%. It's missing 1% of the one granule. Since one piece is enough, if from that one piece, a part of that piece is missing, then it's no good. You don't need 99%. You don't need 100% of the initial Levina. Levi said the Tam Levina Habal, Tam Levina Habal. Levi said, I don't know if you do. Maybe for the first time you hear, you could bring a Minchas Levina. You could buy a bag of Amazon of frankincense and bring one pizza to this bath. Here, British Oil will give you a gift. Nothing but flour. All the wine. Eat that. Oh. That 1% was missing of that. Oh. Similar, we have the same amount with the meats. If you're doing flour, and a little bit was missing, you can't put it on this bed. So, the Levina. The Levina, when it comes to the mincha, some of it goes missing. No, not the, it becomes kosher. Why? Because as long as you have some left. I'm going to be able to show you the WS. Remain so the comes to sight. Remain holds what he did. That's what he did at pulling down the Levina. Did a whole handful of Levina to make sure that's what he had it down. Review the song on our covers the close street part of the song. No, all you need at the end is two pieces. Regular stickler. If Shimon on the song on covers the double covers of the song. You need one stickler, that's it. Most of the all learn from the East. All of the boys are all the free people running on top of the flower. They are so had the East and the Levina, the people that had the milk car or whatever you did all the way to the that's what you need all the way down. Review the song on Paul. The word Paul means Paul, meaning even a little piece left is enough. That's you have heard from one. Less than one stick. It doesn't mean a culture like a granular sauce. It means one nice a fragment. Eggs. Yeah. So that's one. How do you get the word eggs? Eggs the rabbit's story not here. It comes to like a second. Reb Shimon hastily guarded. Since Reb Shimon doesn't learn the word ace as a second, left with one. Wait, one or two pieces. They're going to remain on your mouth. 100% start out with. You need to have that. This is not comes together with flour. When I That's small. When it comes back on its own, that whole start out with, that's what you have to off the instant shell also sure alamu that it comes on top of the milk that they move in. That's the loy. Anything that comes together with the milk, then you could have something holding this. But if it comes on its own, this is the target, and even 1% of this thing, no good. Alright, we're good enough to put an apple in the milk. But now, secret, the Levina, what's the secret of voice side? Show it again. Yes, mom, everybody said. This food comes. Chocolate. Start again. Yeah. These are the 12. Look at my phone. Ghosts. The secret spoons, special spoons that have inside it the Levina. The Levina, this burn. Burn it. You're allowed to eat the look at my phone. But the Levina of the Zid, the Rakoshnik, what's the Pilushnik, what's the soy, we can have anything that's mamish, it's called like a piece of a milk. Shita, why is it so? Understand, very simple. Because there's no word that says cult. Cult is us, a culture. Culture means a little bit. You don't have that by the Levina. So you really have to have the entire thing. The same law thing that they left us, bread. I share our mamish life. It's like Levina that goes with the regular mental. Levina is not funny. Say, a little piece was missing from the Lechem HaKonim. Levina can't be my Can't be Lechem HaKonim. Think about it, not small. Levina not small. You have 12 kilos. But when it comes on its own, whatever you did in the beginning, I don't want to no difference between a Levina that goes with the milk and a Levina that goes like let's just do this little signal. Close enough. We get the piece of Levina. Yeah. It says that you're missing a little bit of frankincense. Levina is partial. But you can share it. You talk about add. What if you add a little Levina? It's okay. I think that's bad. You know what is possible? We double up. You did 2 full handfuls of Levina, that's no good. If you did 1 piece more, that's not a problem. Now we're going to say the same exact halacha all over again. What's the Gemara's passion going to be? What do you have to say? The same halacha twice. What's the same halacha again? If it's the shlik and lots of other man, sorry, if a person set aside 2 full handfuls, 2 full matzim of Levina, it's like a guy in California, you know? Yeah. Huh? But why? Why? Some different shlik matzim. Snake matzim. What was that from? 2, Rabbi say is no good. Why is it no good? You doubled up. No. What if one got lost? Develop it. Then the next one got lost. Depends when you got lost. How you did pizza? Before you were able to put pizza on the flour, so it wasn't part of it. One got lost. You fouled it. Now you left it with 1. It's supposed to only have 1. It's fine. But after pizza, cooked pizza. So those 2 guys became part of the mikvah. 2 is no good. Awesome. Now we have this exact identical halacha when it comes to the Lechem HaKonim. The Lechem HaKonim, how many meats do we start off with? 2. So now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to double it up. So how many do we have now? 4. Here we start off. We put the side 4 instead of 2. So now we're doing possible. It's double. And 2 of them got lost. So the best. How you can see this before you remove, you pay how you do this food falls. So it's not considered anything. It's not part of the Lechem HaKonim. So it doesn't pass it. It's good position, but once the kind of move it, what's the level? What do you face? First, says the water mountains and the water comes to dump. If you look at these two guys. They're standing there. They're waiting for the take. They're there. They know exactly what the answer is. They made a law. Yes, I know. There's another use. What time of the day take the spoonfuls of it? Why not off the shoulder? What time of the day? 6 hours. But that's the issue that we said the other day. It's asking you the partner was even usually yes, I know we could have had this svara. The time came, came. So and it's sitting there, ready to go. It's as if you're ready to get off. And then the two extra guys are part of the lesson of fun. Why? Because it already came off. But it didn't come off. It almost came off. The time to take it off. The national ones, they didn't really take it off for the short run. It's only the time to take it off. So those two guys are not hustling. They don't constantly the thread. And if they get lost, then we have to write them out. Therefore, hey, Mashmallah, Rabbi side, have a wonderful.
Learn explosive spreading furor throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com sponsors MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi side. We are holding on like 9-10 lines from the boundary of test on the base. Comments the small. Comments the small. It says in the Mishnah that you do kmitza. Kmitza is you bring a flower offering to the Rebbeinu Shleilam, and the procedure is either you put oil first and you put the flour, or it's one of these monopolies that you don't put oil. Put up this flour, regardless of what it is, with oil, without oil. Eventually, the client is going to have to take his hand, put it in. We actually have a new one. I can show it to you. It's starting off with these are very, very first time. There are people that's their first day. So, here we go. It's new for today. Meat some. He puts his hand in like this. He grabs some flour with 3 fingers. This was done, by the way. Guess how they did this? New technology, I'll explain in a second. Is that the point goes like this, that's pizza. It's supposed to be done with the right hand. They put it into the second bowl, that's when they're discussed for a moment later on also. So remember the second bowl. It must be done with the right hand. What if we did it with the left hand? No good. Not immediately. How do we know this? It says that you should fill your hand with the mincha. Now, what does a kaf mean? Han. Now we're going back to the Torah. Even though we saw the videos a bunch of times, let's get out to knocking it down right. Now I want to show you this video because it's important because it's wrong. We're going to learn today that this video is bad. And let's see if you can notice what's bad. First of all, here, let's just show this. One kohen is pouring from the lug. This is a ishar. This whole thing has dusha. All the oil in it is kaddish. He pours it into his left hand. The Torah says left. And from here we can learn that everywhere else in the Torah it's in the right. The kaf means right. Over here it says kaf, smallest. Kaf over here, has smallest the left. So far, this video is good. Okay. What we're going to see is that there's actually 4 psukim that say the word left by the Messiah. 2 psukim are by a normal, wealthy person. I call him wealthy. That's how the Gemara calls it. Well, it means he has money to buy an animal. But if the Messiah doesn't have money, so what does he do? He's a honey. So he's able to do what's called a carbon oil of the earth. Shabbos? Carbon oil. So we have 4 psukim, 4 left, 2 for the rich guy, Two, for the poor guy who brings a carbon out of the other, meaning instead of an animal, he brings a bird. Why did he need 4 psukim? The Gemara goes through it. It says the Gemara, you're going to use up all 4 just to learn one thing. That everywhere else in the Torah, by a mincha, you have to use your right hand, not a left. Left is reserved only for the mitzvah. What does it say? Anywhere else in the Torah, half means the right. Only by mitzvah it's the left. As tomorrow, but I need it for the actual halacha to tell me that one kind pours it into the other kind's left. Not to teach me that in other places is the right. Says the Gemara, small is not green. Here we go. So this is our positive by mincha. Says the word half. Now, first positive by Asher says half a smallest. That I need for itself. So it says in the second half. I got the smallest. It says also by a wealthy person, the left hand. So now I know another place is not. Hello, the rabbis. A double negative. A double negative is a positive. So it says in the Gemara, when we have a concept in the Torah, and when you have 2 negatives, don't do this, don't use the left hand, means you should use the left hand. So, let's use that and say that you could use your left hand when it comes to me. So you go, okay, fine. Smallest critics. Now we're going to the third possible, which is by the poor person, meaning somebody that can't afford. An animal, over there it says, Al Kapat Fayan has small. Tomorrow, still an animal. You're not the small, it's only over here. Same other grab my kind small is that maybe the third person coming to teach us that to the whole Torah. A lot of times you see these. What's a limit? So like it says in the puzzle A, and I take that idea and I use it for the whole Torah. Why would I say that that's over here, not in another part? Then why okay for that? That's why it actually says. I've never seen this. It says Arba smallest. I just noticed over here. There's 4 letters. Same Vav Zayin Ches in a row. Funny. I don't remember that. Okay, cool. You see that in your Gemara? Because you're looking over there. Where it says smallest, it brings all 4 psukim in one shot. Same Vav Zayin Ches. Anyway, smallest is here. Trey Ba'ani, Trey Ba'ashir. Okay, and here, I'm going to show you here's the 4th pasuk. And look what Yoshi did. The Shema, all 4 psukim together, you see all the 4s. Great. End of that. So, what do we learn? That left is reserved only for the mitzvah. When it comes to mincha, that's the right. Amarle, review what it says. Alboin yadei manis, alboin raglei manis, the sip shem, the mitzvah loman. I think I have the word Asher. So, alboin yadei manis, the sip mitzvah loman. And it says in parentheses, which I'm pretty sure is like a pirush. That's why we take it as. It says in the period. No, we already know that the oil goes on top of the blood, and blood we know is on the right. So the Gemara had like actually blooding, the fact that so see that it's doesn't. Let's see if it's gonna work. Okay. You're supposed to put the voice, pay attention. You're supposed to put it's very easy. You're supposed to put the oil on top of the I don't know if it's gonna stick. Yeah, like this. Now, what about this part over here? Right over here. Mutter. That's why I put it like in green. Now it looks blue. Re-blue. Mutter. What about over here? Says the Gemara. Had la haksher one possible over here. Yinimanis. Tell me that the side is okay, right over here. Fine. Lifts on. See this close. Right over here, it's awesome. Red. The part that's part of the palm, the side of the palm, that's no good. So you gotta tell Yoshi, you better switch it up quickly. Okay. Says the Gemara. Adam Asham, Lamay also. This is by the wealthy person. It says, put the blood on top put the oil on top of the blood. And then it says, on the coin damash. And that's by the poor person. It says, on the place of the blood of the Hashem. What I need both of them. What else? Says the Gemara beautifully. And it's really, this is something that you and I didn't know. If I were to ask you, I'll stop right here. Let's think about it. Can I remove the blood before I put the oil on? Or does the oil have to be on the blood? Spicy, what do you say? Take a guess. What does logic tell you? Again, I have blood on my ear, I have blood on my finger, blood on my thumb. Now I want to put oil. I'm supposed to take oil and put it on my ear. The tongue does this, it's on the ear, put it on the thumb. But can I remove the blood first? Can I clean off the hand and then put the oil? What do you say? You say no. Anybody agree with him? I would say no. This is what I would say. I would say no. I agree with Spice. Because meaning we say if the blood is there, this paneach loy, but you removed it, you wiped it off, no good. You cannot put oil on a nice dry hand. It has to be on top of the blood. I would think. On the coin, no, it has to be on the spot, on the place of the blood, not on top of the blood. Wherever you put the blood before, that's where you should put it. Because on the coin, but if you just say the place, I think on the place, but not if you wiped it off. I would say, I think it's there, it's no good. Why? Because chatzitza, you didn't put the oil on top of the guy's thumb. You put it on top of blood, which is the chatzitza. You can't go on the mikvah with that blood. You can put it on top of the blood. In other words, put it on top of the blood. And you can also wipe it down if you want. You can do whatever you want. See the Yimon is Badam, since it says on the blood, in the place of Rush. And it also says the right way. I'll buy the other one. I'll buy regular one. It's the Chsivi. The Shemin. It's like Asher, why do I need the two psukim? I'll buy the other one. I'll buy regular one. Gemara, Elo, Amarava, Yad Yad, Pizza, regular Chalitza, Oizen, Lalitza. What's going on here? You're going to learn 3 beautiful halachas. Here we go. Check this out. First of all, for whatever reason, I'm talking to Mark, not you. For whatever reason, when my touch screen, when I touch the box, it doesn't work unless I do the box. Interesting stuff. It says, Oizen, Ayumanis, the right ear, the right hand, and the right foot. Says the Gemara, says, Rabbi, I'm learning 3 completely new halachas that I answered. Whoever you've written to the back, you all know these halachas, basically. If you knew, it's cool stuff. Yad Yad the Kmitza. This we learned that in order to do Kmitza, you have to do it with your right hand. Okay. Regular Chalitza. Oh, Chalitza. What's Chalitza? Chalitza is if you have 2 brothers that one of them got married and died without children. So, typically speaking, you're not allowed to marry your sister-in-law. If she doesn't have any children from her husband, then it's a mitzvah to marry her. And if not, then we do chalitza. Nowadays, we all do chalitza. One is chalitza. She removes the shoe, special shoe, and it's tied a special way. You'll see in the video. She must remove it. But the halacha is that this shoe has to be on the right foot. That's regular. We learned that from the Shava, regular, that has to be on the right. We learned from this pasuk right over here. She has to toss the shoe far. She has to spit a spit that's nikar leinayim, that you can see with your eyes. And this super is back and forth, making your body laughing like a shame. Okay, and then it says, kids are at the end of the business, says, chalutza now. Regular, l'chalitza. Oizen. What about here? L'ritzia. Smallest. What does Rama do with the 4 small? So you need 2 for the actual halacha, like it should be in the left hand of the kohen. What does it do with the other 2? What am I asking? She should read the Rabbi Yiddish so you need the kohen b'mitzayim. First of all, to tell you that if you put it in the right hand, you are doing something wrong. This makes a lot of sense. But when the person is left, I would think, typically, especially, Chassidim, don't start off with the right. You get right, left, you try to give a chutz with your left hand, you're in big trouble. No, you're right, you know. So maybe the third man also the left, and only the left. Shalei Toimar, when Mama Mom Shalei Mitzvah is small, Mitzvah Yamin, Mitzvah Yamin, in a place where typically you have to do only with your right. The Mom Shalei Mitzvah is small, so when the person says you should do with your left, then it did, Mitzvah Yamin, so certainly should be able to do with your right. So that's one. One tells you no. If you do it with your right over here, it's possible. Small is what I do the fourth one. My also, the kind of very small. In other words, sometimes the Torah repeats itself. Just like over here, first started off telling you about the rich man's Mitzvah, and then the poor man's Mitzvah. The Torah will go through all the steps in order to teach you one thing. What's the thing? The one thing the Torah taught us that you don't have to. If you're poor, you don't have to bring a whole animal. You bring a poor. But all the little details that the Torah tells you with it are not there for you to learn new stuff. Say, oh no, the Torah repeated itself. Oh, so I have extra words I can learn. No. The Torah repeated it just to tell you one chiddush. The chiddush is that you can use a verb, not an animal. What I do with all the extra words? Nothing. You're not there for a reboot. You're there just to be part of the whole of that little thing. Loinishna's whole parsha, an entire parsha. It was said twice. Loinishna's darshan is chajba only for one little thing. We had this sugya just recently in Zvachim. We had a number of times. I don't know where. It's in Zvachim. Twice in Zvachim. There you go. When the Torah says the word etzba, finger, or koyen, right? And koyen, which is not or, we're going to see, or red, etzba, ukuna, finger, and koyen, it means you must do it with your right. So that I think, the Gemara says, I think, etzba, ukuna, be in lipo, siv, the koyen takes the blood of the chatos with his finger. Important to notice this because it's the only carbon you learn it's about. The only carbon you do with your finger. All other carbonas, the kohen takes the vessel, he gives a spritz with his hand. But by chatos, he does it with his finger. But it says in this pasuk both words: kohen, etzba. The Lord of the kohen and be'etzba. The I learned out from the Sid. He dunks his right finger. Harry Kmitza will exceed about that's okay, fine. I know it's going to do that. Harry Kmitza says the Gemara will exceed about the Kuna. He tells me both, Kayan and finger, but we just finished the sugya about Kmitza, Kusnan, comes to small pause. We start off today's sugya. Kayan does Kmitza with the left hand. Oh, so no good. It only says Kayan, doesn't say anything about a hand or a finger. You got it wrong. You don't understand. Doesn't mean you need both words. One of the two words. It says in the pasuk Espa means the right. Over here it says Kohen, that's it. I don't need Espa. It means the right. Check this out. Another beautiful video. This is just for learning purposes, no humor. Here we go. Take a look at the center guy. What is he holding? He's holding a sheep's head, and in his left hand he's holding like some sort of like a thigh. With his left hand. That's a problem. Why? It says one word, fine. We just established it says one word, fine. It means in the right. How's he holding the leg in the left hand? So I get what you're asking. He doesn't have another hand to hold it. He's holding the head. But Lamaisa, that's in the right. Siv. So bring another card maybe. The Siv, it only says card, it doesn't say hand. They bring the eighth fan and bring the heart to the cabbage. Usnan all the limbs. Usnan a regular sheep maybe small. The right foot, the small. The card should be holding the right foot in his left hand. When they start the foot, the halacha should be proper. You should hide the incision mark of the animal where you cut the leg off, put it against his. Just show a nice piece with the skin. We'll probably see that the kohen got hold of his left hand. So the more careful, the davar ma'akif kapara. Let's say when I'm doing Shrika, Mitzvah, whatever, things that are Ma'akiv, that has to be in the right. Walking the apartment doing this bath, let's say I don't do it. The apartment's still good. What about Kabbalah? You receive the blood here. If you don't like blood, do not look. Kabbalah, you do Shchita. With the right hand, you receive the blood. What do you do with the left? Doesn't say hand. It says the word kapuna. It says we learn. Keep up a small pass out. If he accepted it, he received the blood with his left hand. It's possible, but it doesn't say hand over there. It says fire. The problem is Reb Shimon Machshir. How in the world Reb Shimon say that it's good? Rabbi just said you need one word, kohen or hand. It says over there one word. It says kohen. How would Reb Shimon say that's okay? It says Gemara. Reb Shimon Tamish. That's me. Reb Shimon doesn't buy. Reb Shimon says you need both the word kohen and hand. Then it becomes possible. But over here it only says kohen. Therefore, Reb Shimon says you can receive the blood with your left hand. Well, the problem is when we buy Reb Shimon because Reb Shimon really requires two words: hand, yad, etzba, or hand is the word kohen. But then Reb Shimon Omer, Magid shenemer yad ein alivin, etzba ein alivin. Says before Reb Shimon Omer, one word. If it just says yad, it means the right hand. If it just says etzba, it means the right hand. Nothing to do with kohen. It doesn't say the word kohen. It says more like this: etzba lo'boikum. You're right. If it says the word etzba by itself, it doesn't require a second word kohen. That's why Reb Shimon says if you do Kabbalah Tadab with your left hand, it's possible. It says, sorry. Over here, it says it says the word kohen. Okay, no. So if it says etzba, it means even. Reb Shimon says it's question. If it says the word etzba, that's enough. One is enough, it means right. But if it says kohen, that's not enough to tell me that I need the right. I need another word, etzba, together with it, and now I know that it's on the right. Problem is, so why in the world did it say the word kohen? Kohen by itself doesn't mean the right hand. You need the word etzba in conjunction with kohen. So, but the word etzba by itself means kohen, right. So why do I need the word kohen? What does kohen help me ever? You know what it does for me? The kihuna, that a kohen must be wearing the big day kihuna when he performs the avodah, otherwise it's no good. It's a kiyuv to wear the big day kihuna. Mary is Rika like Sivbei, Ella Kuhuna. What about Rika? It's Rika Saddam. It only says the word kohen. Who's not talking small parcel? If you do Rika with your left hand, parcel. And even Reb Shimon agrees to that. Or Rabbi, how do I know he agrees? Because he doesn't argue. Or Rabbi, following the Bryson, you don't know, it's in the first Bryson that he argues the science is the Bryson. People small parcel, Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon says that Kabbalah Tzedakah will be with the right. Zarg was small puzzle, Reb Shimon Machshir. Remember this, Rabbi, there's a man, the Amar brother Reb Shimon Bayochai, who says you can do this Rika, the blood, on his back, with your left hand.
What up, Zook?
Over the left hand, Rika with the left hand, it's okay. So the other Yad Yad
Are you ready to play?
It says, Kmitza, it says the Komat. What's the next word?
What do you want to play?
Komat's
Why do you want to play Dice Party?
Right. So why do I need
Just relax. You don't have to think.
If one word is enough,
Okay.
enough, tell me that's correct. So why do I need Yad Yad?
Is it your favorite game? Why do you think you'll get bored of it?
Right over here, right over here, he's doing it with
Why do you think you'll start sucking?
Also, putting it into the second vessel must be done right over here with the right.
Remember when I was really doing color and not copy your color?
Well, the problem is,
Yeah, but couldn't that be more to have to do with like my improvement than anything?
It takes the kmitza, puts it into the second vessel. You don't need that. You can take your kmitza from the first vessel directly to the mizbeach.
How'd you get so good at McCullough?
Because I'm sexy with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
But even according to my says that it does require to put it into the second vessel. Could be small.
That would be good.
Actually, and he
That would
allows
be
it
good,
to go up and blab the rubber.
That does budget.
It's a yak, which means
To have what?
either Kmitza Gufa,
That does
that
budget.
Kmitza with your right hand.
Isn't that just poker?
You already learned from somewhere else.
Not
You look ready. Find out why does he hold? Oh, bro. I'm sorry, the tweets has to be done with the right. How does he know that? Well, my problem says the mincha is like a chatlas like off. What does that mean? Allah of the biyad, if you're performing an avodah with your man, meaning kmitza, to be min. With your right hand, we said that chatlas is over one of the korbanos that you do.
Rabbi, you're winning.
Yes, sir.
Rabbi, you're winning.
No.
What is Restream by trying to do with the word yadi?
Fix.
You're going to do is use a vessel with the left hand because means it's right hand, but I don't need yadi for that.
You got it at full house?
When there's a sinner, that does a check, and he has to bring a partner, he can't afford it. So he brings flowers, and he doesn't add any oil. Why? Because I want to make him feel that he's not going to bring a beautiful partner. So we got to since I want to
Why did you say fuck off?
That you don't put any oil on it. Why? You don't want him to give a beautiful part, but
Then who?
Someone
do with the left hand.
someone making a photo going outside or
just left.
house.
A marshmallow that even a minute with the word yad, I learned that's be with the right hand. Rabbi side.
You wouldn't have
Have a wonderful day.
Sometimes I don't want to do it.
Merry Christmas. It's ready for
I'm not agree. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, well,
Just go.
I was going to get 5 times.
Beautiful.
So, Kmitza, what's Kmitza? You're allowed to bring, one of the combines, you bring a mincha.
No, how's that?
No one knows it.
You bring this, somebody got oil,
Did you check everything?
All of them?
Yeah.
All of them?
Inside is the payments. It's the payments. Puts it in another insurance, and then they take that, walk it with his bath, put it on his bath.
Kind of got to think of the bad girls though. Ursula, when she turns into like a woman, is pretty hot.
Puts it on his bath.
She's kind of a sin.
He's supposed to do it in the blue box, the blue dotted box. What happens if he does it in the red dotted box? What's the red dotted box? What the hell is that? I don't know, it's a very tall building. It's about 400 feet tall. 200 feet tall. Inside, you have the famous Lawyer, you have the Shulchan, the Lechnapanim, you have the Mizbech HaZal. And past that, you have the Kodesh Kodashim. Inside, all the way at the end, on the right side of the screen. Goes inside, the hair comes inside the red dots, and it doesn't preach. Is it good or not?
Do you think roll 4 times?
No, I think you're done.
So first of all, it says we see this by the shulchan. So here you have the shulchan with the 12 lechem al and there's also 2 spoons full of lavona, frankincense. And what happens is you have to take the lavona off.
You think I can come back?
Yeah.
These 2 spoons. You take those off and you burn them, and then the Kohanim could eat the lechem al on Shabbos.
That's better.
Where's the shulchan? Oh, this bezikin, taking the bezikin,
That's a good one.
is similar to the kmitza. Just like the kmitza is similar to shkita and the shkita on the kmitza, the parents, you put it onto the mizbeach. It's like the shkita. Everything is similar. You understand, just like we're able to do such an avodah in the Eichel, so we could also do kmitza in the Eichel. Also, we're here, comments to shop. Send the comments to shop. You should do kmitza from over there. What's over there? Nothing Shiraka has already. Now there's an area. If you look in the back of that Gemara, you can see it clearly. It's called Ezra's Yisrael. Zoom in on here where it says Ezra's Yisrael. See, it says Ezra's Yisrael. There's 11 out of 22 feet.
What are we gonna play here?
Out here. Right over there. This way. See the red dotted line? That's where Yisrael stands. Us guys, most of us in this room, we stand there like sardines. 22 area.
Blue wrist.
By the width of the outside. 11 ounces. So it says that you should put the grease over there. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
The highest bricks. The highest world.
Do it anyway. Do it all over that zone. Why not over there? Over there, not inside. Only over there. You say, oh, the night she bought the slow. She has it in the food. Why not see the back now? She has to be in the whole city. That's it. Pick back the flowers, start all over again. You're right. So I'm not becoming some show. I don't wear the boots as the people would wear when we saw stuff. That's the show me. You're not becoming some kind. You were that bold.
Yes, so all sixes.
Same ball that you started doing. That's what you do.
Doesn't only the bias.
No way if I win these.
That's the question. The answer himself.
No way. No way. No way.
No way.
What a win.
What a win.
Champion.
Champion.
That has to be our closest one ever. Is it? No, we haven't time. You want to play pool?
Yeah.
This wall right over here.
You know what?
What game don't we ever play?
Disco.
All the way down here is the northern part of Gaza.
Why don't you think we play disco?
Guitar, everyone, tacos, also, they're all down here in this area. Country talent, like the Schlager and the Qaeda, they're everywhere. This entire area. Even in
No trick shot.
no trick shot. Lord says, oh, I would think that a new part can only be done in the northern part, from the step downwards. So the Qaeda is the country talent. Where do we shut the oil? Only in the northern part of the glass. Only half. Like, some of them is dressed down. So do say by new part. Marlo do the top oil. I do the top oil stream. Marlo give me right. Marlo, my oil.
Are you gonna go?
That's why you need salt. And moving out, it's a lighter kind of thing, so there's no reason why to do it on the top. Maybe I'll go with tacos. Tacos, because I don't get to eat from it. Nevertheless, that's the only with salt. So maybe the new also only comes out. That's going to come out. I have a piece. It's also very fun.
I just won. It's over.
What's meaning dummy? So the pasuk says, "Ki nefesh habos v'domi v'ani nisanu from al-zeh chavanah ka'azonu v'nefesh."
But this guy.
That's why you need salt. why do I need this puzzle of how much we shop? What is the problem with shop give you that? And this is different than a puzzle.
No.
Oh, so now we're going to talk about Agosha. Those of you who learn Lopez, you know?
That was shit show.
And I know what Agosha is. So here's Agosha. Agosha, here we go. They just take the flour and put it on one corner. Anybody knows? Huh?
Perhaps.
Here, very good. Stop it, you hear that?
Please stay in.
One of the main corners of his bath, you can see in the bottom, you have to put over there. So I went to Southwest. I flew on the street, Southwest Beer Level. And if you remember a year later, Southwest. You call that, so Hagosha means you take the bowl of flour, take it, and you literally touch the corner of his bath, the Southwest corner of his bath. So when they I would think that just like Hagosha is weird on the Southwest corner of his bath, so too, the pizza also should be on the Southwest corner of his bath. What pizza? You go right over there, that area. I go show because brothers and lovers are feeling now together. Commercial on that. That's why I need the function from. Great. Goof off. You see, you heard that. As long as you shop in the head.
No.
You take shop. You bring it into the head. Hush. Shinamar. Hot dog, pass off all the money. We have perfect color in the equal. Says it written on. It will take strong. Usually I have to shop slumming weird. In the blue, that area of slumming is special power. That's in the south part of that zone. But what if I take it and bring it into the red? Into the red? This is like a little street. Nobody goes there. Yeah. That goes into it. That's the Lyra. He's a pirate. That's the chef, the now. What?
Where were you there?
Why? California.
What up,
That's
Dave?
what I'm saying. Then outside. So would you be okay? So it says in my
How long do you think Russell Wilson's going to do?
No. No idea.
Rashi says it's lucky that the
I'm going to go 8 years from a 4-year non-parole period.
Okay,
Because
cool.
he has money. I don't have any justice. If it's young girls, if you pick a job,
Okay. Do you think you're gonna go?
But if the Goyim are surrounded,
you ready for the production?
Did you win?
But the problem is, the only crowd of person out they know entirely money is good if you can eat the crowd.
But you didn't.
Oh my God, you suck.
That I could say, that's something normal that could do with anything. But to eat, that's really not right. Take it to that step to eat inside the head, which is closer. You have to be very sure that you don't eat. And that's why you need a puzzle pro. Well, the puzzle pro, the puzzle comes in liquid and meal. So then you need a puzzle that you can eat in front of the very sure you can eat. Touching in the head. Now you go, there is a puzzle, go ahead and go to it. Eat now.
Like I said,
We're gonna watch it in 9 minutes, dude.
You take a pretty cold and you sorrow.
Legally?
Like filling them off.
No, dude, we're gonna watch it legally.
Now, you serve it off as the first step is you pour oil
Yeah.
first, then you put the oil, then the flour.
Why do you want to know?
You mix it all together. What happens if you eat this mix?
You know that I have a Pepsi in sleep?
Yep.
Does that happen while you were up?
No. Or maybe it did, but I was too young.
You put the oil, then you put the final only afterwards the real vinayara after then comes the critical part.
That's to the max. He died in 2009.
Say, everybody. You know that you see what we go to charity. She says,
1984.
Okay, let's record it then.
You meditated.
No, that's a cool story.
95.
Perhaps. Are you gonna go? Oh, beautiful shot.
Look at this picture. What is he doing? He's doing a golden food. It's a cliche. That's execution. Since you do it in Korea, you need it to the you're right. Certain things are
It's a not good thing.
Like shkita. It's part of the process. So putting it in
I'm not just getting it again.
You don't need a quiet, it's still part of the process. And then they love few years, but and you definitely need be inside of something. I ain't gonna see the judgment on the price of the all the zone, sure. It's a zone, so it's food. If you do it outside, it's illegal. It's also boiling inside the culture, outside the zone. This much. This culture, also present to eat. You're on the regular basis.
Baby, it's over for you.
That's how Michael Jackson was the biggest celebrity ever.
Five steps.
John F. Kennedy.
And now comes the tweets. After John Nixon.
While we were on.
This, right? What happens as the model is the neutral is missing part of it. Obviously, you can't do a pizza when part of it is missing.
While we were live,
Then it says, your people face
Right.
Nicole Brown Simpson. No, Nicole Brown Simpson.
It's good. Why do you go? Because when you get the pizza, you have to write it up. You get the pizza, that's it. Now you get a red phone. You're missing that? Okay, so you can't get back to the
Okay, what do you want me to do about it?
It says in the puzzle, that's green. But it says you're not going to but if you have anything missing from the week, you're not going to phone. That's the event.
Joe Michael Jackson is the father of that Dennis Logan.
More than Elvis?
You know who said?
Elvis?
No.
Marilyn Monroe?
No.
Kobe?
No.
James Dean?
No.
This flea is a
Dr. Lewis.
Does that really count?
From this left hand,
Cool.
this is the whole process. This is the process.
I mean, okay.
It's a celebrity.
Then you take the oil.
Okay.
And I'll give you
They're doing not there.
Would you please call Riser?
So what happened is from this look, so
Thank you.
this whole video was
You don't have to. You don't have to bid it.
look. TV shutters. Inside the TV shutters is oil. It's color. What does it say?
Who's that?
This also I know. The oil from this.
Or is it a record?
Will you please call Riser?
Fill it up. Even if you pour it, it's the showers is the cabinet. That's what you said before. Oh, it's the cabinet. You can't be, that's it, you locked out. So they also locked out. You can't add oil. It's already cooked. So now you see, like you're good. Beautiful. Beautiful. In the, she actually comes with a slap card. Oh,
You know what's crazy though?
What's up, big dog?
I don't see why it's
In the
starting.
2000s,
Yeah, you see the starting first.
Elvis Presley was the highest paid damn celebrity. Then Michael Jackson died.
Now we're going to this chart. Moving over. Oh, so moving up. Now, flower with this. That's husband. It's not card. Now, yes. After the grease is done, what do you call it? What do they say here? Add a little bit. Bye bye out. It's gone. No, that's good. No. What? No. Another 5 minutes of fresh flour. Bye bye out. The answer is big bye out. There's no pizza done to it. You already did the pizza. You already did pizza. After you add flour after the pizza, it's not that flour. You never pizza that flour. So you can't add flour. That's it. You're done. There's no matter. Point until later. The question is that if you are moving over the back and put on this back. So you can just pull something with this. I'll try out already later on, but my pizza was done nicely. From the right cheese. Let them continue. Let them continue with this back. So we have to say, okay, there's no jelly, not going to tell you tonight. I think there's a probably thinking, as the husband say the second word that he has is, you think I think it's true. Thanks for the lesson. Sure, that's a thanks for the true. But it's not. This is your all this your lessons of the opinion, the gift, the shirari, the noise side, the left one is out, gets broke, gets lost. It's not a problem. Check the payment and put it on your phone. Same thing that we had by apartment. This is a place based on apartment. What happened is after you shut the apartment was missing, got burnt. It's done. Burns paint, ate it up. Bang, it's done. Take the pot and throw it in the Leslie says yes. I don't need any part. This is the sugar. On the sugar. This is what it is in sugar. It's a perfect Leslie story. You got perfect years. You have the peppers in your hand. You have the top in your hand. Grow the dot. You this with the shoe up school. Awesome. You can't just not have any of them. Like, I could possibly try. I'm not sure. But the only thing is possible is you have to have the public before you build the trends on it. Not sure. However, even if you sure you take it right? I was going to go over to also, what is this audience? Also, the factors. Nothing is left over. Zero. Zero is left over. With zero of the animals, it's why. You don't have a single part of the animal left, then you can't just this or that. Hey, for the style. Over here, we talk about that this is small. I'm going to put the flower with this. Show my delight. Show say that it's good. Why would you have a nice outlet? Oh, sign up. When you look at Troy, because something's that very style and size stuff. Oh, so right over here is the light. This is if we have one desires the field of gold, and one little amount left over, it desires for war. Desires what's the difference? Desires Caleb goes on this also goes in your mouth, right? Plus it's edible, it's chaotic. And the kid goes for his birth. And you have designs. But you left over. That design is left over. I should use it up. I don't even have that design against it. Or if I have a design, also, I'm using it. I was looking at the good instance. Taxi size is also the taxi size. But what if I have a half of designs of steak and half of designs of that's the one. Together I have a design. And it's already done. The two different types of achila. One is achila sada, one is achila mizbech. They don't go together. We go, hey, Lord, we give out. I feel the taxi size does it. Taxi size Taylor, it's already done. If I have a half designs of meat and half designs of Taylor, they combine together, why? We make sure all of them, the entire anyway goes in this bed. So everything and all that. All this is really right there. So after that's it. That's it. Hopefully, you have to like, the HEMA, of course, what we really like to do is use it out. Open the front speaks explanation. We should do it together. Maybe you have a little fun. Really, if you have, even if the fire cup is full, you're not broke up. This is well. Ahora, Pablo, muchas gracias. Sí, we're going to do things every minute. This other one, muchas gracias. That's a different that comes together with the carbon. I don't know, how you look at it. Whatever. The entire carbon fight. Something has a work. And I have a master full of blood and full of food. And I have this. I have a bunch of flour mixed that went together with the carbon. It goes together, so nobody at the beginning. Maybe I would think you can see that white and the look of it. Part of the carbon. Funny that when you know everybody's real massive. Slow down, it's a part of the carbon. The national law does not. Yes, you're right, bring it together with the carbon. It's not a carbon. The carbon is because of that. Okay, something it's very simple. Overall problem, we can't see something. Something, oh no, it is. We mind the person. Therefore, I do. The stock issue says it's caused a longer than the fraud, but here in my favor, and the middle class for us, it's many favor. The hair is the minute, the police, they do for the fraud. I'm in the fraud. The east is no one says we're talking. You need the entire fraud. Sorry, because missing, you can't put the pizza on Tuesday. You know who's going to say, when I hold on, we're going to say, what does that mean? The point is, you look over here, it's very successful. It has a lot of friends. Here's a two lines of it seems like someone other than the American person, so it comes out. So he says, just I'm going to ask you something for the key. In other words, as long as at the time of the pizza, when the piper is poured into the flour at a full shield, what happened after that, I don't care. But the pizza, I'm just there. Beautiful show, I see flour. That at a certain point, it was good. It was a right amount. Basically, we have a chocolate, not a good enough. Actually, pretty good. This is last month. We had yesterday. My very long. I'm going to make sure. Oh, here. This is a nice video. That shows up. Comes in fire and grabs one of the breads. I actually had the Swiss hold one of these. And in a like that, that's what happened to me this year. Because they're responsible for that. Sadella tries to make these stuff. The kids are the shape and it's so heavy, it's so big. It's almost impossible. Anyway, one grabs it. What happens? When it breaks, you have crumbs that fall to the floor, you get lost. Now you're missing part of the impact, part of the left in the bottom. It's a problem. So, actually, during the class, is before they pull the you see in my hand in this picture, are holding the gazebo in my hand. That's called period. But it's right before that. The gazebo is still on the table. And it's fire and shamas or whatever, grab a piece of bread and left in the phone without this. It breaks it and it gets lost, part of it gets lost. Then you're out of luck. Allah can also But it's like in this picture. Really goes hand about holding up the seating. They really put off the table. We had 2 days ago. How do you think about the table? Fourth day, I walk in. One time you grab 6 breads, next time you grab 6 breads, one time you grab 1 spoon, next another 4 guys for 1 day. They bring it. You grab it and you lose it. Even if you bring them down a little bottle, I go over the oh, shit. Then, when you grab, but you put the position up. It's missing some of the cooker stuff. Some of the meat is missing. That's how I put it on. You can't put the meat on the stack. So here's some of the left of part is missing. You can't put the chicken on the stack. Then we go back there. One of the local chicken knives. These are meat that is damaged. Chicken off the football. Electricity is not required. It's $6 a day. I appreciate people that never look at us. Tomorrow is going to travel. Some of it is missing, some of the bread, some of the stomach is missing. How can you put this in on this day out? Tomorrow, man, on my good, that's what it was. And so it does on that. But if the entire carpet is good, the entire roof is good, you can put it on the back. You can do these on my leg, I don't like it. That was me. I don't know what we should do. I'm saying, well, I'm listening to it. Obviously, I have really only those people. And another guy here in the Yazoo, my new house, he told me a very small kid. Guy takes it up on some video and he breaks it and then 3 crumbs fall to the floor. Oh, it's missing. I'm going to tell you much bigger shit. It's tired of the words. Not a single rose in luck. You can still put, from the resin, you can still put the position on this bed. Right from the case where a few crumbs on this. All the things in this. I feel sorry about it now in the fish stick. You know what that is. I said, Lord, I'm not sure. What do you want? Somebody who has a podcast. The legs, you shine. What's the hell? Why do you somebody to the community? We have coolers when it comes to food. How is the issue doing about it? You know all the things we couldn't see. You should not be sorry. I'm going to get it. It's missing something. So the zebra is going to allow. I'll tell you why you didn't have to. It's hilarious because you're sorry to my mom, though. Maybe I'm more on the zebra. When something's missing, it's like a broken leg. We have a broken leg. Even when people can't get away with a partner that has a broken leg. So this is one of our is a move. We also have other guys that are trying to all over the business that are busting. You guys see the real fucking units are in the teeth. It doesn't say where we're getting the credit card. Well, are you even in the case of Lucas Oimer? What's Lucas Oimer? I'm saying the case of the union, which allows us, for the facade, allows us to be moved to after cover. Oh my God, all I have is this is the facade to my window. I'm all, what's wrong with that? Omar Al-Qiyah says we have one of them songs that should come up. So I'll just take the sugya in 1 second and that's it. We have a 2 sugya that both say that we know I have any flour missing. So that's a bomb cash on rule or a yoga. The yoga says if you have flour missing, it's going to be not good. Depends on where you have 2 sugya. That 2 sugya are a lie against both of the yoga sheets. I remind Dailon. Sheet number 1, focus number 1, was when the flour was missing between the green and the fruits and we were driven to the more. And the focus number 2 was after the fruits of the before that flour where we were missing since we have 2 chicken over here, and they both say you can't have any flour missing, what's 2 chicken? What is enough? 2 chicken. The third of these options is the most common. So now we have let's get it. Or when you're going to have this so much too. It's like your public circle, which is flour, the farm flour. This is going to be sorry that cheese also sorry. This one, the shamba, it's missing a little from the oil, should cost you, from the wood, but the whole the oil, a little bit is missing. Shiny though, another cost, it says when I move from it. I remember once a year, it's cost into it. It's really good little wells to it's missing anything from the milk farm. We're going up. No, Market, right? So normally when you consider something, you fucking really got the flour. Something got flour missing, why do I need that? Wow, the Torah, how many pizza? Look how he's trying to go to the pizza. Torah, these two charts. This one and this one. Oh, so you're going to be wrong? With the usually ready because I didn't both of those stuff. No. Ready to say, how do you fucking pizza? This happens. I already tell you. If you're missing some flour, that's what it's tough. You made it replace it, you know what I mean? Go home and bring more. Don't be good. You play right. You bring more. If not, strange techniques like Torah. And the other one's coming on the second place. You're right. They are talking about this case. It's not like you're saying that it's a right against you. Oh, we're going to explain. Rather than have to come to the way in. Even though you make this pizza, you're not good. Oh, you're right. I saw that people. There's a big fish on both sides. You went ahead and you put those pizza on this guy. What about this? What about all this flour that's left over? You could come on and eat it. The prayer says, you know what, either the Bible you actually have passion, really, and you should have it's not very much anyway. According to what the video present, they can take the pizza and put it on to this day. Is it Shirai not nine up there? But what about the left one? Here you go, nobody says, when they find things pizza, that's the woman's service. But when actually pizza, more goes missing, that's the service man says. Now you can't eat. Now they all know how to eat. As long as that during the pizza on the right shoes, what happens afterwards does it matter? Your body, put it in boy side, wonderful.
Many discuss spreading toward the outer world. Sponsor a share today. NDYsponsor.com. Sponsor NDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi side. Even if you're not sitting there actually disqualified, Rabbi side, we're holding all the way on the bottom of Zion on the base. 2 lines from the bottom. Got it? When we over Rabbi Lazar Hoffman, one of the examples is on Yom Kippur, the client takes the blood of the chatas and he sprinkles it 7 times on the floor. All different procedures. We're doing this path over here. And we say on Yom Kippur, we say achaz, that's the sprinkling of blood. Can he receive that blood of the chatas in 2 different vessels? So Rebbe Lazar is of the opinion that if he receives, let's say, 4 drops worth in one vessel and 3 in the other, no good. Says the Gemara, Umi Omar Rebbe Lazar, did he really say so? But if not, it's amazing, it's beautiful. First of all, very easy daf, a flowing daf. A lot of geschmack stuff. I love this stuff. It's all about, when you check on and double with some different things that we're not very familiar with. And one of them is, did you know that a Kohen Gadol brings a mincha twice a day? Every day, he has to bring a flowery gift to Hashem. And he has to bring the flower from his home, and he puts it in a vessel, and he's sorrowing, and he divides it. Half in the morning, half in the evening. Wait, Mark. This machvas, the minchas machvas, it's called. If you have an over in the Kedosh, you can't sanctify it. You can't make it Kedosh half and half. You're going to be using half in the morning and half in the afternoon. So you think, okay, so I'll make half Kedosh right now. What does it mean Kedosh? When I bring a bag of flour, like I was saying over here, you can flour yesterday. Bring a bag of flour from your home, you bought it in Costco, that's no cushion. But as soon as you put it, now, I could say that I want to make a minchas machvas out of it. So then it will change into, it'll become Kaddish in the Bedek Habayis but I want to elevate the kedusha. I want to make it really covered. So I put it into the vessel. I have a gold bowl. I poured it. Whatever hits the gold bowl becomes covered. I need to pour the entire Yisara into that vessel, and I cannot do half and half. That's what the other says. Loves are all now. He argues. Look, I'm going to put on the mizbeach a half. Says with Lazar, since it's brought two different times, you can make a kaddish two different times. The Avches, Amra, Lisa, and if it's true that the Lazar holds, that you cannot collect the blood. You're going to be sprinkling on your kick around the floor or whatever. The two different vessels. Live with that. Why did you and Lazar say that it's okay to put all the flour in two different vessels? Let's learn blood that you cannot. If your bloods are holy, you cannot put blood in two different vessels. It's in one vessel, so you should learn from there the idea by flour as well. You should learn flour from blood. That's it. We're going to have this concept 2 times on the dot, on the Psalm. And I believe it's only concept in culture. There's certain things that are unique to the Seder culture, and this is one of them. That perhaps you don't learn one thing from the other. Because throughout the Torah you learn one thing from the other. Well, maybe don't learn one from the other. Well, I'm not about proving that he does learn one thing from another. Under the laws of Minchas, much of the Heichal, Shera. That's the Heichal, the red dots. And the blue dots is where you're supposed to do the tweets. You're supposed to take the flour, depending on this, grab 3 fingers worth, puts it in another vessel, etc. That's supposed to be done in Nazareth. What if he didn't do that? He went into a holier place called the Heichal. That's okay. Why? We're going to go back to this one. This is the Shulchan. Also from my very talented artist, Shlomo. Well, it's a combination. We have actually 3 people working. So on the Shulchan, you have 12 breads, looking up on them, and 2 spoonfuls of frankincense, of levina. The way it works is that when you take the levina, you take the 2 spoons and you put them on the stir, then that allows the kohanim to eat the 12 breads. Before you put the levina on the mizbeach, you cannot eat the bread. The levina is a matter, it's a machshir. It allows you to eat the bread. So, the kmitza action is very similar to the bezichon. There's a similarity. The kmitza is what allows you to eat the rest of the bowl of flour by you taking the kmitza, putting it in the bath. So do the bezichon. Where do you do bezichon? Where does this take? This whole video, where it takes place? This. Where is this? Where's the shulchan? The shulchan is placed in the heichal. That's where the shulchan is. In the heichal we have the menorah, we have the shulchan, and we have the mizbeach of prayers. Anything else? Did I miss that? I don't know. So, it's an heichal. So you see that you're allowed to take bezichon from the heichal, so you can do a kmitza in the heichal. So what do you see? You're allowed to learn a mincha, the kmitza, from the lechem hapanim. Says the Gemara, that's not fair. You're learning a kmitza from lechem hapanim. But guess what? Lechem hapanim is also sort of mincha. It's a bread. It's a floury. Is that a word? It comes from flour. So it's like a mincha. I don't want to learn mincha from blood. But just like blood you can't receive in 2 vessels, so too the chavita you can't accept in 2 vessels, you can't learn. More milk from a milk from the hour because we're supposed to really learn milk from a milk of a tanya. Actually, if before they remove the 2 bezichon, you don't have it. But here, I just like to picture the bezichon. I'm going to go to the end of this video. Okay. So again, you take the 2 spoons, you put it on the mizbeach. What happens if before you were able to put it on the mizbeach, somebody took a loaf of bread and broke it in half? Now what happens typically when you break something in half, or a loaf of bread? Different crumbs fall to the floor, you're going to be missing part of the bread. That's a very big problem, because anytime you have missing from the actual mincha, or from the lechem hapanim, it causes a lot of problems. So Here's how to actually make your goodness as possible. If before you're able to remove the 2 spoonfuls, there's already some of the bread missing, I left some puzzle, the aim mackerel of the position. They have a major issue. You can't do anything with the bread. You can't eat the bread, and you can't even put the zika, the levina, on his bread. However, the shirka, once the Kehanim removed, we saw yesterday at a video of 8 Kehanim, remember, 4 bring the new bread, the new bezich, and 4 remove the old. So when the Kehanim removed the old, the bezich, once they remove it, and then the Kohen grabs a loaf of bread and cracks it in half, you should pierce the different stockpile, but if that happened afterwards, I love them also, so you can't eat from the bread because some of it is missing. However, once you remove it, it's even you might feel it's even you can put it on the bread. Oh, Lazar. Lazar. It says, look, here's a map. What do you mean that you keep the zika off the table? It just means that it's the time that you can remove the zika, which is the 6th hour. At that point, even if you didn't take it off, the zika took it off. You're going on there, you don't have to physically take it off. Just be at the right time. So, so you're like, everything in my also means different the laws of learning. One minute from the other, the regular makeup from the retinal part. Like this. So let's consider this a makeup that was missing a little bit of I didn't really missing some of the flowers and do anything with that. So we're also missing a little bit of the retinal part. Some of the bread, like we have local bread, we breaks the bread. We said, oh, it's okay because it's different. 6 hours in a row, everyone's like, about his back. I know, part of the bread is missing. Part of the bread is missing. Can't do the difference. And then, some tomorrow, look, I want to show you the doesn't hold.
So I took my week out, I'm right here natural, and I was in the mall. This black lady walks up to me, she goes, usually I don't like nappy hair, but yours is cute. I was like, bitch, I ain't friendly. Well, that's what I wanted to say, but she had a tattoo on her face, so I was like, it is kind of nappy. So I finished shopping in the mall, and I hate shopping on the budget because I always end up stealing. I just found out that my best friend has been lying to me about her age. I thought we were the same age. And then I realized I was like, wait, we went to the same elementary school together. She was like, no, I was working there. I was like, we had a sleepover at my house. She was like, no, I was working there.
He said it's okay, just continue doing the zika and uncle stuff.
There it is, exactly a minute from Nico and
No,
Larry.
what? You like
I like your son. You're fun. Never seen you here before.
You do
I'll leave it on comedy in LA.
and you're bringing it towards himself. And then some of the flour in the bowl, what you see, they end up being kind of.
I didn't want to give it up.
Some of the flour. Well, so we're also like, I'm fine, happy to continue
You're the
doing
first black comedian I've ever seen.
yeah, like, put it in. No, so we're like, oh,
I'm sure you won't know
like,
growing
oh,
up at the time.
you know, like the other opinion,
I'm being
that
so
some
I
of
get
the
the white
flour
part.
was missing. You could put the
white
things on
part
the back.
you can ask.
The soul, sun, up, and all that part was missing. I put the zika in. Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to tell you that. These are things like sorry, I know they do. You never know how any
I have a song for a black boy. I want to see what I'm talking about. 13 years
Years on the show. Very cool. Where you been? Like, where do you
that's all. They make you punch a lot. You're going on, but you're going to say that that's it. Are you? Since anyway, it's going to be
I don't hang out
half an hour. So you can make it publish half an hour. I'm going to wrap my up with it. Let's just go to the reason you do it. We're going to on the hotel. I'm going to come up and see. This is where we're going to put. The uniform, half an hour.
commercials? Standard or
Okay, uniform, that's it. First, what you do is
you're not joking out here. You know what? Us are still so white. You know, it's like commercials that we white now.
they cutting it out. You remember I moved from Nazis. But you still, it would say moved from Nazis. I wouldn't know this. This is moving on. This I didn't like it. This is you should bring your appetite for hours in the morning, appetite for your baby back home, and bring another house. No, حسيت about what things are in the so you bring the whole thing together and then cut it in half. So what's the question? What will happen is what we say that if you tackle, simplify half and then another half, it's in the first way, it's in the whole thing. That's how you do it. Because if you want to one word, you wouldn't. This that says you can do the whole thing in one shot, it means it's the better way to do it. It's the more effective way to do it. You want to get the most out of the mitzvah, you bring that value and accomplish in one shot. However, if you didn't do it like that, you didn't have enough, you also get a little lower. Only at the beginning of the calculator, actually, the book of Siva, if you look at this puzzle, it says, "V'acher Mashiach Adam lo yasos." Oy lo Hashem, Oy lo So hold on. But no, this book is a prayer that it's a rule. You don't have questions, and there's no way around it. Every time it goes, it's okay. Keep going. That's all. So therefore, what we just said, it's a new so you do higher thing and then cut it. How can you tell me, oh, it's the first choice that's how you should do it. If you have it, you went and you cut it in half, it's okay. It's not okay. It's good for us. You have to do it only one way. Well, let's go to a video on showing this. Also, when you bring it from your house to the Sangha, it should be whole. It should be one piece. This morning when I get sure people, I'm like, what? Bring up. What is the part of here? How you bring the flower from your house and your candles? So the article of David coming in, I looked it up now, right before here, and it says that this show is what it needs to be. It needs to save it. Sanctify it. Published in one shot, the lower level of Kedusha. Then, when you want to make it published, like, what's the word? Not you want to make it the highest level, that's not exactly to say it. The highest level of Kedusha, then you can already separate half and half. So when you're bringing it to begin with, you're bringing it in the Uber.
You know that your best two jokes are out there, and you decided to fund it for 60 seconds.
In one shot, and that's what it's going for. Don't break that up.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
drop the mic.
If you're going to really say,
Never seen somebody drop the mic and then pick it back up to finish their set.
When the tongue over breathes into Stavitim, you can't break it up into two. That's the reason one.
Bring your hands
So
together
if
for
I
my
said,
synchronization.
so this is referring to a white side going forward, this is referring to a regular mincha. Not a mincha. A regular mincha. A person wants to bring a mincha, wants to do a gift packet. She brings it.
That's what happens when somebody doesn't respond. I know this guy's series, one of the veterans on this show, always very smart, funny one-liners, one of our favorites, Dan Nolan, everybody.
Job on everybody. You can do the whole story. It's not covered. Just remember this job. It's not covered. It's not covered. It is.
We're about to be celebrating the year. It's over.
It has to do everything in one shot.
We used to have this sunrise days together. We're just selling to me. It was so annoying. I was like, look, guys, it's ridiculous. You guys are going to buy shirts right now.
Once again, we're going to that site and so all the
This dude the other day, he was saying that he used to have to do gay stuff all the time back when he was addicted to cocaine. I assumed he meant he was prostituting himself again. It turned out not the case. He would just do a bunch of cocaine, and then he would just go do a bunch of gay stuff. When he seriously said this, he goes, I can't even drink a Monster Energy drink while I'm sucking a man's dick. Hey man, that's not the first step. He literally started out trying to be a prostitute though, because I'm worried about rationalizing it or whatever. It's like, hey, anyone want a baby $1,000 to suck her dick?
Once again,
Anybody just got like an old couch they're trying to get rid of?
what is chef?
Alright, cool.
Schlump. Now, Schlump is part of category of fucking tires. There's a lighter category. So not a category, you can take this from the north and the south part of Alberta. In other words, in the entire blue sphere. What happens, you cook it into the haystack. Reserved for special occasions, pirates and for the new money that we raise, for the Ramapan on Shabbos. He goes and sees it, loading up the hay from inside.
Dan's so much fun. I love your style. I love that you smile.
And he uses logic. He says he's
You balance your serial killer
also, how is
with
it? Whoa, this new dotted line
ability,
is
and I
not
think
as
that helps you a
the
lot.
red.
You also just fucking get to your
What's
shit.
wrong with that? The red, we got the whole with that.
Get the material out there.
But production. So it's like you go from that Zara, very holy, go over there, like holy, holy, and the only place in the mountain is the holy, the holy. So if indeed some people want to say that you can separate the God to this place, it's like how to find it. If it's posted in that Zara, it says $1 million.
What happened to those?
This is something you don't know.
Yeah, well, they wanted to wear shorts, but you can't wear shorts.
Looks like
I'm
your
willing
jeans are still on your
one area from another area. If it's good in this area of blue, it's
shoot
also
up into
good
your
in this
kneecaps.
area of red. That's more than you want people
Are
to
those
know.
the jeans that you
You
wore
told
when
me
you
you
were
don't
in
think, you don't know what's going on. You know, I got to the hardship
Your
family.
knees left.
You know why over here,
Some
when
kind
a
of like
person has in
glorious
mind
fucking.
to bring another half a bag of crap in
How
his
do you make
house
your money now?
to add to the work that you say, because you had a money to do it.
Dip suckers.
It's not that he's adding, why you have the house? The first house, he said, I'm going to have another house. That's as if he has a whole thing.
Yeah, well, I got
Back when I was a child, so actually it comes coverage even before he added it. Just the four alone is enough to make it okay. Your lady, say it's possible, right? Say, she was 7 seconds, I think it's me,
Any relation to Nolan Ryan?
the vessel of flour is
So,
all sort of stuff. I have no idea who said it. Is it at home? This vessel that we fill the flour in,
Dan, what else is
you know,
happening?
whole
So you're
calculation,
out there.
it's
What do
really
you do to
about
entertain
close to
yourself?
$10,000.
Imagine that'd be pretty boring. I mean, I go in a few hours without
Today's
smoking.
value. What about the flour of the
I have
vessel?
dry hair, which would probably be all that.
50 cents. Look, the part says, the sorry, it's like very lame. Boom, it's all good. So you know why? Because money is really just a way to get to the
Now,
middle.
have you really sucked it for hair?
But I can say for what? To get to the middle, that's only about it. But what it says over here, look like in the
Have
leg,
you
it's
ever
almost
almost
like
sucked a dick? Have you thought about it for hair? Like when the times were
now,
bad?
if you look in the Gemara, it's parentheses. The right one. So the parentheses here is starting from.
Could you describe the dick you would have
You
sucked?
know that this is not
What
Gemara.
would have been the maximum
Literally,
size
like,
dick that you would have been willing to
I
suck?
don't even know if they're reaching that.
Can
That's why
you
there's
draw
so
it
many
on
places all over the office. And the people like sticks them all out. Or you gotta see. A Mossack is not saying
That's it.
exactly
What else
what
can you pretend to fill it in with? It
Not
looked like
like
you
rice.
looked more like you would just
When
shoot
you
up
time,
the school.
like when you a full vessel all the way to the top of flour, when you don't have intent to fill it up. If you tag right, yeah, you had half a bag of flour, they went up for you. You went to the top, like, you said you should be more
Give it
flour.
up to one half
So
of
it's
the middle.
perfect. As you say, the first part, second part, but you don't have to wait for the
You
second
gotta
part.
pull
Once you
Destiny's
have it
Child
done,
and leave him
fill
behind
it
on
up,
this.
give
You know
out.
what I mean?
It's usually done. As you put it in, it comes
Dan,
from.
so much fun. Anything else for Dan, guys? Steve, what do you think about Dan?
Now remember, like just 7 lines up. Rap says that by a regular minimum, not by the minimum of the congress, by a regular minimum, Mr. Yisrael comes to some English with a half a pound of flour and says, you don't have to do more. You don't have to do more. Is that okay or not? Was it published the first half that he put into the T-shirt? Did he put published or not? So Rap says no, not published. What about
Do you think, like, let's say that, do you think that there's a chance
takes his
that we could
kavikum and breaks it in
go
half?
back,
He
like, if you
he
were, like,
pours half the
successful?
flour for the morning, and then he pours half the flour for the
Think it
afternoon.
would
Is
go
that
to, like,
published or
an
not?
island and just, like,
This is the same thing as a regular minimum. Says Gemara, Rabbi Khabib is not serious. This is what people love me.
Yeah, I just say
That
now,
half and half is
but
good.
not as far as I
You
like
just
those.
hold up a regular minchas natural. Later with Khabib, after he doesn't hold, that you learn a regular mincha from the Bengali mincha that half and half is good. We did it around this and you're so low. He's like, I'm saying that. They would say, I don't learn a regular mincha from the Bengali. I could take flour, put it into a vessel, and put sponge, even though I didn't have the oil yet. Even though I need oil. But it's seen over the lechem upon it. That's how I found by the bread. Bread, the lechem upon bread and the clothes, they don't have oil. What about the little honey? They become published without the flavor. You can see it, and that's why I see a carbon that has to be up in the middle of the carbon. For what? So when flour is ready with honey, but it doesn't have oil and so it just has the flour, it also becomes carbon. And it's in over with us like that. You see that Rob does learn one thing from the other. So if Rob is learning one from the other, and he holds a same bubble, they could split it in half. So you should hold the same thing. But I know those things. Well, not you doing crucified. How come that says that already if they can't take it up? Obviously, yeah, the religious you make as your own, you cannot regular half by a regular crucified level, and so too, you can't take it half by a regular bullfight. Alright, manipulation, you just said. I'm telling you, it's easy stuff here. It's not like these complicated svaras or whatever. It's cool stuff. Rab says that a mincha becomes kaddish. You put the flour into the vessel, even without oil becomes kaddish. That's what it says. She gave it to him like a bunny, found his time like a the money of the bunny, without the pregnancy, she gave it to him with his like that, I'm like, look, but now we just read it. I'm reading it back. She gave it to him with his found his time, the sinners, mincha, because of the Levine, the Levine Shem, and it becomes kaddish. And the Shem of Levine, I believe high. Some do it. The oil. Just the oil itself becomes covered without the oil. And the oil becomes covered without the oil. This one becomes covered by itself.
A lot of things I can't say.
Yeah,
Like if I say certain things,
we need oil. But we
like if I
can't
go out and say, hey, I'm giving it to Ed's mom,
the light,
no one's
turn
gonna
it to the
believe
trailer.
me.
You know that the trailer is one of the practices that when it comes to the cars,
If I were to say,
the blood from
hey,
nothing from
I'm very
finger and thumb,
excited
from
about my flashlight
oil.
coming in the mail,
Oh,
that's
oh,
unbelievable.
you put the rest on his
People
head.
are like, yeah, he's
He's
alone.
here. Rabbeinu,
definitely put the flashlight.
you find that Rabbeinu becomes touched by itself. The lechem apanamas, Rashi, but over here, this is bread. Okay, so you see, this is in the
I realize that I have deep
I
potential. Like I have potential deep down. Like a deep great.
No,
And so I
the
think
only
more
way
women should try to walk me
this is this.
now.
You need all three ingredients.
Because I'm not
You need all three ingredients together to become touched. You need pour the oil, the flour, the
Like Jewish women should definitely walk me.
then you can make it
Look
touch.
at me
You
now
just put the
is a
flour by
great
itself, and
deal.
become touched. Just oil by itself, and
Great
become
deal.
touched. Now, the other thing is celery for 100. Why in the world do you need a special vessel for the Isarim to be holy? If this vessel of Isarim doesn't create use of the flour on its own, because you need the oil and you need the leviner in order to make it holy, then why does the Isarim vessel, the measured flour, why does it have any use at all? Little guy, really funny guy, has use. In other words, later they will put oil and really to this food. He took a simple food, and he poured special oil that he had, and he makes this vessel covered. And what? Every time he puts something in it, it creates busha to that food. For what purpose? What flour needs to be covered? Flour itself can have busha, according to the thing. According to the other people who saw, yes, it has busha. You need to add oil, you need to add the leviner. You're not adding the leviner oil to the Isarim. Isarim just one type measurement of flour. One simple answer. I'm just going to skip the green. The milk has spices. Yeah, there is one milk but the cinnamon that has zero oil, zero leviner. All it has is flour, and that needs a busha. So that's why that's the issue. Well, you want to be black and white. There's the vessel, the golden vessel that holds. They also measure a little bit of shaman. Why does it need to be like this? Because you have to add the shaman together with it. We want to say because you need one space in the that needs oil without anything else, and that needs to be something. I had a few and seven laws. Now we have a pretty strong smoke that, for whatever reason, it's just interesting how he's very talented. Our small guy in the AI department made a whole video on this city. So let's see the city and we understand the video. Paul says, listen, agrees with me. It's not. We have we have a vessel, a measuring cup that's designed for liquid. So any liquid that goes into it becomes covered. What liquid we have in this? We have oil, we have wine, we have water. So those things become covered. When we say that, and any measuring device that's designed specifically with demarcations, let's say, yeah, it's like you have liters and ounces and milliliters. We have certain things that are designed for liquids. And we have, what do we have for we have pounds, and what else do we have? Grams. Some things that are more for solids, yeah? I think we have the same thing in nowadays as well, right? We would have different measurements for liquids and for solids. So you have different. You have special measuring devices for this and this for liquids, and special measuring devices for solids. So the question is, what if you decided to measure solids like flour in a measuring cup that was specifically for liquid? Does it work? Does it give it kedusha? It says no. No. If it's designed for liquid, it cannot give any kedusha to dry goods. Well, it didn't say of it. And a measuring device for the dry goods cannot give any kedusha to liquid. Here comes who's only for liquid. I was right and catches the sales. It was made when they received the blood out of the animal's neck, they would take it in the mizrah, which is a cone-shaped device, which was designed that you cannot put it down. Since the bottom is straight, you can't put it down. You put it down, it's straight. They didn't want to put it down, they didn't want it to rest, they didn't want it to blood, so you just Just say, hello, it's good to be here tonight. Which is actually a queen. It's a vessel that contains blood, liquid. Yeah, you put some flour in it. Sound like I did speech therapy for like 15 years. Those guys are like, you can relay sailor through the here's the puzzle. Oh, you know, Mincha but Mincha is actually considered liquid. Why? I don't know how you would view it. What do you use those? You go a liquid or a solid? Like baby talk accent. And what's going to say salad? What? No, you're right. So it could be that it is used in the point to get the oil at the bottom and the top and up and again. It is more than liquid. But you understand it's a liquid. This is only the other. That is bad. In the even if you're going to mix it up, you don't have great mixing devices, mixing band. So you're always going to have like a lump of flour somewhere. You know, they couldn't get that liquid in there. And that will become wake up that the dough is liquid. And if it's liquid, you can put it into a liquid measuring device that can give it juice. But guess what? Every milk carton is one here and there. And they're going to be very large though. Very small. Really bringing out the show business. 10 grains of flour. Which is good. And the very good. So, 10 grains, whatever, small little lump, it doesn't have liquid in it, so that wouldn't be competitive, in a liquid measuring device. So you say like this. First of all, you cannot use this milk car that has a lot of water in it, it's very liquidy as liquid, because it's hard to go in that way. Second of all, we've already said milk, that we down. He already down. And it used to be worse when you were younger, like when you see all like in the video, blood and sugar machine. I remember being in. You're able to see behind the scenes. So, blood is very liquidy, and dough is not liquidy as liquidy as blood. So yes, it might be, you can consider it a liquid, but it's not liquid when you compare it to blood. The boy side have a wonderful. What do they say it's from? Like just brain shatters and like just essentially you were
spread it all throughout the world. Trying to assure today. Everyone are the best. One of the most fun drug comedians in the entire country. He's Josh Martin. He's at Josh Martin Comic. Works here at the comedy store, working his way up, getting discovered by some of the funniest comedians.
What do you have, boys?
Fun fact about Josh Martin is the first night I met him, I was supposed to see him so hard.
So it goes like, oh, time of that's meaning round. We're talking about like 20 lines from your body. Again, love is the learning stage that if you stroke, those pizza, it takes, this is the bowl.
I always knew that he could be this guy.
If you stroke, it takes the food from your bowl. It's no good. So you put it back into the bowl. Submission mentions a whole list of like people, says tomorrow.
Bad example, guys.
It's because Rob said he could put it back in. And I thought that I made the sharp shooting for some say. I'm kidding that the only reason you put back in is if you do it to your left. You left that, you can put it back in and start over. What if you strong like this? What if I'm not another? You can't. That's what I was thinking. When is
that shirt the lining of like the chocolates box or something?
We're looking for regulars in place that the feet of the Israelis the ancient comic response. You messed up, you left that, put it back in, start over with it.
He's our median, everybody. We know this guy. He's been doing the show since it started. He's probably on
from the same phone.
He's been in New York City for like 8 or 9 months. He's back.
So it's obvious that the message is pretty only from the left hand is the right, it's becoming that he's strong and right, and we love him to support it. I love this man. Oh, I love him actually last year. That's what I'm going to do. When can you return it? In all situations, even if you did the Krisa and put it into the smaller second vessel, which gives the dusha to that Misha. So which means with your right hand, well, you're in Misha. Which means with your right hand, put it in the small vessel, it becomes color. Take that, dump it back into the original bowl and start all over this. We kill it without putting mind in Tanoi, and this comes to say differently, to exclude these Tanoi. Let's say the signing with Yosef and Yasser, Rabbi Yehuda Nachman, Rabbi Yosef, the son of Yosef and Yasser, and Rabbi Yehuda Nachman say, by the way, Yehuda Nachman, I heard once, it's not such a big thing. That is that his table was so beautiful, like fresh bagels. It wasn't necessarily a bagel. But then when I'm going to come out with Kiddush, they say differently when we just said that even if it goes to the second clean, you just don't use it. No. When can you use the little pizzas only if you didn't put it in the second clean? Put it in clean, also that's two, and you can't do anything. You get on me? And some say, come out in, Kiddush, Lord. After you did, in Rav. Come out in, Kiddush, Lord. Not like we said before, that if you put it in the kli, that it's okay. Rav said, no, if you put it in the kli, it's not. And he fits right in with Yossi, with Yossi, with Yosef and Yosef, with Yehuda Nachman. They go hand in hand. If you use the pizza, if you don't put it into the show, you just put it directly back into the original bowl. But if you put it in the second bowl, it becomes also what is pizza? So you're able to bring
If you've been in New York City, what's happening? What's going on with life? How do you make your money?
Usually it's a gift. You're going to put it on the staff, you put it flour. Sometimes you add a little oil, you add a little fragrances, levina. Sometimes it's plain, it's just flour. The procedure is as follows. Let me show you. Here it goes. This is an older AI video. It gets better. That's a whole day.
What was that?
I don't like that. Hey, how are you?
Well, you've been in New York City. What's different than New York to you? About New York?
what those? Where you have a safer? No, that's not it. So having both those. You're probably going to want to see this screw. So, what you saw over here, basically, the client sticks his hand into the flour, and with his fingers, he grabs flour, that's the mincha. Then whatever you have to add, you add oil on the bottom, flour on top, and more oil, and frankincense. But this right over here, these fingers work, that is the kmitza, that goes underneath there. That is the mak, the rest, the pregnancy. So now that, Rob says, Rob says that if you straw, let's say you straw Johnson, and you get a pizza, then you just return it right back to the bowl. You put the pizza right back to the bowl. So the other point is exactly what's going on.
That's a really good game voice.
What happens if he doesn't put it in the bowl? He puts it in the second bowl. Now, I don't know if you know this. Let's go back over here. Okay. You see, now he's taking the pizza. What does he do with it? He puts it into a second vessel. It's in one kisharis. This is the first vessel has kisha, and he takes that in 2 fingers worth and he puts it into a second vessel. There's machlokes, and once you put it into the second vessel, then you return it to the first one. Once you take the pizza from here, Rav says, even if he straw takes it and he messes up, put it right back, and then let the kind start all over again. But if you put it into the second smaller vessel, you can't do that. That's one sheet. All right. Now we're holding bad ones from the top. Like bubble. Massive way up now. I just found out what exactly you said.
Have a good 60
It's
job.
just sitting on lately.
It's on Twitter. Alien.
One of the 4 central of
One old Kiltony favorites been pulled out of abundance. And I for sure,
they love us.
it's like
The central of it's going to find us. What about the
bad
kids?
handwriting
You
on the
know what?
last name.
Putting his hand in
Try
and grabbing
Jesse,
his fingers. How about that? The other one not the tree in the habit. So this here is putting another tree in it. Oh.
It goes that dice is maybe.
I'm getting sure
They would not expect me. That'd be like a major blow to ice. They would not expect me to do this in their days, but I am.
Mike is alright.
I don't really smoke weed anymore at all because I'm like going to like
So what difference is if you put it to clear or not? By him putting his hand into the clear and going like this, he did not avoid that. It should be possible. He makes his pursuing a lot of it, but it doesn't count for
I
anything.
swear to God,
The other one not to clean out, so then he dumps it into a second vessel. So what good is it? Why is that a problem? Why would you say that putting the second key?
because everyone's like a big diuretic.
Hold on, I'm not going to lie to my buddy.
Like right after
This is that way. So it says something very interesting. It's a combination. It's not a complete upgrade. It's let's say 50%. Are you putting your hand in the grab? The second part is when you change to the police. That's the second thing. So it is an upgrade, but it's not a complete upgrade. Therefore, when by instruction, you can get 50%. It's not possible. But when you dump something for the second three, then he finishes it off. Boom. Then it becomes a complete upgrade. Then it becomes possible. You can't use it. This is a golden vessel. This has a cliche. This is a cliche. So you don't
Yeah, I got a better one now. Yeah, it's a really empty one.
you put 50% of it. Then it goes, it's right back to where it started. So we can use it.
They'll get anyone. They'll get anyone to fucking parlay you. I swear to God.
There's the competition. See the future. And now you want it. So that says, if you put it back in here, where does it fall? It falls on top of the flour. When it falls back on the flower, how can it have the issue? In order for it to have the issue, it has to fall into the vessel. It fall into the vessel, fell into the other flower. So what it says is
That's Courtney. She just in love with me because
out there, we have two items that are the same. One is the same. It's flower, then it's not a pizza. So it's as if when you put the pizza back in the bowl, on top of flour, it's as if it's hit the bottom of the flea, because the flour that it fell on is not going to provide value separation between the flea and that it's still good. So the question is, let's go back to the question. When you straw, what about guidance policy? If you straw or if you lost your postulated that day, and onion, that's for you. So all these things are possible. Doing that right up, so you put it around there, and then that's it. Just put it back, it's not all, you just figure out all the flour start. Why? If you put it back here, you get it covered. You can make it other the other is good. The shard is clean, you have to worry about it. So if you put it in, you have it cut. All the shards to make it covered. You have to have it covered. Everything in Judaism is in the mind. Everything. If you don't think,
so I don't do that anymore. I don't do it anymore.
Take something that's possible and make it fuzzy so you can put it on the shelf. Your button there is going to be open on the church, but you got your two of them part of it. Well, no, you got you. If you open close your stuff, your stuff doesn't make it do shit. Well, here you see that with the putting things, this non-good pizza that was done by your strong, it makes it sound if you have the right ingredients. She says, I'm away, actually, you have to make it distinct. What the other is saying is that's not other than not, put it on the spot. If it is fuckish enough, make it possible. So now you know, man, you go to zero, you get substitution. Oh. So, you know, let me show you what you did. Here's a piece of bullshit. You guys see it? Piece of bullshit. Meaning, it's overflowing. There's a big heat over there. And you feel what? That's why there's no bullshit, because it's outside of the cleat. The cleat, in order for a cleat to make it touch, it has to be within the rim. It can't be above the rim. Someone says, oh, we can see you coming. If that's the case, how do you do pizza? You put pizza from the big heat, which is not in a cleat, which is not a good pizza. Hello, so we have to retract a little bit. Which is zero in the piece of the food.
Like a secret agent, that would be tight.
That was, you put it back, and it's very full like this. We're going to get it back. Okay.
I don't know, it's something. It's got its own thing to it. He just commits to it.
It's even the comments though of the Kuma. Right? This is always the time. Like,
you know what's tight? It's like pattern really
but then I give it like 5 sleep. Okay, so this is the flower, yeah? He puts his hand in like this, straight in.
and he hates me because of this.
3, 3, 0. Okay. So what happened? You guys see the hole? There's the hole. So when you put it back in, you put it right back into the hole. So it's great. But it's in the sleep. It has to be below the rim. Tell me, oh, it's not below the rim because it's very thick. Okay, but when you put this pizza in like this, you need a giant hole. And then when you put it back, it could be wraps and put it back. So it's right back in the hole.
That's definitely an East Side comic. Cute BB apple pie.
Here's that.
You guys having fun out there? How you guys doing? Crazy. Anything can happen. I'd like to give a shout out to Steph Curry sitting in the middle of the room right here. You know, that's how popular our show has gotten. The actual Steph Curry comes in wearing his jersey.
See?
Just to watch this show.
This is a fucking
He's proud to be such a Kotoni fan. He proudly wears his jersey because he wants you to know that Steph Curry wants to go. This is always fun now. This is a new one, and it's always fun. I've always said this anytime it's one word. Anytime it's one word, it's always interesting as fuck. Put your hands together for Cruz.
You see now with the low, the red.
What's up, everybody? Just when I picked up a bad habit, I started shoplifting out of spite.
I used to
get upset at the grocery store.
What happened by itself?
Not anymore.
What do you say?
Just in another place.
You
I'm
should
at Arco's, man, for gas. I'm into Arco for about 60 less in gas, but if I pay ATM card, they come back and let charge me for 35 cents to use my ATM.
The Nasa to me should 0 out of 10. It's as if a monkey put it back.
5-hour energy.
We actually have
I didn't get mad at Arco. Just 5-hour energy. 35 cents.
In other words, you didn't put the flour into the hole. You just took it like this, and it kind of, it's like an after effect. I don't exactly understand the smell. I thought it was truth, but that's what the Gemara says.
I was at the grocery store. The other thing I do when I'm at the grocery store, the self-checkout, right? I roll to
Actually,
swipe roll. You guys
of course, it's not a question.
I swipe an app twice.
Well,
Scan.
don't you zero
Shit's
to
right
that
there.
minute
Goes
when
right back.
what do you want? Say, when you take that minute,
Okey-dokey.
put it back in.
I mean, I think we know what happened
Make
there.
it heavy on the spine.
I think
That's your
Jesse
rule.
Molasses
Why?
fucking buried you, man.
No, but
I
I
think
have no
that's what
right to
happened.
do
Chris, you
that.
got your two
Put it
biggest
back in
laughs
here.
on. Nope, and that
It
didn't
should
work.
be ruined because the fact is this thing is a good start. It's a golden green. It's a vessel that has a deep sharp. Anything you put in it comes from it. So anything you straw, I put it back in, it comes out. It's ruined. He says, oh,
I'm not doing it, man.
I know the way to steal my stuff. And you're like, well, I get this
I'm
now.
gonna hold it.
And
Put
it's
it back
like,
in.
yes,
It
not him.
didn't have any
It's like
function.
3 or 4 shoplifting jokes already. Yeah, I just chose better
The
than
most
some.
internet to
I
that.
thought about that,
That's
but
not a
I
problem.
was like, well,
This vessel is
I don't
going
get
to be
admitted.
no.
You know?
Once you're
You're
admitted, just gonna die.
You don't, a couple doesn't have to hold it. That's what you want. Over there, not just the side of the you actually touch the part. A question that we have.
I also think it's tough, you know, I mean, less than, you know, about 24 hours ago, you
It's
were
almost
in
like
coaching.
ADD solo. It's almost like your mom saying, like, oh, you do this all the time.
It's 20th time I heard
It's
that
like,
already.
when you have a story, you know,
It's like, look,
It's like five comics that asked me that earlier today.
yeah, that's how it goes. When you look
Exactly what
exactly
happened.
like somebody that everybody
Look
just
how
saw
it
the day
works.
before.
He says,
That's
this is
what
a question that
happens.
we have.
But yeah,
You read that, come in the knuckles there up there.
that's fun though.
Because with the BD, was literally enough of this is the second though.
I own a cabinet shop. I
That's
go get
tomorrow.
yeah.
Before we
Oh yeah, that's
go
right.
any further, this is the funny. Abini is the Rebbe.
Do you have more fun
Abini lives in
building
his house.
kitchen cabinets than you do when
Remember,
you're
his,
making a holiday?
as they once said, his face totally, badly, interesting words. I got beat up
What do you guys think?
physically or
Kitchen
verbally
cabinet?
from Abini, my Rebbe. I love those
Right
schmeichel.
here.
Because I forgot something. All the hackers in Turkey,
Put it out. The
they,
biggest life out.
the orphans have to shave that like that. And we want to take some of the inheritance and sell it to pay back the debt. We want to get the highest price, most value for their whatever it's on. So what do? We announce it for 30 days, or we announce it for 60 days. Chain commission only on Mondays and Tuesdays. So we do that for 60 days. That adds up to 18. Yeah. So this way you could
I was thinking that as I was running up, I was like, fuck. I
let's say if you do a Hazara tomorrow, if you took this down and you reviewed it
So
10
now I
times in a
fucked
row
up.
in one
I
day,
fucked up at that moment.
it would be much less effective than doing it like every other day,
You know what?
once a week.
Let's just start
Like
off
5
with
times
let's make
once a
you
week
cabinets.
is much better than 10 times. And that's the same thing over here. They announce it 30 days in a row. it's not as powerful as announcing 18 times over the course of 60 days.
Yeah.
But now we're like smacking middle something. Rapista got smacked by Vini because he forgot just how long.
Cruz is on Twitter at El
You see
Rojo.
what this is actually understood.
Wrestling and spelled.
More explains, so I was possible that Vini learned enough of his
Emotional.
Something about Vini and Seth.
For you romantics in the
He
audience,
nuzzle
like a
He went to Rapista supposed to learn. I thought it was fascinating.
another name out. Here we go again. Joel Jimenez.
He got a small one. He forgot to, out of the set, he just beat up on him. Okay.
Oh, is it hot in here or is it just me having a full-blown panic attack?
He's the ready star of the company. He's something up. Somehow, I think this is he's one. This line right over there. Somehow, how can we stand to listen to that?
A really nervous person.
By me,
Well, the first time I ever climaxed from masturbating, I was 12 years old.
Whatever it is, I'll have 4.
And I audibly said the words, "Oh no, I've gone too far."
He points literally like that. See that hole right over there? Like that. That's what he does. Something like that.
Sitting reverse coward on the toilet.
I was saying that's a great plea. I didn't say like that on the floor. Okay, let's do it.
Was the only way I could do it.
Okay, so kids are catching someone up.
Put Vaseline in my butt.
The
Nothing went up there. I think I just wanted to feel slippery.
and I want to put it into a plate.
Yeah,
Make it
all
like
the
I brought some home. I brought a bag of flour. I want to put it through that every day.
It's the first time of the show, right? Nice to meet you, buddy.
That's
I'll
the
leave it on stand-up.
About
4 years. Very good.
use something that's on the floor. No, I'm not going to cut it. We're talking floors and playing about the
Oh, that's so cool. Baby Boys is Matt Reagan's band, and I am a huge fan.
One player is the whole big three. Another player is the hand. And a third player is the whole the second play.
Yeah, Joel, it's very kind of you. That is very, very opening.
So what's the
Very
curious?
good.
Every morning and every afternoon, we do something like that. 7 days a week, 365. They brought a topic.
So he's your joker in your lawyer? Oh my God, are you talking about very insulating? Let me tell you more about Joel. Now I know.
When you take the pizza, you put it in the vessel. I'm worried about I'm not good. You take the vessel of the pizza and you really put it in his back. I'm not putting it on his back. I'm not going to back it up on. That's the initial people we're not going to go into it that are playing. As you do one of these things, the central elements you can have in mind that's going to get it in 3 days. By doing so, you will.
The kids hate me.
You can
Why
always
is that? Because if you're under 18, you have to wear a helmet, and I enforce helmets.
It's over. And if you what he did, he gets hurt.
It was like in bubble letters too, like it was like 6 feet long, and then Joel was like 6 feet tall, and then another rep had a giant dick on it. Fuck Joel's car floor into that park and like anything else.
What's that lump? Pizza from a plate that's on the ground.
So there's that. That's the motivated tipsy where they live. But now I'm kind of like, well, I like the hoverboard kids because they're not like retired from skateboarding. Anything the skateboard kids don't like, I can relate to now. So the hoverboard kids, they just want to have a good time rolling around. Always close your eyes when you talk. It's very good. I just be right now. I don't know. I've never noticed that. I'll pay attention.
Four.
So funny. You're like this hybrid of like a side like all comedian, but also there's like something so like 1920s. Thank you.
These guys, this one,
Every woman, that's how
another two people lifting up the table.
How long have you worked at a skate park? Because that seems like the kind of job
similar
you have for a
pizza
very long
where
time.
9 years.
Clay has to pull the meat while you do
The
the
first,
pizza.
I got the job when I was like 20, and that was great. I was like, yes.
It actually
The
explains
older I got, the more the job, man, I started being a lot more anal about the rules, and then that's what
those
failed.
sprinkles of lasagna is what allows the banana to eat
I'm fucking
from
so
the
out of my own head listening to the podcast. I
So
love
we
the
call them mountain.
It's not even a city.
When
So
you
Joel, what's something
work
crazy that
those,
you've seen in this
then
state?
you're able to eat the bread.
Stick out like this.
It's the same thing as Rashi when it comes to pizza. When I go like this, I put my hand in it. Then it allows the bread to eat the rest of
Hey,
the
hey,
flour.
dude, I wasn't there, but I heard this story. This ex-marine
You know what I'm saying?
I think he had a little bit of PTSD. He came and that's when he told me to wear the helmet. He got the helmet and he said,
Rashi says over there, so this is Rashi.
and he got in his
Oh,
fight
love you know,
after it. I never saw him again.
the reason why it's not mentioned maybe
He's
says
like they're
Rashi.
18 and
No.
The reason
There's
why
a little
lifting a
backstory on
table
that.
is not so
This kid
important.
cracked his head, and then after that, everybody had to wear a
It's not
helmet.
about
And we figured out that if you're over 18,
But maybe
you
an
can
economic.
So that was during the time when everybody had to wear a helmet.
Tomorrow, wait a minute. You got me husband laying off his new example. On a morale, when he said it's not part of the list, you're only talking about Alberta, we're not talking about the Quran.
Can't they go anywhere else? Like that is
How can
stairs
you
and
don't
stuff?
get more?
Yes, I told them that all the time. They're like, fuck you, Joel, we hate you. Get out of here, you're funny.
Or do this, or do that. Don't you think? Because it's a man fighting with the table, sitting mentioning. The miso, this one idea. You know, when you preach, I got the carcass, man, you see the meats on the keys, on the carta, on the ground, on the table. You don't need to sign the whole thing. That's how we started off this video. I'm a Rava. 6 hours in the top. She can leave, come to the police, I got the
I'm
carcass.
gonna have a panic attack because the kids are gonna hear that I went to the cannabis hub and then I'm gonna
Whole flour,
I try to keep it like
you
NK5.
don't need another
I wish I could have just
Why? She gave it to you, but she was busy. You saw, you already proved it from the shirt.
Yes, I've had a girlfriend for the
There's
last
nobody
11
with the
years.
table over there, and she took off
I know how to commit, dude.
next. You constantly come to teach us when I go home and I bring a bag of flour from my pantry,
She works at a spa.
I need to make it cover. Even though I say, by the way, when I say that this bag of flour is ready to be a milk, so it doesn't become polished a little bit. It
Does
becomes,
she do massages?
uh,
No, she runs the desk and stuff. She does all the, she to make sure
I need to put it into
doesn't matter.
the shards. How do I do that? If I'm doing it, I put it into two shards, it's on the ground.
Well, Joel, very nice to meet you. Welcome to the great
See,
job.
this is
Very
the
good.
Thank you guys. This is really fun.
you take the
It's
you put it in the short one, it's not even have to roll. So Rava
That's the.
is something that I don't know. Kiddush is not. When, what's the process again? There's a large bowl. I put my hand in the large bowl, 3 fingers worth, and put it into the
Jeez,
small
I
bowl.
thought you were ramping up to a better skateboarding job.
That small bowl, does the pineapple to hold it or not? What's the question? No. And usually I'll do them, I learned from the lesson things that we just established, like the pizza, and I can put the flour in the bowl on the ground. So
I
it's
pulled another name
the
out of
second
the
part
fucking
of
very against good.
when you
Pink
got me
font, pink
the
handwriting.
or I learned from
And a
all that.
Valenzuela.
All that. So when you tell them, you get to make it trust the animal, you have to spoil everything, right? You have to
So
grab
I
the
was
blood
having
with
sex
the
with my
two shards.
ex-boyfriend
So
and he had a
those two shards in that
stroke.
blood,
That's
the
right, I
final
blew
thing,
that
you
motherfucker's
grab it and
mind.
sprinkle it on his bed. That a coin has to be old. You can't have a
You would think that would never
piece
happen
sitting on the
again.
ground grabbing the
But,
blood. Coin has to be old.
I went on a date with somebody, and 2 days later,
So the question is,
he died.
and what is the question?
Fun fact
I was
about
gonna ask
that,
this, but I don't.
he worked
I
for the
mentioned
show
it before, I
House.
mentioned it again.
He was shot on location.
This process of taking pizza from flour
Thank you.
mimics a carving. A carving
Now,
has
here's the
4
deal.
houses.
Again,
Pizza,
that can never happen, right?
Kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha,
Went on a
moving
date.
the blood through his bath,
A couple weeks
Zrika,
later, the guy was
pouring
found
the
dead
blood
in his
on his bed.
apartment.
So too, by
So
pizza.
here's the deal.
Yeah.
Either I'm comedically unlucky and kill Tony is
You have the
exactly
pizza,
where I need
which
to be
is
right now,
similar to
because
pizza.
my life's already
You
a
have
fucking joke.
you taking
Or
that
I'm
pizza, putting
ground
it in
zero
small
for the
vessel, that's
fastest
Kabbalah.
acting
It's
SUV
like
you have
receiving his
ever
blood,
encountered.
Kabbalah. Then the tongue takes that small vessel,
Okay.
moves it to his bed. That's a lot. Then he puts it on his bath, that's a shot. That's a Zrika. So, when it's also, we got, you have to, so this idea of the commutes into a bowl to simulate a bowl of down. And down, we know that a part wants to be always free when you receive the blood. So too, the bleeds.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
that's my ex-boyfriend. He's still alive.
this to me,
Yeah, maybe I should have said that.
flower is thinking because 1.5 fingers worth in one vessel, 1.5 fingers worth in another vessel. That's good.
He came and he went blind.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You're not putting on my finger coverage.
You sound like you're
That's
like
good.
had a fucking curse or something.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point.
They have got the Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah.
Like the blood, the blood in the small vessel.
Yeah.
He should learn from that. He should learn from blood, and like blood is so good.
Pussy's that good, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You really believe that? Do
You
you
are
think that you're, do you really think that you're special? So special that people are dying afterwards. Like, oh, no, everything that I could possibly do.
No, but it's something you need to be. And so it's, well, I mean, like, obviously those events happening in that order, that's unique. And so when I say it on stage, I feel like it's different.
Wow, you're
This is
dangerous.
by
I mean,
Paraguna. It is.
yeah, that's, I mean, I guess there's no joking. People dying that you're just kind of like freaking out, right? Yeah, like, you're basically just reading a bunch of obituaries, really.
And they will dunk it into the Paraguna water. It has it's mixed with water. It's not that violent, but they spray the guy with the. So now what happens? More?
So, the one that died, so the pop's thing was a joke. That was shot on vacation,
Yeah.
right? So that's a joke.
He's
So,
got
yeah.
He worked for the shrimp house.
What is it? You see, guys, I come on, you need to put water in one
This
vessel.
story, I remember this headline. When you said that, now I'm thinking, oh my god,
His
this
name
is
was
a nice guy.
He was a super nice
People
guy.
that said,
We saw Nick Cave and Ben
what
Seeds
about
together. It was a beer
the
break.
scene? Everything about the Paraguma we know, the halacha which Allah that's it, there's no the halacha which we see that tells us you have to do it so. And you can't learn anything else from or Jim Husband dying on September 9th. But that's not. That's Paraguma says the word September 9th and it teaches us we have got enough water. You can't use kitchen vessels. That's all you want. Okay, now we're going to say we talk about that. So to my blood, it says the same word as you so I would know that you can use two vessels as we want.
Yeah. He was found at his apartment.
So it'd be funny if you're just like the third guy, yeah, I just killed that one.
I just killed him. Yeah, that's true. That's really true. That was it. We're not 100% sure. Yeah, he had a lot of problems. Like Dan, I don't know.
The cobalt, when
So
the
he
Kohen,
program.
here, let me show you.
It was for a while, but it became really fucked up for everyone. So
In the A-hole, you know, I mean, people will say, that's this right over here.
so he just went out on a
He
date.
takes blood, dunks his fingers
Yeah,
in the
for
blood,
sure, for sure.
and
He is
kills it
dead
in 4,
anyway.
7 in a row.
He did it to himself.
No.
This is a bummer. I think I should just abandon the whole bit. That's how I feel.
He was like, you can't do this.
There's a way she could probably do it.
You can't
Yeah, you
take
could
the
like
blood
around
that's
it.
on the edge. You gotta stick it right into the jar.
The kind of
But
blows
no,
mine.
she had a lot of feeling in part. She left out all the 7 drops of blood in that one vessel. You can't have one vessel that's 3 drops and
We're
all
in the
the
shower.
vessels
We're
4.
having sex.
It doesn't
He took
work.
a
All
final
of
that
you
night too.
the
The final. He was in
want. It's in the second.
Wow, after the
Who's more
stroke.
is it going to be?
Yeah.
How about is it going to be?
If it was a real stroke,
Yeah.
it's the hospital. I mean, I've had sex in the shower where it's gotten so hot where I had to go stop and go lay down on the bathroom floor. Right?
I think that even if you don't have enough
Excited
blood,
about it. Were you
it's
guys
all
fucking each other?
But how about that? You need in that one vessel, you need all 7.
You guys live like next to each
What
other?
do I got? I mean, I'm this happen. I've been they go around like this, I'll be
That's
over.
the worst too. Like I've had that happen a few times where I've just kind of fainted.
But I don't
It sounds like you have a lot of awkward funerals coming up.
Yeah, I went to two guys that died.
I went to Shirai Shabbat's house.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Really weird second date option,
She
by
ran
the way,
to
for
that
the first guy.
Put your finger into
Are you
the
okay for this? I mean, 3 in a row. I mean, like,
It was about like 6 months
they
before I
could
started
go
doing
again.
comedy. So,
You have enough
you know,
blood to do the second one. No. In
but
fact,
I
it's on the
think
art
that
school.
I I don't know. It's an interesting experience. It's really good value of life. And
Archie says you have to wipe your fingers down every time you clean between your starches. I don't know where they got it from. I don't see them actually. And I would give Mara. I was going to get rid of it. But if you have to wipe it down, and this is interesting enough when we discuss a lot in talking, and that is some of the blood from the department goes on the plates garment. There's a field to watch. You must watch the blood.
I agree. That wasn't my strongest performance. I think I've done this before. I did better last time.
Actually, he's telling people if it's before you did any of the sprinkles, you have to wash.
I work at a birth treatment center.
It's not right.
Yeah, I'm like a house mom
But
at a
let's
school.
understand.
And then
My lab actually come on his office.
And you had sex 60s
This
and
two
but not any
factors finished
problem.
with
And
the
then
should
when
run
the
on
stroke
us.
happened.
Before you
That
finish,
was
you have
probably
to
2.5 years ago.
I mean, oh, this rhymes with
So you
that.
had
Oh, see from
Three
here,
strokes.
that if you didn't
chilled
finish,
the water forever.
then she ran through that goodness.
Stay like
You
that.
want? Why do you
I know the models
telling
that
me?
do this keep
Why
it
do
up.
you telling me that this comes from
Okay,
everything?
we're gonna move on. They say,
Yeah.
what's your Twitter handle if you want to
Actually,
send
yes,
some?
and the other
is
girl
fun.
comes to you.
Okay,
To me, we're
sometimes.
talking about teaching
Enemy is
sprinkles.
fun.
And you have to break it down to 7 different sprinkles.
Enemy is
Just like
fun.
when the other
Enemy is
sprinkles
fun.
you. And each
Enemy
and
is
every
fun.
one. You get to see your own. And then it got your clothing
It's all
dirty.
happening. It's all
Then you
happening.
have to
Flying
watch
through
it.
it. Here we go again.
Once you went like
Oh,
this,
I
sprinkle
went to
this,
school with a guy
and
that
that
has this
individual
name. I
one,
wonder
then you don't have to watch it. Think about it. Some of the houses do not really do social parts. The way to work is, you take your hand and wipe your hand down on the parapet. Why? Because later on, you're going to burn the entire
So I was
parapet.
watching an Army commercial the other day, and they had this
So,
guy on there, and he was like, when I was in Afghanistan, I worked with
so
heavy
you
machinery.
want everything to be burned, including all the blood that's left over.
And I got
You
super
burn, have you
motivated. I was
burn?
like, fuck yeah,
And those
soldier Steve.
kind of nasty.
And I started thinking, I was like,
The bloody
I was in
hand.
the military.
You go like this on the car. I'll tell you why it's nasty in 20 seconds.
But if I started talking about the things that I did that I read, I think that my commercial would get some letters.
Doctor,
Because my
you
goal is
completely
my kids
finished.
would be like,
If not,
my name's Dan.
You
When
don't-
I was in the Marine Corps and I
you
read,
don't like your
every
head.
day I
And
used
then
to
you don't
masturbate
like
while
your
wearing
head.
night vision goggles.
No, you're right.
If you
It's
didn't
a
know,
good
you
thing
check,
you
you think that
said.
shit
It
was
seems
up
like
growing.
in between
And
fingers,
it
like
kind of
fingers,
scares you.
you're doing fingers. No, I'm not looking at the other. You finished,
I'm not
put
telling
your
that
hand
joke,
down
but
on
you look in the crowd,
the
people are like,
If
this
you
is
didn't finish the
big
finger,
nuts down
because
his part.
it's bar, you must wash your fingers down, like we say. You have to wipe your finger down. Well, maybe that's where the article got it.
I had a
It's a
discussion
man
with
that
a
you have to
homeless
wipe your
person,
finger
and
off.
I didn't know how to get out of it. And I found out how you do it. And they start talking to you about their mothership and shit.
I understand why you have to wipe your hand down on the child to see the article for later.
Just come back crazy, crazy.
Hell, the government can have the balls and money from their ass.
Well, you've been in Santa, Dan.
How are you going to the right between them? Last week, pause. You're not by the top. The cow is down there. You're on top. Seems like you're doing the sprinkles on different places, right?
I love that.
So I'm going to make you go in between each one of these 7 sprinkles. You go up and down the mountain. This is how it is. Right? When you do this. This right over here is on how it is. Facing the door gate. I'm going to make you go up and down. We, and it's not at a different side, right? It's a different side.
You can get more
Yeah,
shit out like
you
that.
know, right? You see it on the couch when you look at this.
Miko's USO shows. Have you ever done any of those?
No, when I was in Iraq, like my job,
So you're gonna get your material over.
like
You're
a
gonna
day
get
at a
here.
time. So
So
like
how do you
that's how I started
well?
coming.
How do you
Was that
how
like
do you
my
clean it?
CO?
You're right. You don't wipe it down
So
on
I
the
had
towel.
like
You
my
wipe it
first
down
aid bath.
on
So
the
like I
vessel
got stopped.
on
We
the
did everything
vessel.
that's what I did. So
It's it. The fire is off. The fire is nothing off.
I'm serious.
Wipe
I
it
like, yeah,
down.
there's no like
The
how
both
I
sides.
Like I saved all these kids. Like, oh, I told Nick Jones, keeping them around. It's amazing. It's really good. Yeah, it's good.
Spreading through the opposite. Trying to assure today.
well, like everybody did it. The guy, someone told me about it. I don't remember it. You could, man, sand and it keeps it fucking tight.
I love that. It's so nice to meet you. We need to go on now.
I'm security at the Whiskey Shop.
Boys side, you are the boys side where you are.
That they ever like to go to.
You use that some real food, that's what I like from
Correct.
our city. Avoid side is the holding and the praise and the praise. What do we have yesterday? Yeah, public praise. It says the word. Says when the Lord comes to teach us a thing, that if an animal has a faith, it's one of these things that the animal won't get rid of things that not people learn from. It has a culture wrong, the pride, different things. The spine, the seven, won't survive, won't survive. An animal like that, not committed to being as a purpose, living something. That's the Gemara, why do I use the apostle? And that's the whole secret, back and forth. I need the apostle because I can't learn from the Bible. But I got to this right now. Whatever it is, I can learn a very, very, very simple stuff. If an animal that has its leverage, you're letting it on tires, you're letting it on the weekend, so you know, put it on the so certainly this guy right over here that has a hole in his stomach, which you're not allowed to eat an animal that has a trade ball.
For 9 months. We went over right after the first initial push, so we went over. Things are still pretty fairly new. So
then the Gemara said, what's the law?
Well, there was guys over there that were like they were there for like 2 years. I'm sorry.
Give me a shot.
I apologize, sir.
I could not find it anywhere.
A little light, sir. There's just guys who were over there for a really long time. They love stuff. So when you're like 6 to 9 months, it's you don't feel like it's.
So when you bring all these rich tribes, bring it down. So you're knock it down, knock it down. I'm not going to have no fighters. So at the end, the Gemara says here, that's why you need to fight. What says, my behavior of it all, my role is to be a sympathy. You can name a shot. What do you think?
When I first came in, I came to LA in 2007 because I did private TV. And
it certainly should be also for a show.
So
how can you bring this animal because I think it's really stuff can't eat it as your shot is taken. You can't eat it as your partner. It's a trademark. You know, it's the church, the whole in the house. They won't sell it. It's also done.
One season, I never seen that shit. She's a very good toxic. She was I know the Miz.
You're permitted to do more than this back. You're not allowed to do it private. No, it's just an animal on track. You're allowed to shut the animal on track for the
Steve are two of the biggest pro wrestling comedians, man.
You have twice a day.
That's what I'm saying.
What was your name? What was your move?
When I first started, it was the Crocodile Kid, and I dressed up like a crocodile.
Found something. Here we go. So I ask these questions. I see. Something. That's fucking awesome. What was your finishing ever?
A few of them.
Crocodile sleeper.
I think I came up like fourth in my bad. I did not ran up the water, so I came up seventh. He was like, Australian guy who like was the promoter that made me do it. Was like hardcore old school. He was like,
so like kind of promo course. So what would you say if you were put the promo against an opponent? Like let's say you're going up against the Undertaker or WrestleMania. What was your crocodile? What was your name? Crocodile Boy? Kind of promo right now. Tell us in that voice, like how would you do it?
I'm already excited. I'm going to ski. That's why I bring all my Paracons with me. I love that. Look out. So, 3 weeks in, and you already have a home here. Come back anytime. Dan, anything else for Dan? Yeah, he's on Twitter at Dan Walsh83. On stage and like the first Dan, you totally have to talk about that. It's like real life experience. Stretch on that, stretch on the stuff too.
Bringing them together. He takes the mold, makes it flavorless.
This is the part of the show where we have one regular here tonight. Vanessa Johnson called in sick, but we still have one other regular, always nervous, always trying her best. Put your hands together for Melissa Esslinger.
You know what they tell you? They do sometimes. You have to remove your pants from the whole thing. No.
I went to a parking garage, and when I pressed the button to get my ticket to go in, the machine was like, please obtain validation upon exit. So I guess I could stop paying for therapy and just start going there twice a week. Speaking of therapy, I still sleep with my Barney doll, which is probably maybe why I'm still single. Also, maybe why I tend to attract pedophiles.